World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 557 to Chapter 582. When Fang Ping challenged Tua Man, the other parties were gloating. One of them was a rank 7, and the other was a top-notch rank 6 powerhouse. No matter who was eliminated, they were happy to see it happen. After all, they were not his own people. Who knew what they were thinking when they entered the Forbidden Zone? Tuman was still fine. A rank 7 entering was not moving together with them. However, if the rank 6 Fang Ping really went in with them, it would be hard to predict what his next step would be. He was a person who did not abide by the rules. Du Hong and the others were all experts of the military. In fact, they followed the rules and were easy to deal with. On the other hand, Fang Ping was temperamental and difficult to communicate with. Around the arena, Minister Wang watched as the two of them walked towards the central area. He glanced at Li Daong and hesitated to speak. Li Daong nodded slightly and said, "When the time comes, admit defeat for him." A rank 6 against a rank 7, a middle-ranked martial artist against a high-ranked martial artist. Not to say that it had never happened since ancient times, but it was extremely rare. Li Chongqing killed a rank 8 with one slash. That time, it was almost certain that he would die. Also, Zhang Dingnan and the others were delaying the other party, giving Li Chongqing a chance. It was too difficult for Fang Ping to defeat a rank 7 in this situation without anyone holding him back. Hearing Li Daong's words, Minister Wang heaved a sigh of relief. In this way, even if they lost their spot, they wouldn't lose their lives. Central Region. Fang Ping exhaled softly. This was the first time he had truly fought against a rank 7 powerhouse. He might have said that he was powerful, but when it came to actual combat, he had no idea how things would turn out. Furthermore, the other party definitely had a divine weapon. Of course, rank 7 martial artists could already activate the Sanjiao Gate to nurture a divine weapon, unlike rank SIXS who still needed to carry it on their bodies. He did not know what kind of divine weapon Big Beard was. Yes, that was for sure. Big Beard, don't ever admit defeat later. If you admit defeat in a fight between a rank 7 and a rank 6, then you'll be a rank 7 for nothing. You won't be able to raise your head in this lifetime. Not only that, I don't know if you foreigners have the heart of martial arts or the path of invincibility. If he can't take the stimulation and has a mental breakdown, he'll be done for. Tua Man closed his eyes and lowered his head. A moment later, he said slowly, "General, you are too obsessed with victory." Ridiculous. Fang Ping said loudly, "Martial arts must be fought for. If they were to fight, then there would naturally be a victor and a loser. Is this how the ancient Buddhist sacred land teaches you? If you don't care about winning or losing, why did you come to participate in the competition?" What a joke. Tua Man did not say anything more. He said softly, "General, rank 6. The competition will begin with the general. Then I won't stand on ceremony." At this moment, Fang Ping was also holding a divine weapon broadsword, borrowing it from someone. His chaos-vanquishing saber was already on the verge of shattering. If he fought against a rank 7 martial artist, it would only shatter in an instant. As soon as Fang Ping's voice fell, the saber sliced through the void, the spiritual force materialization instantly fused with the divine weapon, and the divine weapon's long saber also emitted a ferocious tiger's roar. In the void, a ferocious tiger-like beast materialized out of thin air and pounced forward. Tua Man was not slow either. He did not underestimate Fang Ping just because he was a rank 6. The moment Fang Ping made his move, a Buddhist staff appeared out of thin air in Tua Man's hand. The Buddhist staff exploded with a brilliant golden glow, and he waved the staff. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the ferocious tiger condensed by Fang Ping's divine weapon shattered instantly. In the next second, both of them were already in close proximity. Tua Man was like a glaring Vajra, waving the Buddhist staff in his hand like a maniac. On the Buddhist staff, the white celestiality was extremely dense, striking toward Fang Ping instantly. Fang Ping roared again and again, his saber slashing out the phenomenon of the fallen gods. Boom, 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 a series of booming sounds rang out. Fang Ping kept retreating, blood spurting out from his mouth. Puff. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Tua Man waved the Buddhist staff and struck it. The blood and the Buddhist staff collided, shooting out brilliant sparks. At this moment, Tuo Man waved the Buddhist staff in his right hand, striking toward Fang Ping's head. His left hand, however, condensed into a fist, punched through the void, punching toward Fang Ping. Bang, a loud explosion rang out. Fang Ping, who was still blocking the divine weapon, had his chest pierced through in an instant. Ah! Among the spectators, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Su Zissou and the rest looked nervous. They had only exchanged blows for a short while, but Fang Ping was already no match for the other party. Fang Ping's semi-golden body defense was extremely strong, but it was still punched through by the other party. Su Haoran said softly, rank 7 celestiality is not something that Fang Ping's condensed celestiality can compare to. Although Fang Ping's ability is strong, there is still a huge gap between rank 6 and rank 7. Xianxia could not help but ask, why didn't he self-destruct his mentality? Su Haoran shot him a look. Even if he self-destructs, he still needs the opportunity. Do you think Tuo Man will give him the opportunity? When both of them are close, Fang Ping self-destructs. If he does not defeat Tuo Man, he might be accidentally injured by himself. Then widen the distance. As Xianxia spoke, he could not continue. At this moment, both of them in the air could not widen the distance at all. A rank 7 was a rank 7 after all. The space was not big either. Both of them were entangled together. Tuo Man kept attacking Fang Ping at close range. Fang Ping was beaten until he could only defend. He could not even counterattack. Sigh. Li Daong sighed softly. Fang Ping was indeed unwise this time. It was not easy to fight a rank 7 to this extent. Defeating the opponent was difficult, too difficult. Thinking of this, Li Daong took a look at the sky, frowning slightly. Why did the minister let this guy out? Beside him, the ancient Buddhist sacred land's rank 9 was also staring at the sky. The threat in his eyes was obvious, they were not the Yang family. This was the ancient Buddhist sacred land that had 8 ancient Buddhas, maybe 7, guarding it. Now that the competition was open, if Longevity Sword dared to interfere in the middle and kill Tuo Man, even if the ancient Buddhist sacred land turned out in full force, they would not let MCMAU off. Outside the absolute restriction, Old Manly stood proudly in the void. He did not speak, only staring below. The old man was now weighing whether he could slash open the restriction created by absolute peak with one slash. The restriction this time was set up by Zhang Tao. Although it was just set up casually. I probably can't slash through it, right? Old Manly criticized in his heart. It was not that he did not want to go in, but the other party had directly sealed it, not letting him in. Although Zhang Tao did not care whether he left the education department or not, he still set up a barrier at the competition venue, not giving outsiders a chance to enter. Just as Old Manly stood proudly in the void, a lot of mentality lingered around him. Old Manly let out a cold humph. His vitality soared, crushing the surrounding mentality instantly. He scolded in a low voice, if you King probe again, I'll give each of you a slash. I didn't even go in, why are you staring at me? At this moment, an incomparably majestic spiritual power approached him. Old Manly's expression changed. He could not help but say, that's enough. I can't even go in, why are you always staring at me? Behave yourself. Don't break the rules. If you really lose, someone will admit defeat. Li Daong and Su Haoran, these two fellows, are purposely not shouting. What should we do? Zhang Tao's voice was filled with anger. Why do you King suspect everyone? If Su Haoran did not say anything, would Li Daong watch Fang Ping die? Zhang Tao could not be bothered with him. His mentality retreated instantly. Let this fellow be, as long as he did not interfere in the competition, he could not be bothered. Inside the arena, Tuo Man punched Fang Ping's skull again, saying, General Fang's ability is indeed powerful. Cultivate your character for a while, and your future achievements will be greater, you flatter me. Fang Ping replied in a muffled voice. He then sneered, do you really think you've won? As soon as he finished speaking, his mentality materialized. This time, a small city did not appear. In the next moment, both of them appeared in a small house. Outside, everyone's expression changed slightly. The ancient Buddha sacred land rank 9 powerhouse said in a low voice, how can this be? At this moment, both of them could not be seen outside, only a small building could be seen. The rank 9 powerhouse knew very well what this meant. Tua Man had been dragged into the core of his materialized object. Moreover, it was a core that had been completely materialized. It was not an existence that was half virtual and half real. If Fong Ping's small house had enough mentality, it could exist forever and truly descend into this world. Fong Ping, who had not materialized for long, had actually reached this stage. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Before this, everyone thought that the core of Fong Ping's materialized object was that blood-red sun. Later on, everyone understood that it was just a cover. The core of Fong Ping's materialized object was not the blood-red sun, but something else. Now, this was also confirmed. Tua Man's mentality materialized object was not as powerful as Fong Ping's. What Tua Man materialized was an ancient golden body of Buddha. It was not a living thing, just a statue of Buddha. Tua Man could not completely materialize that golden body of Buddha. Currently, it was still just an empty shell, an illusory existence. Unlike Fong Ping, who dragged Tua Man in, the others could not see him at all. The old monk was slightly surprised. In his surprise, 2 rays of golden light shot out of his eyes, sweeping his gaze toward the small building. At this moment, inside the house, Fong Ping roared, "Get lost! How dare a rank 9 interfere?" As soon as he said that, Li Diong's gaze turned cold too. He looked at the old monk and said coldly, "Saint Master He Tua." The old monk said softly, "I didn't interfere. I just wanted to see what was real and what was fake. I couldn't see through it. I'm only afraid that Tua Man can't stop, leaving me with regrets." Li Diong frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Similarly, 2 rays of golden light burst out of Li Diong's eyes, looking toward the small building. Fong Ping could stop others, but he could not stop them. They were powerful. It was not difficult for them to see through the small house. The other rank 9s followed suit, looking over there. The rank 8 powerhouses in the field did the same. As for some rank 7 powerhouses, they were dumbfounded. Motherf *Ker, they could not see through it. How embarrassing, a rank 6 martial artist's mentality materialization. The other party was fighting inside, and they could not see what was going on. How *King embarrassing. The rank 7 powerhouses did not bat an eyelid. They looked at the small building seriously, as if they had seen through everything. The others did not mind. Yao Qingjun suddenly said to FMS's female vice-chancellor in a low voice. "Vice-chancellor, I can't see through it. Is the materialization of my mentality much weaker than his?" The female vice-chancellor said with a faint smile, "It's normal that you can't see through it. Rank 7s usually can't see through it. Although Fong Ping is not a rank 7, the materialization is equivalent to a rank 7. It's not that easy to see through someone of the same rank." As soon as she said that, many of the participating martial artists looked at the rank 7 martial artists. "Can you see through it?" Some of the rank 7 martial artists looked pale. No one uttered a word. "Who cares if I can see through it or not?" The female vice-chancellor exposed these fellows. She did not continue. Her expression became serious again. She said, "Interesting. Fong Ping dares to challenge a rank 7. He must have some confidence. In this house, Tumen's strength is suppressed." Suppressed? A battle of materialization is a battle of pure mentality. Of course, Tumen can also condense celestiality and destroy his materialization. But now, Tumen can't do it. Yes, Tumen could not do it. At this moment, Fong Ping was not the only one fighting in the house. Fong Ping and 3 shadows were attacking Tumen at the same time. This was a battle of mentality. The 3 shadows had no consciousness. They only had combat instincts. And this instinct was also Fong Ping's instinct. Get lost, beat him up. Fong Ping replenished his mentality madly to maintain the small house. At the same time, he waved his saber and slashed madly. He even had the time to yell at one of the shadows, "Alright, this was not Feng Yuan." It had no consciousness either. Actually, this shadow was just a simple amalgamation of a few mentality. But Fong Ping felt that shouting it out was more exciting. The shadow could not beat Tumen. Instead, it was Tumen who beat it up. But very soon, the shadow reappeared. Tumen's expression became much more solemn. An even more powerful force erupted from the monk's staff, piercing through the roof with one strike. If it were someone else, the materialization core would probably be on the verge of collapse after being damaged like this. On Fang Ping's side, the hole in the roof was filled up in an instant. Then, one person and three shadows continued to besiege Tumen. Fang Ping was the main target. The monk's staff pierced through his chest a few times. Fang Ping did not care. He laughed and said, "So what if you're a rank 7? You couldn't kill me in a second in the beginning. I knew you weren't much. You can't kill me in a second. Even if you beat my body until it collapses, it's nothing." He had just finished speaking when Tumen's palm came slapping. Boom, half of Fang Ping's cheek disappeared, revealing his golden bones. Fang Ping endured the pain and sneered, "Continue. If you're so capable, smash my golden bones with one strike. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you today. You shameless thing. I told you not to challenge, but you just had to challenge a Sino Nation martial artist." At this moment, Fang Ping let out a sudden roar. The small house was plunged into darkness instantly. Darkness was nothing to martial artists, especially rank 7 martial artists. They no longer cared whether it was night or day. Even if they did not have eyes, they could still sense with mentality and vitality. Tumen did not care about these. Whether it was night or day, it was all the same. However, the next moment, Tumen's gaze changed. Where was he? In his mentality sense, he was gone. In his vitality sense, there was no one either. As his expression changed, Tumen swung his palm abruptly and slapped behind him. Boom, there was a loud bang. A deep bloody mark appeared on his palm. Impossible. For the first time, Tumen revealed a terrified tone. Not only did the other party disappear from his sense, but he also condensed a powerful celestiality and fused it into his divine weapon. This slash broke through his defense directly, slashing his palm until it cracked. Bang! In the darkness, Tumen waved his monk staff again, blocking the slash that fell from the sky. That slash was aimed at his head. Early stage rank 7 martial artists did not hone their skulls. Damn it! Tumen roared. His body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Then, with a furious roar, his staff pierced through the roof again. Daylight descended. The moment the house lit up, Tumen saw Fang Ping, who was already swinging his saber beside him. Fang Ping felt the roof being pierced and retreated hurriedly. In the next moment, the roof began to mend, and the house was plunged into darkness again. Tumen was about to go crazy. This fellow was like sticky candy. No matter how he hit him, he would not break. He had just entered early stage rank 7. He could not kill the other party in one move. If he could not kill him in one move, this fellow's vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. If this went on, he might be exhausted to death. In the outside world, the ancient Buddha sacred land's rank 9's gaze was so peculiar that even the golden light was swaying. Tumen seemed to be entangled. He would not be entangled to death, would he? If he could not kill the other party in one move, the other party would immediately become lively and full of tricks. Now, the only way was to unleash powerful strength and destroy the materialized object's core in one move. Only then could he escape the predicament of fighting in Fang Ping's materialized object. Could Tumen do it, though? The previous few times, a small part of it was destroyed each time and recovered instantly. Just as this rank 9 was deep in thought, inside the house, Tumen was also extremely furious. In the next moment, an incomparably huge ancient Buddha phantom appeared in the small house. As soon as the ancient Buddha phantom appeared, the small house expanded continuously. A ruthless glint flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. He sneered, "You really dare to compete with me in mentality?" After saying that, Fang Ping disappeared from the small house instantly. Then, there was a deafening rumble. The small house disappeared completely. At this moment, both of them appeared in front of everyone. Fang Ping's 7 orifices were bleeding. His chest was also pierced in many places. Not far away, Tumen's face was also pale. In the void, an ancient Buddha phantom was broken beyond repair. Everyone's expression changed when they saw it. The confrontation between these two was extremely dangerous. Both of them involved a battle of materialized objects. Once the materialized object's core was obliterated, it would die completely. In front of Fang Ping, the small house that had already disappeared was slowly materializing. It expanded bit by bit. In the next moment, Fang Ping dragged Tumen into the small house again. Damn it! Everyone could only hear Tumen's angry roar, the kind of angry roar that was flustered and exasperated. Fang Ping had just self-destructed the small house, almost destroying his materialized object. Now, he was doing it again. The rank 6 martial artists looked at each other. The rank 7 Tumen had really met a tough opponent this time. Just as they were thinking about this, not long after, there was another deafening rumble. Fang Ping was sent flying backward once again. His flesh was already badly mutilated, yet he laughed hysterically. Not far away, Tumen was like a dead man, his face pale. The ancient Buddha phantom that only had a little bit of its base left was kept by him instantly. When he looked at Fang Ping again, the murderous intent in his eyes was concentrated. Fang Ping had almost obliterated his mentality completely. Come again. In front of Fang Ping, the small house rapidly materialized again. Tumen was furious. The Zen staff in his hand left his hand, tearing through the air. The power of this furious attack was also incomparably huge. Before it could even get close to Fang Ping, the few rank 6 martial artists behind Fang Ping retreated one after another. The rank 9 martial artists in front quickly set up a barrier, blocking the aftermath. Rumble, the booming sound was endless. Fang Ping laughed loudly, using the small house to trap the Zen staff. Then, he raised his saber and charged over, laughing loudly. Without a divine weapon, I don't dare to use my mentality. Let's try again. At this moment, Fang Ping's mentality materialized to trap his divine weapon. Tumen did not have a divine weapon in hand. His mentality was also depleted, and he was heavily injured. Right now, both of them were relying on vitality and their physiques to fight. Meanwhile, Fang Ping wielded a divine weapon against Tumen, who was barehanded. Although the strength of his vitality was far inferior, when Tumen struck out with his palm, he could only make Fang Ping's golden bones tremble. There was no way he could kill Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care about his injuries at all. Even if Tumen hit his head, he did not care at all. He just kept on slashing his opponent madly. The divine weapon's sharpness could even break a golden body. Moreover, Tumen was not a golden body powerhouse yet. The sounds of puff puff were endless. Not long after, both of Tumen's arms were chopped off by Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, he could not help but curse wildly in his heart. His half-golden body was too fake. Forget about rank 8, even rank 7 could not block it. Although his half-golden body was stronger every time, this time, he was beaten until he was half-crippled again. Even though he did not reach the stage of a skeleton, his flesh and blood were splattered. No wonder martial artists from various countries do not care too much about the strength of their physiques. Without reaching rank 8, the condensed golden body is fake. A half-golden body before rank 8 could still be used to block same-rank opponents. Against powerhouses, it was almost useless. Tumen, who had lost both his arms, was also roaring furiously at this moment. His legs were like shadows, kicking Fang Ping until he kept retreating. I'll chop you into a human stick. Fang Ping let out a low roar, taking a kick from his opponent head-on. The kick squeezed his eyeballs out, but he endured the pain and slashed again. Crack, with a crisp sound, Tumen's left leg was chopped off. Everyone was watching the battle between both of them. Seeing that both of Tumen's arms were chopped off and his left leg was chopped off, many of them had strange looks on their faces. If they continued fighting like this, could it be that Fang Ping was really going to overpower a rank 7 and kill the other party? Xianxia shuddered. He said in a low voice, both of them are so king ruthless. Fang Ping was being beaten up so badly, yet he was still roaring in excitement. 3 of Tumen's limbs were also chopped off, but he still refused to admit defeat and was fighting Fang Ping. If it were him, he would have surrendered long ago at this point. Xianxia lamented that both sides were ruthless. The other high-ranked martial artists, on the other hand, looked conflicted. Sino Nation's Fang Ping. His fighting style was too frustrating. He was exhausting his opponent to death. In terms of vitality, physique, combat techniques, Fang Ping was almost no match for Tumen, but he could afford to waste time. If you could not make him unable to stand up in one hit and kill him completely, he could exhaust you to death. The early stage rank 7 Tumen had not reached the point where he could kill Fang Ping in one hit. If this went on, Tumen would be finished. On the Andes side, the black-robed woman watched for a while. She did not know whether to feel lucky or speechless. Fang Ping was extremely arrogant, provoking them repeatedly earlier. In the last battle, he even threatened to kill Tumen. Before this, they could still treat it as a joke, but now Tumen refused to admit defeat. Then, he would really be beaten to death. Void-piercing sword. At this moment, Fang Ping roared. Even though he was holding a saber, he still shouted the name void-piercing sword. There was no other reason. This was Li Jin's ultimate move. It was domineering enough. Puff, the saber slashed down. Tumen's right leg flew out. Fang Ping took the opportunity to slash again. The right leg was crushed instantly. Damn it. In the ancient Buddha sacred land, the rank 9 powerhouse cursed under his breath. The limb was still there. Tumen could reattach it. The limb was gone. Without a rank 8, only a large amount of life essence could reconstruct the limb. This was extremely costly. The previous 3 limbs were not crushed, but the right leg was definitely gone this time. This was not enough. While Fang Ping continued to chase Tumen, as if unintentionally, he stomped the other 3 limbs on the ground. They all exploded instantly, crushed into pieces. Fang Ping knew that the probability of killing Tumen was not high. A rank 9's grasp of timing was not that bad. Even if he could not kill Tumen, he would still make him suffer a huge loss. The next time he saw him, he would kneel and call him father. This bastard. He had hit his face a few times. Did he really think that he could not deal with him anymore? At this point, Fang Ping was getting braver as he fought. Tumen, on the other hand, did not even dare to release his mentality anymore. There was no chance for him to turn the tables. Fang Ping did not dare to be careless. After chopping Tumen into a human stick, his next moves were all aimed at his head. The rank 9 did not admit defeat. As long as he landed a slash, this guy's head would explode. Let's see how he could survive then. At this point, the ancient Buddha sacred land's rank 9 monk showed a hint of helplessness and annoyance on his face. Suddenly, he shouted, "Admit defeat." Bang! Fang Ping sent the limbless Tumen flying with a kick. He looked around, looked at the black-robed woman, and sneered, "You're smart. Otherwise, I'll chop you into a human stick this time too." The black-robed woman gave him a look. She said mildly, "If I shatter your brain, can you still not die?" Fang Ping sneered. "You'll know once you try. There's nothing else. Your head is hard enough. You'll have to punch through my golden bones first." Having said that, Fang Ping ignored her. He put away the materialized object and kept the still struggling Zen staff in his hand. Seeing this scene, Tumen, who had flown back and was suspended in midair, had an extremely ugly look in his eyes. Fang Ping had taken away his divine weapon. Fang Ping shot him a look and sneered. "You guys better compensate me with 2 more divine weapons. Otherwise, when we enter the restricted area, we'll see." Bastard. This time, the rank 9 old monk was enraged. He did not look at Fang Ping. Instead, he looked at Li Daong and asked, "Humans have entered the restricted area. We can't fight as allies. Does Sino Nation want to tear up everything?" Li Daong said immediately, "Sino Nation has no such intention. Fang Ping was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously." Having said that, Li Daong chided softly, "Fang Ping, don't be so blunt. Human martial artists have entered the restricted area. You should work together. No matter what grudges you have now, you must not attack human martial artists." Fang Ping heard that and immediately grinned. "I was just joking. How could I really do that? Commander, now that I've won, shouldn't the competition end?" Just as Li Daong was about to speak, a martial artist from the Hall of Gods who had already been shortlisted suddenly stood up. He had just stood up when Fang Ping's expression suddenly darkened. "You dare to challenge Tua Man? We'll see." This upper stage rank 6 martial artist's body trembled slightly. This was not his decision. Instead, it was the consensus of both parties' higher-ups. They had to let Tua Man be shortlisted. It did not matter even if he lost his chance. The ancient Buddha sacred land's rank 9 looked at Fang Ping. His gaze was sharp. He said coldly, Fang Ping, you don't have the right to interfere with the competition's rules. On the Hall of God's side, the rank 9 martial artist glanced at Fang Ping. He did not speak. Fang Ping suddenly laughed. It's not his turn yet. According to the rules, he has Yao Qingjun. Old Yao, this big beard is crippled. Challenge him and have a taste of winning against a rank 7. As soon as he said that, Yao Qingjun was silent. A stretch of ruins appeared in front of him. If a man, whose mentality and body were both crippled, fought with Yao Qingjun now, it would be hard to say who would win. As for a man, in order to ensure that the ancient Buddha Sacred Lands people were shortlisted, he had already been challenged once by the ancient Buddha Sacred Lands people. He chose to admit defeat. This time, he lost to Fang Ping again. Yao Qingjun wanted to challenge. If he won, no matter how much help the others gave him, he would not be able to enter. Seeing that things had come to this, the ancient Buddha Sacred Lands rank 9 monk looked at Fang Ping. He asked slowly, what do you want? 2 divine weapons. If the ancient Buddha Sacred Land gives up this opportunity, the old monk shook his head. He would rather a man did not enter the restricted zone. 2 divine weapons were not really worthless. 1 round. Fang Ping laughed. Don't bargain. Otherwise, that Yao Qingjun will definitely challenge him. Big Beard might not lose. Although he has become a human stick, he still has the strength to fight. The old monk suppressed the anger in his heart. After a while, he said, sure. Fang Ping grinned. It was not too bad. Although he did not manage to kill the other party, he had taken 2 divine weapons, chopped off the other party's limbs, and severely injured his mentality. This time, the ancient Buddha Sacred Land would have to pay a huge price to let a man recover. And this time, from the beginning to the end, he had taken a total of 4 divine weapons. He still had 3 in his hands. Old Man Li's Windchaser boots were actually useless. That was 8 divine weapons, one of which was even rank 8. Divine weapons aren't that valuable anyway. Fang Ping said casually. Old Zhang had extorted him 5 times. This was the extent of it. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression was extremely strange. Some people also thought that Fang Ping seemed to have a lot of divine weapons in his hands. Many people knew about his gains in the Tiannan catacombs last time. Counting it like this kid had taken another 4 divine weapons this time. He could buy divine weapons wholesale. Not only that, all the grandmasters in MCMAU had taken divine weapons from him, except for Wu Quishan. This guy was really much wealthier than a rank 9. Even a paragon might not be wealthier than him. At least a paragon could not simply kill those demons. Of course, divine weapons were not the key. The key was still strength. A rank 6 defeated a rank 7, even if Fang Ping was considered half a rank 7, in reality, he was indeed a middle stage rank 6. However, the other party defeated an early stage rank 7 martial artist and almost killed him. Just as everyone was feeling complicated, Xianxia suddenly laughed. Isn't the global youth ranking going to be released? Fang Ping is the first rank 6. Is there anyone who disagrees? Fang Ping was insufferably arrogant, even daring to extort the ancient Buddha Sacred Land's divine weapon. On the ancient Buddha Sacred Land's side, although everyone was furious, there was nothing they could do now. If they dared to touch Fang Ping in Sino Nation's territory, they would have to consider whether they could walk out alive. After entering the catacombs and entering the restricted area, they should be the ones worried, not Fang Ping. Rank 6 and rank 7, the places they entered were different. If a man and Yao Qingjun did not use their divine weapon, at this moment, he would definitely lose. A grandmaster whose mentality was crippled, was actually half crippled. As for Jiangchao's invincible rank 6, no one said anything. Because this was the truth, even a man was defeated, who else in rank 6 could be Fang Ping's opponent? If they really wanted to find someone, it would probably be Li Chongqing from back then. Li Chongqing killed Fang Ping with a sword, he probably did not have a good ending. Just as everyone was thinking about Li Chongqing, the seal dissipated abruptly. The next moment, Old Man Li descended from the sky. He looked at Fang Ping and chuckled. Not bad. You're starting to look like I did back in the day, but you're still too weak. Fighting a guy who just entered rank 7, geniuses like us should be killed instantly. You, on the other hand, were beaten half to death by him, embarrassing. Fang Ping chuckled. I'm only middle stage rank 6, when I reach peak, Old Manly chuckled. It's hard to say whether you'll reach peak or not, why so much nonsense? As soon as these words came out, everyone came to a sudden realization. This guy might not even reach peak rank 6. If the Xianxia gate was sealed, then he would be peak rank 6, but if this guy directly achieved mentality-vitality fusion and directly entered rank 7, Fang Ping continued laughing. Anyway, I'm only 20 years old. You only killed a rank 8 in seconds at 60 years old, I should be able to kill a paragon in seconds at 60 years old. Old Manly's expression stiffened slightly. I'm supporting you, why can't you support me? Too lazy to answer, Old Manly looked at the Martial Arts Association president beside him and said, when the ranking is changed tomorrow, I'll be the first rank 8. Fang Ping also added, I'm the first rank 6, I don't want this Wild Blade General title, change it for me. Saber King, Saber God, Saber Emperor, anything will do. The rank 8 Martial Arts Association president glanced at the two, only after a while, the corner of his mouth twitched, and laughed in his heart, F***ck. The two of you better continue to be strong. If there's a day when you're down and out, hang me at the door and give me a beating. Li Daong was also mentally exhausted. Ignoring the two of them, he turned to the man from the Hall of Gods and asked, do you still want to challenge? Challenge. With that, the other party immediately said, I admit defeat. Of course, the Hall of Gods would definitely compensate him for his loss. As for the ancient Buddha's sacred ground, they would probably have to pay a huge price in order to save Tumen. The reason why he insisted on getting this slot was to ensure that Tua Man could safely enter the forbidden area. However, at this moment, the old monk glanced at Tua Man and suddenly felt a little dejected. This time, Tumen suffered a huge blow. This genius from the Holy Land wouldn't be unable to recover from this setback. Right? Being defeated by a level 6 martial artist was simply unacceptable to a high and mighty God state powerhouse. Although the old monk felt helpless, he set up a barrier and said in a low voice, he's not rank 6 either. To a man, his mentality materialization is actually considered rank 7. He's achieved golden bones, maybe even hovering between rank 7 and 8. Don't look at martial artists like him by ranks anymore. You didn't lose to a rank 6 martial artist. Even if you achieved mentality-vitality fusion, how many people can withstand 3 moves from you? Rank 7s were very strong, there was no doubt about that. A powerhouse who achieved mentality-vitality fusion against Tua Man, if Tua Man unleashed his power, killing the opponent in 3 moves was almost guaranteed. Fang Ping, however, was neither here nor there. Strictly speaking, he really could not be considered a rank 6 martial artist. Tua Man, who had lost his limbs, was still silent. The old monk sighed softly and said no more. This round, Tua Man had to walk out on his own. However, after taking a look at Fang Ping, who was not far away, his body broken and still chatting happily with others, the old monk still gave an affirmative statement. Although Sino Nation's Fang Ping is savage, Sino Nation has promoted that martial arts must compete, and he has done it brilliantly. The ancient Buddha sacred land has been hiding from the world for too long. I hope that everyone can gain something from this trip to the God territory. The sacred land did not lack resources. It did not lack anything. This had also led to a very serious problem. They did not have that kind of ruthlessness that climbed up from the bottom. When these people were weak, they dared to pull out their sabers and kill people for a vitality pill. This kind of experience was not experienced by the major sacred lands. The youth competition was also a rare opportunity to see blood. The old monk even thought in his heart, perhaps the sacred land should give out some death quotas every year in the future. In South Asia, those martial artists from the outside world were now unusually ruthless. In terms of ruthlessness and fighting spirit, the new generation of the sacred land might be far from them. The results of the competition were finally decided. Sino Nation, 12 people qualified. Ancient Buddha Sacred Land, 6 people. Heaven of the Gods, 4 people. Wanta World, 3 people. Andes, 3 people. Totem City, 2 people. Andes, because there was an additional grandmaster this time, had more people qualified. In previous years, there were only 1 or 2 people. Ancient Buddha sacred land also had more people this time, but they actually took up a quota from Heaven of the Gods. The price they paid might be even worse than the extra quota, so it was not considered a gain. On Sino Nation's side, 12 people qualified. Martial arts universities took up 4 spots, and the military departments Duhong and the other 4 were also qualified. The remaining 4 people, Li Fei, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Su Zixu, were qualified. The others were eliminated. Fang Ping took a look and laughed in his heart. Alright, I really know the strength of Stellar Sky City's old ancestor. Needless to say, the Li family's old ancestor was also strong, the Su family's was probably not bad, and the last one was probably the Jing family's old ancestor. Actually, one could judge from who was qualified. Powerhouses did not really challenge these few. 12 was not a small number. In previous years, there were only about 10. This year, although one of the Yang family's 2 old ancestors was killed and the other left, in the end, Sino Nation still got 12, more than Li Daong and the others expected. At this moment, the sky was already dark. Seeing that the quota had been confirmed, Li Daong said, "That's it for today. Everyone go back and rest. Fang Ping. The few of you, report to Capital City Military Department on the 5th. At that time, we will explain the next action and mission to you." Fang Ping asked doubtfully, "Mission? You'll know when the time comes." After saying that, Li Daong ignored him and looked at Li Chongqing. After a while, he said, "Return to MCMAU as soon as possible. Don't wander around if you have nothing better to do." He and Li Chongqing were from the same hometown. The outside world said that the 2 of them were distant relatives. Of course, going back a few hundred years, they might really be relatives. But now, at least the 2 of them did not know that they were relatives. However, in the same place, 2 powerhouses coming from the same place would more or less be closer. In the past, Old Man Li was only rank 6 and did not catch Li Daong's attention. Now that the other party had killed a rank 8 with 1 slash, he could be mentioned in the same breath as him. There were only so many powerhouses in Sino Nation. 2 rank 9s appearing in the same place, other than places like Stellar Sky City, had not happened in other places. Old Man Li did not utter a word, pretending not to hear. Why did he want to return to MCMAU? Seeing that he did not speak, Li Daong felt a splitting headache. He could not help but say, "The few of them will report to the military department next. There won't be any problems. If anything happens, come and find me." Old Man Li laughed and said, "It's not easy for me to come to Capital City. I want to see my old friends. Su Zhan is still in CCMAU, right? I'll pay him a visit later." Li Daong had nothing to say. Beside him, Li Hanzong looked embarrassed. "You want to bully my instructor again? You were beaten badly last time, and you want to come again?" Fang Ping did not care about this. He asked, "Commander, what about them?" Fang Ping glanced at the foreigners. Were these people going to stay in Sino Nation too? Li Daong shook his head and said, "They don't have to stay in Sino Nation for long. But before entering the restricted area, you guys will meet up again. When that time comes, everyone will be comrades." Fang Ping sneered and did not say anything. They were just talking about being comrades. Everyone probably had some kind of covenant that they were not allowed to attack each other. As for rescuing each other, that was probably nonsense. In the youth competition, everyone fought to the death. How could there be any camaraderie? Beside him, Jiang Chao seemed to know what he was thinking. He said softly, "Actually, once we enter the restricted area, we won't have time to care about them. Once we enter the restricted area, we'll be targeted by the catacombs. We won't have time to care about other people's lives." As he said that, Jiang Chao seemed to have thought of something. He said with some fear, "Fang Ping, don't you break through to rank 7 at this time." "Huh? If you break through, then won't I?" Even Fatty wanted to say, "Won't I be licking his boots for nothing?" After achieving rank 7, everyone will not be in the same area. When that time comes, who can I reason with? Fang Ping roughly knew what he was thinking. He smiled and said, "We'll see. Besides, it's only a month or so. How can I achieve rank 7 so quickly?" That's hard to say. Before this, Xianxia did not believe it at all. But now, Fang Ping could even defeat a rank 7. He really could not be sure. Not only Xianxia, but even Li Daong said, don't achieve rank 7 before entering the restricted area. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous when you've just achieved rank 7. At least your safety is guaranteed now. Fang Ping's ability was extremely strong. Among rank 6, there was almost no one who could defeat him. The reason why he said almost was because there would always be freaks in this world, especially in the catacombs. 108 extraterrestrials and the 4 main royal halls would still have freaks. Fang Ping nodded and did not continue speaking. In a month, even if he cooperated with Old Yao, he would at most achieve upper stage rank 6. The life gate would not close so quickly. Fang Ping did not care about this anymore. Instead, he took a look at his own data. Although he had only fought a few matches in the youth tournament this time, his consumption was not low. Wealth, 526. 2 billion, converted, vitality, 7,089 calories, 8,999 calories, mentality, 335 Hz, 1,150 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, these days, his mentality had grown at a fast pace. In just a few days, it had already reached 1,150 Hz. It should be higher than Lu Fengru and Tang Feng. However, his vitality did not increase at all. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. It seemed that if he did not close the Sanjiao gate, this would be the limit of his body. Compared to rank 7 martial artists, the only limitation of the current him was that his vitality was not as strong as theirs. He could not actively fuse mentality vitality into celestiality. His celestiality was given by the system. This was actually a kind of disadvantage. The celestiality condensed by the system was, after all, just an external thing. In the early stages, it would increase Fang Ping's strength. However, at this point, compared to the rank 7 martial artist's celestiality, it was almost impossible to say that he had any control over his strength. Others could explode with 20% of their strength. His side was like an iron plate, the kind that was fixed. There was no explosion to speak of. Fang Ping looked for a while and suddenly thought of something. The 3 divine weapons that he snatched this time and the one that the ancient Buddha's sacred land promised had not been calculated for his wealth, right? Could it be that there were still unforeseen events? There were indeed unforeseen events. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about these, Li Daong and a few foreign rank 9s discussed in low voices for a while. They walked up to Fang Ping and said, Fang Ping, the few divine weapons that you took away earlier are all their common weapons. They want to exchange something else for them. What is it? Energy stones, pills, herbs, energy fruits, they're all fine. Fang Ping grinned and said, is there something like the heavenly golden lotus? If there is, I'll exchange it. As for the rest, sorry, I don't like them. I have too many to use. I can't even be bothered to pick up the energy stones that have fallen on the ground now. Seeing Li Daong's speechless face, Fang Ping said again, or the ultimate inner armor is fine too. It's best if it's a full body armor. Of course, accessories that can seal off mentality will also work. Before he finished, Luo Sayas, who was not far away, said with a dark expression, I'm not exchanging. The ancient Buddha sacred land side also shook their heads slightly. Forget it, they were not exchanging, stop joking, some of these things were much more precious than divine weapons. Divine weapons were external things after all. Treasures like the heavenly golden lotus were treasures that could directly enhance mentality. They were even produced from the Forbidden Sea, which was more precious than divine weapons. As for the ultimate inner armor, not to mention that they did not have it, even if they did, they would not exchange it. Even rank 9 powerhouses could wear it. Among everyone, only Li Yiming, who had 2 ultimate backgrounds, had it. It was obvious how rare it was. Fang Ping did not care if they did not exchange it. He looked at the ancient Buddha's sacred land side and said, then the divine weapon that was promised to me just now. On the ancient Buddha's sacred land side, the old monk looked around and finally looked at Butoya. He did not have anything extra, his own was rank 9, but could he give it to Fang Ping? Butoya was slightly helpless. When he went up to the stage previously, he did not bring his divine weapon because he was afraid that Fang Ping would snatch it away. Now, it was coming to him on its own. Very soon, Butoya's monk staff appeared in Fang Ping's hands. Fang Ping looked at it for a while and shook his head slightly. 2 monk staffs, 2 great swords. These were not in line with his style. Forget it, he would just throw them to old Zhang later. As for the remaining staff, Fang Ping glanced at old man Li and said, "Instructor, take off your boots later. This thing is useless. Throw it to Minister Zhang as the price for the divine fruit." Fang Ping said it in a very serious manner, a divine fruit. A divine fruit that defied the heavens and changed fate. Old Zhang really had to prepare one for himself later. At this moment, Fang Ping's wealth had also changed. For god weapons, all of them rank 7, had increased his wealth by 44 billion. In an instant, his wealth had recovered to more than 570 billion. While Fang Ping was talking, Xianxia said with a look of embarrassment, "Those boots are mine." Fang Ping said indifferently, "Go ask Minister Zhang for it then. Your old ancestor is powerful. Maybe he can get it back." Xianxia was extremely depressed. What a joke, no matter how powerful the old ancestor was, he was still the old ancestor. He was not at the top. If he dared to look for Zhang Tao would kill him with one slap. Even his old ancestor would have nothing to say. Who gave him the courage to challenge the top? Fang Ping and the others busied themselves for a while. The youth tournament had finally come to an end. Many of them were injured and had gone to treat their injuries. When Fang Ping, Old Wang, and the others were preparing to leave, a female voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Fang, I look forward to you achieving rank 7 before you enter God territory." Before the voice had died away, Li Diong's gaze was like a knife. He instantly turned to the black-robed woman in the Andes and scolded, "If you dare to instigate again, I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, the black-robed woman's body trembled slightly. It was not that she was afraid, but Li Diong's gaze was really as sharp as a knife. With one strike, he had severely injured her mentality. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Many of them did not hear the mentality transmission. As for Fang Ping, he did not care about this. He asked curiously, "Mentality transmission? Is it a special combat technique?" Although mentality could be released, Fang Ping did not know that he could transmit his voice. However, Li Jin seemed to have done it once before. It should not be considered difficult, right? Fang Ping thought to himself that he should learn this thing too. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to speak most of the time. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, the rank 9 powerhouse from the Andes gave Li Daong a slight apology. Then, he pulled the black-robed woman and left without looking back. After they left, Fang Ping said, "Commander, why were you so fierce just now?" Li Daong said impatiently, "That woman was up to no good. I've already said that you better not achieve rank 7 before entering the restricted area. I'm not trying to harm you. After they achieve rank 7 and enter the restricted area, they are all organized. Cough, you know what I mean. Some of the rank 7 martial artists from the Holy Land are there too. All the rank 7s who entered through the youth tournament are there. As for you," Li Daong glanced at Su Haoren who was not far away and said nothing. Fang Ping understood instantly. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Yang Qing from the Yang family is there too?" "Yes." "Jiang Chao's big brother too?" "Yes." "What about the government?" "A little, but we don't stay there for long, unlike them who stay there all the time. So, if you achieve rank 7, you will be a bigger threat. They are all a group of people. As for you, unless you build a good relationship with Star Town and blend in." Alright, Fang Ping understood. Li Daong did not let him achieve rank 7 in advance because he had good intentions. That was why he got rid of the Yang family. Yang Qing was there, and Star Town's rank 7 was not familiar with him. It went without saying who he was helping. Jiang Chao was not hostile towards Fang Ping because he was not familiar with the two from the Yang family. However, since Jiang Chao's big brother and these people were fighting together, their relationship should be good. If Fang Ping went alone, he would be isolated and helpless. He would also have to prevent the people from Star Town from finding trouble with him. The flat-chested woman from Andes was probably angry that Fang Ping had provoked her many times before, so she deliberately encouraged Fang Ping to break through as soon as possible. When Fang Ping thought of this, he suddenly said in surprise, "Why do you all think that I can achieve rank 7 in a month? Even I don't have this confidence. What are you all thinking?" Li Daong stopped in his tracks. Yes, it was only a month. Why was he thinking about this? Li Daong could not explain it either. It was Old Man Li who chuckled and said, "You were shocked by the two of us. You're ashamed of your inferiority. It's that simple." Fang Ping shrugged. "It seems like I'm too outstanding, so outstanding that all of you are confused." June 3rd. The youth tournament began. It ended on the same day. June 4th. The ranking list had really changed. It was not because of the threat from Old Man Li and Jiang Chao, but because both of them had shown their strength. Everyone had seen it, so there was no need to hide it now. In the end, Old Man Li was really the first rank 8, however, Old Man Li was not too happy, because the original first and second rank 8 were gone. In the updated ranking list on June 4th, 2 rank 8s were missing. Snake King Wu Quishan and Amazing Spear Guoxian. Originally, the military department's deputy commander-in-chief was the first rank 8, and Wu Quishan was the second rank 8. However, this time, both of their names disappeared from the rank 8 ranking list. They did not die, but entered rank 9. Just a few days after Fang Ping left, Wu Quishan broke through. Previously, there were 33 people in the rank 9 ranking list. Axe King Xing Kaisan was rumored to have died, but his name was not removed. This time, his name was not removed either. There were 2 more people in the rank 9 ranking list, making it 35 people. As for Wu Quishan, he entered rank 9, ranked 24th, an extremely high ranking. One must know that rank 9 powerhouses were all powerhouses. Wu Quishan had only just entered rank 9. However, Wu Quishan had a rank 9 divine weapon. Just this point alone made him no weaker than a middle-stage rank 9 martial artist. For the first time, martial arts universities produced a true rank 9 powerhouse from a martial arts university. Wu Quishan ranked 24th in rank 9. Entered the Grandmaster sequence. Li Chongqing ranked 1st in rank 8. Fang Ping ranked 1st in rank 6. When this ranking list was released, the entire country was shaken. MCMAU was unbelievably powerful for a moment. 9 ranking lists, 3 first places, and 1 first place in rank 4, which was also taken by a veteran instructor of MCMAU. It was just a martial arts university. Although there were many powerhouses in the past, martial arts universities belonged to the Education Ministry, and were only a small branch under the Education Ministry. If one were to compare, it was about the same as the Department of Investigation Services in each province. At most, it was equivalent to a provincial governor's office. However, everywhere in the country, including the capital city governor, there were no rank 9 powerhouses. At this moment, MCMAU was more than equivalent to the governor's office. If there was another rank 9, their strength would be equivalent to the Southern House of Guardians and the Department of Investigation Services. In the Southern House of Guardians, other than Wu Chuan, there was another rank 9 powerhouse, but he was just a beginner. It was the same for the Department of Investigation Services, which only had a rank 9 deputy minister. Old Man Li's strength was actually comparable to a rank 9, but Wu Quishan was still slightly weaker than Wu Chuan and Nan Yunyue. Otherwise, MCMAU's strength alone was comparable to this department and a house. When the ranking list was released, the outside world was in an uproar. Fang Ping murmured, "This grudge. I'll remember it. The 2 presidents of the Martial Arts Association, just you wait. I'll find trouble with you sooner or later." They clearly knew that MCMAU was so strong, yet they did not change Fang Ping's name. Sooner or later, he would give these 2 presidents a good beating. Of course, Fang Ping was not in the mood to look for trouble now. He was busy calling the school, preparing to congratulate Old Wu. Old Wu breaking through to rank 9 so quickly was beyond his expectations. It had only been a month since he went into closed-door cultivation in May. In a month's time, Old Wu had actually entered rank 9. That was too awesome. Fang Ping even began to plan. After he came out of the restricted area and Old Wu had consolidated his realm, should he go directly to Magic City Catacombs and destroy Skygate City's old nest? I wonder how the Skygate City's relocation is going. If I knew that old Wu would break through so quickly, I wouldn't have participated in this youth competition. Fang Ping felt a little disdainful of this quota, but now he could not give it up even if he wanted to. Could he really get many benefits by entering the restricted area? Perhaps the benefits would be greater if he destroyed Skygate City. It was a pity that he thought Old Wu would need at least 3 to 5 months to break through. He did not expect Old Wu to break through so quickly. Forget it. He just broke through, he needs to consolidate his realm. I hope that when he comes back, Skygate City will still be there. After all, it's a city with millions of people. It's not that fast to move a city. Although Skygate City had long said that they would move, the actual decision to move would still be made after March. It had only been less than 3 months since then. In less than 3 months, they had to build a new city, relocate people, and move a huge mine. It was almost impossible to complete. I wonder if the Skygate City Lord ran away. This thought came to Fang Ping's mind. That fellow might not dare to stay in the catacombs. After all, he had shown his divine weapon earlier and angered the restricted area demons. But it was also hard to say. A rank 9 city lord might not be willing to abandon the city and the huge mine. Unless, he was given another huge mine in the restricted area. Fang Ping did not think about this anymore. When he called back, he found out that Wu Quishan had not come out of closed-door cultivation. Although he had broken through and his sword aura soared to the sky, everyone knew that he had broken through. Wu Quishan had not come out yet. He was probably still cultivating. Another one who uses a sword. Only now did Fang Ping remember that Wu Quishan also used a sword as a weapon. For a moment, he could not help but think of Axe King. That person called himself the Sword King back then. He was too arrogant. Who else would Wu Chuan hit if not him? There were too many powerhouses who used swords. On MCMAU's side, the old vice-chancellor, Wu Quishan, and Li Chongqing all used swords. Wu Chuan used a sword too. Li Daong from the military department, including Li Zhan, used swords. On the other hand, there were not that many powerhouses who used sabers. Calling himself the Sword King, how much courage did that take? It's hard to say. If Axe King had really withstood the pressure back then and kept calling himself the Sword King, maybe he wouldn't have fallen. Fang Ping suddenly had this thought. Perhaps, he should give himself some pressure. How about calling himself the Saber King Fang Ping? No, Saber Emperor? When that time came, would there be a powerhouse who used a saber to beat him up? Thinking was just thinking. Right now, Fang Ping was not in the mood to do this. He asked about the school again and quickly hung up. After hanging up, Fang Ping looked at the 5 divine weapons in front of him again. For a moment, he felt a little helpless. These. After today, they would not be mine anymore. Old Zhang has to put in some effort. I have to forge a divine weapon that belongs to me. The Chaos Vanquishing Saber has been destroyed. Maybe I can merge the remaining 3 divine weapons into one and turn them into a divine weapon that belongs to me? Previously, Fang Ping had thought of smelting 2 divine weapons, but that was because he did not have enough strength. Old Zhang was at the top. It should not be too difficult for him to smelt a rank 8 divine weapon that belonged to him, right? When he used the divine weapon earlier, there was the roar of a ferocious tiger. That was a sign that the divine weapon was reviving. After all, he did not smelt it himself. Actually, Fang Ping did not unleash the divine weapon's effect at all. He was hacking it like an alloy weapon. It was the same for Tuaman. His divine weapon was also not smelted by him. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful. Even so, Tuaman's divine weapon could still fight with Fang Ping's materialization after leaving him. It was obvious that a divine weapon could increase combat strength greatly. I'll make a rank 8 divine weapon and then a rank 7 divine weapon for daily use. The rank 8 divine weapon will always be kept in the vitality gate for nurturing. Yes, that's what I should do. Fang Ping calculated for a while and made up his mind. Perhaps the bloody sun in the materialization should use a divine weapon as the main body. This way, it would not be easily defeated by others. The core object, that small house, might also need an extremely powerful divine weapon to suppress it. The more he thought about it, the poorer Fang Ping felt. The Ministry of Education. This was Fang Ping's first visit to the Ministry of Education, one of the core departments in Sino Nation. The 3 ministries and 4 houses were the core of the Sino Nation government. In the past, Fang Ping had imagined that the Ministry of Education would be similar to the government agencies in his past life. When he arrived at the Ministry of Education, Fang Ping realized that it was still different. The people in the Ministry of Education were very busy, so busy that when Fang Ping walked into the building, almost no one looked at him. Similarly, the security here was very tight. There were guards at the door, not in military uniforms, but martial artist guards in the Ministry of Education's combat uniforms. For rank 4 martial artists guarding the door. This was considered a big deal. These rank 4 guards could even become a city commander in a local area. Fang Ping had come together with Old Manly. The guard checked their identities and did not smile. As Fang Ping walked deeper into the building, he asked, "Teacher, the Department of Education has its own combat organization?" "Of course." Old Manly said it matter-of-factly, smiling. "The 3 ministries and 4 houses have their own combat organization. Of course, the military department is in charge of combat, so in everyone's impression, only the military department is stationed in the catacombs. However, you should know that the House of Guardians has a resident city envoy. This is actually the House of Guardians' external combat organization. The resident city envoy in the catacombs actually leads a group of martial artists from the House of Guardians and the House of Governors. Of course, under normal circumstances, fighting in the catacombs can't be done with multiple parties. That can easily cause chaos. That's why people from the 3 ministries and 4 houses have to obey the military department's orders when they arrive at the catacombs. Then the central government, the military department is the direct representative of the central government. Old Manly looked at Fang Ping, a little surprised, and continued, under normal circumstances, we equate the central government and the military department. Strictly speaking, among the 3 ministries and 4 houses, the military department is half a level higher. The military department has the right to issue military orders to the other 2 ministries and 4 houses. When necessary, they can even carry out military management. However, the other departments have no right to interfere with the military department's affairs. Of course, if the powerhouses really want to meddle in other people's business, they can't be stopped. Having said that, Old Manly continued, the direct combat unit of the Ministry of Education is called Wuan Military. Fang Ping frowned. This name is inauspicious. Old Manly said in surprise, pacify the country with martial arts. This is also the Ministry of Education's motto. Spread martial arts all over the world, and the country will prosper and the people will live in peace, Fang Ping said softly. Since the beginning of time, almost all those who used the title of Peace Marshal as their title never had a good ending. Bai Qi and Li Mu were both heroes of their time, but in the end, they still ended up. As he said this, someone beside him said mildly, dying in the catacombs isn't considered a bad ending. Fang Ping's expression changed. He turned his head immediately and said, Minister, you mean, the path of martial arts is broken, and some things are lost in history. Zhang Tao said quietly, but some things, some historical records, are they true? All of you know that the first time the catacombs were open to martial artists was in 1920. However, the catacombs had appeared a long time ago. That's not all. You've been to the domain zone in the catacombs, so you should know some things and have discovered some clues. Humans had been active in the catacombs for a long time. In the era of martial arts, we are currently defined as 4 eras, or perhaps 5 eras. From near to far, the first era was the current neo-martial era. From 1920 until now, it had been the neo-martial era. As for the second era, it can be traced back to 300 years ago. From 300 years ago to 1920, it can be understood as the Saturn era. Fang Ping could not help but ask, the Saturn era? Yes. Zhang Tao replied, that's the Saturn era. From the beginning of the Saturn era until 1920, when the entire country started spreading martial arts, this period was actually the Saturn era. Of course, the Saturn era did not appear in the world. You can think of Saturn era as the peach blossom land. In the past 300 years, they actually appeared in the world very little. Zhang Tao did not elaborate on the Saturn era. He continued, from 300 years ago to 1000 years ago, it was actually an era of martial arts that was broken. In this era, the sects were revered. We call it the era of sects, but in reality, the sects had already declined. Although the sects had always existed and led the martial arts for close to 700 years, it was actually the era in which Sino-nation's martial arts declined the fastest. If we trace back further, it would be the ancient martial era. At the mention of the ancient martial era, Zhang Tao pondered for a moment before saying, "The reason why I said there were 4 to 5 eras is that even in our classification of the ancient martial era, there should be differences. Above the era of sects, there should be an era of immortals and gods. Before the era of immortals and gods, I think it can be truly called the ancient martial era. From the first day martial arts appeared to the appearance of legends in the later stages, this should be the true ancient martial era. The beginning of the era of immortals and gods was just a group of powerful ancient martial arts powerhouses who were unwilling to live in obscurity, so they started an era of domination." Zhang Tao gave a brief explanation, then smiled and said, "I'm telling you all this just to tell you that some of the historical records might not be true. Whether Bai Qi, Li Mu, and the others were ordinary generals or some powerful martial arts powerhouses, no one knows for sure. These people have passed away and cannot be traced back. However, I'd rather believe that these people died during the conquest of the catacombs. The catacombs have existed throughout the history of Earth's civilization. I can only say that from 1920 onwards, the passageway between the catacombs and Earth began to recover. Before that, it had always been in a semi-closed period." Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "Minister, there should be a passageway in Star Town, right? There isn't." "Huh?" Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. With a look of astonishment, he said, "It can't be? If there isn't a passageway, how are the people of Star Town going to the catacombs? Previously, it was said that Sino Nation has 24 passageways, but now we only see 23. You know quite a lot." Zhang Tao smiled and said, "Star Town can be said to have one, but also not have one. It's true that they don't have a passageway to the outer realm, but they do have a passageway that leads to Mount Royal Sea. Or rather, it's just a path. You have to know that the so-called catacombs passageways all correspond to a realm. The one in Star Town doesn't correspond to a realm, so the entrance that they have control over isn't considered a passageway. Sino Nation does have 24 passageways, but the last passageway isn't the one in Star Town, in the hands of the evil sect?" Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. Zhang Tao could not help but laugh. "How is that possible? If the evil sect really had control over a passageway, I'm afraid they would have started a riot a long time ago. Would they still be like they are now, like rats crossing the street? It's also impossible for us to let the evil sect control a passageway. If these people let the catacombs martial artists invade, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Don't make wild guesses. The evil sect doesn't have control over the passageways. Of course, some of them have public identities in reality. Therefore, the evil sect martial artists might have obtained some catacombs resources. It's even possible that the evil sect has control over one or more storage rings. This is still possible. Therefore, sometimes these people enter the catacombs and take away some important resources without us knowing. There aren't any passageways, but the probability of them having storage rings is not low." Fang Ping wanted to ask where the last passageway was, but after some thought, since it was not in Star Town, nor was it in the hands of the evil sect, then it was obvious who had it. This included the tens of thousands of Wuan troops, as well as the military forces of other departments and mansions. He had not seen many of them, so they might have made arrangements. Fang Ping did not ask about this anymore. He said softly, "Minister, Sino Nation really doesn't have any information about the evil sect and can't eliminate them completely? You and the commander-in-chief are the powerhouses of the pinnacle. Can't you even deal with these clowns? There's no rush. It is impossible for a country like Utopia to exist in reality. Even if it exists, it will be destroyed very soon. Not to mention the fact that the enemy of the catacombs is right in front of us, it's useless. There will always be some people who would rather kneel and wait for death. They would rather stick out their heads and flatter others to chop off their heads than rise up and fight back. The evil sect is a collection of evil thoughts, a collection. The evil sect can't be eliminated, and it's impossible to be eliminated. Zhang Tao sighed softly. Whether it's peace or chaos, evil thoughts will never disappear. Even if you eliminate this batch, a second batch that's even more secretive may soon be born, a third batch. Therefore, our policy and that of other countries is to eliminate them but not eliminate them. We won't give them a chance to grow stronger, but we won't go out of our way to eliminate them completely either. Moreover, the evil sect has existed for so many years, it's hard to explain some of the deeper things to you. Zhang Tao spoke for a while and finally laughed. Of course, the evil sect is just a minor ailment, it's not important. All these years, it has also served as a training ground for our low-ranked martial artists, letting rank 1 and 2 martial artists see blood. In the catacombs, rank 1 and 2 martial artists see blood. Now that society is stable, middle and high-ranked martial artists fight in the catacombs, low-ranked martial artists rarely commit crimes. Why? Logically speaking, martial artists are all troublemakers, but in reality, have you seen how many low-ranked martial artists have broken the law? Give them a way to vent, and at the same time, give them some deterrence. If they dare to cause trouble, they must be killed. Everything has its own value. Fang Ping nodded. Zhang Tao glanced at him and laughed suddenly. There are 38,000 martial artists in the Wuhan military now, almost all of whom are graduates from martial arts universities. Kid, after graduation, no, you can consider joining the Wuhan military now. In the Wuhan military, 1,000 people form a regiment. If you come, I'll make you a regiment commander. How about that? Fang Ping was not interested at all. He said perfunctorily, Minister, you think too highly of me. I'm just about to reach rank 7. I can only hack an early stage rank 7 to death. How can I be a regiment commander of 1,000 people, ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed and said playfully, are you looking down on the position of Wuhan military's regiment commander? Do you think you're very powerful? You have to know, 30 years ago, when I achieved rank 9, I became the Minister of Education. It's been 30 years now, 30 years ago, I established the Wuhan military. In these 30 years, there were people from the Education Ministry participating in the previous 9 youth competitions. Every time, there were 1 or 2 people who made it to the finals. Of course, there weren't as many as this year. In the youth competition alone, 15 people from the Education Ministry entered the restricted zone. Although there were casualties in these years, there were still 10 people who survived. This is only the youth competition. After 30 years, do you think the number of high-ranked martial artists trained by the Education Ministry would be less than that of martial arts universities? There aren't many soldiers in Wuhan military, less than 40,000, but in a regiment of 1,000 people, which regiment commander isn't a high-ranked? Fang Ping was shocked. After a while, he said, Minister, are you rebelling? Bang, Zhang Tao waved his hand casually, and Fang Ping was hit like a flatbread. Beside him, Old Manly was like a statue. I didn't see it. This kid Fang Ping is crazy. He dared to slander the top. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not participate. Because if he did, he would be beaten to death too. Zhang Tao waved his hand casually, beating Fang Ping until he was dizzy. Then, he laughed and said, watch your mouth. The Wuhan military is not a private army. In reality, we don't need it. To us, all kinds of authority are insignificant. Just like now, I asked you to be the principal of a high school. Do you think it's interesting that you can do whatever you want? Fang Ping shook his head and got up. He mumbled a few words, then immediately shook his head and said, I'm not interested. Isn't it clear? Zhang Tao smiled faintly. The reason why we established a large-scale army to fight is actually to gather everyone's strength, or to prevent martial artists from being so scattered. When there are more people, martial artists will be everywhere, and it'll be easy to cause trouble. This is a form of control, and also a form of suppression. It doesn't allow martial artists to spread out and cause destruction everywhere. Of course, it's also a form of nurturing. Using the strength of a group to nurture martial artists is faster than martial artists growing alone. Take you, Fang Ping, for example. Without the existence of a martial arts university, you wouldn't have been able to reach where you are now so quickly. Even if you have your secrets, without the strength of a group to support you, I'm afraid you would have died a few times in the catacombs. As he said that, Zhang Tao laughed and said, let's get back to the main topic. I won't force you to join the Wuan military. In reality, I didn't expect you to come and cause destruction. Are you here today to deliver divine weapons? Fang Ping said gloomily, Minister, you're too cruel. 5 divine weapons. Divine weapons are only called divine weapons if they can be used. Zhang Tao said seriously, weapons are for people to use. If you keep them in your hands and don't let people use them, then what's the point of keeping so many divine weapons? Now, some strategic resources are in short supply. Many high-ranked martial artists have died in the catacombs because they lack divine weapons. Fang Ping, since you want to be a leader, you should contribute appropriately. Why do you have to be so calculative? After saying that, Zhang Tao laughed and said, besides, I'm not asking you to contribute for free. Let's not talk about the Yang family. You and your family can live in peace and stability because of these people who are supporting you in silence. Fang Ping, when you don't have the ability, no one expects you to contribute for others. If you can take care of yourself, that's the greatest fortune. When you have the ability, the greater the responsibility. This is not a joke. If you don't care, and I don't care, can the normal people in this world still survive? Maybe you'll say, why am I the only one contributing? In reality, everyone is contributing. It just so happens that you've been caught red-handed this time. Naturally, you have to contribute more. Otherwise, it won't be easy for you. For a peerless powerhouse to say so much to Fang Ping, he was already giving him face. Fang Ping actually understood this, but he was still not very straightforward. He said dryly, then, the grandmasters who receive my divine weapons have to write me a thank you letter and send it to MCMAU with great fanfare. Minister, is that okay? Zhang Tao was stunned. This request really caught him off guard. After a while, Zhang Tao came back to his senses. He smiled and said, are you sure? Cough cough. Well, at least prove that I actually had a lot of divine weapons back then, sure. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. If you give me a rank 9 divine weapon now, I'll write you a thank you letter and send it to MCMAU personally. That's fine too. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Forget it, I won't do it. Face is enough, but I won't do it if I lose so much. But then again, Zhang Tao is really thick-skinned. If it were me, I would probably do it too. Of course, it was hard to say. In Zhang Tao's eyes, a rank 9 divine weapon might be similar to an alloy weapon in Fang Ping's eyes, an A-class alloy. If someone gave Fang Ping an A-class alloy weapon now, Fang Ping might not go to thank him personally. It was not something he would be interested in. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, Minister, it should be easy for people like you to kill rank 7 demons, right? Even if you don't kill them at Imperial Sea, you can just kill them at the Forbidden Sea. It's not that easy. Zhang Tao frowned. We can't kill the demons at Imperial Sea recklessly. Actually, we can't do it at the Forbidden Sea either. People like us won't go to the Forbidden Sea easily either. In the catacombs, the strongest aren't the catacombs humans, but the catacombs demons. If people like us go deep into the Forbidden Sea, there's a risk of dying too. If it's a peaceful era, if we only cultivate martial arts for the sake of becoming stronger, then we'll definitely go deep into the Forbidden Sea to explore. Martial artists must fight. The Forbidden Sea is dangerous, but it also has many opportunities. Maybe it can help us find a new path. Everyone is curious about the depths of the Forbidden Sea. But we're not. We can't die, at least not in such a meaningless way. Those risky actions can't be done easily. If we die in the Forbidden Sea, then it'll be troublesome. Just like the one from the Yang family? Fang Ping mumbled. Zhang Tao scolded, don't talk about the pinnacle behind their backs. Watch your mouth. You can hate the Yang family, you can go against them, you can even look down on the Yang family's descendants for being short-sighted. However, you can't deny the achievements of an old senior who has been guarding Mount Imperial Sea for hundreds of years. Whether it's selfish or public, the sacrifices he has made for humanity are unimaginable and unsurpassable. Any pinnacle, before they betray humanity, is a hero of humanity. Fang Ping, this is the first warning, and also the last. Senior Yang isn't the same as Yang He and the others. Even if he goes to the bounded boundaries, that's his freedom. We're only angry that he didn't inform us, causing the Tiannan catacombs to fall. However, no one can deny his contributions. You, Fang Ping, don't have the right to do so. Zhang Tao's tone was much harsher, no longer as amiable as before. Fang Ping said softly, I know, I didn't mean it that way. Zhang Tao's expression softened a little. He continued, towards senior martial artists, you must maintain a certain amount of respect. It doesn't matter if the other party is on good terms with you or not. As an adult, etiquette is essential. Yes, I respect senior martial artists very much. Is that so? Respect means calling a pinnacle old Zhang behind his back? Respect means speaking rudely to an old man who's even older than your grandfather? Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Old Zhang, you're really giving face to the pinnacle, eavesdropping every day. Does the pinnacle's strength allow you to eavesdrop? Zhang Tao said with a faint smile, you're not a pinnacle yet, not even a high rank. I'll wait for you to beat me up when you're a pinnacle. However, before you reach this level, you can act like a grandson in front of me honestly. In reality, my grandson is older than you, I don't care if you have one more grandson. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. It sounded like a curse, but there was no way he could refute it. Old Zhang's grandson was indeed older than him, beside him, Old Manly sighed. Fang Ping was lucky to act like a grandson. He was almost Fang Ping's grandfather, and old Zhang was even prepared to be his father. Zhang Tao did not continue. He was very busy. If it were not for the 5 divine weapons, he would not have time to talk to Fang Ping. After a while of digression, Zhang Tao said quickly, you brought the divine weapons? Why are you so polite? Give me a few more? At this moment, Fang Ping was carrying many divine weapons on his back. Including the boots that Old Manly had dropped, he had brought all 8 divine weapons. They were now wrapped in a large bag. Upon hearing Zhang Tao's words, Fang Ping was shocked. He said immediately, Minister, just 5. I want you to help me modify the rank 8 saber, modify it into a rank 8 divine weapon that's suitable for me. As for the other 2 rank 7 sabers, help me modify them too. Combine them into one, and create a divine weapon that's stronger among the rank 7 ones. Zhang Tao's eyebrows twitched. How rich, now that he had smacked this kid to death, would he not have earned a fortune? Thinking about it, Zhang Tao pondered for a moment and said, actually, there's no need to prepare 2 offensive weapons. I can help you modify that pair of boots into a pair that's suitable for you to use. It can increase your speed. When you put on the divine weapon boots, your speed won't be slower than a rank 7's. The current you, in terms of explosive speed, is probably not as fast as a rank 7's. Fang Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Then I won't combine them. Minister, you can modify a pair of boots, a rank 7 saber, a rank 8 saber. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. This is a very laborious task. As for the handling fee, Fang Ping was stunned once again. You still want to charge me a handling fee? More than an hour later, Fang Ping walked out of the education ministry. He turned around and glanced at the education ministry. Fang Ping murmured, you eat people up without spitting out the bones. It's just a modification. You charged me 1 caddy of life essence. Old Manly said lazily, it's not a loss. Modifying 3 divine weapons isn't that easy. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to modify them either. Fang Ping sighed. Forget it. In the future, he would stay away from old Zhang until he reached the pinnacle. This old man was too black-hearted. They did not talk about this anymore. Fang Ping was currently wearing a pair of incomparably handsome combat boots. He stared at the combat boots for a moment and smiled. Instructor, let me try out my speed. Let's see if it can really increase my speed. As soon as he finished speaking, all that was left was an afterimage that had yet to dissipate. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had already appeared hundreds of meters away in an instant. At this moment, Fang Ping's face was filled with excitement. So fast, of course, the consumption was also huge. A lot of mentality and vitality had been depleted in an instant. However, that speed just now had surpassed the speed of sound. At this moment, Fang Ping could be considered to have truly experienced the speed of a high-ranked powerhouse. However, with such a huge consumption, it was no wonder that those high-ranked powerhouses would not continue to unleash outbursts. They could not, but Fang Ping could, as long as his body could withstand the pressure of such high speed. However, this kind of speed that surpassed the speed of sound put a lot of pressure on the body. If it continued for a long time, his internal organs would not be able to withstand it. Other than the boots, Fang Ping wore a saber on his waist that was similar to a flurry saber. However, outsiders did not know that there was a rank 8 saber hidden in his vitality gate. That thing was used as a trump card. Fang Ping had already thought it through. The rank 7 saber would be used for daily combat, and the rank 8 saber would be used to nurture the saber. He was even looking forward to the rank 8 saber that had been nurtured in his vitality gate. The moment he unsheathed the saber, would he be able to kill a rank 8 with one slash, just like Oldly? A rank 8 saber needs to be nurtured all the time. It's lacking in everything but vitality and mentality. Fang Ping had made up his mind. Now, even Old Manly did not nurture the saber anymore. There was no way to nurture it. The stronger one's ability was, the longer one nurtured the saber, the more the effect would not necessarily be much. However, Fang Ping's ability was not considered strong. For him, nurturing the saber was still helpful. Moreover, a typical martial artist would not be able to afford it. 3 divine weapons. Fang Ping was the only one who could afford it. Even if a rank 7 martial artist obtained 3 divine weapons, they would not really use them all. Divine weapons needed to be nurtured. If they could not afford to nurture 3, they would not even have the time to cultivate. However, to Fang Ping, it was not a big deal. He only consumed tens of thousands of cal of vitality every day and up to 1,000 hertz of mentality. 11 million wealth a day. That's only a few billion a year. It's not much. From the Department of Education to the Martial Arts Association, Fang Ping did not fly or take a car. Walking on the streets with Old Manly, they watched the people coming and going. Fang Ping sighed softly. Other people go shopping with girls, but I'm with an old man. Sigh. Old Manly looked at him. Just like that, he kept looking. This brat was speaking ill of him now, not even bothering to hide it. How arrogant. Fang Ping did not care about the look in his eyes. He looked around and suddenly chuckled. Teacher, do you prefer the environment in the catacombs or the environment here? There is no one who doesn't desire peace. Old Manly said softly, it's the same even for martial artists. A precarious world, an environment where you can be killed even when you're sleeping. Do you like it? An appropriate amount of hot-bloodedness, casualties, and turmoil could all be endured. However, if one were to be in such an environment day and night, even a martial artist would collapse. Actually, in recent years, some of the martial artists who were permanently stationed in the catacombs had really gone crazy. Many of the high-ranked martial artists that you see today may look gentle and refined on the surface, but in reality, they may be perverts. That can't be helped. That's true. Being in a tense state for a long period of time would indeed cause one to collapse. Fang Ping smiled. Just like him, his time in the catacombs was very short. However, every time he went to the catacombs, he did not sleep or rest. How would he dare to sleep? At every moment, he had to maintain the highest level of vigilance to prevent himself from dying without knowing why. Hearing what you said, I can understand what Minister Zhang said. Perhaps? I really should distinguish the Yang family from the Yang family's fallen Jumo. He had guarded Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. Facing the threat of the catacombs' pinnacle peak, he was probably under great pressure as well. I don't like the other members of the Yang family, but I can't deny the contributions of that senior. Martial artists should be like this. They should be able to distinguish between gratitude and grudges, but they should also recognize the reality. Fang Ping exhaled and said, it's very difficult for me to meet the Yang family again, except for that Yang Qing. If he doesn't come looking for me for revenge, then I won't come looking for the Yang family. But if it's him, then don't blame me for destroying the last hope of the Yang family. Old Manly narrowed his eyes and said, when martial artists fight, they don't involve their families. Those who brought harm to their family members were evil cults. Before he makes a move against you, you'd better not make a move, even if he's a threat. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of him. I believe you'll catch up to him soon. He's just a rank 7 martial artist. There were plenty of high ranks in the catacombs, and they were all threats. You couldn't kill them all. Just keep your guard up in your heart. Don't foolishly meet up with others and forget all enmity with a smile. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. I'm not that stupid. The first time I entered the catacombs, my teacher taught me that when I enter the catacombs, I shouldn't trust anyone, not even other humans, unless it's an official mission or a large-scale battle. We have to remain vigilant if we encounter it in the wild. It's good that you remember this. Old Manly said in a low voice, I can't follow you to the restricted zone this time. Be careful. He couldn't completely trust the people in Startown, but he couldn't completely disbelieve them either. Li Yiming and the others from the military were also closely related to Stellar Sky City, so it was best not to trust them easily. As for Du Hong, he was standing on the national level, the overall situation. If he had to choose between sacrificing you or sacrificing the descendants of more than 10 of Stellar Sky City's peerless geniuses, there's no need to guess. His choice would not be to protect you. Don't blame anyone. This is the reality. Of course, a powerhouse in the military like Du Hong, if he had a choice, he would choose to sacrifice himself to protect you. That's also very normal. Therefore, when it comes to Du Hong, you can disagree with his ideals, but don't add to his troubles. Kid, I don't know what will happen when you enter the restricted zone, but unless it's absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to attack your own people. Fang Ping said helplessly, Teacher, am I that kind of person? Honestly, other than the catacombs martial artists, human martial artists, especially martial artists from the same camp, have you ever seen me being ruthless to my own people, unless the other party has really crossed my bottom line and threatened the lives of me and my family? Old Manly glanced at him. After a while, he said, I just don't want you to become a selfish martial artist. Keep your bottom line. Fang Ping, as long as you don't cross that last bottom line. This old man can't represent MCMAU, but at least I can represent myself. When it's necessary, I will always stand by your side. Everything I've said today is not because you've saved me a few times. This old man hopes that you can go further. I hope that one day, you can tell the world that you, Fang Ping, have made a great contribution to mankind. I hope that one day, you can be respected by the world like a peerless genius. We admire peerless powerhouses not because of their powerful abilities, but because they don't forget about mankind and the greater good, even though they are powerful. You can lose the small things, but you can't lose the big things. This is my last request for you, as an instructor. I'll remember it. Fang Ping nodded. Everyone had a bottom line. For martial artists, the stronger they were, the more tolerant they were. People like Zhang Tao and Wu Quishan actually had a tolerance that ordinary people did not have. What you said makes sense. Even if you're a rank 3, you can still scold them to their faces. They don't care, and maybe they'll even humbly accept your advice. Tian Mu had scolded Zhang Tao in front of a bunch of grandmasters. He had scolded him more than once. Even so, Zhang Tao did not care. Li Zhen's reputation was valuable. He, Zhang Tao, was known as a martial king. Was his reputation not valuable? If he really cared, he could slap Tian Mu to death, and no one would say anything. However, Zhang Tao did not. He just laughed it off. As for Fang Ping, he often said that he wanted to beat up this and that, including rank 1 and 2. He even said that he would chop up Tang Feng every day. Did Tang Feng care? If he did care, with his status, no one would speak up for Fang Ping even if he fired him before he became the president of the Martial Arts Society. Lu Fengger might not even care. Tolerance. Fang Ping pondered. It looks like if old Zhang's grandchildren really entered MCMAU, I'll have to show some tolerance. 3 beatings a day. I'll just have to change it to 1 beating a day. June 5th. On the way to Yunming Mountain, a bus was traveling at high speed. On the bus, Xianxia said lazily, what mission, what action plan? Just ask Du Hong and Fang Ping to go. Why do we have to go with them, and travel so far? Shut up. Su Haoran scolded softly, his expression unfriendly. I've already told your grandfather everything about you. Your grandfather said that if you embarrass the Jiang family again, Jiang Chao yawned and muttered, just beat me to death. If you beat me to death, I won't have to go to the catacombs anymore. You. Su Haran was furious. He had been tormented by this bastard. Su Haran made up his mind. Just this once, the next time he led a team out, if he still led a team, he might as well kill himself. How many things had happened this time when he led a team? Just as Su Haran was fuming, Xianxia did not continue looking for trouble. He looked around and chuckled. Fang Ping, come and have a chat. I know a big secret. In the front row, Fang Ping turned his head to look at him and smiled. What secret? Tell me. It's about the martial artists who resurrected. Cough, cough. Su Haran coughed softly. Xianxia said disapprovingly, Grandpa Su, it's nothing. We're just having a chat. We have nothing better to do anyway. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. He asked, what happened to the martial artists who resurrected? Nothing much. After I was beaten up by you guys last time, I went back and looked up the information on the martial artists. You don't say. There are some records in Star Town. I didn't care about this before. I only found out later that there was a mountain in Star Town, and in the mountain was. Enough. Su Haran frowned. They'll find out about these things when they get to Star Town. You don't have to show off. After saying that, Su Haran said to Fang Ping, I invited you guys to Star Town last time, but you guys never went, so this matter was delayed. Of course, it's better not to go now. After all, when you guys reach rank 7, it's still necessary to go to Star Town. Going to Star Town is a chance for you guys to improve your martial arts. Of course, it might not work. It depends on luck. I'm not saying it now because I want to hide anything. I just don't want to affect you guys. Many martial artists who resurrected have problems in their martial arts cultivation because they know some things in advance. Su Haran explained briefly, then said, what Xianxia knows is only hearsay. Don't be disturbed by him. Xianxia seemed a little bored, but he quickly found a topic to talk about. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping, Star Town actually recruited many martial artists as son-in-law. You guys, think about it? I'm a direct descendant of the Jiang family. Although it's just me and my family's freaks, there are people in other branches of my family. How about you guys become relatives with me? My cousins are very beautiful. Shut up. Su Haran really wanted to beat him to death. You're pimping again? Xianxia was speechless. Grandpa Su, this is nothing, right? Martial artists aren't saints. Saints also have to get married and have children, right? My Jiang family's bloodline is good. My cousins are beautiful to begin with. Besides, you've seen it. For grandmasters in training. If they really become my relatives, what's wrong with that? Or, Xianxia looked at him suspiciously, then at Su Zissou, muttering, you want to marry Su Zissou? Su Haran was so angry that his liver hurt. Without another word, he reached out and waved at him. This time, Xianxia shut up, leaning against the chair and not moving. When a rank 9 attacked, even if Xianxia had an accessory that could block mentality, it was useless. He was imprisoned in an instant. This time, Su Haran felt better. Everyone else in Star Town felt better too. This guy could not sit still. He would nag when he had nothing to do. They were all sick of listening to him. Fang Ping and the others did not pay attention to Xianxia. Instead, they were looking forward to Star Town. Would there be a chance to improve their abilities in Star Town? What was the relationship between Star Town and martial artists who were resurrected? Why did suppressing Star City recruit a batch of martial artists who had been resurrected so early? However, since Su Haran did not say, they did not ask. Soon, they arrived at Yunming Mountain. This was where the capital city military department was located. At the same time, it was also where the entrance to the catacombs was. The entrance to the capital city catacombs was in this area. As soon as Fang Ping and the others arrived, someone came to receive them. It was not Li Daong, but another deputy commander who had recently broken through to rank 9, Gua Xian. Lord Su. Commander Gua. Both parties exchanged greetings for a while. This time, Old Manly and the others did not follow. Only Su Haran sent everyone over. After both parties exchanged greetings, Gua Xian said, leave them to us. You can leave in 3 days. Then I'll have to trouble Commander Gua. Su Haran exchanged some pleasantries. After giving everyone a few more reminders, he left quickly. In the capital city military department, there were many powerhouses. He did not have to worry about everyone's safety. After Su Haran left, Guxian sized up everyone. He probably knew Du Hong and the others, so he did not say anything. Finally, he looked at Yao Qingjun and smiled. Do you know me? Yao Qingjun nodded. He did not say much, but he still said, hello. Vice-Chancellor. It's been 20 years, Guxian sighed. As he beckoned everyone inside, he laughed. How many years has it been since I heard someone call me Vice-Chancellor? 20 years ago, I left first military school and entered the military department. I haven't been back much these years. Today, Vice-Chancellor Nan actually sent me an ungraduated military school. I have to say, this is beyond my expectations. If you come back alive after entering the restricted area this time, you can consider coming to the military department. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He did not expect this person to be the former vice-chancellor of First Military School. It seemed like First Military School's background was not weak. Guxian said nothing. Without waiting for Yao Qingjuan's reply, he led everyone into the depths of the military camp. Around them, many military martial artists looked at them, looking a little curious. Guxian did not chase them away. He brought them all the way to a large room that looked like a classroom. He said, this is the place where everyone usually studies. In the next 3 days, the military department will explain everything to you. After 3 days, you can leave. You can also stay here and wait for the others to meet up and enter the restricted area together. Fang Ping could not help but ask, we still need 3 days to study? That's right. There's more to learn this time. Although you won't be involved in some things this time, I still have to tell you. Guxian explained, this includes some of the forces in the restricted area, human knowledge, as well as what you have to do and what you should do after entering the restricted area. Fang Ping did not ask any more questions. Since he was going to teach them, he would naturally know when the time came. Guxian brought everyone to look around the classroom for a while. Then, he brought them to the resting area, the eating area, and the training area to look around. A rank 9 powerhouse bringing them around to familiarize them with the camp was considered to be thinking highly of him. Martial artists never procrastinated when doing things. After familiarizing themselves with the situation, Fang Ping and the others returned to the previous classroom very quickly. At this time, there was already someone waiting in the classroom. It was a rank 7 martial artist who looked young. Guxian said a few words to the rank 7 and left quickly. He was not the teacher to teach this knowledge. Having a rank 7 as a teacher also meant that the military department valued this knowledge. After everyone sat down, the Grandmaster who looked young in front of the podium smiled and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Peng. Below the podium, Fang Ping said casually, Zhang again, he said it casually. These few days, he could not forget that old Zhang had taken away 5 of his divine weapons. Unexpectedly, Zhang Peng smiled and said, yes, my surname is Zhang. The Zhang that you call old Zhang. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. Beside him, Li Yiming yawned and said, that's enough. Aren't you just Minister Zhang's grandson? It's not like I don't know you. Zhang Peng was all smiles earlier, but at this moment, his expression changed in an instant. He reprimanded, Li Yiming. Commander Li, watch your attitude. Many of the people here are your superiors. Who gave you the right to interrupt when your superiors are talking? When he said that, Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He asked quickly, he's a commander? Yes, General Fang. Zhang Peng smiled. His attitude toward Fang Ping was not bad. There was no other reason. Both of them were generals, including Du Hong, who also had the rank of general. As for Li Yiming, Yao Qingjun, and the other 2, they all had the rank of commander. In the military department, the distinction between superiors and subordinates was still very clear. They would not overstep the rules. This was because the military department was a place that emphasized rules. If they did not follow the rules here, how could they command others when they were in the catacombs? He's a commander, Fang Ping looked at Li Yiming in surprise. Then, he straightened his back and looked at Li Yiming with a slightly reserved expression. So, you're a commander. I thought you were a general. If I had known this, I would have displayed my authority as a superior to you. Li Yiming's expression was ugly. He said nothing. Did the commander eat from your house? Zhang Peng, this fellow, dared to expose his secret. He would settle the score with him sooner or later. Zhang Peng ignored him and continued smiling. In the next 3 days, I will explain some general knowledge about the restricted area to everyone. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Fang Ping asked immediately, General Zhang, why didn't you go to Wuhan military? It's a matter of personal choice. It doesn't mean that I must go to Wuhan military. Zhang Peng said casually. Soon, he said, back to the main topic. This time everyone is going to the restricted area. It's dangerous. Don't be careless. Having said that, Zhang Peng waved his hand casually. A map appeared in front of everyone. Zhang Peng said, this is a rough map of the restricted area. Because of the restricted area, we haven't explored many areas, so it's not very complete. Take a look first. Fang Ping lowered his head and looked. This time, Fang Ping was a little stunned. Mount Imperial Sea really surrounded the entire restricted area. Mount Imperial Sea was like a halo, covering the entire restricted area. How big was Mount Imperial Sea? Fang Ping simply could not imagine how majestic Mount Imperial Sea was. A territory's width from east to west was probably more than 5,000 li on average. Magic City's catacombs' width was even close to 10,000 li. Of course, some territories were slightly smaller and had fewer cities, like Tiannan catacombs. Even if they were all 5,000 li, then 108 territories. 270,000 meters, 540,000 li in circumference. This was a mountain that might be man-made. On Earth, the longest mountain range was less than 20,000 li long. Using Mount Imperial Sea as the area of the restricted area, how much was it? Fang Ping's brain turned quickly. He mumbled, the restricted area is at least more than 5 billion square kilometers. This is too big. In front, Zhang Peng laughed. General Fang has underestimated the size of the restricted area. The restricted area should be more than 6 billion square kilometers. The surface area of Earth is less than 600 million square kilometers. Therefore, the area of the restricted area is more than 10 times the size of Earth. Of course, this is very normal. After all, just the 108 territories are unimaginably big. It's normal that the restricted area is so big. After all, the territories are just the territories, not the core area. Fang Ping shook his head. The restricted area was considered an irregular oval, and this oval's longest width was more than 90,000 kilometers, even if they kept flying at the speed of sound, more than 1,200 kilometers per hour. In other words, if a powerhouse maintained the speed of sound and wanted to fly from one end to the other, they would need to fly at least 70 to 80 hours, flying at the speed of sound for 70 to 80 hours, forget about Fang Ping, even a rank 8 or 9 powerhouse would collapse. A rank 9 powerhouse, flying at the speed of sound for close to 4 days, could only go from one end to the other. Such a huge world, no wonder it could produce so many powerhouses. Fang Ping suddenly asked, how many people are there in the restricted area? Not many, about 10 billion. Zhang Peng laughed. Many places in the restricted area are actually dangerous places. People can't live in them. Although their area is unimaginably big, in terms of population, it's only slightly more than Earth. Often, there will be uninhabited areas of 10,000 li or even larger. Of course, this is only our speculation based on some current information. Maybe there are more people. After all, according to the number of powerhouses, their population should be slightly higher. The restricted area is a little chaotic. The 4 royal courts are only the largest representative forces among them. There are also countless powerhouses occupying the mountains and ruling over them. In the catacombs, the 4 royal courts occupy one side each. There are bordering areas and empty areas. In the empty areas, some new forces will also be born. There are rank 9 powerhouses who set up an independent territory, calling themselves kings and ancestors. There are also absolute powerhouses who occupy a piece of land, establishing dynasties or sections. Some of these forces will listen to the royal court's orders, some will not care about the royal court's orders, doing as they please. In the restricted area, scuffles often happen, Zhang Peng was still explaining. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was looking at the map, thinking about something. The absolute powerhouses of the world were guarding Mount Yuhai. There were only about 50 absolute powerhouses in the world. This meant that every absolute powerhouse had to rule over a territory of 10,000 li. It was no wonder these absolute powerhouses felt too pressured. 10,000 li, the area was too vast. Sino Nation's east-west length was only about 10,000 li. It was equivalent to one absolute powerhouse guarding a huge mountain range that spanned across Sino Nation's north and south regions. However, Fang Ping did not know, across 10,000 li, these absolute powerhouses could still communicate with each other. If they knew, Fang Ping would despise Wu Chuan and the other rank 9s to death. If they were all rank 9s, they might as well call them fake rank 9s. Back when Fang Ping was in Nanjiang's catacombs, the Jiang family's elder ancestor, Battle King, had communicated with the absolute powerhouses of the nearby areas to suppress the restricted area powerhouses together. Of course, it was also related to the close distance between both sides. Some absolute powerhouses did not straddle two territories. There were also absolute powerhouses guarding two neighboring territories. Even if Fang Ping did not know, he had a general feeling at this moment. One person guarding a 10,000 li area. The restricted area dared not trespass the outer territory. The power of the absolute powerhouses was evident. On the stage, Zhang Peng was still explaining the general situation to everyone. In the restricted area, the royal courts, dynasties, cities, sects, and family forces were everywhere. Not only that, the restricted area also had the demon clan's forbidden land. The demon clan's forces in the restricted area were also terrifyingly powerful. On the first day, Zhang Peng spent almost all of his time introducing the forces in the forbidden zone. For great imperial halls, more than a dozen empires, more than a dozen large sects, of course, most of them only said a few words and didn't say much about it. In fact, the military only had a superficial understanding of the restricted areas. On the 6th of June, Zhang Peng introduced the destination to everyone. In the classroom, Fang Ping and the others listened attentively like primary school students. On the big screen, a map of the forbidden zone appeared. Zhang Peng pointed at a small red that was almost invisible and said, "This is our destination this time, the king's battlefield." Jiang Chao could not help but ask, "Isn't it a domain? I heard it has something to do with the domain." Zhang Peng glanced at him and said with a slight frown, "Don't just listen to hearsay. The domain you mentioned may be related to this place, but everything has not been confirmed yet. I can only say that some of the situations here are related to the domain." Fang Ping glanced at Jiang Chao. Fine, next time he would not believe everything this guy said. The information was inaccurate, and it was mixed with some of his own guesses. It was unreliable. For example, the last time when Qin Fengqing and Tai Tu had recklessly charged into the domain, it was also related to this fellow's half-baked intelligence. Zhang Ping ignored him and continued, "The formation of the King battleground is very complicated. Rumor has it that it has something to do with the two leaders of the catacombs, or the two kings that some people know. Monster Life and the two founders of the Monster Plant's royal court, the two emperors. These two were recorded in some books in the catacombs. However, in reality, they had disappeared for many years. It was uncertain whether they were still alive. Perhaps he was alive, perhaps he had fallen. However, humans and the catacombs have been at odds for many years, and there's no news to prove that these two are still alive. I'll continue talking about the King battlefield. There are two types of rumors about it. Firstly, this was a forbidden area that the two kings had created when they led their subordinates to slaughter. It was also the place where their final battle took place. That was why it was called the King's battlefield. Secondly, speaking up to this point, Zhang Peng pondered for a moment before saying, "Secondly, this place may be related to human martial artists." No, it should be said that this forbidden area was definitely related to human warriors. As early as the era of the two kings, there were human martial artists who had participated in the catacombs war here. This place might be the ruins left behind by the battle between the two kings and the human experts. However, due to the current lack of information, it was impossible to accurately deduce. In the battlefield of the two kings, there are some remnants of human warriors, some corpses. However, whether they were human warriors who were coerced to participate in the battle between the two kings, or explorers who came later, or a battle between humans and the two kings, there is no way to guess. Fang Ping could not help but ask, there are ruins left behind by humans here? Of course. Zhang Peng laughed. Otherwise, why would the catacombs allow us to enter this place? That was because there were some areas that only human cultivators could enter. Since they could not enter, they could not obtain any benefits. Now that we're inside, they can kill us and reap the benefits. This was the reason why the catacombs' powerhouses had reached an agreement with human powerhouses to allow humans to enter the battleground. Otherwise, can we really barge into the forbidden area inside the forbidden zone? I see. Fang Ping nodded. Then, how many years has it been since the era of the two kings? In the past, Fang Ping had read a book that recorded the era of the two kings. It was not long before the catacombs' resurrection passageway was opened. Fang Ping's memory was not too bad. He added, I've read a book before. It was recorded in the Demon Emperor's calendar year 3882 that the two kings began to appear in the records. Up to year 4312, they had been fighting for more than 400 years. Year 4312 recorded that both sides had stopped fighting. The year 4895 records the opening of the Passage of Rebirth. This happened more than 600 years later. From the era of the two kings to the opening of the Passage of Rebirth, it has spanned 1,000 years of history. Zhang Peng smiled and said, Don't ask, because we don't know either. Now, the catacombs no longer use the Demon Emperor calendar but the God Continent calendar. It's year 1040 of the God Continent calendar now. Fang Ping said in surprise, the era has changed. Then the Demon Emperor calendar will open the Resurrection Passage. I'm not sure. Maybe it's been opened before. No, it must have been opened before. Otherwise, humans wouldn't have left their remains in the catacombs. After saying that, Zhang Peng smiled and said, You don't have to pay special attention to these things. Even if we can trace back to the Demon Emperor era, so what? In reality, it was impossible to trace back. Were there other eras before the God Continent calendar? I don't know. Did the Demon Emperor calendar coincide with the God Continent calendar? I don't know. There are some things that maybe only the pinnacle of the catacombs would know. Even the pinnacle of humans might not know. But will they tell us everything? Fang Ping said, that is to say, they are not sure how long the gap between us and the two kings is. If the God Continent calendar is a continuation of the Demon Emperor era, then the gap is at least more than 1,000 years? Yes. More than 1,000 years ago, maybe even earlier, the two kings might have fought with humans? Zhang Peng said, maybe the two kings fought among themselves. Humans might also be explorers. This is not easy to be sure. We can't be sure that humans and the two kings fought just because we found human remains and remains. I understand. I have no more doubts. General Zhang, please continue. Zhang Peng continued, I won't go into too much detail about the origin of the King battlefield. Let's talk about our mission and purpose in going to the King battlefield. The biggest goal is to break through ourselves and advance to a high rank. The King battlefield is very mysterious. It's so mysterious that even after countless years of exploration, there are still countless good things. Some places, after you've finished exploring, may appear in a completely different place. The terrain there is not unchanging. Instead, it's affected by a kind of force, changing all the time. Therefore, although I've been there before, I can't give you more information. It's the same for the catacombs. You can only explore and search for it yourself. As long as you can find something good, you can quickly seal your Xianxia gate, quickly increase your mentality, and even forge a golden body. Of course, it's also very dangerous there. I don't have to explain this. The 4 main courts, more than 10 dynasties, and sects will all send people there. Moreover, they have more people than us. Every time they go, they will send hundreds of people, 10 times more than us. However, they don't get along. There's a lot of internal strife. In their eyes, humans are only a force, not the common enemy of the catacombs. To treat us, as long as we're not from the monster plant clan, it's almost the same as how they treat people from other forces. To let humans enter, on one hand, it's to open up some ruins. On the other hand, it's also to train these catacombs geniuses. To give everyone a more fair environment to kill each other, it's a better way to filter out the real prodigies. Xianxia said hurriedly, I heard from my pervert that he's there too. How can we guarantee that we're not with them? I don't dare to go to a place where rank 7 powerhouses are, Zhangping and Xiaodong said, don't worry about this. Rank SIXS have their own rank 6 area. Rank 7s, rank 8s, and even some weaker rank 9s have their own areas. The King battleground is divided into many layers. Rank SIXS are only at the outer layer. Everyone enters different areas. Between each area, there's a boundary wall, blocking the communication between the two places. Of course, at this time, Zhangping said solemnly, although there's a boundary wall, there might be a weak spot in the boundary wall. When the time comes, you can break through the boundary wall to the rank 7 area. If rank 7 martial artists discover the weak spot, they might also enter the rank 6 area. There are very few weak spots, but that doesn't mean there are none. This has happened in the past. However, rank 7 martial artists usually won't come here. First, there aren't many weak spots in the boundary wall. It's hard to find them. They don't have the time to look for them. It's not worth it. Second, because the terrain is complicated, even if they come here, they might not be able to find you. The things in the rank 6 area won't be of much help to them, so they won't come here specifically. I'm saying all this just in case. Also, when some rank 6 martial artists break through and enter rank 7, you have to be more careful. They won't leave immediately after they break through. After some people break through, they'll look for the other party's geniuses to kill. This also exists. Everyone nodded. Everyone understood this point. Zhangping continued, the first goal is to break through. The second goal is to kill more catacombs geniuses, especially monster plant clan geniuses. Many of the city lords in the Outland are actually born from these geniuses. In the Outland, it's rare for us same-rank martial artists to have a fair fight. However, when we get there, it's relatively much fairer. Because of the existence of the boundary wall and the agreement between both parties, no high ranks will enter the rank 6 area through the entrance. At this time, we have to do our best to kill those genius martial artists. Of course, they're very strong. Some of them are even the Paragon's direct disciples. Don't ever underestimate the Catacombs Paragon's direct disciples. Zhangping said seriously, the human Paragon is very stressed and very busy. They're guarding Mount Royal Sea, so they can't teach everyone. However, the Catacombs Paragon is much more relaxed. As long as they don't leave the restricted area, they don't have to worry about any stress. Even the human Paragon dares not cross Mount Royal Sea. That's why they have more time to teach their students and juniors. You can imagine how powerful these martial artists are. Don't ever put yourselves in their shoes. As soon as he said this, the few people in Star Polaris City felt a little embarrassed. By saying this, did he mean that all of them were fake Paragon's descendants? Jianchao said sheepishly, no matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than Feng Ping? Zhangpeng laughed. That's hard to say. Feng Ping is not weak, but to say that he can subdue all the catacombs geniuses, that might not be the case. How many Paragons are there in the catacombs? The 4 majestic houses, dynasties, sects. Not to mention the 108 foreign geniuses, there are also many genius martial artists themselves. To be honest, Feng Ping is also considered one of the top ones among them. However, to say that he is invincible would be exaggerating his strength. Feng Ping, when you get there, don't be careless. Feng Ping nodded with a serious look on his face. He was joking. He was not stupid. Not to mention these rank SIXS, many of the mentality-vitality fusion were just one step away from breaking through. Once he got there, he might encounter rank 7s within a few days, and a whole bunch of them too. No matter how arrogant he was, he would not be so arrogant that he would really look down on rank 7s. The big beard and the black-robed woman from before were because they were beginners. Moreover, these rank 7s did not really come with the intention to fight to the death. However, when they arrived at the king's battleground, it was obviously not that simple. It was not like they were fighting a friendly match. Other than these two objectives, everyone actually has another objective. Of course, it doesn't have much to do with you guys. This is mainly a mission aimed at those high-ranked martial artists in the inner area. Zhang Peng thought for a while and still said, thirdly, see if you can find any traces left behind by the two kings. Here in the catacombs, we have been looking for the two kings. The two kings may have fallen, but the catacombs said that they are in deep sleep. They swore that they are in deep sleep, but it is also possible. If they really awaken the two kings, then humans will be in trouble. Legend has it that the king's battleground is where the two kings had their final battle. If they are in deep sleep, then these two people may be at the king's battleground. Fang Ping could not help but interrupt again, there are a lot of paragons in the catacombs. If they are really there, I'm afraid they would have been discovered long ago. Zhang Peng laughed. Let me finish. The king's battleground is very special. It's so special that I said before that it is only a weak rank 9's area at most. Do you know why? Duh. Fang Ping criticized in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. I don't understand it. How would I know? In the king's battleground, because the battle back then was too intense, maybe there were even paragons who fell in it. In addition, a large number of powerhouses fell, which led to the birth of a new path formed by countless powerhouses' origin and mentality. New path? You can think of it as a martial artist's martial path. Of course, the king's battleground is very complicated. It is a combination of countless martial paths. All martial artists who walk their own path can't go there. Once they go there, their martial path will conflict. Even the paragons can't resist it, and their own path will collapse. Because too many powerhouses have fallen there, so many that the combination of their mixed martial paths can almost affect these people's path, causing their own ideals to waver, and their martial path to collapse. Therefore, all martial artists who walk their own path can't go near the king's battleground. Therefore, at most, only weak rank 9s will go there. Xianxia looked terrified. Then we won't be affected if we go there, right? At this moment, Zhang Peng's expression was very pleasant. After a while, Zhang Peng said dryly, You walk your own martial path first. Today, among the Sino nation rank 9s, there are only more than 10 rank 9s who have walked their own martial path. Most of them haven't really found their own path, so they are not clear about their future. When I said more than 10 people, it was just an empty reference. There might not be that many. However, at this point, Zhang Peng laughed. However, there are also exceptions. For example, Dean Li can't go there. Although, strictly speaking, he is only a rank 8, but Dean Li's 10,000 paths are 1, and his path is clear. The martial path has already been set. At this time, even if Dean Li could go to the king's battleground, he would not go there. Because once he goes, the mixed martial path's origin will interfere with him, and it will easily cause him to collapse. This is also the reason why the king's battleground has not been explored by powerhouses all these years. Not only that, some people even speculate whether it is because the two kings are in deep sleep here, and their own path is too powerful, interfering with everything, causing other martial artists who have walked their own path to be unable to go near. No matter what, you guys don't have to care, because you guys have no way of reaching this level. Some weak rank 9s have not reached this level, so they are the main force to explore the king's battleground. Fang Ping asked, then, are there rank 9 humans exploring inside? Yes. As Zhang Peng said that, he looked at the few people from Star Town. After a while, he said, however, there are very few rank 9s exploring. Let me put it this way, a paragon has a rank 9 quota, so, it has nothing to do with you guys, and it has nothing to do with us. Exploring the two kings is an absolute peaks matter. Some people from Star Town are there, on our side. My grandfather didn't let anyone go, neither did Commander Li, because it's not worth it for a rank 9 to die there. Fang Ping understood the deeper meaning of these words. The people from Star Town were too idle. They had nothing to do, so they could explore wherever they wanted. Even if they died there, it would not affect the overall situation. However, the other human rank 9s were all guarding the catacombs, so they could not be used casually in this aspect. If they died there, it would be a huge loss. Breaking through oneself, killing catacombs prodigies, searching for the two kings' traces. Anything else? Yes. Xianxia laughed. There is one last thing. Of course, this is extremely rare, so rare that it might not happen even once in a few decades. However, you guys must pay attention. In the land of kings, the most precious thing is not something that can enhance your mentality, nor is it something that can seal your Xianxia gate. It's also not some remnant ancient combat techniques or divine weapons. In the land of kings, whether it is the rank 6 area or other areas, there is only one precious thing. What is it? Fang Ping's eyes lit up. The token. Zhang Peng said in high spirits, the token. The token on some ancient corpses. Previously, when I said that the land of kings and the boundaries might be related, it's because of this. Ancient token? Yes. Zhang Peng thought for a while before saying, I have never seen it before. Actually, most people have not seen it before, but there are still people who have found this kind of special token on some of the corpses of the dead by chance. This kind of token is related to the boundaries. Back then, Commander had obtained one. Li Hansong, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, a token that can open the boundary wall? Yes. Among the martial artists who participated in the battle in the Land of Kings, were there martial artists from the boundaries? Should be. Of course, it's hard to say. I'm not sure about the situation in the boundaries. Actually, no one is clear about it. It could also be the same as us, finding a token on an elder's body. These tokens are proof of identity. They can open the boundary wall and enter the boundary's inner area. Of course, they are very rare, almost impossible to ask for. Moreover, some tokens are also useless. Back then, Commander had obtained one, entered the boundaries, and obtained some opportunities. As for the origin of these tokens, whether they were left behind by the people of the boundaries, or obtained by people like us who came later, we can't be sure. When Zhang Peng said this, Li Hansong's expression changed. There was actually a token that allowed one to enter the domain in the king-level battlefield. What did this mean? It meant that someone might have obtained the key to his house. Also, in the Land of Kings, those human martial artists who died, what was the relationship between them and the boundaries? People from the boundaries? Their subordinates back then? Or was it a token obtained accidentally by someone who came later, and then left in the Land of Kings? Or was it simply the place where they and the catacombs powerhouses fought? Thinking of this, Li Hansong suddenly looked at Yao Qingjun. Not only Li Hansong, Fang Ping also could not help but look at him. The ruins that Yao Qingjun conjured, could it be the Land of Kings? If it was, then it was 2F** king coincidental. Yao Qingjun also frowned slightly. It could not be, however, the ruins that he conjured at least had a general appearance. Whether it was or not, they should know when they went there. If it was really the Land of Kings, then many things could be traced back. Could it be that they were really powerhouses who died in battle there, resurrected now? The ones who waged war with them back then were the catacombs' two kings. The few of them let their imagination run wild, and for a moment, they were a little distracted. Fang Ping, on the other hand, swallowed his saliva. F***ck, if this was true, then they were done for. If he went, should he find a corpse and say it was his? At this moment, Zhang Peng was still narrating. Ancient tokens were extremely rare. After so many years, they had encountered almost only a few. Even if they did, some of them were already useless and useless. It could not be helped. Everyone knew that this could be the key to opening the boundary zone, but different boundary zone had different keys. Li Zhen had really gotten lucky, and that was how he had opened it. However, on Sino Nation's side, they had also obtained 1 or 2 tokens in recent years. Until now, they were still unused. Some of them were because the passageways in some places had not been opened, so they could not go to the boundary zone. Some of them were because the boundary zone was too dangerous. Going there was almost certain death. More often than not, you were already done for before you even reached the boundary zone. At this moment, Li Hansong suddenly said that, can a paragon forcefully open the boundary zone's boundary wall? No. Then, Li Hansong frowned slightly and did not ask further. Instead, he thought of someone, the Yang family's patriarch. He had gone in. Could it be that the Yang family's patriarch had obtained such a token? It just so happened that it was the Tiannan Catacombs token, so he could not help but enter the boundary zone, and finally died inside. If he died, then why did Li Jin not die, and even take away some of the opportunities? Besides, when Yang Daohong and his group went to the boundary zone that day, although they also had tokens on them, they were not from the boundary zone, but Star Town City's token. Then why did Yang Daohong and his group have the confidence to enter? How did the Yang family's patriarch enter? How did Yang Daohong and his group prepare? And how could they enter? Zhang Peng said that even the paragon could not enter. Li Hansong was at a loss. As for Fang Ping, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. The Yang family's patriarch might not have entered through the token. Not only the Yang family's patriarch, but Yang Daohong and the others also did not have a token. He was sure that Taimu and the others did not have one. Taimu wanted to use human vitality to break through the barrier, but obviously he did not succeed. Since Taimu had done so, it meant that someone had done it before, entering through the impact of vitality, or was it aura? Could it be Taitu's accomplice? Resurrected martial artist? Or maybe it's only the people from Star Town who can enter, but others can't, because the people from Star Town are the descendants of the people from the boundary zone? Then Taitu and the others. Could they be Star Town's patriarch? Fang Ping gave Li Hansong and the others a strange look, then looked at Jiang Chao and the others. You guys are not family, are you? Star Town recruited resurrected martial artists. Could it be that they were also looking for their own family? Motherf ****, what a complicated ethical relationship. Who was the patriarch? He was getting dizzy. For 3 days, Zhang Ping introduced the situation of the restricted area to everyone. Although everyone was only going to the land of kings this time, as long as these people came back alive, there was hope for them to become grandmasters. At this point, they could be considered as the backbone of humanity. Informing them about the restricted area would be helpful in the future too. In the afternoon of June 7th, Zhang Peng ended his class. In the afternoon, Li Daong, who did not appear before, also appeared. In the classroom, Li Daong looked at everyone, especially Fang Ping, and said with a serious expression, "This time, Du Hong will be the leader of the team when we go to the land of kings. Everyone must listen to Du Hong's orders." Of course. Li Daong's tone was a little heavier. He said in a low voice, "You can choose not to listen. If you don't listen, then leave the team. I won't force this. Some lone wanderers are not suitable for team battles. This is also normal. However, as long as you are in the team, you must listen to military orders. Once you violate military orders, you will be severely punished." Everyone did not speak. Li Daong looked at Fang Ping again and said in a serious tone, "Fang Ping, did you hear me clearly?" Fang Ping was speechless. He nodded and said, "I heard you clearly. Why do you keep looking at me? I didn't say I was going against Du Hong." July 3rd, everyone gather at Capital City. On the 3rd, we will depart. On the 4th, enter the restricted area and enter the land of kings. As Li Daong said, he continued, "In the land of kings, there is no time limit. You can stay as long as you want. However, don't stay too long. You have entered the land of kings once. In the future, you can enter again. There is no more quota limit. However, staying there for a long time is not good for you. That is a place where powerhouses have fallen. The origin is mixed. If you stay for a long time, it will easily affect your understanding of the martial arts path in the future. Therefore, as long as you break through to rank 7 or feel that you have reached your limit, you can come out through the entrance. At the entrance, each of us has a rank 9 standing guard to bring you back to Earth. Remember, don't run around." Other than the entrance, although there are boundary walls in other places, Zhang Peng also said that the boundary walls have weak points. Catacombs martial artists can leave through the weak points of the boundary walls. You can't. If you accidentally enter the other areas of the restricted area, you will definitely die. Lastly, I will say one more thing. There are very few human martial artists. No matter how much hatred you have before, after entering the restricted area, a fight between humans, we can settle it on the ground, we can settle it in the arena, we absolutely cannot let the martial artists of the Forbidden Zone laugh at us. Humans weren't as strong as restricted zone martial artists, so infighting in front of restricted zone martial artists would be detrimental to the entire human race. The other families will also remind us about this. I don't want such a person to appear in the Chinese martial artists. Of course, we must take necessary precautions. We can't be so naive to think that we're all on the same side as humans. Li Daong gave a brief speech and announced the end of the class. At this time, everyone could go home and find their own mothers. In the next month, everyone could make some preparations. As for weapons, pills, and energy stones, the army did not provide them. It was good enough that they gave you a chance. The people from the military department would definitely receive subsidies. Needless to say, there was no need to mention those from Stellar Sky City. As for those from martial arts universities, the Department of Education would provide some subsidies, but not too much. They would have to rely on themselves to prepare the rest. Fang Ping was just about to leave when Li Daong suddenly waved at him. Fang Ping felt a little helpless, but he still walked over. In the corner, Li Daong stared at Fang Ping for a while, pondered for a moment, and said, "When you go in this time, we don't expect you to take care of anyone. Martial arts cultivation is your own business. However, if the situation permits, the government still hopes that you can contribute. Besides, it's also to ease the relationship with Stellar Sky City." Also, Li Daong said in a low voice, "Remember, it's best to protect the lives of the two from the Li family and the one from the Jiang family. There are many descendants in the absolute peak. It doesn't matter if a few die, but in this generation of the Jiang family, there are currently only 2 males. As for the commander-in-chief, he's still young and has few descendants. Li Yiming is also one of the 3 males in the 3rd generation. Grandpa. He also dotes on his grandson. I'm not asking you to protect them, but you should think about it. If you can save their lives, it'll be beneficial to you too. The Li family has 2 absolute peaks, and the Jiang family also has a powerhouse among the absolute peaks. If you save them, you'll be on good terms with 3 top-notch absolute peaks. Including Minister Zhang, the 4 top-notch absolute peak powerhouses in Sino Nation will all remember your favor. Even if they don't say it, they'll naturally support you at critical moments. Fang Ping, there are some things that you need to think about. Martial artists don't just blindly fight and fight to the end." Fang Ping heard that and laughed. "Commander-in-chief, I'm just a small rank 6. You think too highly of me," Li Daong chuckled. "Don't belittle yourself. Everyone has seen your performance these few years. However, you also have the common flaws of young people. Pride, arrogance, impulsiveness. To martial artists, these aren't considered too big of a flaw. However, at critical moments, with your troublemaking personality, without the support of powerhouses, how far can you go?" Fang Ping felt wronged. "I never cause trouble." Li Daong glanced at him, then looked at him again. After a while, he said, "I've said it, but this is also on account of the fact that you turned the situation around during the trip to Tiannan. During the trip to Tiannan, everyone remembers your favor. Even if they don't say it, they still remember it in their hearts. However, Fang Ping, don't always count on some favors. What can you do? You're a smart person. You know what you need to know." Fang Ping nodded again. Although Li Daong's presence was not strong, he was still on Fang Ping's side. Fang Ping knew this. Previously, when the Yang family made things difficult, Li Daong did not ask for anyone's permission and directly wanted to imprison Yang He. It was actually not simple. After all, Yang He was one of the current patriarchs of Polaris City's 13 families. Although Li Daong was 1 rank higher than him, it was still a huge risk to imprison Yang He. However, on that day, Li Daong still made a decision quickly and decisively. Making such a decision and not coming up with a solution after the matter was also related to Fang Ping. During the Tiannan catacombs trip, Li Daong was also one of the people in charge. That time, Fang Ping's contributions could not go unnoticed when they were able to kill a large number of Tiannan catacombs powerhouses and the Sino Nation grandmasters won a complete victory. He even indirectly saved the lives of many grandmasters. This was the main reason why Li Daong was so decisive to imprison Yang He. Now, he reminded Fang Ping because he felt that this kid was too good at stirring up trouble. who knew when he would cause a huge problem, and MCMAU might not be able to protect him. If he could sell a favor to a few paragons this time, then in Sino Nation, if the 4 top paragons wanted to protect Fang Ping, even if all the other elders in Polaris City came forward, they might not be able to do anything to Fang Ping. This benefit might not be as small as Fang Ping breaking through to Grandmaster himself. Li Daong did not say anything else. He waved his hand and signaled Fang Ping to leave. After Fang Ping left, Zhang Peng walked over. He glanced at the leaving crowd and smiled. "Commander, you have high hopes for this guy?" Li Daong said calmly, "In times of great chaos, heroes will always emerge. Commander and Minister are both heroes of that era. Now, in times of chaos, who can stir up the storm and show their brilliance again? Now, the older generation of martial artists are old. How many of them can step into the top? Fang Ping might have a chance. He's a paragon?" Zhang Peng was slightly moved. Li Daong really thought highly of Fang Ping. To be honest, in today's human world, there were many grandmasters below 30 years old. In the previous youth championships, there were still many people who were below 30 years old. There were still more than 10 of them. It was not only the members of the youth championships. Some people, although they did not participate in the youth championships, had also stepped into grandmaster level. Fang Ping was not even a grandmaster now. It was not easy for a rank 9 to think so highly of him. Even Zhang Peng, he was actually only 29 years old this year, but he did not see Li Daong think highly of him. He still had a paragon grandfather. Zhang Peng stared at the backs of Fang Ping and the others as they got into the car. He was slightly distracted. "Soon," he said, "interesting. I'm looking forward to him achieving rank 7 quickly." Li Daong smiled and did not reply. There were some things that he did not want to say, and there was no need to say. Compared to the descendants of these paragons, he thought more highly of Fang Ping. Not only Fang Ping, but the other martial arts universities as well. There was no other reason. Their mentality was different. Martial artists did not have to be arrogant, but at least they had to have a bit of a high mentality. Zhang Peng did not stay in Wuhan military. Why? He was afraid of others gossiping. He was afraid of being shrouded in his grandfather's shadow for the rest of his life. Perhaps he had never thought of surpassing his grandfather and replacing him. What about Fang Ping? Fang Ping might seem unreliable, but at least he was full of drive. He had just achieved middle rank and dared to say that MCMAU would be surnamed Fang. At that time, Wu Kuxian was a rank 8. A rank 8 could not be compared to a rank 4. Not only did Fang Ping say it, but he was also doing it. Moreover, he almost did it. This was what it meant to be capable. Fang Ping, as a rank 6, dared to say that he would beat the paragons the next day. Even if he was bragging, he dared to do it. People like Zhang Peng had probably never thought of this goal in their entire lives. They had never thought that they would one day reach the paragons. If they did not even dare to think about it, how could they achieve it? In the car. Naturally, Fang Ping did not know about the conversation between Li Daong and Zhang Peng. At this moment, Fang Ping was being harassed by Jiang Chao. This fatty had not been idle ever since he got on the car. "Fang Ping, you must bring me along when we reach the King battleground. Let's not take the risk. You've broken through to rank 7. I'll get some good stuff. We'll leave after we have some gains. As for killing the catacombs geniuses, there are a lot of them. How can we kill them all? It's not too late to kill them when we're stronger. There's no rush. Next time when you're in Star Town, don't worry. If you see any girl in the family you like, I'll introduce them to you. You can take your pick." Fang Ping's head hurt. The few people in Star Town looked grim. Su Zisi said impatiently, "Jiang Chao, you're so annoying. I've never seen anyone more afraid of death than you." Jiang Chao said disapprovingly, "So what if I'm afraid of death? Is it against the law to be afraid of death? Those who aren't afraid of death are mostly dead. The remaining ones are kings. Only by not dying can you become stronger. What do you know, you little girl?" Fang Ping was too lazy to explain. He said casually, "We'll see. Remember to bring more life essence." "That's for sure. I'm talking about the money to buy your life when the time comes." Fang Ping said calmly, don't count on me for things that don't benefit me. If I get killed, I'll buy my life with money. Xianxia did not mind. He grinned and said, no problem. I'll get more good stuff when I get back. Everyone was speechless. After a while, Fang Ping and the others got out of the car. They did not continue to travel with the others. As soon as they got out of the car, Wang Jinyang said, I'm going back to NMAU. We'll meet again next month. Sure. Yao Qingjun was about to speak when Fang Ping glanced at him and said, don't go, old. Yao. Follow me to MCMAU. Try to achieve rank 6 and I'll achieve upper stage rank 6 before we enter the restricted area. Yao Qingjun looked at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. Seeing that both of them looked calm and thoughtful, he nodded and said, okay. On the night of the 7th, Fang Ping, Li Hansong, and Yao Qingjun rushed to Magic City overnight. Wang Jinyang, on the other hand, rushed back to NMAU. He had not been back for a while. Old Man Li did not show up. Fang Ping did not know if he had gone back or was walking in the Imperial Palace. He did not care either. June 8, Fang Ping appeared in MCMAU again. He appeared in the Martial Arts Society. Today's MCMAU students and instructors were full of vigor. The Vice-Chancellor was rank 9, the Dean was first in rank 8, and the President was first in rank 6. MCMAU was not what it used to be. It had reached a golden age. The title of the top elite school was well-deserved. Today's MCMAU students would attract envious gazes wherever they went. As soon as Fang Ping returned to the university, the office was flooded with people. The last to arrive was Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu arrived, he first congratulated Fang Ping for becoming first in rank 6. Then, he said, Fang Ping, the seniors are about to graduate. The university's usual practice is to hold a graduation ceremony every 2 days. What do you think of the arrangements? Graduation ceremony. Fang Ping was a little distracted when he heard that. Soon, he smiled and said, then we'll do it according to the usual practice. Oh right, this year's graduates, how many of them are willing to stay in MCMAU? Quite a few. In our year, there are currently 4 rank 5s. Other than Chen Wenlong, who will definitely not stay, Qin Fengqing, Liang Fenghua, and I will all stay. Among the rank 4 graduates, there are also 12 who are willing to stay. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Brother Liang has broken through? Previously, among the seniors, there were only 3 rank 5s. Fang Ping did not expect Liang Fenghua to break through rank 5 in the few days he was away. Zhang Yu smiled and nodded. It's a lot of pressure. There's no other way. Besides, didn't you give everyone some 100 honing fruits? The logistics department can also exchange for 100 honing fruits. Liang Fenghua exchanged for a few. His 5 viscera have been completely honed, and he has just entered rank 5. In the past, there were not many martial arts university students who had entered rank 5. In the previous year, there were 2 rank 5s. This year, there were 4 rank 5s. Not only them, but among the juniors, Xiaolei had also entered rank 5. Other than Xiaolei, there were a few peak rank 4 martial artists in the juniors who were also about to enter rank 5. Among the sophomores, Fang Ping was already the first in rank 6. Many of them might even enter rank 5 this year. For example, Chen Yunqi, Zhao Lei, Fu Chongding. As MCMAU became better and better, there were more and more good stuff. These people's breakthroughs were also getting faster. Among the freshmen, they were also improving rapidly. Tang Wen and the other new students were already strong. Now, Tang Wen and a few others had entered rank 3. At the end of their freshman year, it was not easy to reach rank 3. Fang Ping pondered and said, how about this? When you get back, get me a copy of the current strength statistics of MCMAU instructors and students. I haven't paid attention to it for a few days, so I don't know the current situation. The Vice-Chancellor might not attend the graduation ceremony. He's not out of closed-door cultivation yet. I'll invite Dean Li and the others to attend. You guys have graduated this year. Although you've left the university, you're still part of MCMAU. I hope that the others will have a good future after leaving MCMAU. I'll be counting on your blessings. Zhang Yu smiled and said, this year's martial sciences examination for new students has ended today. How do you think MCMAU's enrollment standards and number of students will be decided? Let me see the results first. Oh right, give me a list of the most outstanding examinees from all over the country. Fong Ping added, a smile appearing on his face. Old Jing's 2 grandchildren must be recruited for the Gaokao this year. Everything was handed over to Zhang Yu to handle. After Zhang Yu left, Fong Ping looked at the empty office, slightly lost in thought. The office director was not Zhang Yu. In the past, Xianxia spent most of her time in the office. But now, Xianxia was rarely seen. In the few days that Fong Ping was gone, Xianxia left too. She went to the catacombs. It was not just her. Many people had left too. Many of them were nowhere to be seen. Zhao Xuemei had been gone for 2 months. No one knew if she was dead or alive. They only knew that she had entered the Donglin catacombs and had not come out since. Qin Fengqing had also left. It was said that he had gone to the Beijiang catacombs. There was a big battle in the Beijiang catacombs. No one knew if that guy had gone to take advantage of the situation or joined the battle. He could not see any of the grandmasters in the university. When he came back to take a look, they were all in closed-door cultivation. Without exception, Old Manly could not be found. That's good too. 1 school to guard 1 catacombs. Maybe it'll be realized soon. Fong Ping muttered to himself. The unattainable dream of the past seemed very likely to come true now. June 10, MCMAU held a 4th-year graduation ceremony. This year's 4th-year students could be said to be weak. Compared to the students from the other 3 years, they were indeed not strong. They could be said to be strong. There were more than 30 rank 4 and 5 students and hundreds of rank 3 students. This was more powerful than any other university. During the graduation ceremony, Li Chongxing came out of closed-door cultivation and gave a speech on behalf of the university. As the president of the Martial Arts Society and the number 1 powerhouse in rank 6, Fong Ping also went on stage to give a speech. After the graduation ceremony, most of the students went their separate ways. Some went to the military department, some went to other places, and some went to other departments and houses. After the graduation ceremony, Fong Ping also received the current strength statistics of MCMAU's instructors and students. After the graduation of the 4th-year students, there were 975 new and old instructors in MCMAU. There were 5,230 students in 3 years. Among the instructors, there was 1 rank 9, 1 rank 8, 4 rank 7s, 62 rank SIXS, 345 rank 5s, 410 rank 4s, and 152 rank 3s. In the past, rank 3 instructors were the instructors who taught cultural studies. Just last year, rank 3 instructors took up half of the instructors' quota. This year, rank 3 instructors were the minority. Middle-ranked instructors were the mainstream of MCMAU today. Among the students, there was 1 rank 6, 1 rank 5, 220 rank 4s, 1260 rank 3s, 2550 rank 2s, and 1198 rank 1s. After the graduation of the 4th-year students, under the circumstances where rank 3 was the most respected in other schools, MCMAU had more than 1,000 rank 3 students. There was not a single aspiring martial artist in the entire university. Rank 1 was only a minority among them. This kind of data was enough to shock the entire country. Martial Arts Society, Office. Fong Ping looked at the data for a while and said softly, there are more than 1,000 middle-ranked people. Wuhan military's 38,000 people, don't tell me they are all middle-ranked martial artists? Old Manly shook his head and said, how is that possible? Middle-ranked martial artists haven't reached the point where they can be found everywhere. The people in Wuhan military are generally older than you guys. Most of them are in their early 30s. Among them, 1/3 of the middle-ranked martial artists are dead at most. The ratio won't be higher than this. 10,000 middle-ranked people is already overestimating Wuhan military. That is to say, the direct combat troops that the Education Ministry has accumulated for so many years are less than 10 times stronger than MCMAU. If we add in the grandmasters, excluding Minister Zhang, do they have as many as 60 grandmasters? Old Manly thought for a while and said, according to Minister Zhang, there are 38 commanders in Wuhan military. That means there are 38 high-ranked martial artists. Including the general and deputy leaders of Wuhan military, there are probably 40 of them. Currently, the Education Ministry has 8 deputy ministers. The local education directors in Capital City and Magic City are also high-ranked. All in all, they are in their early 50s. Fang Ping heard that and laughed. If that's the case, the Education Ministry is indeed very strong. Even if we don't include the minister, they are still 10 times stronger than MCMAU. It seems that MCMAU still has a long way to go. Old Manly glanced at him and could not help but laugh. What great ambition. After all, MCMAU was only a school. Students left the school after they graduated. After all, not many of them stayed. Moreover, MCMAU was only one of the 99 martial arts universities under the jurisdiction of the Education Ministry. Did this kid want to build MCMAU into a second education ministry? One had to know that even someone like Zhang Tao, who was at the pinnacle, had spent 30 years to build such a team. In fact, it was not just 30 years. Zhang Tao's predecessor had also been accumulating strength. Fang Ping did not say much. After looking at the strength statistics for a while, he said, there are more than 60 rank 6 instructors. I don't know how long it will take for Dean Luo to achieve Grandmaster. For the time being, try to supply the deans with resources like the divine fruit so that they can achieve mentality-vitality fusion as soon as possible. These deans have been training for many years and have broken through mentality-vitality fusion. The hurdle of materialization should not be as difficult as the young ones. Martial artists in places like Star Town took a long time to break through mentality-vitality fusion to materialization. This was because they were too young, did not polish their martial arts enough, and consumed too many treasures. People like Qin Zhenhua might not encounter this hurdle. If the 4 peak rank 6 martial artists could all achieve rank 7, then the number of grandmasters in MCMAU would really reach 10. Old Manly did not say anything. He could not be bothered with these things. Fang Ping did whatever he wanted. Fang Ping continued looking at the list. This time, he was looking at the list of students who performed well in the martial sciences examinations this year. There were too many people who participated in the examinations this year. Tens of millions of them. Fang Ping looked and said, this year, MCMAU will enroll 5,000 students. Let the number of students exceed 10,000. That many? Old Manly was shocked. Beside him, Zhang Yu, who had been silent all this while, could not help but say, isn't 5,000 too many? A school with 10,000 students isn't considered too many. MCMAU can still provide for them for now. As Fang Ping said that, he flipped to the last page of the list and said with some surprise, there are so many martial artists in the martial sciences exam candidates this year? At this moment, the list he had received was a list of all the martial arts exam candidates in the country. More than 9,000 people. Fang Ping was really surprised. In previous years, each province had at most produced more than 10 martial arts exam candidates. It would be the most there could be 300 to 400 martial arts exam candidates in the country. This year, however, there were more than 9,000, Zhang Yu explained, it's easier to cultivate now. Moreover, many of them are juniors and seniors in social sciences schools. These people's vitality wasn't weak back then. Now that a few years have passed, many of them have broken through and become martial artists. Also, since 2 months ago, the price of the Vitality Replenishing Pill and the Vitality Replenishing Pill has dropped greatly. It has dropped to 1,000 yuan per pill. Previously, a normal Vitality pill was 100,000 yuan per pill. Now, the price has dropped a lot. The current market price is 60,000 yuan per pill. With such a big drop, more people are buying the pills. 60,000 yuan for a Vitality pill is still acceptable for some exam candidates' families. The price has dropped so much? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. He had not paid much attention to this. Zhang Yu nodded. It's dropped a lot, and it might continue to drop. Also, the e-commerce platform has officially started connecting all martial arts universities. Currently, we're only setting the price of Vitality pills at 3 credits. The value of credits has also depreciated to 11,000 for 1 credit. It's cheaper for martial arts universities to buy Vitality pills. It's only 30,000, which is actually just the cost price. I think, after a period of operation, martial arts universities will soon enter the era of full martial artists. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Then, he suddenly smiled. MCMAU wants half of the 9,000 martial artists. We don't want those who are too old. We'll take the best of the best. As for aspiring martial artists, this year, MCMAU's standard is to only recruit twice-honed martial artists. This way, MCMAU will enter the stage of full martial artists immediately. We won't have to waste a lot of resources to cultivate aspiring martial artists anymore. After saying that, Fang Ping flipped to the first page. He glanced at it, and his eyes lit up. This Zhang Shui and Zhang An are both recruited to the university. Not bad at all. 18 years old, rank 4 martial artists. With this kind of ability, they're actually participating in the Gaokao. This is beyond my expectations. I'm afraid it's rare to meet people like this. Everyone was paying attention to these 2 rank 4 martial artists. Zhang Yu glanced at Fang Ping and coughed softly. That MCMAU actually contacted them before. They want to stay in capital cities' martial arts universities. Fang Ping glanced at him and smiled. Continue the communication. Tell them, if they don't want to come to MCMAU, then don't go to martial arts universities. Why should they go to CCMAU? Abuse their power and bully the new students? In the whole of martial arts universities, only MCMAU has a large number of middle-ranked students to pressure them. How many does CCMAU have? These youngsters can't take it. Look down on them. Don't be afraid to say it too harshly. Old Manly glanced at Fang Ping and said impatiently, don't try anything funny. If you piss Minister Zhang off, he'll blow you to death. That won't be necessary. Fang Ping smiled and continued reading. He nodded as he read, saying, the quality of this batch of students isn't bad. Other than these 2 middle-ranked students, there are actually 2 rank 3 students. Their families also have minds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have broken through in martial arts so quickly. They've used life essence. Rank 2 students. There are actually more than 10 of them. Needless to say, they're all the descendants of top-notch powerhouses. Why are they gathering together this year? What's going on? Old Manly said, it should have something to do with the worsening situation in the past 2 years. In the past, many people were actually not in a hurry to cultivate their descendants. Now that they're in a hurry, they'll naturally gather together. Every family has a few descendants of a suitable age. No wonder, as Fang Ping spoke, he continued reading. After finishing the first page, Fang Ping was ready to stop reading. However, Zhang Yu coughed softly and said, that. Look at the second page. Fang Ping glanced at him, feeling a little strange. Then, he flipped to the second page. On the second page, the first name made Fang Ping's eyes widen. Fang Yuan? Fang Ping's expression changed again. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, this be *TCH. How dare she participate in the martial sciences exam behind my back? Old Manly sighed. When a child grows up, it's no longer up to his mother. When the younger generation's wings have hardened, they don't care about their elders anymore. These words were directed at Fang Ping. That's right, I'm talking about you. Don't you like to go against people too? Isn't it normal for your sister to go against you? Fang Ping was speechless. He took a step forward and said, I'll go back first. Senior Zhang, regarding the recruitment, you guys decide, then Fang Yuan, we'll talk about it later. Fang Ping replied and left the Martial Arts Society immediately. As soon as he left, Old Manly said with a smile, add another name. MCMAU affiliated high schools Li Hongyu. I thought that peak aspiring martial artist should be enough. This kid is really ruthless this year. He's already said it as a twice-honed aspiring martial artist. Zhang Yu smiled and did not say much. If Dean Li wanted to enter through the back door, it would not be a problem. Bay Gardens. The villa area. Fang Ping sat alone in the living room. Opposite him was Fang Yuan, and on one side were Fang Mingrong and his wife. Fang Yuan's little face was tense. She stole glances at Fang Ping from time to time, then looked at Fang Mingrong and his wife for help. Li Yueying saw her daughter's pitiful expression and said, "Ping Ping, your dad and I know that Fang Yuan is participating in the martial sciences exam." Fang Ping said helplessly, "Mom, if you know, why didn't you tell me?" Li Yueying glanced at her daughter. Fang Yuan's face was full of worry. She said softly, "You know. I told you." Fang Ping glared at her and said fiercely, "Didn't I tell you not to take the exam? I'm a martial artist now." "So what if you're a martial artist?" Fang Ping looked dissatisfied. "You're at the top. I can beat you up whenever I want. I can beat you up whenever I want. You have to accept your fate. How dare you talk back to me? Are you trying to turn the world upside down?" Fang Yuan felt wronged. "I told you I'm a martial artist. I didn't say anything. Why are you being so mean?" Fang Ping knocked on the coffee table and said, "Why do you want to enter a martial arts university? You don't lack resources. Your brother can afford it. Even if you want a divine weapon, I can give it to you." At this point, Fang Ping thought of the two descendants of the Zhang family. They did not lack resources either. Why did they want to take the Gaokao? Why did they want to come to a martial arts university? Fang Ping did not speak for a while. Zhang Tao had even sent his own offspring to a martial arts university. What was that for? He did not go to the military department because it was relatively more dangerous. He stayed at home. Zhang Tao probably did not want his descendants to become like those in Stellar Sky City, who only left home after reaching rank 6. He came to a martial arts university to broaden his horizons and participate in the catacombs battle step by step. A martial arts university was also the most suitable place for middle and low-ranked martial artists. They did not have to be like the martial artists in the military department, who were stationed in the catacombs day and night. They also did not have to be like casual martial artists, who might not be able to enter the catacombs for their entire lives, not knowing the truth and living in ignorance. Martial arts universities had a group of like-minded comrades and a group of students who worked hard together. Perhaps, this was the kind of atmosphere they were looking for. He had always criticized Stellar Sky City martial artists, yet he wanted to train Fang Yuan into a martial artist like that. Humans are so complicated. Fang Ping did not speak again. After a while, he looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Come here." Fang Yuan quickly shook her head. "Come here." Fang Yuan reluctantly looked at Fang Mingrong and his wife with a pleading gaze. Both of them did not know whether to laugh or cry, and neither of them said a word. Seeing that, Fang Yuan had no choice but to drag her feet and sit beside Fang Ping. Fang Ping pinched her cheeks and said with a sigh, "I just hope that you'll always be happy, and that you'll always be able to maintain a relaxed smile instead of a gloomy look." Everyone said that martial arts universities were good, everyone said that martial artists were good, but who knew how many powerhouses did not want their loved ones to become martial artists? Back then, I knew nothing about martial arts and thought that since I had become a martial artist, my sister could also become a martial artist. One wrong thought led you onto the path of martial arts. You don't know how much regret I've felt in my heart. Perhaps I shouldn't have taken you on this path. But then he remembered that she was Fang Ping's family, Fang Ping's sister. In the past 2 years, your brother has offended many people. His hands are also stained with blood, and he has killed countless people. I had once hoped that my family could be under my protection, that they would no longer have to be stained with blood, that they would no longer have to face all of this. But now, Fang Ping's emotions were complicated. After a long while, he said, "In the end, I realized that I was the one at fault. From the day I became a martial artist, from the day I lured the evil sect martial artists to kill me, my family could no longer be as proud of me as they were in the past. They did not know that martial arts were bloody. Actually, I was only deceiving myself. Don't my parents worry about me? The fear of the unknown has probably made you unable to live in peace. Maybe I was really wrong." Fang Ping sighed. Fang Mingrong lit a cigarette and said nothing. Li Yueying's voice was slightly choked up as she said softly, "Ping Ping, let Yuan go to martial arts university. Yuan might not be able to help you much, but at least, let your family know if you're still safe, if you're still alive." As Li Yueying spoke, tears suddenly streamed down her face. She choked and said, "Ping ping, a few days ago, I saw someone send ashes back to the residents here. Dead. They don't even know how they died. My parents, wife, and son did not even get to see them one last time. They don't know where their son went. They only know that their son is dead. Your dad and I didn't have much of a future in our lives. What we're most proud of is raising you and your sister, especially you. You've made a name for yourself. Mom and Dad are happy to see that. But who knew that martial arts training would be like this, so dangerous? Mom often hears people talking about this area. I didn't know that, so many people die every year. Every family has people dying on the path of martial arts. Ping ping, I don't want that day to come, but I also know that I can't help you. I can only be a burden to you. Even if Yuan can't help you, she went to martial arts university, to MCMAU. At least I know that you're fine, that you're still in school. Sob, brother, let me go to MCMAU. I promise, I won't cause you trouble. The mother and daughter both started crying. Fong Ping felt helpless. He felt warm, but he also did not know whether to laugh or cry. Mom, don't cry, okay? Your son is fine. If you cry, others might not even know what's going on. Li Yueying wiped her eyes and restrained her emotions. Fong Ping was not as polite to Feng Yuan. He pulled her cheeks hard and scolded, "Shut up. Why would a martial artist cry? Martial artists bleed but not cry. In martial arts universities, martial artists who cry are useless. Since you said you won't embarrass me and hold me back, then you're not allowed to cry." Feng Yuan stopped sobbing immediately. Her eyes lit up, and she looked pleasantly surprised. Even though her cheeks were being pulled, she still mumbled, "Brother, I can go to MCMAU now?" Fong Ping rubbed her cheeks for a while, as if he was kneading dough, before letting her go. He sighed. "You're determined to go to martial arts university. I stopped you once, so I don't want to stop you a second time. My only request is that you remember, your brother is still here. Your brother is your sky. Others can't hold up this sky, but I will. Don't listen to others. Don't trust anyone. In this world, you only need to believe in me." Yes, Feng Yuan nodded quickly. She smiled. "Brother, I know. Don't worry." After saying that, she even flashed a silly smile. Fong Ping was helpless. How could he not worry if she was an idiot? Now that things had come to this, the girl's heart was unstable. If he did not let her go to martial arts university, she would not be at ease. What could he do? He could control her once, but could he control her forever? Su Haran had been like this before. He was hesitant and helpless about Su Zisu's participation in the competition. He wanted her to lose, but he did not want to see his granddaughter frowning. In this world, martial artists could be cruel to their enemies, but they could not be cruel to their own family. Jin Yaoting probably had a lot on his mind when he sent his granddaughter to martial arts university. Tang Feng probably had some hesitation when he sent his daughter to MCMAU. It's hard being a parent. Fu Chongding's grandfather did not allow him to practice martial arts when he was young. In the end, when he grew up, his grandson went solo and went straight to MCMAU. Fine. I'll keep this girl in MCMAU. At least she'll be by my side. At least I know what she's doing. At least I know if she went to the catacombs or not. Fong Ping did not want his sister to go to other martial arts universities. He was worried. He could either not let Feng Yuan go to a martial arts university, or she could only come to MCMAU. At MCMAU, he could still take care of her. If she went to another martial arts university, who knew if she would be schemed against? If an instructor with a screw loose brought his sister to the catacombs without asking him, and something happened, Fong Ping would not be able to find the culprit even if he wanted to take revenge. Fong Ping had a deep understanding of this. Because he had done such wicked things before, in the past, in order to raise funds, he had threatened a large number of powerhouse's descendants. If they did not pay up, he would send them to the catacombs. That would scare them to death. If someone else did the same thing to him one day, Fong Ping would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Take advantage of the holidays and cultivate hard. Strive to enter upper stage rank 1 or even peak rank 1 before school starts. Your talent is too low. You need to work harder. Things are different now. This year's Gaokao students are very strong. There are a few rank 4, a lot of rank 3, and countless rank 2. Fang Ping made up his mind and did not say anything else. He looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. In the past, I didn't want to hurt you too much. But now, I can only tell you the truth. There are too many geniuses in this world. You don't know because you don't know much. This year's new students have a lot of rank 3 and 4 martial artists at 18 years old. There are also many middle-ranked martial artists at 18 years old who don't even come to martial arts universities. Do you think I'm good at rank 6? Let me tell you, this is nothing. In some places in Sino Nation, there are a lot of grandmasters below 30 years old. There are too many of them. So, if you really don't want to be a burden to me, you need to work hard. You've embarked on the path of martial arts. If you don't work hard, you might as well not practice martial arts at all. Fang Yuan was no longer a child who did not know anything. Now that she had reached rank 1, she knew how difficult it was to cultivate. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Fang Yuan was a little stunned. An 18-year-old middle-ranked? Yes. Now you understand how bad your talent is, don't you? Fang Yuan's face was instantly filled with dejection. She said with some grievance, but my teacher said, what do they know? I said, don't trust anyone. In this world, only my parents and I won't harm you. Do you understand? Fang Yuan nodded. She was a little dejected and disappointed. Am I really that bad? However, when she thought about how she was only rank 1 and how Fang Ping was only 2 years older than her and was already a rank 4, Fang Yuan suddenly felt extremely dejected. Fang Ping exhaled and pinched his forehead. He said, I won't say anything else. We'll talk about it when you get to school. You, sigh. Fang Ping sighed. He could only take it one step at a time. He had to inform the school later that his sister was not allowed to step into the catacombs until she reached rank 4. Rank 4. Even if he gave his all, Fang Yuan would not be able to reach rank 4 in less than 2 years, right? Of course, if she was fast, a year or more would be enough. Xianxia and the others, including Fu Chongding and the rest, had achieved rank 4 in a year or more. Everyone was twice honed, so their speed should not be too different. After all, Fang Ping had the money to support them. By then, I should be rank 7 or 8, or even rank 9, right? Fang Ping calculated in his heart. If everything went smoothly, there was still hope for rank 9. Then, Fang Ping made up his mind. Motherf *Ker, when the time comes, Magic City's catacombs will be flattened by me. I'll let you go to the catacombs, but there won't be any catacombs for you. Whichever catacombs you go to and flatten it, you're a rank 4. If you kill all the middle and high ranks, you won't die even if you want to. No one knew Fang Ping's lofty aspirations. Even if they heard it, they would probably take it as a joke. Even the Paragon did not dare to say such things. If Fang Ping's words were to spread, it would not be arrogance, but a lunatic. Mentality interruption accessory, rank 9 armor, large amounts of life essence. I have to prepare all of them later. It would be best if it's a Paragon full body armor. No matter how you fight, you won't be able to break it even if you're a high rank or below. Fang Ping thought about it, stroking his chin. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to get a bigger weapon for his sister to protect herself. For example, the word suppress in Star Town that day. Once that thing appeared, it could even suppress the cracks in space. It was extremely powerful. However, even a Paragon would not be able to get such an item so easily. Otherwise, if the people in Star Town had the word suppress, they would have killed Taimu and the rest in seconds. Suppress. Star Town. Suppressing Heavenly King? Fang Ping suddenly made some connections. Could that thing be made by the Li family's elder ancestor? He wondered if Li Yiming and the rest had it later. If they did, he would have to be more careful this time. He did not know if he could bring these things into the land of kings. If it was possible, then he would have to be extra careful. Fang Ping stayed at home for a day, leaving his sister almost half a caddy of life essence and a large number of rank 9 energy stones. In terms of extravagance, he was even more extravagant than Star Town. After all, Star Town had to support a clan. He, Fang Ping, only had to support his sister. Could it be that he could not compare to those fellows? Was it not just energy stones and life essence? What was this? After returning from the land of kings this time, he should be rank 7. When that time came, he would find an opportunity to destroy Skygate City. If Skygate City ran away, then he would destroy Monster Sunflower City. He did not believe that he could not get something good. On the 11th of June, Fang Ping returned to school again. In the energy room. Before Fang Ping could explain, Li Hansong said impatiently, "Old Yao, Fang Ping intercepted our life essence before. He can turn it into our aura to help us cultivate and seal the Sanjiao Gate together. Help Fang Ping seal the mentality gate first. When you break through to rank 6, Fang Ping can help you seal the Sanjiao Gate quickly." Fang Ping really wanted to give Iron Head an award, the best support award. However, after thinking about it, this guy was sometimes silly and made him feel awkward. Forget it, he would keep this award. Yao Qingjun was much calmer than Li Hansong. He did not say anything. After thinking for a while, he said, "I've already located the Sanjiao Gate. Why don't we break through to rank 6 first, then I'll cultivate with you." His mentality was strong. Actually, on the day his mentality materialized, he had already captured the location of the Sanjiao Gate. These days, he had already completely located it. Now, he could also break through. Hearing that he wanted to break through to rank 6, of course, Fang Ping had no objections. In the cultivation room, Yao Qingjuan's breakthrough speed was very fast. The Sanjiao Gate was materialized almost in the blink of an eye. The moment the life gate materialized, Yao Qingjuan's mentality suddenly surged violently. Fang Ping, who was waiting for him to break through, suddenly had a change of expression. His own mentality changed his aura instantly, becoming Yao Qingjuan's aura. Then, the two materialized mentalities started pushing the Sanjiao Gate that was similarly sealed. Fang Ping was sweating profusely. Yao Qingjuan's face was also flushed red. Both of them exerted all their might, madly pouring out their mentality. Taking advantage of the moment the life gate materialized, they pushed the life gate. Creak, the semi-illusionary life gate was like a real gate. It was pushed until it trembled slightly, letting out a soft, inaudible sound of the gate opening. Boom! In the next moment, Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun were flung out, slamming into the wall. Both of them spat out blood. Beside them, Li Hansong was at a loss. He asked hurriedly, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Fang Ping spat out blood, stood up and said, "I can't push it open." Old Wang was right. "I'm afraid we have to wait until all of your other Sanjiao gates are sealed before we can push it open." Fang Ping had just finished speaking when he suddenly paused, looking at Yao Qingjun opposite him. At this moment, Yao Qingjun was holding a long spear that was trembling nonstop in his hand. Yao Qingjuan's gaze was deep. He allowed the long spear to tremble, not saying a word. Li Hansong was shocked. This thing just flew out from the gate of life?" "Yes." Yao Qingjun responded. Suddenly, he looked at Fang Ping and asked, "What rank is this divine weapon?" Fang Ping immediately walked forward and examined it. Then, his expression changed for a while. He frowned slightly and said, "It's not a divine weapon." "It's not a divine weapon?" Yao Qingjun was stunned. Then, he mumbled, "It's not a divine weapon. But I think I can keep it in the Sanjiao Gate." "If it's not a divine weapon, how can I keep it, also?" "I can use mentality to control it." Fang Ping did not say anything. He held the long spear that was still trembling. After a while, he said, "It's not a divine weapon indeed. Divine weapons are usually forged from the demon clan's core and brain. When we use a divine weapon, we can actually sense some things. For example, what the divine weapon can transform into. For example, this rank 7 saber of mine is forged from the sawtooth elephant's core and brain. Once I unleash the power of a divine weapon, one slash can slash out a sawtooth elephant. This of yours? I don't sense a demon clan's aura." As Fang Ping said that, he immediately added, "Of course, it might be because my ability is too low and I can't sense it. But I feel that this long spear's power is not small. It shouldn't be weak." Li Hansong said matter-of-factly, "It definitely won't be weak." After all, we were both paragons in the past. The weapons used by paragons can't be too bad. As he said that, Li Hansong was a little excited. Fong Ping, why don't you and old Jiao help me try too? See if you can also fly out a weapon. Fong Ping shook his head. Don't even think about it. Old Jiao just now had just materialized. The materialization was a little loose in an instant. We joined forces and only managed to open a small gap. You probably can't do it. Although he said that, Fong Ping still joined forces with Yao Qingjun to test it. The truth was as expected. It really could not. Li Hansong was not too disappointed. Instead, he looked at Yao Qingjun with a burning gaze and said, Old Yao, a powerhouse who uses a spear. In the celestial court, who uses a spear? Fong Ping coughed softly. Don't blindly think about it. Most of the myths and legends nowadays are made up. I'm not talking about the current celestial court. Alright, don't guess these things. Li Hansong scratched his head. Are the myths and legends circulating nowadays different from our era? That's true. I don't think there are 108 heavenly generals anymore. Fong Ping was mentally exhausted. God, shut up. I can't make it up anymore. However, Yao Qingjun actually managed to get his hands on a weapon. This was still beyond Fong Ping's expectations. He knew that these people's life gates were sealed. He had also guessed that they might be hiding some treasures. He did not expect that the first thing that flew out was a weapon. If that was the case, when powerhouses died, their divine weapons would disappear. If they were revived, they might keep their divine weapons. Other than weapons, what else could be hidden inside the Sanjiao gate? Storage rings. But could storage rings be stored inside the Sanjiao gate? Fong Ping really did not know about this. After all, he did not have a storage ring. It seemed like there were not many things that could be stored inside the Sanjiao gate. At least for now, Fong Ping knew that he could only store divine weapons and mentality materialization. Ignoring Iron Head, Fong Ping and the other two studied Yao Qingjuan's spear. It was not a divine weapon forged with a demon core, but its quality was extremely hard. Fong Ping hacked it a few times with a rank 7 divine weapon, but not even a scratch was left. When Yao Qingjun manipulated it, his mentality materialization integrated, and his strength skyrocketed. A spear pierced out. This time, Fong Ping lost 2 billion. The instructor who was guarding the energy room had a resentful look in his eyes. Cultivating was one thing, but he had to tear down the room. The energy room was very precious. In the end, Old Yao pierced through the cultivation room with one spear. Fong Ping was rich and overbearing, yes, but he could not waste things like this, right? The 10 billion that the school owed him previously had been deducted recently. It was almost depleted. Fong Ping did not care about this. Instead, he looked at the spear with some surprise. It was very powerful. Yao Qingjun used it extremely smoothly. It was no worse than a rank 7 or 8 divine weapon. Is this a weapon forged by ancient martial artists? Fong Ping did not know what materials ancient martial artists used to forge it. Anyway, it did not look like a demon's corpse. Using a demon core to forge a divine weapon was actually a forging method passed down from Star Town. Before the era of Star Town, perhaps humans did not use this to forge weapons. After all, before the era of Star Town, the entrance to the catacombs might have always been in a closed state. Under such circumstances, there was no way to use this to forge weapons. Yao Qingjun had a weapon that was comparable to a divine weapon. This made Li Hansong extremely envious. At the same time, he was also looking forward to opening the life gate as soon as possible and obtaining the things inside. Fong Ping looked at his excited expression and did not bother to discourage him. When Ironhead opened the life gate, if he found that there was nothing inside, he did not know if he would break down. Of course, maybe he was joking with himself, leaving only some useless trash inside. Ironhead would probably hammer himself to death. The few of them changed to another cultivation room. They did not delve into the matter of the spear but began to concentrate on cultivating. Ironhead cultivated on his own. Fong Ping did not bring him along this time. Ironhead's help was limited when the spirit gate was closed. It was far from Old Yao's mentality materialization. With one less person, the consumption was much lower. In the scorching summer, the sun shone brightly. Mekmo. The more talented you are, the harder you work. In the energy room, Song Yingji sighed. Fang Ping went into closed-door cultivation again. This time, he did not come out for 20 days. That kid had only broken through a few days ago. He was a genius and hardworking. How could anyone catch up to him? Of course, Song Yingji had no intention of catching up. The current Song Yingji was at ease, and he no longer felt any pressure. I give up, my talent isn't as good as yours. There's nothing I can do about it. Even if I fight to the death, I won't be able to catch up. I might as well take a breather. In these 2 years, from peak rank 5 to middle stage rank 6, Song Yingji felt that this was the peak of his life. Breaking through 1 rank in a year, his speed was extremely fast. But compared to that lunatic, there was no way he could compare. The other party's breakthrough speed was so fast that you would collapse. Now, he had even reached the top of rank 6. How could you compete with him? With a sigh, Song Yingji suddenly said with a smile, "Little Zhang, make some arrangements this year. I want to take in a new student." Beside him, Zhang Yu asked curiously, "Teacher Song, you're taking in new students this year, can't I?" Song Yingji glanced at him and said unhappily, "Or are you looking down on me now? Kid, you're only an early stage rank 5. Middle stage is still a while away. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up." "Do you believe me?" Zhang Yu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He immediately said, "Teacher Song, what are you saying? It would be best if you were willing to teach freshmen. I've asked around before. There aren't many rank 6 instructors who are willing to take on new students this year. Everyone is going into closed-door cultivation. It's great that you're willing to take on new students. I'll register you right away." "Yes." Song Yingji nodded and said, "Other than me, which other rank SIXS are leading the new students?" "There aren't many left. Mentor by Ruashi, Mentor Zheng Longjiang, oh, all of them have just entered rank 6, a smile appeared on Song Yingji's face. "So, I'm the only middle stage rank 6 this year?" "That's not it. Li Hansong will also take in new students." The corner of Song Yingji's mouth twitched. He coughed lightly and said, "He's just a graduate. Does he know how to lead a freshman?" "It's fine. If that's the case, then I'm the strongest mentor this year, right?" "Yes." Zhang Yu didn't deny it. Although old Song couldn't beat Li Hansong, he was experienced and had much more experience in teaching students than Li Hansong. As for the upper stage and peak rank 6 martial artists, they were all thinking about breaking through now. How would they have the time to guide others? Previously, MCMAU had 3 peak martial artists, one of whom was at Mentality Vitality Fusion. Now, there was one at Mentality Vitality Fusion and 5 peak instructors. Senior of them. Rank 6, however, all of these people, without exception, chose to go to the catacombs or go into closed-door training. Even the other middle stage instructors were unwilling to continue guiding people. Song Yingji was very satisfied. "I'm the strongest, so I can pick whichever student I want." Zhang Yu shook his head and said helplessly, "I really don't know about that. Recently, he has been spending more and more time in isolation, and a lot of things have accumulated in the martial arts society. I have a headache now. Everyone is going to the catacombs to cultivate. Nobody is in charge of middle-ranked students. I think it's best to choose another vice president to manage daily affairs." He had graduated. He was an instructor now. He could no longer be the vice president. Liang Fenghua, Qin Fengqing, and Chen Wenlong had all left the Martial Arts Society. Currently, the president of the Martial Arts Society was Fang Ping, and the vice president was Xia Lei. Xia Lei. Zhang Yu counted with his fingers. How many days had he been away from school? The Martial Arts Society is dying. When Zhang Yu said this, Song Yingji muttered, "Fang Ping, have you considered stepping down as the president of the Martial Arts Society?" "Huh? This kid is strong now. His mind is no longer on this. It's useless for him to be the president. If he becomes a grandmaster, he won't be differentiated by year. He can be the dean of a college. I think it's better to find a student who isn't too busy to be the president." "Not too busy, we're all busy." Zhang Yu was helpless. Everyone had fought for the president's position in the past. Now, there might not be anyone willing to be the president. Fang Ping had pushed his position as the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society to the extreme. No student would be able to surpass him. On the other hand, if the new president was not up to standard, he would be scolded to death by the students. Under these circumstances, there were not many who were willing to take over. As they were chatting, Fang Ping said with a smile, "Instructor Song, are you trying to take away my power?" Song Yingji sneered. "Do you think I dare? If I take away your power, you'll find a chance to beat me up. Who am I supposed to reason with?" Fang Ping laughed dryly. He quickly denied, "Instructor, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I'm a man who respects his teachers. I have a lot of respect for them." Song Yingji ignored him. He said in shock, You broke through?" "Yes." "How is that possible?" Song Yingji was shocked. He could not help but ask, "Why didn't you break through at the rooftop of the school archives?" The reason why he was shocked was not because Fang Ping had broken through so quickly. He was too lazy to calculate the time. He was shocked that Fang Ping had been so low-key during his breakthrough. Unbelievable, unbelievable, could it be that he did not control himself and sealed the door too quickly? He could not get to the rooftop of the school archives in time. Fang Ping was speechless. Then, he said with a smile, "I made a big fuss last time. Everyone thought I was a grandmaster. Now, I'm not a grandmaster yet. If I break through to upper stage, wouldn't that be embarrassing? I won't do this again until I'm a grandmaster." The so-called shock was getting more and more powerful each time. He was just an upper stage rank 6. What was that to him? The last time his mentality materialized, it was a big deal. Now that he had broken through to upper stage, it was known to the public. In Fang Ping's opinion, he did not surprise everyone enough. Maybe they would look down on him. Fang Ping would not move. If he wanted to move, he would have to wait until he was a rank 7. What a disgrace. Song Yingji did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was upper stage rank 6 embarrassing? Did a middle stage rank 6 like him become trash in your eyes? Good lord, his tone was heart-wrenching. Youngsters nowadays don't have the slightest bit of respect for the elderly. After working hard for decades, they thought that rank 6 was enough for them to hold their heads high. Why is it that after I broke through to rank 6, I don't feel that life is better? Song Yingji did not want to talk anymore. However, when he remembered that he came to the energy room to wait for Fang Ping, he suppressed the pain in his heart and said even more bitterly, that, "This year's new student recruitment, give me a place, Xianxia." Cough, cough, cough. It's her. Song Yingji was helpless. How embarrassing, he had never thought of opening the back door. There was no other way. Xianxia was only a freshman in high school. Her vitality was not weak. After all, she had a rank 6 father. However, she was not a martial artist. Song Yingji did not have life essence. He dared not let his daughter break through now. His daughter was not grown yet. Did he have to wait for a rank 8 to rebuild his golden body? The current Xianxia's vitality was also more than 140 Hz. However, who would have known that Fang Ping would be recruiting 5,000 people this year? About 4,500 of them were martial artists, and the rest were twice honed. Song Yingji had no doubt that MCMAU could not recruit that many people. Even if Fang Ping wanted to recruit 5,000 martial artists, it would not be a problem. MCMAU was the #1 elite school, and it was the strongest in history. Who among the examinees this year did not want to come to MCMAU? As for the remaining martial artists, they would probably be divided among the other elite universities, but they would still be able to pick up the ones that MCMAU did not want. All right. Fang Ping nodded. He looked at Zhang Yu and said, "Give some places to the MCMAU instructors too. We should take care of our own family too." Zhang Yu nodded. Song Yingji heaved a sigh of relief. Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun, who followed Fang Ping out, were a little speechless. Amazing, the Fang Ping of today was truly amazing. In MCMAU, all instructors had to look for him when they wanted to do something. Without Fang Ping's permission, even a rank 6 instructor would not allow his daughter to enter MCMAU in private. Song Yingji did not speak to Fang Ping anymore. Instead, he suddenly looked at Yao Qingjun, his mouth wide open, very, very big. His eyes were even more frightened than if he had seen a ghost. Middle stage rank 6, what the hell? He did not pay much attention to Fang Ping's breakthrough just now, but now he sensed that Yao Qingjun was middle stage rank 6. Yao Qingjun's mentality materialization could actually conceal his own aura, so that martial artists below rank 7 would not be able to discover his situation. But now, in MCMAU, Yao Qingjun had just come out of closed-door cultivation, so he did not want to conceal it. This time, Song Yingji was stunned. From peak rank 5 to middle stage rank 6, he spent 2 years. Before this, even with a monster like Fang Ping, he was still very proud. But now, 20 days, rank 5 to middle stage rank 6, Song Yingji suddenly clutched his chest, as if he had been hit hard, and retreated quickly. Without another word, he disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. No, he really could not take this stimulation anymore. What the hell were these brats doing? How could they cultivate like this? Zhang Yu was still a little confused. He did not understand what had happened to teacher Song. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "Did you use your mentality to sneak an attack on him?" Fang Ping's face was full of black lines. "What were you thinking?" Ignoring him, Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, "The president of the Martial Arts Society. Maybe it's time to change people. I have a lot of things to do recently, and I have to go to the catacombs in a few days. When I come back, I don't need the president position anymore." When he reached the Grandmaster level, the president of the Martial Arts Society was no longer worthy of Fang Ping's position. Fang Ping was beginning to wonder if he should become a vice principal. If he became the vice president, according to his rank, Old Manly, Lu Fengru, and the others would all be his subordinates. TSK, just thinking about it made him happy. He just did not know if he would be beaten up. Thinking about it, Fang Ping said again, "We'll talk about it when I come back. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time. Oh right, if I'm not back before school starts, help me keep an eye on things. When my sister comes to MCMAU, help make arrangements. If I don't come back, ask Vice Chancellor Huang to take her as a student." Zhang Yu was a little surprised. It was not that Fang Ping could not come back. Martial artists had to be prepared before going to the catacombs, but why did he choose Vice Chancellor Huang? There were 6 grandmasters in MCMAU. Weren't Lu Fengru and Li Changshan closer to Fang Ping? Even Tang Feng was closer to him than Huang Jing. Fang Ping did not say much. If he was really done for, Old Manly would not live for long. Lu Fengru might enter the catacombs one day and fight with the Skygate City Lord. If he died, Lu Fengru would have no hope of revenge. As for Wu Kushan, although he was strong, he might not be a match for the Skygate City Lord who had a divine weapon. When that time came, it would be a mess. Big Lion was also a brute. Fang Ping was afraid that he would bring Fang Yuan to the catacombs if he relied on him. After thinking about it, the only grandmaster in MCMAU who was reliable was Huang Jing. After giving Zhang Yu some simple instructions, Fang Ping realized that today was already the 1st of July. It had been 20 days since he went into closed-door cultivation on the 11th. On the 3rd, Fang Ping and the others had to go to Capital City to meet up. Yao Qingjun wanted to go back to FMS, but Fang Ping did not care about him. Ironhead wanted to follow him. Fang Ping was annoyed with this guy, so he chased him away. He kept talking about how he did in the past. What the F***ck, Fang Ping regretted it now. This idiot should not have tricked him in the first place. Now, he was even more certain about everything than he was. Old Wang and Old Zhao refuted. Even Ironhead could refute them until they were speechless. Walking alone on campus, the students who saw him greeted him hurriedly. Now, it was actually summer break. However, for martial arts university students, there were still people who went back for summer break and winter break a few years ago. Nowadays, unless it was winter break or New Year break, there were fewer people who went back. The whole school knew about the catacombs. Even the rank 1 martial artists did not have the leisure they used to have. Everyone had pressure. As he walked, Fang Ping bumped into someone familiar. In front of him, Zhao Xuemei was holding a long staff, her whole body full of killing intent. "Just came back?" "Yes." Zhao Xuemei responded. Fang Ping glanced at her and smiled. You've entered middle stage rank 4. That's not slow. Zhao Xuemei was indescribably calm. Middle stage rank 4. In the past, when she entered school, her biggest dream was to enter rank 4 when she graduated. At that time, she felt that she was thinking too much. Entering a martial arts university did not mean that one could become a rank 4 martial artist. Now that her sophomore year had just ended and she had entered rank 4, she was not as excited as she had imagined, especially when she had entered middle stage. She did not feel much about it. In this era of prodigies, in this era of martial arts universities producing rank 6 students, there were many of them. What was a mere rank 4 to him? The classmate in front of her, from the same sect, was now ranked first in rank 6, world famous. Just as Zhao Xuemei's thoughts were complicated, Fang Ping glanced at her, thought for a while, and said, "Don't go to the catacombs for now. The old injuries to your internal organs are too serious. If they accumulate, the process of honing your organs will be very difficult. Rest and recuperate for a while, then prepare for a breakthrough." With a simple glance, he realized that Zhao Xuemei's problems were quite serious. This woman had been fighting in the catacombs for who knew how long. Her murderous aura was heavier than some of the instructors. Her internal organs had also accumulated serious old injuries. Got it. Zhao Xuemei replied calmly, thought for a while, and asked, "Where's Yunqi?" "She went to the catacombs." "She? What realm is she in? If she comes back, she'll probably be peak rank 4. Before this, Chen Yunqi had already broken through to upper stage rank 4. Because Fang Ping had given her some 100 honing fruits, the honing of her other 4 organs would not slow down. If she came back, it would not be a big problem to reach peak rank 4. Peak rank 4, Zhao Xuemei murmured, her eyes a little gloomy, but she quickly recovered her determination and said, "Is Senior Qin in school?" "He went to the catacombs too." "What realm is he in?" "I think he left at upper stage rank 5, Zhao Xuemei did not say a word, turned around and left. Fang Ping frowned. "Where are you going?" "The catacombs." Fang Ping's head hurt. Crazy, she was really crazy, she had just come out of the catacombs, and now she was going there again. Did she have a death wish? Zhao Xuemei asked Qin Fengqing. He knew what she meant. She and Qin Fengqing were similar. Qin Fengqing honed his bones once, and so did she. People like Chen Yunqi were more talented than them. If Chen Yunqi's realm was higher than hers, it did not mean anything. However, if Qin Fengqing could enter upper stage rank 5, it meant that she, Zhao Xuemei, could do it too. As for the 2-year gap in between, she completely ignored it. MCMAU doesn't specialize in training lunatics, Fang Ping mumbled and sighed. He did not want to say anything, but sent some life essence through the air. Zhao Xuemei's footsteps slowed. Then, without turning back, she quickly disappeared in front of Fang Ping with her alloy staff, which was still stained with blood. After a while, Lu Fengru appeared next to Fang Ping. She chuckled. "Xuemei is actually a good seedling. When I first accepted students, I didn't take a fancy to so many twice-honed martial artists. I took a fancy to her because of the stubbornness in her bones. It's very similar to mine. What's hard is easy to break. I'm afraid that something will happen to her and Qin Fengqing sooner or later. Everyone has their own path. They walk their own path. If you don't walk it, how do you know if it's a dead end? Once they enter rank 7, when that time comes, there will be no difference in talent. In my opinion, their achievements will be even greater. At rank 7, there was no need to care about the difference in talent. At that time, the difference in talent would be very, very small. At rank 8, there was no difference. Some of the rank 8 martial artists had already begun to explore the path of martial arts. People like Qin Fengqing had strong beliefs and had their own perseverance. When the time came, they might be able to quickly find their own path and step into rank 9. Fang Ping chuckled. Actually, in my opinion, modern martial artists should be stronger than ancient martial artists. Which modern martial artist doesn't have their own beliefs? It's not just to become stronger. Teacher, why do you think modern martial artists aren't as strong as ancient martial artists? In Fang Ping's opinion, modern martial artists were more open-minded, more persistent, and had more beliefs. If these kinds of martial artists were not strong, what kind of martial artists were? Were ancient martial artists as persistent as modern martial artists? Were ancient martial artists as resolute as modern martial artists, courageously facing death? Even if they died, they would not regret it. However, on the trip to the bounded domain, there were 13 paragons in Star City. This made Fang Ping suspicious. Why were ancient martial artists so strong, but modern martial artists only produced 2 paragons? Maybe it has something to do with cultivation methods. Lu Fengru said softly, what's stopping modern martial artists isn't the pursuit of martial arts. Have you noticed? Modern martial artists, even if they reach rank 8, have always been cultivating mentality. It's hard to cultivate, very hard to cultivate. Ancient martial artists. Maybe there really is a mentality cultivation method. Otherwise, modern martial artists wouldn't have such a hard time. Not to mention celestiality, we have pills and energy stones to help us. Actually, most of the time, we don't lack energy. What we lack is mentality not being strong enough. Before external release, it all depends on the martial artist's own beliefs. And once they've honed it to the external release realm, martial artists who have mentality-vitality fusion can almost all enter rank 7. I'm afraid ancient martial artists might not be able to do it. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. What about Star City? 13 progenitors. Could there be such a method? If there is, there's no reason for them not to pass it on. Even if they don't give it to us, they should give it to their descendants, right? 13 paragons. It was very likely that they were figures of the same era. If they were figures of the same era, then 13 paragons appearing in an era would be too powerful. In the past 100 years, Sino Nation had only produced 2 paragons. At this rate, it would probably take 500 or 600 years for 13 to be born. Could Star City's paragons have been accumulated for 500 or 600 years? I'm not sure. Lu Fengru shook her head. Star City is too mysterious. Even the people in Star City might not know. No one knows which dynasty these paragons came from, where they came from, or what their real identities are. Whether they are figures of the same era, no one knows either. As for whether there is a mentality cultivation method, it's even more unclear. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Or maybe there are some unavoidable reasons that they can't be taught. Lu Fengru smiled and said, let's not care about them. Actually, a long time ago, human powerhouses were researching mentality cultivation methods. Unfortunately, there were no results. At this point, Lu Fengru frowned slightly and said slowly, back then, my father was one of those who researched such methods. Unfortunately, after many years of research, there were no results. You know the mentality detector. It's actually just a byproduct of researching mentality cultivation methods. Previously, Liamo said that my father might have gone to the bounded boundaries. It might be true. Because he has been researching in this area, he might have heard about the bounded boundaries. He knows that there are ruins of ancient martial artists, so he might have gone to the bounded boundaries to look for ancient martial artists' cultivation methods. Seeing that she mentioned this, Fang Ping smiled. Instructor, when I return from the King battlefield, let's go to the Magic City catacombs. If the situation permits, we can go to the bounded boundaries to take a look. If Elvision disappeared from the Magic City catacombs and went to the bounded boundaries, then it was most likely to be in the 2 big bounded boundaries of the Magic City catacombs. Lu Fengru did not mention this. She looked at him and said, be careful this time. MCMAU is not clear about the situation in the restricted area. As for the information given by the military department, it's also the most superficial information. If there's any danger, come out as soon as possible. Even if there's no place in the King battlefield, you can still enter rank 7 quickly. Got it. Also, have you considered looking for a partner after entering rank 7? Fang Ping laughed dryly. No rush, no rush. I'm only 20 years old. I'm still a child. Lu Fengru could not help but laugh. Very quickly, she disappeared on the spot. As for Fang Ping, he did not continue to stroll around. As he walked back to the dormitory, he checked the data, calculating if there was any hope of getting benefits from entering the king battlefield this time. Would his wealth reach $1 trillion? Wealth, 516 billion, converted, vitality, 8,500 calories, 9,599 calories, mentality, 1,400 Hz, 1,450 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, this time, after closing the mentality door, his mentality increased by a few hundred hertz, exceeding Fang Ping's expectations. The growth of mentality had always been the most difficult. As for his vitality increasing to 9,599 calories, Fang Ping was not surprised. He only had one last life gate left that he had not closed. After closing the life gate, he would be at peak rank 6. It was normal for his vitality to reach 10,000 cal. Fang Ping suspected that his Sanjiao gate might exceed the limit of rank 6 and be above 10,000 cal. Mentality growth was extremely difficult. Closing one gate and increasing it by 300 Hz was really not easy. After all, middle stage rank 7 martial artists only had mentality above 2000 Hz. Closing the life gate should be able to increase some mentality. Maybe in rank 6, I can cultivate to 2000 Hz mentality. Now, I'm really standing at the limit of rank 6. The only difference is, maybe I should create a mentality combat technique that belongs to me. Fang Ping sighed. Other people's things were other people's things after all. At his level, whether it was the ancient martial arts era or the sex era, he should be considered a powerhouse. Opening a mountain and establishing a sect would be a piece of cake. Unfortunately, the time he spent practicing martial arts was too short. In a mere 2 years, it was already not bad that he could achieve this level. Where would he have so much time to study, ponder, and create a combat technique that was most suitable for him? However, with a strong mentality, my thinking ability is also strong. Next time, I should read extensively and collect a few hundred mentality combat techniques or even origin combat techniques to study. At least I can come up with a more domineering set of absolute arts. What should I call this absolute art? Celestial Emperor Saber? God-killing fist? Bah, Zhang Dingnan's talent in naming has affected me. 2nd of July. Fang Ping set off for capital city. Mekmao. The rooftop of the school archives. Lu Fengru and the others were there. Everyone watched the car drive away, falling into silence. After a long time, Tang Feng said self-deprecatingly, after entering rank 7, I thought I could hold up half the sky. I didn't expect. Sigh. Indescribable loneliness, young people grew too fast, making them feel like they were useless. Not only did they not play their role, but they were also holding them back. Old Manly did not say anything. He tossed a crystal bottle in his hand and smiled. This brat has really taken out everything he has this time. Other than keeping some to protect his life, he's taken out everything else. Lu Fengru glanced at the life essence in his hand, feeling a little jealous. He gave it to you again? You want it? I want to give it to you. Old Manly tossed it over casually. When Lu Fengru caught it, Old Manly chuckled. It's for Old Lu. Old Lu's skull was fractured before and he couldn't continue honing his skull. This kid said long ago that he would snatch some for Old Lu. He was waiting for Old Lu to come back to show off and collect a few IOUs. Now that Old Lu hasn't come back, this kid gave it to him. When he said that, Lu Fengru's face darkened. No wonder Li Chongqing, this old bastard, was so generous. Without saying much, Lu Fengru said with some seriousness, can the people in Star Town contact the people in the Land of Kings? I don't know. Could it be that someone has already contacted Yangqing in the Land of Kings? Yangqing is a middle stage rank 7 martial artist. Although Fang Ping has the strength of a new rank 7, that's only for new martial artists with average experience. Since Yangqing is in the Land of Kings, there will be no lack of killing. No matter how weak he is, he won't be that weak. This kid has provoked many people, even a bunch of rank 9s. It'll be fine. Old Manly laughed. With his quick-wittedness, he can run even if he can't win. Minister Zhang specially left him a pair of divine combat boots for him to use when he runs. As long as he shakes off his opponents, he can go anywhere. Who can find him? Lu Fengru nodded slightly and said, "How's the situation in Sky Gate City in Magic City Catacombs?" Next to him, Huang Jing said, "The relocation has officially begun. It's moving towards the northeast, near Monster Sunflower City." "Where is that old bastard? We haven't found any traces of him recently." "Maybe," Lu Fengru's eyes were cold as she said, "it won't be that easy for him to leave." As he spoke, he looked toward the depths of MCMAU's southern area and frowned slightly. Why hasn't Wu Quishan come out of seclusion yet? Now that Wu Quishan had come out of seclusion, he could delay the Sky Gate City Lord and not let him leave so quickly. As for killing the opponent, Lu Fengru really did not count on Wu Quishan. Her idea was to let Wu Quishan drag things out and wait for Fang Ping to return. At the very least, they could blow up Sky Gate City and destroy this royal city. Currently, Sky Gate City's strength was greatly damaged. If they held back those high-ranked powerhouses, Fang Ping could still blow them up if he wanted to. However, other than Fang Ping, it was difficult for anyone else to do it. Fang Ping could sneak in soundlessly, but if anyone else tried to sneak in, they would be discovered very quickly. Once they were discovered, Sky Gate City wouldn't fight alone. They would definitely ask for help. They had to create the illusion that they were evenly matched to create an opportunity for Fang Ping. Huang Jing also glanced in that direction and helped to explain, "Old Wu has just broken through, after all. He still needs some time." "Fengru, there's no hurry." Lu Fengru did not say anything else. She looked toward the direction Fang Ping had left and suddenly said helplessly, "This time he's back. He won't really be a rank 7, will he?" "The possibility is very high." Sigh. Lu Fengru's expression was extremely complicated. Should I be happy or hopeless? In the car, explosive music was playing. Fang Ping shook his body along with the music and chuckled. "I'm going to Nanjiang to pick up old Wang. Do you guys think I'll see old Wang and his child bride have a big drama of life and death?" Yao Qingjun closed his eyes and rested, pretending he did not hear anything. Li Hansong, who was driving, chuckled. "I don't think so. His instructor's daughter isn't that old, right? I'm just joking. Speaking of which, Nanjiang Martial Arts University is so weak. Old Wang is really worried. In my opinion, he might as well just go straight to MCMAU." Yao Qingjun could not help but say, "Then why don't you leave MCMAU? Star City is stronger. If you go there and become a son-in-law, I guarantee it won't be a problem." Fang Ping glanced at him and laughed. "Old Yao, you're talking too much. In the past, you couldn't get anything out of me. Now you've learned to mock me?" Yao Qingjun did not say anything. After a pause, he said, "I'm just a little annoyed." Li Hansong, turn down the music. "What's there to be annoyed about?" Fang Ping knew what he was annoyed about. He chuckled. "The past is like smoke. My past life is my past life, and this life is this life. To be honest, I don't care about all of this anymore. I'll do what I have to do. Even if the King Battleground is really the place where the last battle took place, so what? Even if we found the remains of our past lives, so what? Old Yao, it's useless to think so much." Yao Qingjuan's eyebrows twitched. This time, he did not say anything. Li Hansong added, "That's right. Why think so much? When we reach peak rank 6, maybe we can take out the treasures in the life gate and quickly enter rank 7 or 8 to recover our strength. If we died in battle in our past life, we can continue in this life. Or we can go to the bounded boundaries again and see if we can find our home. There should be quite a lot of good stuff there. At least I saw that golden pool." The few of them chatted as the car sped up. Before lunchtime arrived, the car had already arrived in Nanjiang. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. At the school gate, Wang Jinyang was talking to Zhang Qingnan. When the car stopped and Fang Ping and the others alighted, before Zhang Qingnan could say anything, Fang Ping laughed and said, "Congratulations on your recovery, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Qingnan smiled and said, "Thank you. I've been looking for a chance to thank you for a long time. If it wasn't for you, don't mention it, teacher." Speaking of which, when I first came into contact with martial arts, the basic combat techniques I learned were your combat techniques videos. Zhang Qingnan was all smiles. That should be my honor. You're too kind, Teacher Zhang. As they spoke, Fang Ping looked around. It was a pity that old Wang's wife was not around to see the show. He looked at Zhang Qingnan again. Fang Ping observed for a while. His mentality did not seem to be broken. It seemed like the injury last time was not too serious. He wondered if it would affect his mentality externally and materialize in the future. After chatting for a while, Zhang Qingnan said in a serious tone, Fang Ping, I'll have to trouble you guys this time. Jinyang doesn't like to talk much and has a cold personality. It's Jinyang's honor to be friends with you guys. There was only one meaning in his words. Take care of Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping and the other two were holding back their laughter. In front of them, old Wang had always been a calm big brother. Now, Zhang Qingnan's tone was like, my son is still young and everyone should take care of him. Fang Ping nodded quickly and said with a smile, we will. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. We'll take good care of Jinyang. Wang Jinyang looked helpless and did not say anything. When Zhang Qingnan was trapped in the catacombs, he was only rank 3 and did not experience much. Now, however, he was rank 6. He had been running around for the past 2 years. In addition to the changes in NMAU, he was no longer the kid he was 2 years ago. Fang Ping was the brat. When he first went to Sun City No. 1 high school, Fang Ping was still a kid who did not know anything. Now, Fang Ping was the first in rank 6. His teacher naturally felt that Fang Ping was more mature and stronger than him. It was only natural for him to ask Fang Ping to take care of him. After Zhang Qingnan nagged for a while, Wang Jinyang felt a headache coming on. He said, Teacher, I'll leave first. You should rest more these days. Don't rush to cultivate. Don't worry. After the teacher and student exchanged a few words, Wang Jinyang got off the car, a little embarrassed. As soon as they got on the car, Fang Ping and the others laughed. Even Yao Qingjun could not help but laugh. Your teacher. Don't tell me he really thinks of you as his son-in-law? Wang Jinyang's face darkened. His gaze was a little unfriendly. Nini is still a kid. What's wrong with that? When martial artists reach our level, is age a problem? Fang Ping joked. Just wait for her for another 10 years. That'll be fine. Fang Ping, you have a sister. She's even older than Nini. If you dare to have any ideas about my sister, I'll chop you to death. Haha. The few of them chatted and laughed. It was very lively. While Fang Ping and the others were rushing to Capital City. Capital City Military Camp. Jiang Chao and the others had already arrived a step earlier. Jiang Chao was carrying a few bags of various sizes. Du Hong looked at him helplessly. He could not help but say, Jiang Chao, it'll be very troublesome to bring so many things to the battlefield, I know. Then, don't worry. You don't have to worry. I won't be going with you anyway. This is a greeting gift I prepared. It's money to buy my life. Du Hong was speechless. Beside him, Li Yiming frowned. Fatty, are you sure you won't be coming with us? As members of the military, we won't abandon any of our teammates no matter what. If you really go with Fang Ping and the others. To put it bluntly, these fellows are all adventurers. They have no sense of teamwork. Jiang Chao said disapprovingly, I'm worried because you guys won't abandon anyone. Are you kidding me? If something really happens and none of you run, it'll be a violation of military discipline. How am I going to reason with you? What if they all die one by one? What if they all die? If I follow Fang Ping and the others, I'll run if I can't win. At least no one will say that I'm a coward and leave them to die. Don't joke around. I can't even save myself, and you want me to save others? I won't do it anyway. Whoever gets unlucky will die. It's not reliable to follow you guys. Don't try to persuade me. It's useless. Everyone was rendered speechless by his words. Beside him, Su Zissa did not care about this. Instead, she asked curiously, what did you bring? Let me see. No way. Jiang Chao shielded his bags and said with a vigilant look, don't even think about taking my treasures. This time, in order to save my life, I'm going all out. Everyone ignored him. Beside him, Li Yiming looked at Du Hong and raised his eyebrows slightly. If that's the case, in the end, it'll only be the 7 of us going together? Du Hong nodded. After some thought, he said, those from martial arts universities are all following Fang Ping. Fang Ping has never been in the mood to go with us. Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li also said that it's best not to go with Fang Ping. That guy is very bold and will get into trouble easily. Why? Does he want to make a big fuss? It's hard to say. Du Hong sighed. You don't know much about his past. The last few times he went to the catacombs, he got into trouble every time he went. Honestly, even if he really wants to go with us, I have to be prepared. Fang Ping had only gone to the catacombs a few times. The next time he went, he would get into trouble. Even the first time he went to the catacombs, he was only a rank 3. In the end, he provoked a rank 6 and chased him all the way to Hope City. How could he not be worried about going to the battlefield with such a troublemaker? Xianxia insisted on going with Fang Ping and the others. In Du Hong's opinion, was this not a death wish? Naturally, Fang Ping did not know about the conversation in Capital City. Fatty Jiang had prepared a greeting gift. Fang Ping did not know either. When everyone arrived at Capital City, the sky was already dark. They did not go to the military department immediately. Instead, they found a big restaurant. That night, they ordered good wine and food. They could not eat anymore and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, they rushed to the military department. Capital City Military Camp. As soon as Fang Ping and the others arrived, Xianxia welcomed them with a smile. Without a word, he spread out the package in his hands. He opened the package and said with a smile, good stuff. Super good stuff. Fang Ping fixed his eyes on the ground. There were many things scattered messily. He did not know what they were for. Xianxia picked up a big bottle and chuckled. This is filled with the feces of peak-level monsters. Don't look at me. Although peak-level monsters don't need to excrete, it's really their feces. Some peak-level monsters are too lazy to release their aura, so they use their feces to mark the ground. Other monsters are not allowed to enter. This stuff is very rare. When we're being chased by the monsters at a critical moment, we can wipe it on ourselves. Hee, the monsters will be so scared that they'll pee their pants. Fang Ping glanced at it. His gaze flickered. It was indeed good stuff. Although he could conceal his aura, this thing would be very useful if used well. Then, Xianxia picked up a cube crystal and said with a smile, this is a cluster sensor. In the catacombs, the communication devices on the ground can't be used, but this thing can. This is something modified by energy stones. Peak-level powerhouses use their own mentality to solidify. Because it comes from one body, when the crystal is near, it will sense it. Of course, there's no way to communicate, but at least it knows where we are. If we get lost, it can sense it if we're less than 100 li away. The closer we are, the more obvious the sense is. When he said that, Fang Ping was a little moved. There was this, it was not just Fang Ping. Du Hong wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Fang Ping asked curiously, the military department doesn't have it? Logically speaking, the military department should have this kind of thing. Beside him, Li Yiming was speechless. This requires peak-level powerhouses to solidify their mentality. Also, it's harder than you think. It's very time-consuming. My grandfather and the others have done some before, but they've all been used in some catacombs, mainly for scouting martial artists. This time, we didn't bring this with us. Fang Ping was surprised. It can't be, it's mainly because I'm afraid that if something happens to one person, the others will be affected. Li Yiming thought for a while and explained, it's best that you don't bring this. Although it's indeed a good thing, if someone is really killed by the catacombs martial artists, they can use this to find your hiding place. It might not be a good thing. Especially. Xianxiao's strength is so weak. You better take it easy. Xianxia pursed his lips and snorted. What do you know? Do you think that after living for so many years, my elder ancestor is as poor as your family? This is specially made. Fang Ping, don't worry. I'll give you the core control module. You can turn it on and off on your own. Once it's turned off, everything else will be ineffective. It's useless. If we really encounter great danger, you can just turn it off. It'll be fine. As he said that, Xianxia dismantled the cube and gave one to Old Jiao and the rest. He also gave the biggest one to Feng Ping. He chuckled. This way, we won't get lost if we're within 100 li. Feng Ping accepted it. This thing was indeed not bad. If it really did not work, he could just throw it into the storage space. It was not a big deal. Xianxia brought more than these. Very quickly, he picked up a small round ball and grinned. This is awesome. It's definitely a good thing. There's a bit of a peak-level powerhouse's origin sealed inside. But you can't use it blindly. Over at the land of the martial kings, many people have died. The origin of martial arts is in chaos. If powerhouses enter, it will immediately cause conflict in the path of martial arts. At the crucial moment, you can crush it and cause conflict in the origin of martial arts. Once the conflict breaks out, if it gets intense, the land of the martial kings will erupt into chaos. It's more or less used for mutual destruction. Feng Ping frowned. If that's the case, most of the catacombs martial artists will bring this with them? Xianxia shook his head. How is that possible? Why would a powerhouse's origin be given to those rank 6 martial artists so easily? Do they really think it's not dangerous? If someone catches it and discovers the flaws in it, they will die. Then this of yours, oh, this doesn't belong to my elder ancestor. This was snatched by my elder ancestor when the Li family ancestor killed a peak-level monster. Cough, cough, cough. Beside them, Li Yiming and Li Fei were coughing non-stop. *CK your grandpa. Is this for real? None of them knew about this. At this moment, a figure appeared beside them. Zhang Tao appeared. He glanced at everyone, then looked at the thing in Fatty's hand. He looked a little speechless. After a while, he said, "This thing can't be used recklessly. Once it causes chaos in the land of the martial king's origin, there will be big problems." Kid from the Jiang family. How did you get this? My grandfather gave it to me. Zhang Tao's gaze sharpened instantly. Jiang Tao looked embarrassed. He mumbled, I took it from the family storeroom. It's nothing. At most, we'll die together. Who's afraid of who? Zhang Tao snorted. He glanced at the little round ball again. After a while, he said, it's just an overflowing trace of origin. It might not cause a conflict. Don't count on this to save your life. Of course, if you're at death's door, you can try and see if you can bring your enemy along with you. After saying that, Zhang Tao glanced at Xianxia again. He said with a faint smile, these things you brought are probably your family's treasures. After so many years, Senior Warlord probably didn't leave too many things for the Jiang family. Now that you've emptied them, I don't care. Xianxia said indifferently, if I die, the Jiang family will have no descendants. Do you think I'll leave it to someone else? Zhang Tao was speechless. Some of these things, he could not take out. For example, that little round ball. He had never killed a peak-level monster before. Where could he get it? Moreover, even if he did kill a peak-level monster, he might not leave this behind. As for the Li family, the Li family's elder ancestor had a cold personality. He did not know how to deal with these things. And that mother-child sensor. Zhang Tao felt a little helpless. This thing did not have much use. High-ranked powerhouses would be able to sense any fluctuations within 100 miles. Middle and low-ranked martial artists did not actually use this. For a peak-level monster, solidifying some things with mentality was also very troublesome. To put it bluntly, it was a little useless. However, he and Li Zhen had made some before and handed it over to the military department. As for Li Yiming and the others who entered this time, he did not plan to give it to them either. It was more dangerous. It was easy for the catacombs martial artists to get it and find other people instead. As for Feng Ping had a storage ring. He could hide it. Otherwise, once the parent was found, he could find the location of the child. You could not destroy something solidified by a peak-level monster. While Zhang Tao was speaking, Fong Ping had collected all the items naturally and placed them in his backpack. Fatty was sensible. The Jiang family was indeed rich. These things were all good stuff. He might be able to use them. Jiang Chao did not mind. He chuckled and said, Fong Ping, let me tell you, this is not all. I still have a killer weapon. If you save me at a critical moment, I guarantee it won't hurt. Fong Ping gave him a strange look. This guy. Could it be that he really had a super killer weapon made by a peak-level monster? Logically speaking, there were many descendants of a peak-level monster. Jiang Chao and Warlord were separated by who knew how many generations. Was that person really so free that he would personally make something good to protect the lives of these countless generations of descendants? Some things, even if a peak-level monster made them, they still had to pay a price. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, could not be bothered with them. He opened his mouth and said, since everyone is here, let's move. As soon as his voice fell, Fong Ping and the others suddenly floated in the air. Not only them, but the foreign martial artists who were some distance away from them also appeared here in an instant. Tua Man and the black-robed woman's bodies trembled slightly. Soon, they stopped resisting. They were controlled by Zhang Tao in an instant. Both of them had almost no chance to react. Let's go. Zhang Tao, through these words, led the 30 young martial artists, and disappeared on the spot in an instant. The strength of a peak-level monster was terrifying to the extreme. Fong Ping and the others' vision went black. They could not see anything. When Fong Ping's vision was no longer black, Fong Ping calculated for a while. About 3 to 5 minutes had passed. However, at this moment, they were no longer in Capital City. Or rather, they were no longer on the ground. This was because the giant sun above their heads was not the sun on the ground, but the sun of the catacombs. Fong Ping glanced at Li Hansong. Li Hansong shook his head slightly. This was not Capital City's catacombs. Before this, Fong Ping had thought that they were going through Capital City's catacombs. Now, it seemed that was not the case. This was not Mount Royal Sea either. This was because Fong Ping saw the city below. The human city. The 24th passageway? Why are we going this way? Fong Ping was slightly puzzled. Logically speaking, going through Star Town's passageway would be faster. They would arrive at Mount Royal Sea directly. However, Zhang Tao did not bring them through Star Town's passageway. Instead, he chose to go through this small domain that had always been hidden. Just as Fong Ping was feeling puzzled, Zhang Tao suddenly led everyone and shot forward, flying all the way. Along the way, Zhang Tao's aura was earth-shattering, his speed was also extremely fast. It was in this situation that Fong Ping managed to catch a glimpse of the situation. As Zhang Tao flew past, it seemed like he had crushed a large group of people to death. Old Zhang, did this on purpose? At this moment, Fong Ping was a little more clear-headed. Perhaps Absolute Peak could not enter the small domain easily. This might be an opportunity. The catacombs would know that Absolute Peak had brought people into the restricted area. Therefore, at this moment, Zhang Tao led them directly through the small domain. When a powerhouse like him traveled and released his aura, it indicated to the catacombs that he had arrived. It was not too much for him to crush a group of middle-ranked and high-ranked martial artists along the way. And the reality was indeed as Fong Ping had expected. Not only did Zhang Tao pass by, but he also deliberately passed by the catacomb cities. He did not target those middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists, nor did he target those ordinary catacombs humans. Fong Ping saw that a few martial artists who had performed the flight step were instantly crushed into pieces by him. Rank 7, Fong Ping's gaze flickered slightly. Old Zhang was really evil. He did this on purpose. Along the way, his speed was extremely fast. The martial artists in the cities could not even react in time before he knocked them to death and crushed them to death. At this extreme speed, Fong Ping even saw a powerhouse wearing a crown on his head who had just levitated into the air when old Zhang knocked his body into pieces. However, this seemed to have aroused the dissatisfaction of the restricted area powerhouse. The next moment, a sonorous voice was heard, "Martial King, don't go too far." Ha ha ha. I'm just passing by. A real king is traveling. Even a fake king dares to block my way. Death is not to be regretted. Humph. Both parties exchanged words across 1,000 miles. That crowned powerhouse was probably not dead. The other party did not seem to care too much about a few rank 7s dying. At this moment, he did not speak again. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao's speed gradually slowed down. At this moment, everyone felt like they had returned to reality. It was not like earlier, as if they were traveling through space and time. When they stopped, Fang Ping suddenly realized that they were actually in the sky above a city. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly laughed. He looked at the towering golden tree not far away and whispered, "Minister, smash it. Maybe there's life essence inside." Zhang Tao glanced at him. Stupid, 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 this kid was really daring. Everyone else was a little nervous now. Only Fang Ping's eyes were shining, staring at the towering monster plant not far away. Fang Ping was indeed not nervous. What a joke, he was following the apex, why should he be nervous? Zhang Tao almost killed a rank 9 while flying, why should he be afraid of a rank 9 monster plant? Zhang Tao was too lazy to care about him, slowing down, saying lightly, "Can you really kill a rank 9? A rank 7 is nothing, killing a rank 8, that's troublesome. If you kill a catacombs rank 8 today, they can riot tomorrow. A rank 8 forged golden body, this kind of martial artist is already a real high-end combat strength. As for rank 7, although it's also a high rank 7 martial artists' bodies are fragile, with a very big flaw, the restricted areas usually don't pay too much attention to them." Fang Ping felt a little regretful, then made a throat-slitting gesture toward the swaying golden monster plant. Damn, provoking a rank 9, so exciting. Both parties were only a few thousand meters apart, the rank 9 monster plant had already noticed them. This was really the first time of face-to-face provocation. Fang Ping's provocation was noticed by the monster plant, but it did not move, did not make any extra movements, even seemed to be a little trembling. There was no other reason, it felt a huge pressure and threat. A true king powerhouse, these rank 9 monster plants, although their combat strength was strong, if they encountered a true king powerhouse, they would definitely die, unable to escape. Those who could really escape from the hands of the apex, including the restricted areas and humans, did not exceed 3. The number 1 person below the apex, whether Nan Yunyue could escape from the hands of the apex depended on the time and place, and whether the apex had the intention to kill. Zhang Tao did not look at the city again, of course, did not have the intention to avoid, just flying straight ahead. The monster plant seemed to be twisting its body carefully, trying to stay as far away as possible. Zhang Tao did not want to say anything about Fang Ping provoking a rank 9. Martial artists should not be too arrogant. Provoking powerhouses was a suicidal move. Even so, martial artists could not afford to be timid. With him around, it was not a big deal for Fang Ping to provoke his opponent. This kid was bold to begin with. As long as he was not stupid enough to provoke a rank 9 without the support of a paragon, it would be fine. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao seemed to have remembered something. It seemed like this wasn't the first time he had done something like this. Although Zhang Tao had slowed down, it was only relatively speaking. He was still extremely fast. Not long after, Fang Ping and the others crossed another city. At this time, there were no more cities behind them. Instead, there were many rolling mountains and basins, as well as forests and rivers. Fang Ping also saw many monster plants and monsters. This was perhaps a forbidden area of the demon race, however, old Zhang was still arrogant and had no intention of changing his path. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little envious and longing. This was life, regardless of whether it was a forbidden land or a city, they all had to make way for him. If he had such strength, why would he need to dig a hole? Did he even need to conceal his aura? Why would he need to sneakily kill a few high-ranked monsters? Among the demons in the forbidden area, Fang Ping even saw some high-ranked monsters that could fly. However, when they saw old Zhang, they fell straight down, smashing the ground with a loud rumble, not daring to fly up. Domineering, Fang Ping was envious. The others were envious and worshipping too. This was the guardian of humanity, the top-notch power that protected humanity. One person ran amok in a region. Wherever he went, the enemy did not even have the guts to resist. They flew past the city, past the forbidden area. As they flew, someone suddenly exclaimed, "This is Mount Royal Sea." Fang Ping had been looking down. At this moment, he lifted his head to look. When he saw the situation in front of him clearly, Fang Ping was also shocked. This is Mount Royal Sea. He had heard of Mount Royal Sea many times, but he had never seen it. He did not have the chance to see it either. Mount Royal Sea was in the deepest part of the catacombs. It was thousands of miles away from the periphery. It was impossible to see it from such a long distance. However, Fang Ping saw it today. In front of him, the huge mountain range that rose and fell endlessly was Mount Royal Sea. The mountain range that seemed to reach the sky was Mount Royal Sea. It was too long, too tall, too tall. It was so long that there seemed to be no end to its height. Everyone was shocked. Was it really man-made? Someone in the crowd asked. Zhang Tao said calmly, it was man-made. Of course, it was not caused by the two kings in the catacombs legend. This is not something that can be achieved by a single person. Mount Royal Sea, Royal Sea. Royal Sea is the Forbidden Sea. The Forbidden Sea has been expanding all along. Of course, it is not obvious anymore. You can even see the so-called outland as a beach, a coastline that is thousands of miles wide. Mount Royal Sea is hundreds of thousands of miles long. The highest point is more than 100,000 meters, and the lowest is also 50 to 60,000 meters. This is not done by a single person. It is done by a group of people, many powerhouses. Actually, through some of the traces left behind, we can know that Mount Royal Sea was originally built by a large group of powerhouses, spending countless years to build it. Fang Ping said immediately, Minister, powerhouses do not care about this height of tens of thousands of meters. The sky above Mount Royal Sea is the same as the sky above the outland. Fang Ping understood instantly, space rifts, no wonder. This meant that it was impossible to fly above Mount Royal Sea. Fang Ping said again, powerhouses can also shatter the mountain range and directly pass through. Mount Royal Sea is said to be a mountain range or a mountain peak, but it is actually a solidified body mixed with countless mentality. It is solidified at the peak. Fang Ping understood once again. The strength of solidified mentality at the peak was terrifying. He had actually thought of breaking through Mount Royal Sea and going to the restricted area alone. What a joke. Could he break through a solidified mountain range at the peak? Zhang Tao did not wait for him to ask again. He said immediately, since Mount Royal Sea was man-made, of course, there will be some gaps. In every territory, there is a Grand Canyon. There is a boundary wall there. People from the restricted area and the outland can communicate through the passage of the boundary wall. Of course, our main mission is to guard the vicinity of the passage. Under normal circumstances, we will not deliberately stop them from communicating. If a war breaks out, our people will seal the passage and not allow people from the restricted area to enter or leave. This is the so-called guarding Mount Royal Sea. It is not what you think. If one person really guards a territory alone, no one will have that much energy. At the peak, you need to rest too. Also, Mount Royal Sea is actually very wide. You can think of Mount Royal Sea as a city wall. It is huge beyond your imagination. What we are looking at now is the outer wall. Between the outer wall and the inner wall, there is also an incomparably vast land. Here, the main creatures that live are monsters and monster plants. Can these monsters leave Mount Royal Sea? They can go in and out through the passage at the Grand Canyon, but not other places. Of course, if you are not afraid of death, you can try flying through the air. Cracks are not everywhere. If you are brave enough, then you can try flying over Mount Royal Sea's inner and outer walls. As Zhang Tao said that, he glanced at Fang Ping and smiled faintly. Space cracks are not fixed and unmoving. You have to know, it seems like there are no cracks here, but if you fly over, maybe only half of your body will be left. Space cracks are very scary. Even if it is us, although we can withstand it, it is still fine if there are only a few. Once we are completely surrounded by the space cracks, we will also fall. As for those below the peak, there is almost no hope of survival. That is why the monsters in Mount Royal Sea usually don't go out. They also won't purposely come to this side of the passage. Fang Ping understood. He asked again, then, can we humans enter the inner part of Mount Royal Sea and hunt the monsters? Yes, but you better not have such plans. Zhang Tao reminded him, there are many monsters in Mount Royal Sea. If you go in, there are high-ranked monsters everywhere. It is very easy to die. If humans enter, even if there are paragons keeping watch nearby, they will not always keep an eye on you and take care of you. That is impossible. Even Polaris City will not train in Mount Royal Sea. They will usually go to the place where the king battles. Of course, when they have reached rank 9, they may go to the inner part of Mount Royal Sea. It is less dangerous there. Fang Ping nodded and looked around curiously. In the crowd, the others looked at him in surprise. There was no other reason. This kid was really amazing. To be honest, the people present did not really dare to ask Zhang Tao questions. Even the descendants of the paragons were the same. In their eyes, the powerhouses of the paragons were gods. Even their ancestor was a legendary figure. Would normal people dare to keep asking the country's leaders questions, including Li Yiming? He had a paragon grandfather, but he did not dare to talk to Li Zhen like that. Fang Ping was really amazing. Fang Ping did not realize this. Old Zhang's image in his heart had been destroyed. Paragons were no longer mysterious. Paragons were also human. Old Zhang was still someone who could not sit still and liked to eavesdrop on others. This kind of old man might be a chatterbox. What was wrong with chatting a little? At this moment, Fang Ping did not ask any more questions. Instead, he looked around. After looking for a while, he suddenly looked ahead and said, "That is the Grand Canyon passageway?" "That's right. This is where the people from the restricted area enter and exit?" "Yes." Fang Ping looked for a while and smiled. "It can be treated as a city gate?" Zhang Tao laughed. "You can think of it that way." Fang Ping said no more. Then, he thought of something and asked immediately, "Minister, will you accompany us in?" "No, paragons will not enter the restricted area or the outland. This is a special situation. We will only move around inside Mount Royal Sea. Or we can go to the Forbidden Sea. Along the boundary, we can reach the Forbidden Sea. Paragons are restricted. We restrict the other party, but we are also restricting ourselves." Zhang Tao's words were no longer calm. There was a hint of complicated emotions in them. Paragons restricted the restricted area. Was it not the same as confining themselves? In such a big catacombs, the area they could move around in was too little. Often, for decades, they would not meet a single person. They did not even have someone to talk to. He was still considered lucky. The other paragons were even more difficult. Therefore, his feelings toward Star City's paragons were very complicated. It was so complicated that, on one hand, he knew that Star City's paragons had their own objectives. Some people's ideals did not agree with his. However, knowing was one thing. On the other hand, he admired and sympathized with these people. Guarding Mount Royal Sea for hundreds of years. No matter what their objectives were, they were heroes. He did not feel anything when Fang Ping went against the Yang family. The Yang family did not represent the paragons. However, when Fang Ping gossiped about the Yang family's paragons, Zhang Tao was not happy. His tone was very serious. Fang Ping could not feel this kind of emotion. When he heard Zhang Tao say that he was not going, he could not help but worry. "If the martial artists from the restricted area attack us, don't worry. Both sides have already reached an agreement. There will be rank 9 martial artists escorting you to the battlefield. I will be keeping watch here in the near future. If there is a problem, I will intervene. If the paragons attack, won't we die in an instant?" "Yes." Zhang Tao answered happily. He then laughed and said, "If you die, then you die. If you die, I will slaughter all the high ranks in this territory. The restricted area will not have anything to say. If they really attack you first, they will gain instead." When he said that, Fang Ping was speechless. What he said made sense. Killing some of their rank 6 and 7 martial artists, and then Zhang Tao conveniently slaughtering the high ranks in this small territory. It was really a gain. The point was, they would die. Zhang Tao was also an interesting person. He laughed and said, "Fang Ping, you can consider provoking the martial artists from the restricted area. Let them attack you first and break the agreement. Then, I can find an excuse to kill more people." Fang Ping grimaced. Old Zhang was evil, I won't do it, the others were holding back their laughter. The foreign martial artists, however, looked at Fang Ping strangely. Although this guy was not a descendant of the paragons, he could chat with Zhang Tao to this extent. Strictly speaking, he was more valued by the paragons than some of the paragons' descendants. While they were talking, they arrived at the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon was not the kind that was connected to the ground. Instead, it was the kind of cave-like canyon passageway that opened up halfway up the mountain. Zhang Tao led everyone to land. As soon as they landed, Fang Ping took a deep breath and said in surprise, such rich energy. Even if I don't rely on pills here, I can still meet my cultivation needs. Indeed. The energy at Mount Royal Sea is the richest. Even the restricted area's interior can't compare to it. Because there are fewer people here, and because the Paragon's mentality solidification restricts the overflow of energy. Therefore, although the interior of Mount Royal Sea is not as big as the outer territory, there are many energy giant mines inside. After countless years of accumulation, there are many energy giant mines here. Some of the giant mines in the outer territory were actually moved away from here at Mount Royal Sea. Of course, we have to come to an agreement with the demons or kill them directly. Otherwise, if we move the giant mines away casually, we can only wait to be hunted down. Zhang Tao had just finished speaking when a figure flew over quickly from afar. Very soon, the figure landed, bowed, and said, "Martial King." Fang Ping fixed his eyes on him. Then, his eyes flickered. An ancient person, the reason why he thought so was because this person's attire was indeed no different from the ancient people. His hair was tied up in a high bun, with a horizontal jade hairpin, a mixed primordial crown on his head and a Taoist robe. A Taoist powerhouse? A powerhouse from a Taoist sect? Fang Ping recalled immediately. In the world of sects, which Taoist sects were there, Mount Wangu where Alliance leader Zhao was, the true martial sect located in capital city, but Alliance leader Zhao was no different from a modern person. The old man still had short hair, and he did not wear a Taoist robe. Zhang Tao had no intention of introducing them to everyone. When he saw the person, he smiled and said, "Senior Ma, is there anything unusual here?" No demons have crossed over recently. No one from the restricted area has come either, that's good. As he said that, Zhang Tao said, "I'll hold the fort here. You send them over." All right. The white-haired Taoist did not say much. He looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, "Follow me." Everyone hurriedly followed him. Zhang Tao stood where he was and did not move. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tao's figure had already disappeared. Fang Ping glanced around. He did not see Zhang Tao. The old Taoist in front of him did not seem to have any intention of explaining either. Fang Ping wanted to ask about the situation, but they were not familiar with each other. The old Taoist did not seem to have any intention of talking nonsense either. Fang Ping still held back. It was fine to ask about people he was familiar with. It was best to keep a low profile when it came to powerhouses he was not familiar with. The old Taoist should not be a paragon. Fang Ping roughly estimated that he should be rank 9. As for which level of rank 9 his strength was in, it was hard to tell. In Fang Ping's eyes, rank 9 powerhouses, other than paragon, were actually divided into at least 4 levels. It was not divided into middle, and upper stages. Rank 9 powerhouses did not seem to care too much about middle, and upper stages. According to Fang Ping's understanding, people like Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, and Alliance leader Zhao belonged to the first level. People like Wu Chuan were more or less in the second level. The third level was close to the combat strength of people like Old Man Li and Wu Kuishan. They had the ability to kill some weak rank 9. The fourth level was what everyone called a weak rank 9. They did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. They had only just entered rank 9. Their own path was not clear yet. In this way, Wu Chuan was actually not considered weak. However, Fang Ping knew that Wu Chuan did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. He did not have a rank 9 divine weapon. If he fought with Wu Kuishan, he might not be able to win. It could only be said that Wu Chuan's realm was higher and his own combat strength was stronger. They followed the old Taoist and walked forward. The Grand Canyon was really huge, it was not a real canyon. In Fang Ping's eyes, both sides were those kind of boundary walls. They led to the inside of Mount Yuhai, not the mountain wall. They walked for a long time. Everyone's speed was extremely fast, but they still walked for more than half an hour. They had crossed at least tens of li. Along the way, other than the sound of footsteps, there were only the roars of monsters from the depths of both sides. No one spoke. They walked all the way until another boundary wall appeared in front of them. The old Taoist stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to look at everyone and said, "This old Taoist can only send you up to here. Later, you will enter through the opening of the passageway. After you enter, there are still our people on the other side. Remember. Don't talk nonsense. Don't ask anything. There are restricted area martial artists. Follow our people. Just watch and don't talk along the way. Even if you are provoked by the restricted area martial artists. Don't attack." Fang Ping could not hold it in this time. He asked hurriedly, "Will someone provoke us?" Old Zhang had said earlier to let Fang Ping provoke the other party. He would find an opportunity to kill some people. The old Taoist glanced at him and said lightly, "Provoking you doesn't mean attacking. Once you are provoked and attack, the road is filled with restricted area martial artists. If we kill you, then we can only accept it. Humans could provoke the other party. Naturally, the other party could also provoke humans. Whoever attacked first would be killed by the other party's powerhouse." No one could say anything. Fang Ping understood. He nodded and said, "Understood. Can we provoke them then?" "It's best not to, because the other side is the restricted area. People are under the eaves, understood?" Fang Ping said no more. The old Taoist did not continue either. Very soon, the old Taoist slapped the boundary wall in front of them one palm after another. The boundary wall trembled slightly. After a while, an opening appeared in the boundary wall. The old Taoist said in a low voice, "Go in quickly." Fang Ping and the others could see that the old Taoist seemed to be struggling to maintain this opening. Everyone did not delay either. They hurriedly stepped through the opening. After stepping through the boundary wall, there was still no one in front. Fang Ping and the others could only continue walking forward. Just like before, after walking for a long time, they finally saw a figure. In front, stood 7 or 8 people, catacombs martial artists. They were all high ranks. Fang Ping and the others looked vigilant. They did not continue forward. In front, those catacombs martial artists blocked the canyon's exit. A powerhouse dressed in golden armor crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly in the catacombs language, "Are these the people? The geniuses who resurrected martial artists?" There was a strong sense of mockery in his tone. Someone said thoughtfully, "Guess, how many will survive? There's still half the survival rate in the past. But this time, 10, Venerable Tong Feng overestimated them. I guess 5. Ha ha ha, I guess 3. Maybe all of them will die." Fang Ping and the others understood the catacombs language. At this moment, many of them looked furious, but no one said a word. These people opposite them were all high ranks. There were even rank 9s among them. Attacking them would be courting death. At this moment, Fang Ping heard familiar Mandarin. Someone said, "All of you, come with me." Everyone looked toward the direction of the voice. On the left of those catacombs martial artists stood a martial artist in military uniform. He was not one of the rank 9s Fang Ping was familiar with from the military department. It was a rank 9 powerhouse that he was unfamiliar with. Fang Ping was not familiar with him, but Yao Qingjun knew him. He said in a low voice, "I think it's Commander Zhou." "It's Commander Zhou." Du Hong nodded. After confirming the person's identity, he breathed a sigh of relief. He ignored those catacombs martial artists and walked toward the man in military uniform. Humph. Among the catacombs martial artists, someone snorted coldly, staring at the man in military uniform. Commander Zhou did not say a word, nor did he look at them. He waited until Fang Ping and the others came before saying, "Follow me." "Don't talk." Everyone did not say a word. They followed Commander Zhou in silence. "I'll kill all of you sooner or later." A catacombs martial artist sneered. His tone was full of anger and provocation. Commander Zhou did not reply. He continued to lead them forward. After walking for a long time, he said, "Don't bother about them. Don't attack before we enter the battlefield. Pretend you didn't hear what they said. Killing people doesn't depend on words." Fang Ping did not say a word. Instead, he looked around. At this moment, they had already left Mount Imperial Sea. Along the way, there was no sign of human habitation. However, monsters were everywhere. In the process of walking, they encountered no less than 100 monsters. Of course, their ranks were not considered high. The battlefield is only 1,000 li ahead. We'll encounter some cities and villages along the way. We won't stop. You guys be careful too. Although the catacombs martial artists won't start a battle of the pinnacle and attack us first, some monsters might attack us. However, some demonic beasts might attack us. Everyone, be careful. Reborn martial artists. Kill them. Tisk tsk, another group of suicidal people is here. So weak. The land of reborn's geniuses are too weak, ha ha ha. Along the way, Fang Ping and the others passed by a small town. The town was not big, and it felt like it was still in an undeveloped stage. Many people wore animal skins and held bone clubs. However, among these people, there were rank 5 and 6 martial artists flying in the air, blocking the rank 9's path and mocking them wantonly. This Commander Zhou was not the rank 8 Commander Zhou that Fang Ping knew, but another rank 9. His temper seemed to be a little too good. Even when faced with rank 5 and 6 martial artists blocking the way, he did not say a word and stopped quietly. Not long after, these people would automatically disperse, not really blocking the way all the time. Fang Ping held his breath. When they passed by the small town, he said in a low voice, "Commander, you're a rank 9, why don't you?" Commander Zhou looked up and said lightly, "There are rank 9s following us along the way. I'll remind you for the last time, don't attack without permission." "Even I won't attack without permission. I'm not a paragon." In other words, if he was a paragon, then he could kill these people at will. A paragon must not be insulted. Barren land. Fang Ping complained. The restricted area was indeed like the barren land. They only encountered a small town after a few hundred li, and it was the undeveloped kind. Commander Zhou glanced at him and said in a low voice, "This is just the border area." There was only one rank 7 powerhouse in the small town just now. In the border area, there was one rank 7 in a small town. In fact, one could imagine how many powerhouses there were in the restricted area. After all, the area of the restricted area was more than 6 billion square kilometers. This place was just an insignificant small piece, the kind that could barely be seen as a black dot on the map. Not long after they flew past the small town, a group of people suddenly came through the flight step in front of them. There were quite a lot of people, at least 30 people. All of them were rank 6, and there were no high ranks. These people looked very young too. There were both men and women, and their dressing was completely different from the people in the small town. They wore all kinds of luxurious clothing, looking at Fang Ping and the others as if they were looking at barbarians. Someone laughed loudly and said, "Are these the resurrected martial artists who oppose the royal court?" "Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Collecting the head of a resurrected martial artist, I think it must be very interesting. Jiao Muhuai, leave those women to me. I haven't experienced the feeling of a revived martial artist. I think it might taste good." These people wantonly ridiculed and pointed, treating everyone else as if they were nothing. Fang Ping glanced at them and recognized their identities. People from the Monster Plant Royal Court, the 4 royal courts all had their own emblems. This was something Zhang Peng had taught him in the military. The imperial court was huge, the 4 majestic halls covered hundreds of millions of square kilometers of land. The largest, the 10,000 Demon Royal Palace, occupied an area of more than 1 billion square kilometers, comparable to the size of 100 China. In the eyes of these kingdoms' martial artists, the land of rebirth was just a tiny piece of land. However, this small piece of land had given birth to many true king experts. The powerhouses were looking for the seed of rebirth, but these young royal court martial artists did not care. They were more concerned about whether they would have the opportunity to enter the true king level after conquering the land of rebirth. Or perhaps, he could kill some revived martial artists and study them to see if there were any mysteries. It was also these people's first time seeing revived martial artists. Restricted area martial artists, unless they had reached rank 9, very few of them would leave the restricted area and go to the outer realm. As for the land of rebirth, it was also their first time going there. They were not familiar with those people from before. And these people were not all of the people from the monster plant royal court who went to the land of rebirth this time. It was just one of the teams. Hearing that revived martial artists had walked here before, these people deliberately made a detour to come and observe. Although they spoke wantonly, these people still paid special attention to some people. A few powerhouses who achieved mentality-vitality fusion were all within their observation range. They did not look at the two rank 7s because they were not together. Other than mentality-vitality fusion, they observed peak rank 6. As for Fang Ping and the others, they were directly ignored. They were observing, and so was Fang Ping. 32 people, 9 of them achieved mentality-vitality fusion, 20 of them were peak rank 6, 3 of them were upper stage, and none of them were middle stage. This is just one team, Fang Ping murmured in his heart. In the restricted area, every time martial artists and demons entered the land of rebirth, there were at most 400 to 500, and at least 200 to 300. The 4 royal courts had the most humans and demons, and the rest were people from dynasties and sections. Monster Plant Royal Court and Monster Plant Royal Court accounted for more than half of the people who went. After all, the 2 kings were the founders of these 2 royal courts. Every time, the people from the 2 royal courts went, at least tens, at most hundreds. This time, it seemed like there would really be hundreds of people. These people laughed at them wantonly, probed them wantonly. A few of them who achieved mentality-vitality fusion even used their mentality to probe Fang Ping and the others. Commander Zhou set up a spirit energy barrier and led the team to fly forward without stopping. However, he did not stop their probing, mocking them. After setting up the barrier, Commander Zhou said in a low voice as he hurried along, "Don't be provoked by their actions, and don't think that they are really arrogant and ignorant. These people are genius martial artists from the restricted area. Many of them come from the Paragon sects or clans. They are not those martial artists from the outer domain, and they are not the kind without actual combat experience. In the restricted area, the competition is also very fierce. These people's hands are stained with blood. There are battles between the royal courts and dynasties." Fang Ping nodded, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting, Commander, the weapons they are wearing are divine weapons." Commander Zhou nodded. "It is very interesting. In the past, actually, the catacombs martial artists did not wear divine weapons. They have their own ways of forging weapons that are comparable to divine weapons, but recently, the restricted area has begun to openly wear divine weapons. In the battles between the royal courts and dynasties, the number of demons killed is not small. When divine weapons are made public, many people immediately have divine weapons in their hands." However, at this point, Commander Zhou paused slightly and said, "Although they are wearing divine weapons, these divine weapons do not come from the other 2 royal courts. Most of them come from the core demons in the wild. Maybe the 4 royal courts have reached some consensus, but it is still unclear and impossible to judge. Actually, this is a good thing. The power of divine weapons will make some people unable to control their desires. Sooner or later, they will forge divine weapons by killing the demons guarding and 10,000 demon royal court." Fang Ping did not say anything. After a while, he said, 24. Everyone looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping looked calm. "I am going to be rich, really, I am going to be rich. It does not matter if these fellows laugh at me, they can continue laughing. In short, I am going to be rich. 32 people, 24 divine weapons, going to the king's battleground, why would I still look for opportunities? Stop joking, I want to kill people. Rank 6 martial artists are not qualified to keep divine weapons in the Sanjiao Gate. If they die, they will definitely drop divine weapons. Killing these rank SIXS is much better than taking a risk, right? Divine weapons are almost like cabbages." Of course, Fang Ping could understand. They are all disciples of the top sections. How could they not have some good stuff? Just like Xianxia and the rest, who does not have some good stuff, humans need to think more before killing demons. They have fought each other, so the divine weapons they have condensed must be more than humans. Fang Ping should be surprised. Why not 32? Where did those 8 poor bastards come from? They are so poor, how could they be qualified to be called catacombs geniuses? Could it be those poor bastard geniuses from the outer domain? At this moment, Fang Ping was very calm. Even if these people had been following him, pointing at him and laughing wantonly, it didn't matter. It was okay. Fang Ping could not wait for them to keep following him, to follow him to the king's battleground. Once he entered the king's battleground, he would kill them immediately. 24 swords, even if they are all rank 7, even if they are the lowest level, there will still be 10 billion each. Even if there are no gains, 240 billion in my hands. This is only one batch. If I kill another batch, won't I have trillions of wealth directly? Good place, a really good place. This trip is worth it. At this moment, Fang Ping only had divine weapons and money in his eyes. As for the rest, he did not care. Previously, in order to gain benefits, he even dared to scheme against rank 9s, not to mention these rank SIXS. In terms of understanding, Old Wang and the rest understood Fang Ping better. When Fang Ping said 24 swords, the few of them knew what he meant instantly. Wang Jinyang shook his head slightly. This guy is here again. There are many people who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion here. They are all powerhouses' descendants and disciples, not rookies. Fang Ping's intentions may not be that simple. However, since they have come to the king's battleground, they can forget about getting along peacefully. At this moment, Old Wang also had his eyes on these divine weapons, and Mau is poor, too poor, so poor that they do not even have a single divine weapon. Although there are no grandmasters in their families, divine weapons are valuable. In Nanjiang, even Zhang Dingnan does not have a divine weapon. If he could get one, it would be good to give Zhang Dingnan one. Also, the few peak rank 6 martial artists in NMAU are now provided with divine fruit by the government. If they seize more divine weapons, they might be able to exchange them for more good stuff to enhance their strength. Both of them have their eyes on them. Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun have their eyes on them too. Everyone is poor. There is still a group of people crying piteously for food behind them. Li Yiming and the others from the military department have a good family background. The families in Star City have a good family background too. They do not care, they do not feel anything. However, these few people are really close to swallowing their saliva. The king's battleground, the Holy Land, a few martial arts university students are like hungry wolves. They do not show it, but each of them lowered their heads, their eyes glowing fiercely. Previously, when the military department said to kill the catacombs geniuses, they did not feel anything. Whether to kill or not, it depends on the situation. But now, they must kill. The protectors and 10,000 demon royal court do not care about them. If the demons are not rank 7, killing them will not do them much good. However, the monster plants and monster life royal court must have a large number of divine weapons. They must kill a large group. Commander Zhou glanced at the few martial arts university students. In the crowd, Du Hong also glanced at them. The others still looked ignorant. Even Li Yiming did not feel anything. At this moment, he is provoking the catacombs martial artists. Fang Ping has no intention of provoking them. Keeping a low profile is the only way to get rich. Just ignore me. The few martial arts university students have the same mentality at this moment. They are all like hungry wolves, jealous but not showing it. Each of them is frighteningly low-key. This time even Xianxia is a little surprised. Fang Ping can even tolerate this. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eye and saw that he seems to be eating. Xianxia looked for a while more, and his expression changed. Oh my god, this guy is swallowing his saliva, F***ck, this. What is he trying to do? He looked at Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, Yao Qingjun at the side. Fatty shuddered and said softly, that. Safety first, safety first. Xianxia regretted it. He did not want to follow. What are these guys doing? Do you guys have to act so thirsty? Fang Ping raised his head, glanced at him, and said calmly, "Fatty, seriously, it's better not to follow us. The few of us are barefooted, you know. They need money, but I need to feed my family. There's a big family in MCMAU." Xianxia wanted to cry. "What should I do?" "That. Are you confident?" "I don't know. We'll see." Xianxia fell silent. He did not say if he should continue to follow these guys. After another 2 to 3 hours, those people no longer followed them and disappeared. In front of them, a scorched land appeared. Rumble. As soon as Fang Ping and the others stepped into this scorched land, they heard a rumble. It was not the martial artists attacking, but it came from the sky. High up in the sky, waves of restless energy were erupting, squeezing, colliding, and exploding. Commander Zhou did not use the flight step anymore. He landed on the ground and looked around vigilantly. He said, "This is the periphery of the Imperial battleground. We haven't officially entered yet. However, the energy here is extremely violent. There are also monsters here that have no rationality and are extremely crazy." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch. A monster that had just leaped out in front of him was blasted into a pulp. There's a boundary wall 30 li ahead. It's a boundary wall that covers the entire Imperial battleground. The Imperial battleground is huge. This boundary wall is not made by the catacombs martial artists themselves. It can't be said to be a pure boundary wall either. Instead, it's a solidified product formed by the interweaving mentality of too many people who have died. The purpose of this boundary wall is to protect the dead. No one wants to be skinned and torn apart after they die, therefore, before they die, the obsession of the dead forms this boundary wall that covers the entire Imperial battleground. This is just outside the boundary wall. You should know that the origin path is chaotic within the boundary wall. We can't enter. Therefore, after you enter, you can only rely on yourselves. On one hand, we can't enter. On the other hand, even if there are rank 7 and 8 martial artists who enter, they can't. This is because at the entrance, both parties are supervising each other. On our side, apart from me, the other 5 parties each have a rank 9. A total of 6 rank 9s are watching over here. On the catacomb side, there are more than 20. Even if we want to enter, we can't do anything. Fang Ping said softly, "The catacombs martial artists won't have powerhouses enter the rank 6 area, will they?" "No, this is the rule set by Pinnacle. They won't dare to violate it." "Then I'm relieved." After talking for a while, Commander Zhou took action and killed many monsters. There were even rank 7 monsters that rebelled. They disregarded the threat of the rank 9 and charged straight at them. The monsters here were affected by the chaotic aura. They were all delirious, even if they had reached rank 7. Although Commander Zhou killed this level 7 demon beast, he didn't skin it and break its bones. Instead, he warned the others, "Don't eat anything when you get inside. As for the corpses of demon beasts, you can eat the demons from the demon royal court you killed. But don't eat the original ones. Because they live here, they are greatly affected. If you eat them, you might be affected too. As for the heart and brain cores, these monsters are more insane. They will shatter themselves when they die. Therefore, try not to fight with the original demons inside. It won't do you any good." Everyone nodded. This point was actually mentioned before, but everyone did not have a clear understanding of it. Now they knew. After walking for a while, Fang Ping saw a boundary wall that connected heaven and earth. Below the boundary wall, there was nothing but an exceptionally gorgeous palace that was out of place. The palace building was huge. At this moment, many people could be seen flying around in the sky above the building. Xianxia looked surprised. "We have a base like this here." Fang Ping was speechless. "Are you blind?" Commander Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. He gestured to everyone and looked at a high platform made of boulders near the palace, saying, "That's our territory." At this moment, there were people on the boulder platform too. A few powerhouses stood still on the spot, ignoring the frolicking in the palace. Among these powerhouses, some were dressed like monks. They should be from the ancient Buddha sacred land. Some were dressed like pharaohs. They should be from the Wanta world. Each of the 6 major forces had a rank 9 guarding this place. Commander Zhou did not stay here permanently. Sometimes, the rank 9s from Polaris City would guard this place. Ignoring the situation in the palace, Commander Zhou led everyone toward the boulder platform. As soon as everyone arrived, Rosace and the rest greeted these rank 9 powerhouses one after another. They were obviously familiar with each other. After chatting for a while, the rank 9 who was dressed like a monk suddenly looked at Fang Ping and said lightly, "Is this the one who chopped off Tua Man's limbs?" Commander Zhou frowned slightly. "Varna, this is a restricted area." The monk did not say much. He patted Tua Man lightly. Tua Man was his descendant. The most outstanding descendant, however, he was defeated by a rank 6 martial artist in the youth competition. This was a huge blow to Tua Man. Even when he saw him, he did not have the vigor he used to have. This rank 7 martial artist was not even 30 years old this year. Fang Ping did not say a word at this moment. He was extremely low-key. It could not be helped. In this place, he was very vigilant. Each of the other 5 clans had a rank 9. In the palace next to them, there were a lot of catacombs rank 9s. In Sino Nation, the only rank 9 Commander Zhou was not very familiar with him. In this place, it was necessary to act like a coward. Fang Ping did not think that if this rank 9 monk killed him, Commander Zhou would start a war with the other party here. Even if someone came to find trouble with him after he went out, he would be dead. Why would he care if others took revenge or not, however, if this monk dared to talk nonsense again? Fang Ping decided that when they reached the inner part of the sacred land of ancient Buddha, he would slaughter everyone from the ancient Buddha's sacred land. Fortunately, the rank 9 monk did not continue to say anything. Fang Ping felt that Buchui and the rest had escaped with their lives. Next, he was not interested in purposely slaughtering these guys. It was meaningless. The monk did not speak again. Commander Zhou said, "The entrance is over there." As he said that, he pointed to the front where the palace gate was. "The entrance is over there. We won't enter now. We have to wait for people from other places to arrive before we go in separately. This entrance is always open. Every 3 years, each party will decide on the quota. After that, you can enter at will. There are people inside now. Of course, you don't have to care about them. They could be the group from 3 years ago, or 6 years ago. After so many years, they haven't broken through, which means they are not very good. They are all rank 6 martial artists inside. Once a rank 7 martial artist breaks through, it's fine if they don't come out. Once they come out, they won't enter the rank 6 area again. Instead, they will enter the rank 7 area. The entrance is also over there, but the area you will enter is different." Fang Ping said, "Are there still human martial artists in the rank 6 area?" Commander Zhou shook his head, saying in a low voice, "There won't be. There are only 30 people in 3 years. In the early stage, many will die. The rest have almost all broken through. In 3 years, even if there are some who really can't break through, they won't enter again. There are martial artists from the catacombs inside. It's too dangerous for a single person to enter alone. There were not many humans to begin with. The mortality rate was the highest when entering for the first time. It was normal for half of them to die. The remaining people might not be able to break through to rank 7, but after 3 years, they would more or less achieve it." "What about the rank 7 area?" "Yes, and there are quite a lot of them." Commander Zhou nodded. "Right now, there are 64 rank 7 martial artists from each party in the rank 7 area. There were about 10 people on each side, and almost all of them were from the Holy Land." Fang Ping asked some more questions, including how to get out. The land of the martial kings was known to change its terrain frequently. Fang Ping was really afraid that he would not be able to get out. In fact, it was very simple. The exit was the only place in the land of the martial kings where the energy was not chaotic. No matter how the terrain changed, as long as one walked along the place where the energy was calm, one would be able to reach the exit. As he asked, the number of martial artists in the palace next to him increased, not only martial artists, but Fang Ping also saw some monsters and monster plants. Fang Ping knew that there were monsters coming from the 2 demon royal halls, but to be honest, he had always thought that monsters below the high rank had no intelligence. However, when a group of tree-like monster plants walked past him in a formation, Fang Ping said in surprise, "They have intelligence?" "Yes." Commander Zhou said in a low voice, "In general, monsters below the high rank have no intelligence, but these monsters do, because they are usually born from the Peak Demon clan." As he spoke, a few powerhouses in golden armor suddenly shouted from the palace, "All parties have arrived. Let's enter." Commander Zhou said quickly, "Go, let's go." "Oh right, when entering, the interval between each team is half an hour. After entering, all of you leave immediately, don't stay at the entrance." "What if they intercept and kill us at the entrance?" "They won't, because we're the first to enter." "That's good?" "Because we're the weakest." Among the few rank 9s, someone said faintly. This was because the catacombs powerhouses were certain that humans would not dare to intercept and kill their people at the entrance. There was no other reason. After the humans entered, they would be followed by the martial artists from the 4 royal halls and the demon clan. The number of people from each clan was a few times more than the humans. If they had the guts, they could intercept and kill them. For so many years, something like this had never happened. For example, the team Fang Ping saw earlier was only a portion of the people from the monster plant's royal court. Even so, there were 9 people who had mentality vitality. They did not enter in batches, but the royal halls entered together. There were probably more than 20 to 30 people who had mentality vitality. Who would dare to intercept and kill them? If they really wanted to kill them, they would have to wait until the later stage when they were separated. Fang Ping and the others did not ask any more. They had arrived at the entrance. Some of those catacombs martial artists and demons looked at them and sneered, some ignored them directly, and some stared at the people from the other royal halls, completely ignoring them. There were also some who were a little curious because most of them had never seen a resurrected martial artist before. Commander Zhou did not care about these people. Finally, he exhorted, "Remember, once you break through, or feel that you can break through, come out immediately. We'll escort you out. Don't stay inside for too long." "Understood." Everyone responded one after another. 2 rank 7s followed another rank 9, going to an entrance at the side. There were also many catacombs rank 7 martial artists there. Fang Ping, who was mixed in the crowd, was looking around at this moment, his body trembling slightly. So many people, the demons did not care about it. The catacombs human martial artists were close to 400 people, divided into many teams. More people meant more money. Fang Ping swept his gaze across. With his eyesight, with just a glance, he realized that most of the people from the royal halls were equipped with divine weapons. In some teams, there were fewer divine weapons, but a small half of them were also equipped with divine weapons. 200, Fang Ping was really trembling. Motherf ****, this was an incomparably huge treasure trove. How many divine weapons were there in the entire Sino nation? Fang Ping might have 5 or 6 at a time, but there were about 500 high-ranked people in Sino nation, and definitely less than 1/3 of them had divine weapons. In other words, there were more divine weapons here than in the entire Sino nation. "I'm rich." Fang Ping was screaming in his heart that he was rich. Not far away, some people sneered. Look, that martial artist from the land of rebirth was actually trembling in fear. However, it was not surprising. Was it not normal for an upper-stage martial artist to tremble in fear? Here, there were hundreds of martial artists who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. It was already good enough that an upper-stage martial artist did not faint from fear. In the catacombs, there were middle-stage rank SIXS, but there were only about 5 or 6 teams of close to 400 people. Such a ratio was so small that it was almost negligible. At the entrance. The entrance passage appeared to be somewhat deep and serene, not like a thin layer of boundary wall. On the catacomb side, a powerhouse clad in golden armor looked toward Fang Ping's direction and shouted, "Quick, go in quickly." The other party was very rude and impatient. It was the true king's decision to allow martial artists from the land of rebirth to enter the land of kings. However, it did not mean that everyone had no objections. Some catacombs martial artists were extremely dissatisfied with this. They felt that letting the resurrected martial artists enter the king's battlefield was a stain to the 2 kings. The golden-armored powerhouse was one of them. When he scolded, he completely ignored the 6 rank 9 humans. In this place, they were already in the Forbidden Zone, surrounded by the Monster Plant Royal Court and the Monster Life Royal Court. What could a mere 6 ninth grade martial artists do, the Demon Plants and Demon Life Royal Court? The Royal Court ruled over the entire territory, and under the Royal Court, there were also some empires. The masters of the empires were all at the absolute peak, and only those with absolute experts were empires. Apart from that, there were also many true monarch territories under their jurisdiction. Only the regions with absolute existences were directly under the jurisdiction of the Royal Court. Only those were called true monarch territories. There were many true kings in the Royal Court, so why would they care about a few weak 9th ranks? Ignoring the golden-armored man, Commander Zhou looked at the crowd, nodded slightly, and said, "Let's go in." Then, Commander Zhou said in a deep voice, "Remember, you can't have a future until you're alive." Everyone nodded and started walking toward the entrance. On both sides, some young catacombs martial artists were crossing their arms in front of their chests. Some of them were bursting with vigor. Looking at the human martial artists passing by, they laughed out loud and said, "Run faster once you're inside and hide well. Remember to help us open up more ruins." Resurrected martial artists, if you don't want to die, you can join us and scout for us. Among these martial artists, some were laughing at them, some were ignoring them. They did not even look at Fang Ping and the others. In the crowd, some experts dressed in luxurious clothes only looked at each other and the geniuses of the royal courts. They did not pay much attention to the humans. It was a fact that there were many strong humans. It was also a fact that humans had resisted the Monster Plants Royal Court for many years and even killed countless people from the Monster Plants Royal Court. Among humans, however, there were not many geniuses who could perform like a monster at rank 6. In the Forbidden Zone, there had never been any shocking human prodigies in the past few years. However, some people had heard of the legends of the 2 human powerhouses, the Netherworld King and the Martial King. Among the crowd, there were a few catacombs geniuses who stood in midair, standing even higher than the rank 9s. Just as Fang Ping and the others were about to enter, a young man who looked extremely young but had a dignified expression suddenly said, "Are there any descendants of the Hell King and the Martial King in this batch?" As soon as these words came out, the crowd that had been laughing non-stop quieted down. Li Yiming instantly stopped, turned his head and sneered, "I, your grandfather, am the grandson of the Nether King." "Grandson, are you calling me?" Li Yiming spoke in Mandarin. He had no intention of communicating in the catacombs language. However, the luxurious youth understood. Among the catacombs powerhouses, there were many who understood the human language. Hearing Li Yiming's words, many young experts floating in the air looked at him. The luxuriously dressed young man who asked the question earlier wasn't angry. A faint smile appeared on his face as he slowly said, "The 2nd generation of the Nether King's bloodline. The Nether King is very strong, but unfortunately, the direct bloodline is actually so weak. You have the right to know my name, Feng Extermination. Remember, the person who will kill you can only be me." As soon as he finished speaking, the luxuriously dressed young man looked around and said majestically, "He is mine." As soon as these words came out, a large number of Monster Plants Royal Court powerhouses laughed one after another. Someone said loudly, "Since Prince Feng has taken a fancy to him, we will leave him for Prince Feng." These people were still talking nonsense. Fang Ping, on the other hand, glanced at the luxuriously dressed young man and then walked toward the entrance. Li Yiming wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that Fang Ping and the others had already left, he snorted and walked forward. As the 2nd generation of the Nether King's bloodline, even these people in the restricted area did not have a more distinguished status than him. Paragon powerhouses were easily thousands of years old and had countless descendants. A direct bloodline of the Paragon's 3rd generation like him would have a respected status no matter where he was. Inside the entrance passage, Li Yiming followed in, cursing, "This guy, I'll kill him when I get back. Prince, seems like he's also the most direct descendant of the Paragon. If I kill one, even the Paragon will feel heartache. Not every Paragon's son or daughter could be called Prince." This was an honorific title. The Paragon's bloodline would not be too thin. They would also be very strong and talented, which was why they could be crowned prince. That Feng Miexing was also one of the few powerhouses from the monster plant's royal court who looked extremely threatening at first glance. As soon as Li Yiming finished speaking, Xianxia chuckled and said, "Save it. Are you a match for him?" Li Yiming's ability was not weak. Peak rank 6. He should be achieving mentality-vitality fusion soon. He also had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. If he really fought with Du Hong, he might not lose. However, Du Hong might not be a match for that person just now. Among everyone present, the only one who had the confidence to defeat Feng Miexing was probably Fang Ping. Even Yao Qingjun might not be able to do so. Li Yiming snorted. "Do you think I'm you? If that guy really dares to fight me one-on-one, then let's see what happens." As he said that, Li Yiming suddenly stopped talking, looking at the few martial arts university students in front of him with some surprise. These guys were so quiet. This guy Fang Ping was a chatterbox. He was curious about everything and wanted to ask about everything. From the moment he came in, he had been chasing Zhang Tao with questions. After he was done, Zhang Tao would ask Commander Zhou. In short, he had never stopped talking. Now, however, it was eerily quiet. Li Yiming glanced at them, slightly displeased. He muttered, "Is there a need to be afraid of them? This group of bastards is only relying on their numbers. Otherwise, I would have hacked them to death long ago." People like Fang Ping and the others were brave and ruthless among humans. In the end, when they came to the catacombs, they did not even say a word of rebuttal until now. This made Li Yiming feel a little uncomfortable. Some people were like this. Behind closed doors, they were unbelievably fierce to their own family members, but outside, they became cowards. Not only did this kind of people exist, but there were also many of them. To put it bluntly, they were tyrannical at home. Fang Ping and the others still did not say a word. Du Hong glanced at Li Yiming and shook his head slightly. "Speak less." Seeing that, Li Yiming did not say anything else. Instead, Rosace, who was beside him, said, "General Du, there are many powerhouses in the catacombs. This time, do you want to act together?" This year, there seemed to be more catacombs martial artists. In previous years, when the catacombs were at their lowest, there were only 200 to 300 people. This year, there were close to 400 martial artists and close to 200 demons. There were too many people like this. There were only 30 humans, and they were even divided into 6 parties. In previous years, there were times when everyone worked together and times when they acted separately. This time, Rosace felt that there was still a need to work together. Du Hong replied, "Sure, but when we act together, you must listen to our orders. If you can do it, then do it together. If not, then split up." Rosace chuckled softly. "Of course, I understand that." As they spoke, their bodies suddenly froze. Su Zissou, who was the weakest among them, could not help but take a step back. With a look of shock, she said, "What a chaotic energy flow." At this moment, they had already stepped out of the entrance passageway. As soon as they entered the arena, everyone felt an incomparably powerful and chaotic energy flow. The people who had just arrived were not used to the chaotic energy tide. The impact caused Su Zissou to take a step back. Even if she was not prepared, it was obvious. Du Hong wanted to say something, but the next moment, he could not speak. In front of them, Fang Ping and the others also quickly sized up their surroundings. In the arena, it was gray and hazy. The air seemed to carry the smell of smoke and fire. They could not see too far. The giant sun in the sky seemed a little blurry, blocked by layers of chaotic energy flow. After a brief glance, Fang Ping and the others walked toward the left side of the entrance. Wang Jinyang and the others did not say a word. Following them, they seemed to be surveying the environment. Du Hong even saw Fang Ping digging on the ground. He did not know if he was surveying the ground. Seeing that they were walking further and further away, Du Hong could not help but ask, "General Fang, are you guys going to act separately from us?" Fang Ping tilted his head and glanced at him. He nodded. "Yes, General, do bring the others and leave first. Half an hour is not too long. The people behind will be coming in soon. Then you guys, we'll meet again if fate allows it." "General Fang. Fang Ping, are you guys really going to act alone?" This time, the strength of the catacombs is stronger than before. Li Yiming also said a sentence, and then he could not continue. Fang Ping was currently digging. After a while, he seemed to be dissatisfied and stopped. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at each other. Su Zhisu whispered, "What are they doing?" Xianxia, who was standing at the side, changed his expression again and again. What else could they do? They were looking for a suitable ambush point. Could they not see that? These guys were really crazy. They were actually planning to ambush those people at the entrance. Did they not want their lives? Xianxia could see it. Naturally, Du Hong could see it too. His expression changed drastically. He walked over hurriedly and said with a serious expression, "General Feng, are you guys planning to ambush them here? The people from the Monster Plant's King Court will enter next." I took a look. They have a total of about 120 people this time. There are more than 30 of them at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. General Feng, even if you have any plans or ideas, you can wait until they're separated before you act. Fang Ping nodded. I know. I'm no match for 30 Mentality Vitality Unity experts if I were to fight with my life on the line. General Du, I value my life more than you do. Alright, let's cut the crap. There's not much time left. You still have the heavy responsibility of protecting the others. Leave quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. If you don't leave now, you'll be in danger. But you guys, we have our own life-saving measures. General Du, you should leave first. Du Hong's expression changed again. Were they really going to ambush those people? Merely 4 people wanted to ambush a rank 6 team of more than 100 people? Du Hong looked back at Su Zhisu and the rest, then at Fang Ping and the rest who looked calm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't seek your own death. Take care. Fang Ping, it's better to be useful later than to die in vain now. You're Sino Nation's most outstanding prodigy. Losing you here is Sino Nation's loss. Thank you for the compliment, General. Do I know what I'm doing?" Du Hong let out a long sigh. Without another word, he looked at the others and shouted, "Let's go." "General," someone in the team could not help but shout. Du Hong said sternly, "Go." He could not bring these people here to die with Fang Ping and the rest. He had his mission. Fang Ping did not listen to his advice. He could only bring them away first. Luo Sayas and the rest could not help but look at the calm Fang Ping and the rest. A moment later, the crowd sighed and followed Du Hong forward. Du Hong took a few steps and turned back to look at Xianxia, who was at a loss. He shouted, "Go. Do you want to stay here and die?" But Xianxia wanted to cry, "I've already paid for my life. What's going on now? Should I leave or stay?" But 4 people. These lunatics want to kill 100 people. They're crazy. If I stay here, the chances of me getting hacked to death are sky high. I can't live like this anymore. Xianxia. In the crowd, Xianxia glanced at Fang Ping, then at Xianxia, saying in a low voice, "Go. Do you want Grandpa Jiang to see him die?" Xianxia. Xianxia looked helpless. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Go on your own. Don't worry about me. I'm not going with you. Enough with you and you. Let's go." Seeing this, Du Hong's expression turned sour. He did not say a word and quickly walked away into the distance. "Take care." Li Fei and the rest saluted Fang Ping and the rest. Their gazes were complicated. They felt that these people were really crazy. Why did they suddenly want to ambush others at the entrance? And Xianxia, he was also an idiot. He must be crazy. These people were courting death, and you're courting death too? They left. They left very quickly. Xianxia did not leave. Fang Ping looked at him in surprise. Before he could say anything, Xianxia said hurriedly, "If you need help, I can stay for 20 minutes. I'll use the remaining minutes to run. Fang Ping, if you're not dead, I'll come back. If you're dead, then I won't come back. If you're really dead, remember to turn off the main component of the mother-child sensor. As soon as you turn it off, I'll know you're dead. I'll throw the component and run immediately." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping choked back the words he was about to say. F***ck, this fatty was really realistic and smart. Fang Ping had nothing to say and could not be bothered with him anymore. He looked at old Wang and the rest and said, if we ambush them here, we might be able to kill some of them, but we definitely won't be able to kill them all. Should we ambush them here, or follow them and kill them one by one? The king's battleground is huge. That's not the key. Once they're separated, some rank 7 martial artists will be born very soon. Wang Jinyang also said quickly, they've just entered. There are no rank 7 martial artists yet. But as time passes, there are hundreds of them at Mentality Vitality Unity. Some of them are waiting for a chance to break through after entering. Once they enter for more than a day, a batch of rank 7 martial artists will definitely appear. So, it's still necessary to kill some people here. Li Hansong also said hurriedly, Fang Ping, can we use energy ores to kill a group of people? Fang Ping shook his head. This isn't a mineral vein. Although the energy here is rich and chaotic, it's not concentrated enough. Only the energy ores will be blown up. The power won't be too great. It won't kill a rank 6. He had blown up the royal city before because the royal city itself had a huge mine. The explosion of his energy ores was just a prelude. Hoping to use energy ores to kill the other party? Keep dreaming. Moreover, Fang Ping did not bring that many. Yao Qingjun pondered for a moment, saying, both you and I can materialize our mentality. Your mentality can also self-destruct. The moment they come out, you self-destruct your mentality. I'll use mentality to shock them. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong will work together to kill them. In that instant, killing some of those below Mentality Vitality Unity won't be a problem. Some of them have mentality isolation accessories. Then, at this moment, Fang Ping suddenly said, are there monsters nearby? There are some mindless monsters in the king's battleground. Beside him, Jiang Chao listened to them and said immediately, but these monsters are not in their right mind. If we lure them here, they won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. They'll attack us together too. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, saying quickly, lure the monsters here, create chaos and massacre. Before that, I'll self-destruct my mentality. Old Yao, use your mentality to shock some people and let the monsters kill a group of people. After killing a group, we'll go out and kill people, but we'll be discovered even if we hide. Fang Ping glanced at Jiang Chao, ignoring him, continuing, we'll hide first. When we go out, if the monsters are killed, then forget it. If not, we'll use the peerless monster's feces to scare these monsters away. That way, we won't be attacked too. Everyone, remember, our mission isn't to kill people. Li Hansong understood. I know. Kill the upper stage rank 6 with divine weapons first, then peak, and finally those with mentality vitality unity. If they don't have divine weapons, don't kill them unless it's absolutely necessary. Yao Qingjun also said, don't fight powerhouses like Feng Extermination who have mentality vitality unity. Kill the weaker ones first. As for these powerhouses, we'll slowly grind them to death. Fang Ping nodded. After some calculations, he brought old Yao and the others along. The 3 of them concealed their auras. 10 million wealth per minute. As for Jiang Chao, this fellow would run away later anyway. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. However, since Fatty wanted to help, Fang Ping did not mind ordering him around. He said quickly, Jiang Chao, dig a hole underground here. Forget it, you're not familiar with this job. Iron Head, you do it. Remember, dig a spot where the 4 of us can ambush. Be discreet. Old Yao, your mentality is strong. Go scout around and see if there are any monsters. Lure some over. Remember, lure them over after 20 minutes. It's best if they're of high ranks. If you can't do it, come back and inform me. I'll lure them over. Old Wang, change direction and see if anyone else is coming. There are catacombs martial artists here too. Don't let them ruin our plans. Also, find a way to escape quickly. We'll only ambush them, kill a group of people, and get a batch of divine weapons. We must end the battle within 5 minutes and leave this place quickly. Oh right, don't go to General Du and the others. Change direction, Fang Ping made the arrangements quickly. The others did not say much either. Soon, they began to move. Jiang Chao was a little excited, but also a little dejected. He asked hurriedly, Fang Ping, what about me? You? Fang Ping frowned. You better leave immediately. To be honest, there's no point for you to stay here. But, forget it. You help Ironhead dig the hole. Fang Ping was too lazy to say more, but he still reminded him, leave in 15 minutes. Don't give us more trouble. Don't worry. If there's a problem, the main item won't be activated. If there's no problem, I'll contact you again if there's a chance. Xianxia heard that and did not say anything else. He followed Li Hansong excitedly to dig the hole. As for how Fang Ping could hide everyone's vitality fluctuations. After thinking about it, Xianxia felt that it was not difficult. Fang Ping's mentality was strong. Those whose mentality did not surpass his would not be able to discover them. As for Fang Ping, he did not leave. He stood on the spot and glanced at the entrance. The entrance might not seem long, but it was like two different worlds. He knew nothing about the situation on the other side. He could not see the people on the other side, nor could he sense the aura on the other side. After crossing the boundary wall, it was like crossing into another world, isolated from the other side. This is good too, Fang Ping nodded slightly. This way, the people on the other side would not know what was happening. At the entrance passage, Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Sun City appeared. After that, Fang Ping began to replenish his mentality continuously, materializing those buildings. He wanted to cover the area around the entrance. Now that the people on the other side had not come, it gave him time to prepare. He could wholeheartedly set up the trap. The small city was used to trap people, to prevent those people from scattering and leaving. It was also used to destroy the enemy. In the air, Fang Ping condensed a blood-red sun, then another blood-red sun. Not only the blood-red sun, Fang Ping also filled it with a large amount of celestiality. Kill the people of the monster plant's royal court. Kill these geniuses. Kill these prodigies. Let their generation of geniuses end. I, Fang Ping, will wholeheartedly serve humanity. Even if I die, I won't regret it. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was solemn, his gaze determined, everything, for humanity. For humanity, the four of us from MAU have ambushed more than 100 royal court powerhouses. More than 30 people have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. If we can really exterminate this group of people, it's equivalent to eliminating at least 100 high ranks. These people, in the next 1 or 2 years, if they do not die, almost all of them can achieve high ranks. The huge royal court covered hundreds of millions of square kilometers. There were only enough people below 30 years old to gather these people. Exterminating them would be a great contribution to humanity. Perhaps they could even exterminate the future peak-level seedlings. This merit was simply much greater than blowing up a royal city. For a moment, even Fang Ping himself was touched. Human martial artists, Sino Nation martial artists, MAU martial artists, how selfless they were. Not far away, Xianxia, who was learning how to dig holes from Li Hansong, saw Fang Ping with his hands behind his back, a worried expression on his face. He said in a low voice, Old Li, other than us, there are no outsiders here. If he acts like this, no one will see. Li Hansong shot him a look, humped softly, and said, he's not acting. Fang Ping is the leader of Sino Nation's martial arts. He may have selfish motives, but more than that, it's for the public. He doesn't lack divine weapons, he doesn't lack cultivation resources, he doesn't lack anything. Even if he came to the battlefield this time, it's not for himself. Otherwise, he would be able to achieve rank 7 in no time. He's different from you guys. Don't look at him with your own eyes. Xianxia looked at him suspiciously, and said in a low voice, You're serious? Of course. Old Li, do you admire him that much? It's not admiration, it's respect. Li Hansong said impatiently, stop talking nonsense and dig quickly. If you're not digging, then scram. Hurry up. Xianxia shook his big head. Motherf asterisk cur, he just felt that this group of people was a little crazy. 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, he would definitely run far away. These guys, after entering the catacombs, had gone crazy. Xianxia was a little scared. Meanwhile, Mount Imperial Sea. Zhang Tao sat on the peak of a tall mountain, gazing at the smoky land thousands of miles away. His eyes were like the sun and moon. Black spatial rifts would occasionally slash across his torso, leaving behind a trail of blood. Opposite him, in the void, a figure stood proudly and said playfully, "King Wu, I heard that the grandson of the Nether King is participating this time. It's a pity that I couldn't kill your grandson 6 years ago. This time, I don't think I can go back." Zhang Tao remained silent. The figure in the air smiled again and said, "King Wu, it's so boring to just wait here. Do you want to play something interesting?" Zhang Tao looked at him and said faintly, "How about betting your life?" The figure on the other side froze. Zhang Tao's eyes were deep as he said with a mocking tone, "Why don't we have a fight to liven things up?" "King Wu, there's no point in saying all this." The person opposite him chuckled and shook his head. "Even if I really bet with you, would you dare? It doesn't matter if this king dies here, but what about you?" "I won't die." "Ha ha ha," the person on the other side laughed, no longer dwelling on this matter, and said, "Since we have nothing to do anyway, don't you people find it boring to be stuck here all the time? It's rare for us to have free time. Since it's only once every 3 years, let's forget about it. Let's see how the youngsters perform." Zhang Tao said directly, "If you want to play, sure. Let's bet on which side has more survivors. How about it?" Zhang Tao continued, "Do you dare?" The shadow on the other side smiled faintly and said, "Don't bet on others, just bet on the people of my Monster Plant Royal Court." The Monster Plant Royal Court had 128 people that entered this time. Apart from the Monster Life Royal Court, the other factions were not worth mentioning. Betting on the ratio. In the past, the Monster Plant Royal Court's survival ratio was more than 70%. Could humans do it? Out of 30 people, only 20 could survive, not to mention this batch, even when there were fewer people, not so many humans could survive. 50% was the normal ratio. The look in Zhang Tao's eyes deepened. He said calmly, "Sure. Duke Huai, what do you want to bet? If I win, make way and let me explore the land of rebirth. You're courting death." In the next moment, Zhang Tao's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared coldly at the other party. King Huai did not seem to mind. He chuckled and said, "Don't worry, this king will not kill indiscriminately." Zhang Tao ignored him. When one entered the absolute peak realm, sometimes things would be completely messed up. A peerless powerhouse had entered Earth. Even if Earth was guarded by a peerless powerhouse, he was not afraid of death and could destroy the entire China. This was a bet that he could not afford to take, and he would not take. "Fine." King Huai chuckled and said, "Then let's bet on your ultimate technique, how about it?" Zhang Tao looked at him and said slowly, "Can you afford it?" The ultimate skill of a peerless expert was of great importance. Li Zhen had offered 100 billion to sell it to Feng Ping. That was really equivalent to giving it to him, not for money. Ultimate source martial arts were related to the origin path of the absolute peak. The absolute peak might not even impart it to their descendants. Many of the apex descendants of suppressing Star City had only learned superficial knowledge and not the true ultimate arts. Zhang Tao's ultimate skill involved his path. If the catacombs powerhouses studied it thoroughly, they might be able to find the flaws in his path and kill Zhang Tao easily. Lord Huai chuckled and said, "My territory borders 2 outer realms. So what if I let you have it?" Zhang Tao remained silent. "Not enough." "The 4 outer domains." "Not enough." Lord Huai's voice turned cold and he sneered, "King Wu, you overestimate yourself." Zhang Tao was still silent. Seeing this, Lord Huai suddenly laughed and said, "I don't want your ultimate skill. Just let Heavenly King Subduing provide me with a wisp of origin chi. Don't worry, it's just a wisp of origin chi. It won't let Heavenly King Subduing's origin path leak." Zhang Tao looked at him coldly. After a long time, he said, "You still haven't given up. What's the harm in trying?" Lord Huai smiled faintly. "Heavenly King Subduing himself won't enter, but he won't let others enter either. What's the logic behind that? What's more, when Netherworld King first entered, didn't Heavenly King Subduing act like a blind man? Why do you have to deceive yourself?" Zhang Tao fell silent again. Lord Huai smiled faintly. "1 domain. As long as you don't make a move, you can do whatever you want. You can gather everyone below the true king level and enter in exchange for a wisp of origin chi. Something else? Zhang Tao shook his head. He would not make a decision for the Li family's elder ancestor. At this moment, a figure appeared. The next moment, the figure said, I agree on behalf of my elder ancestor. Netherworld King. Lord Huai's expression was solemn. He smiled and said, Netherworld King, I will naturally trust you. However, don't use your origin chi to make up for it. I want Heavenly King subduings. Of course. Very well then. Lord Huai laughed and instantly disappeared from the spot. As soon as he left, Zhang Tao looked at Li Zhan and frowned slightly. Why did you agree? Why not? Li Zhan looked into the distance and smiled faintly. It's just a wisp of origin chi. Besides, we might not lose. If we can destroy another cave, it will also reduce the pressure on us. He's up to no good. He didn't say that the palace won't send people, I know. Li Zhan said calmly, even if the palace sends people, it won't be unlimited. Which cave to choose will depend on the situation. If it really comes to a critical moment and we launch an even larger battle to pacify a cave, some casualties will be inevitable. There aren't many divine generals under Lord Huai's command. After that, Li Zhan said again, Yiming and the others. I don't know if they can return safely. Zhang Tao did not speak. Li Zhan glanced at him and smiled again. Those from martial arts universities, what do you think? Don't ask about the past, just look at the present. Zhang Tao, Fang Ping has a storage ring? Zhang Tao nodded. Li Zhan said again, Qin Fengqing has entered the bounded boundaries? Zhang Tao nodded again. Martial artist resurrected. Martial artist resurrected. Who is it? Interesting, interesting. Li Zhan laughed. After a long time, he said, golden bones, skull, bone marrow, mentality, isn't this resurrection ability a little too much? They have an inexhaustible supply of imperishable matter, and they've managed to come back from the jaws of death time and time again. These people are getting more and more interesting. So what? Yes, so what? Li Zhan sighed softly. Messy, too messy. There's not much meaning in looking back at the past. Zhang Tao did not speak again. He looked into the distance and fell into silence. Li Zhan did not stay for long either. He quickly disappeared from the spot, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only after Li Zhan left did Zhang Tao murmur softly, Kid, kill more. I'm counting on you. As for whether he would kill or not, with that dog's temper, a few provocations from the catacombs martial artists, and no rank 7 overseeing, would he be able to hold it in? Even if he could hold it in, would he be able to hold it in when there were a lot of good stuff? Zhang Tao thought about it and suddenly chuckled. You want to be MCMAU's vice-chancellor? I'll satisfy you. A martial artist with something to worry about is more interesting. A martial artist with no worries would be much more casual. He would have no scruples and nothing mattered. A martial artist with something to worry about would have perseverance and faith in his heart. Many things could be guided according to the situation. The king's battleground. Old Wang returned and said quickly, Du Hong and the others went north. There are constant beast wars in the west. There's no danger in the east. 50 Li Fang Ping nodded and said quickly, then run west. He had just finished speaking when Jiang Chao, who was covered in mud, said in a daze, isn't it the east? There's no danger in the east. Fang Ping glanced at him like he was looking at an idiot. After a while, he said, nonsense. The unknown danger is more dangerous. How can there be no danger in the king's battleground? If we run west, the demons can still stop the pursuers. As for us, forget about the excrement at the summit, there are many ways to escape from the demons. Fang Ping could not be bothered to talk to him. He continued to replenish his mentality while saying, there's about 10 minutes left. Fatty, you can go now. Jiang Chao wanted to say something but stopped. He thought for a while and said, Fang Ping, I think it's still too dangerous. 30 mentality-vitality fusion can even kill a grandmaster if they work together. You guys. I know what I'm doing. If you don't go, I won't save you later. Jiang Chao was speechless. He paused and said, then I'll run west. I won't go far. I'll wait for you guys about 80 Li Fong Ping. If there's nothing else, remember to look for me. If there's a lot of people after you, you don't have to look for me. Fong Ping could not help but laugh. He waved his hand and told him to scram. Xianxia did not waste any more words. He walked for a while and suddenly ran back, gritting his teeth. If you're really being chased by 3 to 5 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists and you can't run away, you can look for me. But I'll make it clear. If I help you get rid of the pursuers, you have to protect me from behind. Fong Ping looked at him strangely. He said in amusement, "Are you talking about your ultimate weapon?" Xianxia did not utter a word. Fong Ping said again, "Interesting. I'm starting to suspect that you're the son of your family's elder ancestor. You're a junior who's been separated by countless generations. Why is he so nice to you?" Xianxia said exasperatedly, "What do you know? I take after my elder ancestor, okay? My elder ancestor is also a fatty, but the descendants of the Jiang family are all handsome men. They're so freakishly handsome that they're inhuman. The elder ancestor doesn't like handsome men. Even when the subduing heavenly king is more handsome than him, he still wants to pick a fight, cough, cough. Anyway, I'm quite similar to my elder ancestor. The elder ancestor likes me very much. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. It's called being distant relatives." Fong Ping and the others looked at each other, then burst out laughing. This fatty was not joking, was he? Warlord was a fatty? Alright, that was not important. When one reached the pinnacle, would one care about whether others were handsome or not? If this warlord elder ancestor was like what Fatty said, then he was also an interesting person. Xianxia ignored him. This time, he really ran away. As he ran, he said, "Remember, don't come looking for me if there are too many people. No matter how powerful the ultimate weapon is, it still depends on the person using it. I'm not strong enough. I can't take on a lot of people." "Got it." By the time Fong Ping replied, Fatty was already out of sight. After he left, Fong Ping took out the crystal in his arms and glanced at it. He smiled. "This is quite an interesting thing." On the crystal, there were 4 red dots. 2 of them were gathered together. One was in the northwest direction. That was Old Jiao, who was still luring the monsters. The other was moving. Wang Jinyang took out his crystal and looked at it. There were also red dots on it. At that moment, Fong Ping suddenly put the crystal into his storage space. The next moment, Wang Jinyang's crystal was empty. There was nothing on it. "Yours is indeed the main control core. If you put it away, the rest of ours will be useless." This fatty is a smart person. He knows what to do and what not to do. Just as Fong Ping said this, Xianxia, who had already run far away, took out his crystal and glanced at it. There was nothing on it. Seeing this, Xianxia ran carefully as he murmured, "Storage ring? These fellows have courted death so many times. Even Grandpa Yang died, but they are still alive. They really have some good luck. The elder ancestor is right. In turbulent times, there will always be big shots rising. Motherf asterisk cur, it won't be these fellows this time, will it? The key thing is, following the big shots in the future might not be enough to save your life. Those who died were all lackeys. When Commander Li and Minister Zhang rose to power, most of the lackeys around them died. What a headache. Should I continue following them?" Xianxia rubbed his head. After a while, he said, "We can't be too close. Keep a distance. If we're too close, we'll die faster. If we're not close, we'll offend people and die faster. We have to know when to stop. I sold them well just now. That counts as an investment, right?" As Xianxia said that, he suddenly chuckled. It's not bad to be an investor. Instead of fighting and breaking through enemy lines, I'll be a behind-the-scenes person. When I get back, I'll move the Jiang family storeroom to them as an investment. I wonder if I can make a fortune in the future. I need to give this plan a name. Big Shot Cultivation Plan? Pinnacle Cultivation Plan? But these fellows. Who has the highest chance of entering the pinnacle? Fong Ping seems to have the highest chance at the moment, but this fellow is too reckless. He always feels like he won't live long. Under normal circumstances, those who perform well in the beginning are all passers-by later on. Could it be Li Hansong, that unreliable guy? Xianxia's head hurt from thinking about it. Forget it. He would not think about it for now. Also, even if these fellows really entered the pinnacle, would they be as powerful as the elder ancestor? If they were not as powerful as the elder ancestor, it did not seem like they would be able to change the situation, right? However, the new pinnacle powerhouses were very powerful. Li Zhan and Zhang Tao were both the new generation's pinnacle powerhouses, but they were ridiculously powerful. Even the elder ancestor felt that he might not be able to defeat them. Although these pinnacle powerhouses had never fought before, at their level, they could still sense it. In this era, there won't be a few powerful pinnacles, will there? Naturally, Fang Ping knew nothing about Jiang Chao's thoughts. If he really knew, Fang Ping would have no objections. Move your family storeroom over first. He did not have time to care about these things. At this moment, the Sun City at the entrance looked even more real. 5 bloody suns hung in the sky above Sun City. As for Fang Ping, he looked like he could not take it anymore. His face was covered in sweat. Old Wang, if I really self-destruct this thing, I'm afraid I'll explode until I'm dizzy. When that happens, I'll have to rely on you guys. Other things aside, you must get your hands on the divine weapons in time. This time, I don't ask for much. Snatching 20 divine weapons is enough. Those fellows might also have a trump card to save their lives. Be careful. Jiang Chao has it, and they won't be too bad either. Don't look at those people in Star Town as weak. When it comes to a life-or-death situation, you've all seen Yang Feng's performance last time. That kill word is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it has the power to kill a mentality-vitality fusion. But it takes time. I've realized that external objects are external objects after all. They need time to prepare. Without giving the opponent time to prepare, even if he has a big killer weapon, it'll be useless. Having said that, Fang Ping said again, as for splitting the loot. I want half. Li Hansong nodded and said, Old Yao, 20%. Old Wang, you and I will split half? Wang Jinyang did not say anything. He nodded. The reason why Yao Qingjun could let Li Hansong say more was that the fellow's mentality was strong. He could cause great damage to powerhouses who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. As for him and Li Hansong, they could fight peak rank 6. It would be difficult for them to achieve mentality-vitality fusion. Even so, if they managed to snatch 20 divine weapons in one go, he would be able to get 3. That was more than enough. It was customary for Fang Ping to take the majority. No one had any objections. Without Fang Ping, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything big. Without saying anything more, Li Hansong had already set up a hiding place. Wang Jinyang went to support Yao Qingjun. Fang Ping, on the other hand, continued to work on his materialization. He was thinking if he could change the appearance of his materialization. For example, he could make it look like the one outside the passageway. This way, those people who entered, if their mentality was not as strong as his, might not notice the abnormality. It doesn't need to be too realistic. Just a moment will do. Fang Ping tried to use his mentality to change the appearance of Sun City. In the end, he realized that it was a very simple matter. His Sun City was not realistic enough. The only thing that looked like a real object was that house. Everything else was illusory. It was not difficult to change an illusory object like this. Sun City changed little by little. Gradually, it blended into the environment. Li Hansong stepped in and looked around. After a while, he said, It's a little strange. But it's their first time entering. They might not feel anything, that's good. At this time, Wang Jinyang rushed back again. He said quickly, Old Yao has lured a team of more than 50 monsters over here. They'll be here in 3 minutes. But there's only one rank 7, enough. Fang Ping nodded. He said immediately, let's hide first. In about 5 minutes, the next wave of people will enter. Brothers, whether we can make a fortune this time depends on this wave. Otherwise, when they disperse, some of them will break through to rank 7. then we'll be in trouble. If these people really broke through to rank 7, Fong Ping might not be able to kill them. Defeating Tua Man last time was not bad, but it was a one-on-one fight. If another rank 7 came under the joint attack of the two, it would be normal to kill Fong Ping in one move. While Fong Ping and the others were hiding outside the entrance, a powerhouse said loudly, "Enter the king's battleground. Kill the resurrected martial artists first. Leave some behind. Escort them to explore the ruins of the resurrected martial artists. Everyone is our divine continent's prodigy. We should work together." In the crowd, the people from the monster plant's royal court echoed one after another. The people from the other royal courts were not interested. Feng Meishing said lightly, "Uncle Wang, you don't have to say any more. The resurrected martial artists are nothing to worry about." There were only 28 people. 6 of them were at Mentality Vitality Unity. Their strength was only 1/5 of the monster plant's royal courts. There was no need for the people from the other royal courts to attack. As soon as Feng Meishing finished speaking, the golden-armored powerhouse laughed and said, "Meishing, bring back their heads." "Definitely." After saying that, the golden-armored man said loudly, "Enter." The next moment, more than 100 figures walked toward the entrance. As Feng Meishing entered, he laughed and said, "The game has begun." Having said that, the figures of these people disappeared into the entrance. Not far away, Commander Zhou and the others did not look too good. This time, the powerhouse in charge of guarding the entrance and the leading young leader were very hostile toward human martial artists. In the past, although they were hostile toward each other, under normal circumstances, these people did not treat human martial artists as their opponents. The monster plants and the monster life royal court were their biggest opponents. Unexpectedly, this time, the other party's first target was the human martial artists. "I hope a few more can survive." Commander Zhou and the others muttered in their hearts. In half an hour, these people should have gone far away. As long as they were careful from now on, everyone would be looking for opportunities. The people from the monster plant's royal court might not be looking for human martial artists all over the world. After a month, how many people could come out would depend on luck. The reason why it was a month was because rank 6 martial artists would be greatly affected after staying for a month. At this time, they would usually quit. After quitting, they could recuperate for a period of time before entering again. There was no limit to this. At the same time, Yao Qingjun severely injured a rank 6 monster with one blow. Then, he quickly broke through the encirclement. In the next moment, Yao Qingjun disappeared on the spot. At the entrance, a rank 5 monster that was frozen in place exploded instantly. The smell of blood permeated the air instantly. The monsters that were about to chase in the direction where Yao Qingjun disappeared saw this scene. Violent auras emanated from their bodies. Then, they all pounced toward the monster that exploded. These monsters had chaotic minds and were easily stimulated. Even high-ranked monsters did not have the ability to think. Unlike normal monsters, once they reached the high-ranked, even if they were not very intelligent, they would not be too stupid. Just as the demonic beasts rushed over, a few figures flashed through the barrier at the entrance. Seeing the demonic beasts pouncing over, some of the experts who had achieved blood and essence as one immediately took action. Under the joint efforts of a few people, they killed 4 to 5 demonic beasts in the blink of an eye. Why are there demonic beasts at the entrance? Didn't they say that the energy at the entrance isn't chaotic enough and the demonic beasts here don't like to come here? Don't think too much. Prince Feng seems to have a commander-level demonic beast. Feng Mieshing, who had just stepped out of the entrance, looked around and frowned slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable. The demonic beasts in the distance seemed to be separated by a thin film. However, this was the first time he had come to the sovereign battlefield, so he didn't have time to think about it. Feng Mieshing said calmly, "It's just a commander-level creature with a confused mind and can only rely on its physical body. It's not very strong." He was confident that he could kill such a demonic beast in a one-on-one fight, so there was nothing to worry about. Feng Mieshing did not want to waste any more time. He quickly said, "Kill these demonic beasts and find the revived martial artist immediately." "Yes." Among the crowd, some of the experts who had achieved essence and blood fusion stepped forward and began to fight against the berserk beasts. Feng Miexing did not join in. He looked around and frowned again. Underground. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was waiting for time. He had counted earlier. There seemed to be 128 people in the monster plant's royal court. Right now, only 120 people had entered. He had to wait a little longer. When all of them had come out, they would self-destruct and block the entrance's boundary wall at the same time, so that these people would not run back and inform the others. In any case, he would wait until they were done fighting. Even if these people went back, Fang Ping would not care. He was worried that the catacombs would not abide by the rules. Forget about letting the high ranks in, if more than 100 people from the monster plant's royal court entered. With so many people, Fang Ping and the rest would really be in danger. 127. 128. They're all here. The next moment, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. Explode. It was at this moment that Feng Miexing's body glowed. Feng Miexing's expression changed. He soared into the sky and shouted, "Retreat!" However, there were not many who could retreat in time. Many of them were still fighting with the demons. Some of them did not even have time to react. They only saw 5 blood-colored suns appearing out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, 5 blood-colored suns exploded. Boom! At this moment, the void shook. Chaotic energy tides raged. The monsters' roars were endless. In the crowd, some of the martial artists who were watching others kill monsters earlier were still smiling. Their smiles froze instantly. A rank 7 powerhouse's mentality self-destruction was much more powerful than the mentality suppression. Fang Ping had prepared for more than 20 minutes. The 5 blood-colored suns that he condensed were not weaker than an upper stage rank 7 martial artist's all-out mentality intimidation. He was not a rank 7, but his mentality was indeed rank 7. At this moment, more than 10 people's mentality was destroyed instantly. Under mentality vitality fusion, mentality had not reached the stage where it could be released externally. How could they withstand such an attack? Some of their bodies glowed slightly. That was the effect of the mentality prohibition accessory. Even so, these people were bleeding from their orifices. Their faces were pale. Among the crowd, only a few powerhouses who had achieved mentality vitality fusion could withstand the power of this large-scale self-destruction, even without the mentality prohibition accessory. However, their mentality was shaken and they were heavily injured instantly. Damn it! In midair, Feng Miexing, who had escaped a step earlier, was furious. He was no longer as calm and collected as he was before. At this moment, more than 10 people were killed instantly. More than 30 people's mentality was also heavily injured. A team of more than 120 people had just entered the King battleground, and they had lost 1/3 of their strength. What infuriated him even more was, where were the enemies? Kill! Feng Miexing roared. He did not see the enemies, but he saw those frenzied monsters. Some of the monsters that were not dead were still attacking their people. These monsters did not care even if their mentality was heavily injured. This was because they did not have any rationality to begin with. In a fit of rage, Feng Miexing threw a punch. A rank 6 monster exploded instantly. Everyone, leave this place! Feng Miexing roared again. This place was hiding danger. In fact, he did not need to remind them. The moment Fang Ping self-destructed his mentality, another wave of mentality intimidation came toward them. This wave of mentality intimidation was more targeted. It was to intimidate the injured martial artists. Some of them were already heavily injured. Their eyes glazed over instantly. At this moment, 2 silhouettes suddenly burst out from the ground. One was waving a fist, the other was wielding a saber. Both of them were extremely fast. Puff, 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 a series of sounds of weapons piercing bones could be heard. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 people were beheaded. It's you guys. B*****. Feng Miexing's eyes were bloodshot. He leaped into the air, holding a long halberd in his hand, and charged toward them instantly. The others had also reacted. In a fit of rage, they charged toward the 2 people who had already broken out from the ground. At this moment, the weapons beside the dead martial artists suddenly shot up and flew toward a place not far away. Fang Ping's face was pale. He was a distance away from them. He manipulated his mentality and quickly collected the weapons. He did not even bother to check how many weapons there were. Fang Ping did not keep them in his storage space either. He took the weapons and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Feng Miexing and the others were still surrounding Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang when Fang Ping disappeared in the blink of an eye. Some of you, kill him. Feng Miexing roared after flicking Li Hansong away with his halberd. Among the crowd, more than 10 martial artists immediately chased after Fang Ping in the direction of his escape. The moment these people leaped out of the crowd, their expressions changed drastically. Boom, in the void, a small city fell and exploded instantly. In the distance, Fang Ping's silhouette appeared. Like a flash of lightning, Fang Ping appeared in front of these people in the blink of an eye, roaring, "Old Yao!" Rumble. A stretch of ruins descended, suppressing these people once again. The rank 7 Changdao in Fang Ping's hand slashed out the image of the fallen gods. Heads fell one after another. Fang Ping's face was pale. He grabbed a few divine weapons and shouted, "Kill them." As soon as he said that, Feng Miexing was enraged. In the end, the two people who were sent flying by him and seemed to be heavily injured did not even look back, sprinting toward the west. Underground, Yao Qingjun also leaped into the air, flying toward the west together with Fang Ping and the rest. Before they left, the ruins descended again, crashing down. The rank 7 monster took the opportunity to swallow one of them in one gulp. The other monster beasts attacked one after another. As for Fang Ping and the rest who had gone far away, these monsters did not care much. Bastard! Feng Miexing was furious. These people actually ran away. He understood the human language. The leader said to kill them, but in the end, he ran away without looking back. Chase after them! Feng Miexing roared, tearing through the air. Behind him, more than 10 powerhouses who had achieved mentality vitality followed immediately. The rest did not chase after them. Some of them continued to fight the monsters. Under the joint efforts of the remaining 6 mentality vitality powerhouses and many peak martial artists, the battle stopped after 7 to 8 minutes. The rank 7 monster was also smashed into pieces by the crowd. A young man who was similarly dressed in luxurious clothes was currently livid. Beside him, a mentality vitality powerhouse reported carefully, "Prince Huai is dead, dead, speak." 34 people died. This mentality vitality powerhouse's head was almost touching the ground. How long had it been since they entered? 34 people died, 8 mentality vitality powerhouses died this time. Damn it, damn bastards. The young man was also furious. He had just entered, yet he had already lost more than a quarter of his men. Not only that, but many people's psychic energy was also heavily damaged. These were the elites of the royal court, prodigies. As long as these 100 or so people did not die, at least close to 100 high ranks could be born. Prince Huai's face was ashen. He looked in the direction that Feng Miexing and his men had gone. His eyes were cold as he growled, "Let's go after them." Prince Huai. Should we send someone back to report? Bastard. Prince Huai slammed his palm down, his eyes cold as he said, "So many of us have been killed right after we entered. Now, before the others have even entered, you want us to embarrass ourselves in front of the various royal courts. This time, if you encounter any martial artists from the various dynasties and sects, kill them all. If the monster plant royal court died more and the other families died less, then they would lose face for the monster plant royal court." After losing so much face in front of the various great royal courts, could the old ancestor still look favorably upon him? He was not the only one. Everyone present was going to be in trouble. Stupid, now, the only thing they needed to do was to kill and cause the other parties to suffer heavy losses. Only then would they be able to preserve their reputation. A few people from the land of rebirth had killed so many people, and they still had the face to go out and say it. Everyone trembled with fear and hurriedly began to clean up. The so-called cleaning up was to destroy the corpses and destroy the evidence. Very soon, the corpses were all disposed of. Many people's eyes were dark. So many people had died at once. If they went back, they might be in trouble. Everyone said no more, following Prince Huai toward the west. At the same time, in the west, Fang Ping said angrily, "Mother****, I only killed a few of you, and you're still chasing. Believe it or not, I won't run anymore. This time, coming to the land of rebirth, he had planned everything. He would not run anymore, they were all martial artists of the same rank. He, Fang Ping, was invincible among the same rank. Not only did he overpower humans, but he was also the same in the catacombs. Now, he had only been in for half an hour, and he had to King run again. Li Hansong panted heavily, saying intermittently, there are still 16, all of them are mentality-vitality fusion. If you don't run, are you sure you can win? 16 of them were mentality-vitality fusion, and there were still pursuers behind. If you were entangled for a while, you would be in big trouble. Moreover, the leader, Feng Miexing, was extremely powerful. Earlier, he and Old Wang had exchanged less than 10 moves with the other party. Although he had the intention of taking the opportunity to escape, the other party was really strong, rupturing his internal organs in just a few moves. Fang Ping's face was pale. What are you afraid of? Have I ever been afraid of anyone of the same rank? No matter how many people there are, they're all useless. Wait for another minute, let me recover, I'll blow them all up. After a few consecutive self-detonations of mentality, Fang Ping could not take it anymore. At his level, after preparing for a long time for self-detonation, the backlash was too strong. The first strike had almost caused his core house to explode. Beside him, Yao Qingjuan's face was also slightly pale. He glanced at those people who were still chasing after them and said quickly, I've exhausted a lot of energy, and I can't make up for it with mentality-vitality fusion. Fang Ping, find a place for me to hide later. Get lost. Fang Ping cursed. Old Zhao did not want to hide, but he felt that he had become a burden. He could not achieve mentality-vitality fusion, and his mentality recovery speed was extremely slow. At this time, his combat strength was severely damaged, and he might not be able to hold on. Fang Ping's gaze was cold. Don't worry, even without mentality, you're no worse than a peak rank 6. Oh right, you can try using that weapon of yours. It shouldn't be too bad. As he said that, Fang Ping turned around and swept a glance. Behind him, Feng Miexing's eyes were icy cold. He shouted coldly, you can't run away. This was the place where kings fought, and there were catacombs martial artists here. This place was full of danger. Fang Ping and the rest wanted to escape the pursuit of more than 10 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. It was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Useless thing. Do you think you have the right to bark at me? I've just slaughtered a bunch of you. Does it feel good? Prince? King my ass. You dog, fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. I can't even take 3 moves from a piece of trash like you. Fang Ping was full of disdain and abuse. Behind him, Feng Miexing's speed increased by 30%, Fang Ping let out a humph. Feng Miexing was fast, but not as fast as him. Most importantly, he still had to take care of Old Wang and the rest. Among Old Wang and the rest, Iron Head was the slowest. Even if he had been cultivating his stepping techniques, his speed was still slow. He was not as fast as Feng Miexing and the rest. After cursing for a while, Fang Ping said, how's your recovery? Old Wang nodded. Almost. Me too. Yao Qingjun said quickly, I'm fine. Other than his mentality that had not recovered, he was not injured. Fang Ping turned around again, licked his lips, and said, Old Wang, can you and Iron Head stop Feng Miexing? Wang Jinyang was silent for a moment, then said quickly, 1 minute. That's enough. Old Zhao, can you erupt your mental strength again? Yes. Alright, if you do it, I'll do it too. We'll take the opportunity to kill a few people. I'll let them keep chasing us. After they finished discussing, Fang Ping stopped abruptly and shouted, split up and run. As soon as he said that, Feng Miexing and the rest behind him immediately formed a circle. In the end, they had just split up and formed a circle when Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong burst out, charging toward Feng Miexing. You're asking for it. On Feng Miexing's halberd, a dazzling glow erupted. The halberd swept toward the two of them, the void rumbled and energy exploded. Boom, after a few consecutive explosions, Li Hansong's fists were like shadows, blasting the void. The golden glow was like the sun. Wang Jinyang turned into a blood-colored god of war, wielding his saber and hacking. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Ridiculous. Feng Miexing sneered. His halberd was as steady as a mountain, sweeping across the sky. One strike from the halberd caused the two of them to spit blood, the sound of explosions coming from their bodies. The two of them did not care, dragging him along as they fought outside. On the other side, Fang Ping had already charged out, sweeping the rest with his saber. A long spear appeared in Yao Qingjuan's hand out of thin air, attacking instantly. On the long spear, an earth-shattering murderous aura erupted. The spear pierced through the void, freezing one of them in place. The long spear pierced through the other party's skull in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping was a little surprised. Yao Qingjun was a little strange too. This spear seemed to have become more powerful. He did not plan to kill this person just now. His mentality was not at its peak. If he unleashed his full power, he would at most be comparable to a peak rank 6, or even worse. He was different from Wang Jinyang and Wang Jinyang. The two of them were strong in their bodies and vitality. His strength did not lie in this area. Iron Head's defense was the strongest, Old Wang's physical attack was strong, and Yao Qingjuan's was a magician. However, who would have thought that this spear attack would actually kill a mentality-vitality unity powerhouse? They did not have time to think. The strongest Feng Miexing was being held back, but the other party was really strong. Ironhead's golden glow was extinguished, and it looked like he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, Fang Ping let out a low roar again. At the same time, Yao Qingjuan's face instantly turned pale. He let out a furious roar, the energy in the void exploding violently. Boom, below them, the ground began to collapse directly. As for Yao Qingjuan's spear attack, before it even got close, many powerhouses turned pale, bleeding from their orifices, their mentality shaken. At the same time, Fang Ping's slightly illusory small city appeared again, enveloping everyone within. Goodbye, trash. Fang Ping was also bleeding from his orifices, but he was smiling coldly. Rumble, an explosion sounded again. Some powerhouses roared in anger, their bodies erupting with brilliant light, forcibly escaping the small city. It was not just one person. 5 or 6 powerhouses also erupted with light, disappearing from the small city. Although it was rare to see accessories that could block mentality, there were many of them in the catacombs. These mentality-vitality unity powerhouses were almost all the disciples of the catacombs. Some of them were only related to the catacombs by blood for 4 or 5 generations. These people escaped, but there were still some who could not escape. Seeing Fang Ping brandishing his saber, someone wailed in despair, then self-destructed. Rumble, the small city was destroyed. Fang Ping was dizzy, his face covered with golden blood, like a devil being reborn. Mother ***, I'm going to kill you all. Prince Feng. Someone roared. Not far away, Feng Miexing had also gone berserk. His long halberd was as fast as lightning, hitting Li Hansong's skull until it made a cracking sound. At this time, Ironhead's face was already smashed into pieces, but he was still roaring furiously, using his golden skull to block again and again. Beside him, Wang Jinyang's Sanjiao gate appeared, his vitality gate half open. His body was wrapped in a blood cocoon, like an illusion, surrounding Feng Miexing and attacking everywhere. Seeing this, Fang Ping roared again, the small city appearing again. This time, even Feng Miexing was cursing loudly, damn it, damn it. Why? The immortal god had exploded again and again. Why would it recover again and again? Why, were all martial artists who resurrected like this? No, if that was the case, the royal court would have been defeated long ago. Why would they still be suppressing the other party? I'll definitely kill you. Feng Miexing roared. His halberd pierced through Li Hansong's shoulder blade, sending Li Hansong flying. The next moment, without looking back, he swept his halberd toward the sky. Rumble, a loud explosion was heard. Old Wang was sent flying, spitting blood. As for Fang Ping, he self-destructed the small city again. With a slash, he killed 2 mentality-vitality unity powerhouses. In a short period of time, he and Yao Qingjun had killed 4 people and self-destructed 2 more. 6 powerhouses who were also prodigies in the restricted area died in the blink of an eye. As for the remaining mentality-vitality unity powerhouses, some of them retreated from the battlefield, but they did not run away. Instead, they shouted angrily, "Hold them back! As soon as he said that, the remaining people fought Fang Ping and Feng Miashing with all their might. As for the person who escaped to the periphery, all his flesh and blood seemed to be sucked dry in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a golden flying dagger condensed in front of him. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. With a slash, he forced one person back. He was just about to dodge. Boom, the golden flying dagger hit his chest. Fang Ping spat out a large amount of half-energy converted internal organ fragments. His coat was torn, and a crack appeared on the rank 9 inner armor inside. Fang Ping's expression was ghastly. As expected, many people had killer weapons. The flying dagger just now almost pierced through the rank 9 inner armor. Although it did not pierce through completely, it had shattered his internal organs. Right now, Fang Ping's injuries were extremely serious. If it were anyone else, they would probably be dead now. Even if it was Li Hansong, if he was hit, his skull might be shattered. As for Fang Ping, the moment he was hit, a bottle appeared in his hand. The next moment, Fang Ping swallowed a large amount of life essence. The injuries of his shattered internal organs were also recovering rapidly. More? Come again. Fang Ping grinned hideously. The small city appeared again, exploding with a rumble. At this moment, Yao Qingjun brandished his long spear and killed another person. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had his eyes on the martial artist who was only skin and bones. Seeing that he seemed to have no more strength to move, the divine weapon pierced through the air and beheaded the other party in one strike. The divine weapon Chengdao flew back quickly. Fang Ping did not even bother to pick up the divine weapon. His figure moved, grabbing Li Hansong, whose skull was shattered, and he fled without looking back. Old Wang and Yao Qingjun were also extremely fast. The moment Fang Ping made his move, they escaped together. B****. I will not rest until you die. Behind him, the maple extinguisher's life halberd pierced through the air, stabbing toward Fang Ping. As for Fang Ping, he grabbed the halberd. The bones and flesh of his hand cracked, but he would not let go no matter what. Li Hansong, whose injuries were extremely serious, wanted to cry but had no tears. He said intermittently, don't snatch, or else I won't be able to escape. The halberd was struggling violently. If this dragged on, maple extinguisher would catch up. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Rank 8. Mother ***, forget it. There's still a chance. Having said that, Fang Ping threw the halberd with force. The next moment, Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast. He took the opportunity to grab Old Wang and Yao Qingjun, dragging the three of them as he fled rapidly. The divine weapon combat boots on his feet emitted an extremely dazzling light. Damn it. Maple extinguisher chased after them for a while, cursing and swearing. He was about to go crazy. The two weaklings had held him back for a long time. He could not kill them no matter how hard he hit them. They were only rank 6, but the two of them had physiques that far exceeded rank 6. Especially the guy with the golden head, who used his head to bump him every time, while he was holding him back for a moment. The other two had actually killed 8 powerhouses in the blink of an eye. Out of the 16 people who were originally chasing after them, only half were left now. Other than him, everyone else was injured. Maple extinguisher chased after them for a while and retreated, his expression dark. Not long after, Prince Huai rushed over with his men. When he saw the scene of the defeated army, Prince Huai's expression was also extremely gloomy. Another 8 had died. Before the people from the Monster Life King Court could enter, they had lost 16 quasi-commander powerhouses. At this moment, on the Monster Plant's King Court's side, 42 people had died. Among them, 16 were at Mentality-Vitality Fusion. Among the remaining people, including the 2 princes, there were a total of 14 Mentality-Vitality Fusion powerhouses. Trash, a bunch of trash. Maple Prince was furious. His cold gaze swept over the people who had held Fang Ping back. Out of the 15 quasi-commanders, more than half had been killed by 2 people. Everyone was silent. Maple Prince was the grandson of a true king powerhouse. His status was even more distinguished than Prince Huai because Prince Huai's bloodline had already surpassed 3 generations. However, everyone felt aggrieved. Maple Prince was known as an invincible general who had swept the 4 king courts. In the end, 2 middle-stage general martial artists had actually held him back. The two people they had faced were both freaks. The leader had self-destructed his immortal god time and time again. Was he still human? It was understandable that they had suffered heavy casualties. However, Maple Prince, an invincible general, had been held back by two martial artists who were far inferior to him. It was clear who was trash. Maple Prince cursed for a while. Very quickly, his gaze turned cold and fierce. Continue to hunt them down. This time, we will move together. Huai Muqing and I will hold them back. All of you, use all your trump cards. Don't hold back, unless you want to die. Most of the people present had a backup plan. However, backup plans needed time to prepare. They had been killed so suddenly that they had no time to use them. More than half of those who had died had a trump card to save their lives. However, external objects were external objects after all. Without time or reaction, they were gone once they died. At this moment, there were still 86 people left in the Monster Plant's King Court. Among them, more than 10 were seriously injured and dispirited. In less than half an hour, the losses had already reached 1/3, and their opponents were only 4 people. They were not the descendants of the Netherworld King that they had imagined. They were also not the quasi-commander powerhouses who looked very powerful. Instead, they were the few middle-stage generals that they had ignored earlier. Some people even remembered that before they entered, the leading martial artist was still trembling. Damn liar. Someone cursed. That liar had lied to all of them. He had pretended to be afraid so that everyone would ignore him. The two princes ignored them. Their gazes were cold and fierce as they continued to lead the others in the chase. They had suffered heavy losses, but the other party was also seriously injured. Maple Miashing did not believe that the fellow could really regenerate his immortal god indefinitely. If he was held back for even a moment, even if he could recover, he could use the killer move that his grandfather had left for him to kill him. It was a pity that he had not had the chance to use it before. Regret aside, Maple Miashing continued to chase while saying coldly, "Leave a few more people behind and quickly break through to rank 7. We'll leave marks along the way. Catch up after you've broken through." Many of the Mentality Vitality Unity powerhouses could have broken through already. However, they chose not to break through because they wanted to be safer. Or rather, they wanted to obtain more things and protect some people. If they broke through, they would have to enter the rank 7 area. They had initially planned to break through after entering. Unexpectedly, so many of them were killed in an instant. Before this, 5 or 6 of them were close to breaking through. At this moment, Maple Miashing's expression was even worse. Currently, there were only 3 quasi-commanders left who were close to breaking through. After all, they had just entered. The other parties had not even entered yet. Next, if they encountered these forces, they would be in big trouble. At the same time, Fong Ping sprinted tens of li. Then, he found a small mountain forest and landed. He quickly dug a hole and let a few people into it. After setting up layers of mentality barriers, Fong Ping's face was as white as a sheet. Beside him, Yao Qingjun was even worse off. His gaze was a little dull. Li Hansong was the worst off. His head had really turned into a skeleton. His imperishable substance appeared, but it was difficult for him to recover immediately. Ironhead, Li Hansong did not make a sound. Fong Ping gritted his teeth. He took out some life essence and poured it on his head. With that, his recovery speed was much faster. After a while, Li Hansong's flesh had recovered slightly. He said weakly, "That fellow is very strong. Fong Ping, be careful." Fong Ping's expression was gloomy. "I know. Besides, many of these fellows have big killer moves. The one who suddenly condensed a golden flying dagger just now. Although it did not involve a mentality attack, its destructive power was extremely strong. Other than me, all of you might have been killed in one move." After saying that, Fong Ping glanced at the silent old Wang, then at his pierced chest. He felt a little helpless. He thought that the few of them were invincible among rank 6. Who knew that they would be beaten up so badly the first time? "It's okay. Let's recuperate first. After we're healed, we'll torture them to death." Wang Jinyang said weakly, "This time. I'm afraid someone is going to break through to rank 7. Fong Ping nodded. Then, he said, "It's okay. There are only a few of them. Many of those who achieved mentality-vitality fusion were killed. At most, 2 or 3 of them can break through to rank 7. They'll be the weakest rank 7 too. As long as the opportunity is right, I'll act as an assassin. Sooner or later, I'll kill them one by one. After saying that, Fang Ping suddenly broke into a smile. Although the loss was not small, the gain was also huge. His internal organs were ruptured earlier. He had no choice but to consume life essence. Including the one he gave to Ironhead, he had consumed about 1 caddy. It was worth a lot. However, the gain from the divine weapons was also huge. Not only the divine weapons, Fang Ping also touched a necklace. It was probably an accessory that could block out mentality. Guess, how many divine weapons are there? As soon as he said that, even Li Hansong, who was on the verge of death just now, perked up instantly. He asked hurriedly, how many? 22. Fang Ping looked ecstatic. He grinned and said, Motherf asterisk cur, I didn't touch a few. It's too late. But this battle, it's not a loss. It's a profit. We've made a huge profit. Li Hansong was no longer dispirited. He was full of energy. He grinned widely with his bloody mouth that had yet to heal. He laughed foolishly. 22 divine weapons. 22. I can get 3. 3, is that right? He fought and did not die. He got 3 divine weapons. It was a huge profit. He should fight a few more times like this. Fang Ping and the others glanced at him. Ironhead was good at accounting. He was not a fool when he should be. He could even remember the digits after the decimal point. They could not be bothered with him. No matter how many divine weapons there were, they had to wait until they got out alive. It's a pity. Fang Ping said with some regret, that halberd is at least rank 8. It's a fine one among the rank 8 ones. It's a pity we didn't get it. As he said that, Fang Ping said, I'll get 11. Everyone nodded. Fang Ping looked at his wealth points and frowned slightly. Be careful. We're not out of danger yet. We're at our weakest now. Everyone, heal your wounds as soon as possible. All right. At this moment, Yao Qingjuan's gaze was no longer unfocused. He said in a low voice, Fang Ping, my spear's power has increased here. I can't see anything in the ruins, but this place might very well be a ruin. Fang Ping frowned. Was this really the place where old Yao and the others fought their last battle? It could not be that incredible, right? The place where the kings fought did not seem as mysterious and powerful as he had imagined. Could it be that old Yao and the others had fought their way to a place like this in their past lives? Of course, it might not be here. But I feel. Yao Qingjun pondered for a moment. I feel that this place has something to do with us, more or less. Li Hansong grinned with his bloody mouth again. Do you guys think that there might be remains of our past lives? Then, if we find the corpses and combine them into one, our strength will skyrocket and restore the combat strength of our past lives? Fang Ping was speechless. Wang Jinyang said weakly, dead is dead. Li Hansong, don't always immerse yourself in the unknown past. He was also at his wit's end because of Ironhead. This fellow was very arrogant now. He thought he was at the top, but in reality, did he not see that both of them were almost defeated by a rank 6 even when they joined forces? Li Hansong heard that and shrugged. He did not say anything else and began to heal his wounds. As for a certain fatty who was still waiting for them, who cared if he lived or died? He had to take care of himself first. As for Fang Ping, he was healing his wounds while calculating things. He had taken a look at the Monster Plants Dynasty site earlier. There were at least 70 divine weapons. The Monster Plants and Monster Life Dynasty had the most divine weapons. Counting like this, there were still close to 50 divine weapons left. Disregarding the Monster Life Dynasty's side, he was definitely going to get his hands on the Monster Plants Dynasty's side. If I get all 70 divine weapons, I can get more than 35. If I get more, I might even get 40. That Feng Extinguisher's divine weapon is even a rank 8. If I really get all of them, maybe I can break through a trillion wealth. Fang Ping licked his lips. He healed his wounds as soon as possible. Once his injuries were healed, he would immediately conceal his aura and kill them. This time, he was definitely going to grind these people down. As for the secret of the place where the kings fought, after killing all these guys, he had all the time to explore it. There was no hurry now. La 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 la. I'm so excited that I'm flying off. November, first place in the monthly votes. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your hard work, your support, and your awesome support. Thank you Big Shots for your subscriptions and gifts, and for your monthly votes. Thank you to Eagle Sauce's extremely awesome charisma. She should be. We won and took the glory of first place in the monthly votes. This is so cool. I wonder if there are any brothers who remember the previous standalone chapter. On September 27th, Old Eagle posted a standalone chapter, joking that with an average subscription of 30,000, we could take first place in the monthly votes. It really was a joke at that time. With an average subscription of 30,000, we could take first place in the monthly votes. Of the Big Shots who took first place in the monthly votes, who wasn't a god, who wasn't platinum, cough cough, now there's me, awesome. With an average subscription of 24,000, we took first place. November was a month that surprised, delighted, and dumbfounded Old Eagle. He had too many achievements. First place in the monthly votes, a Gold Alliance Master from Huashiwa Jian, Silver Alliance Masters from Legend, Baked Bun, and Lonely as You, a new Alliance Master almost every day. He really couldn't describe the feeling. There were too many emotions, too many things that he wanted to say. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Of course, Eagle, I'm also very awesome. Don't stop me, I have to show off. This month, I've updated more than 600,000 words. Perhaps there aren't many chapters, but to update more than 600,000 words in a month, I think it's still very awesome. Everyone, give Old Eagle a round of applause. He was so excited that his speech was somewhat incoherent. But this time everyone had really worked hard. The managers were on 24-hour shifts, keeping an eye on the monthly votes. The Big Shots contributed money and effort, and the Big Shots who secretly sponsored the monthly votes and red packets, but none of them told me. But no matter how awesome I am, can you hide it from my discerning eyes? In short, I'll keep the gratitude in my heart. I won't say any more pretentious words. I'll continue working hard, continue fighting. I'm an author, and the most important thing is for my books to be recognized by everyone. With everyone's support, Old Eagle will definitely continue to write good books. This is my job, and the foundation of my brothers and sisters' support. In the end, I once again sincerely thank everyone for their support, and thank the hundreds of thousands of brothers and sisters for their tolerance and love. Okay, the good news ends here. I also ask for a guaranteed monthly vote for 12 months, thank you. December 1st, 2018 Underground. Fong Ping and the others were still recuperating. Just as the others were closing their eyes to heal, Fong Ping's expression suddenly changed. After a while, Fong Ping coughed softly and said, "Everyone, open your eyes and look." Everyone opened their eyes one after another. The next moment, everyone's expression changed. Previously, they landed in a forest. Fong Ping dug a hole and everyone hid underground. But now they were actually on top of a small hill. Li Hansong's expression was blank. He did not notice anything strange. Just like that, without a sound, their surrounding environment changed completely. It was no longer the same as before. After the shock, Li Hansong said hurriedly, F***CK. Isn't this going to expose our whereabouts? They were actually on top of a small hill. Fong Ping smiled bitterly. This place is really strange. Earlier, Instructor Zhang said that the terrain here changes at any time. I thought it was just a rough change. I didn't expect it to change like this. They were clearly in the forest, underground. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on top of a small hill. This was too strange. Wang Jinyang looked around. After a while, he said, "We didn't notice anything. There are two possibilities. First, our own position has changed. We were moved to another place without a sound. Second, the environment has really changed." Fong Ping thought for a while. He took out the mother-child sensor and turned it on to take a look. He saw a red dot outside of them and shook his head. It shouldn't be that people have changed. Jiang Chao, who was dozens of li away, was not moved along with us. So, the environment has indeed changed. It was done without a sound. What a scary place. Li Honsong sighed. Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, said attentively, it's really scary to be able to make us feel nothing. As he said that, Yao Qingjun said in a low voice, say, do you think this is a manifestation of a top-notch powerhouse? Like Fong Ping before, changing the environment? If it's really a manifestation, we might not be able to sense it. Even if the paragon can't enter, he should be able to sense it. Moreover, the king's battleground is like an upside-down bowl. It's covered by the boundary wall. It covers a huge area, more than 5 million square kilometers. It's comparable to half the size of Sino Nation. A manifestation that really exists. This is not something that the paragon can do. Fong Ping shook his head. Forget about the paragon, even the legendary two kings might not be able to do it. What about you? Li Honsong suddenly interrupted. As soon as he said that, Fong Ping's expression turned strange. You're asking about the Celestial Emperor, aren't you? Fong Ping could not be bothered with him. He pondered for a moment and said, I feel that the probability of it materializing is not high. If it's true, then it would be extremely terrifying. It was more likely that the source Tao here was too chaotic and too powerful. The powerful Tao of origin distorted space. The pinnacle had already touched upon space. The existence of a storage ring meant that there was an expert who had touched upon the transformation and slicing of space. So, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the origin Tao that distorted the space here. Everyone nodded slightly. This inference was possible. As Fong Ping said that, he chuckled. Of course, there's another possibility. It's caused by chaotic mentality. The realm wall here was like a huge bowl that had been turned upside down, covering an extremely large area. One could imagine just how many people had died back then. Such a powerful remnant spiritual force is enough to distort our senses. In other words, what we see may not be real. This is similar to a materialized object, but it's not created by a single person. Instead, it's an illusory scene created by the mental distortion of countless dead people. Everyone nodded again. Then, Li Honsong said somewhat uninterestedly, what's the point of analyzing this? Shouldn't we go into hiding? There were countless reasons for the formation of the King battleground. The catacombs were analyzing, humans were also analyzing. In the end, there was no unified understanding. At this point, other than the pinnacle, not many people really cared about how this place was formed. When Zhang Peng taught them, he also said that they did not need to care about these meaningless things. Fong Ping chuckled. Suddenly, he thought of something and said amusedly, it's a good thing there aren't normal monsters here. Otherwise, they'd be cursing every day. It wasn't easy to get a lair, but in the end, when they go out for a trip, their home is gone, or when they're sleeping well, their home is gone. It'll drive demons crazy. Li Honsong grinned. If there really are normal monsters, then it'll be interesting. Some monsters like to collect treasures. Say, if you open your eyes and suddenly see a rank 9 monster's lair without any monsters in it, won't you go crazy? Everyone burst out laughing. This place was indeed not suitable for normal people to stay in. Not even demons, every time they could not find their home, it was enough to break them down. The location of humans did not change. That meant that the position of the monsters, or the position of living beings, should not change. This also meant that if you went out, you could not go back. Unless, the entire King battleground was turned upside down. Fong Ping did not continue talking about this. He looked around, stood up, and said, this place is a little conspicuous. How's everyone's injury? Almost. No problem. Among the other three, only Yao Qingjuan's mentality had not completely recovered. However, he was not injured, so there was no need to continue healing. Fong Ping did not have the intention to explore the King battleground. Hearing everyone speak, he smiled and said, then it's time to work. It's morning. Previously, when they entered, it was late at night on the 3rd. Now it was morning. In fact, the King battleground was gray and hazy. There was not much difference between day and night in this place. Of course, if it was daytime, it would be slightly brighter. Fong Ping jumped down from the hilltop, saying as he walked, it's only midnight. Even if their people break through, it won't be so fast. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Don't give them time and opportunity to break through. Otherwise, if there are more rank 7s, we'll be in trouble. Also, now that the other clans have entered, we have to be more careful. However, there are also advantages to having more people. It's more chaotic. In this mess, we have fewer people. It's more convenient to move in small groups. Brothers, this time, we'll play the role of assassins, no, hunters. Those fellows are our prey. Whether we can go out and have a good life depends on this. As for breaking through to rank 7, it's nothing to us. Even if we miss some opportunities in the king battleground, it doesn't matter. At most, we'll explore the next time. After we get the quota, we can always enter. What do you guys think? Li Honsong chuckled. I have no objections. At most, we can join forces to seal the door again. It's actually very fast. Rather than blindly trying our luck, it's better to kill those fellows. It's more worthwhile. Fang Ping nodded. Then, he tossed a Chengdao to old Wang and said, you should change your weapon. You're still using A-class alloy. It's outdated. As he said that, he looked at Li Honsong and shook his head. I don't have boxing gloves. Do you want to use other divine weapons? Forget it then. I'll just use my boxing gloves. Li Honsong shook his head. Until now, he had cultivated a pair of iron fists. If he changed his weapon, he would not be able to unleash his strength. Fang Ping did not say anything else. At this moment, he stared at the data on his interface. Safe, at least he was safe now. After everyone's injuries had recovered, the terrain had changed. His wealth suddenly increased. This was also the reason why Fang Ping was not in a hurry to hide. The increase in wealth meant safety and distance from danger. Wealth, 645 billion, conversion, vitality, 9,630 calories, 9,630 calories, mentality, 1,469 Hz, 1,469 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus 31,000 wealth/minute, or a simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus 30,000, it's increased by about 130 billion, Fang Ping was slightly surprised. That much, logically speaking, he only got 11 divine weapons. The divine weapons he got this time were actually trash. At least that was what Fang Ping thought. Most of them were early stage rank 7. There were only a few middle stage divine weapons. Early stage rank 7 divine weapons would usually increase his wealth by 10 billion. Middle stage ones were about 12 billion. Fang Ping took a look. It seemed like there were only 2 middle stage rank 7 ones. If he got one, that would be 112 billion. Why was there an extra 18 billion? After thinking about it, Fang Ping suddenly raised his eyebrows. A necklace appeared in his hand out of thin air. The necklace was black and looked a little ugly. Not only was it ugly, but it was probably not polished well enough. Or rather, it was hard to polish. It was made up of a string of stones, very rough. The stones did not have any holes. Instead, they were wrapped by some net-like objects and connected together. Is this it? Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. This was probably it. This thing was worth a lot of money. Fang Ping did not plan to share this necklace. No one wanted it either. It should be considered his own gain. Before this, Fang Ping had thought that this thing would be very valuable. Now, it was proven that it was indeed expensive. 18 billion. This necklace is about 3 caddies. 6 billion per caddy? Fang Ping shook his head. It was priceless. The official price for a caddy of life essence was only 5 billion. The system's valuation was even lower, only half of it. It was only 5 billion wealth. But this thing was worth 6 billion per caddy? More valuable than life essence? Fang Ping was actually still a little surprised. In his opinion, this thing was indeed very valuable. It was an excellent thing for those below high ranks. It was even better than divine weapons. It could block rank 7 mentality for a moment. Previously, many people from the monster plant's royal court had used this to save their lives. However, it was actually more valuable than life essence of the same weight. This had refreshed his understanding. That monument last time, Fong Ping was suddenly looking forward to it. He was really going to dig it up. That monument, was it 10,000 caddies? 10,000 caddies, that was only 5 tons, did that not mean it was worth 60 trillion? Fong Ping continued to shake his head. That monument was not so valuable, was it? If it was really so valuable, then how rich would the ancient martial artists be? Would they just bury this thing in the ground? After thinking for a while, Fong Ping stopped thinking about this. Mentality and vitality are both growing. This is not bad. Fong Ping also discovered something. Even if he did not cultivate much these 2 days, his mentality and vitality were still growing. Previously, he thought that he had reached his limit. Now, it seemed that was not the case. After looking at the data, Fong Ping looked at Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took off the inner armor on his body and threw it to Li Hansong, saying, "Don't use your head on it anymore. Sooner or later, you'll become a big idiot." Li Hansong caught the inner armor but immediately handed it back to Fong Ping, saying, "Keep it for yourself. They're all watching you. You're in more danger than me." Wang Jinyang also said in a low voice, "Wear it. If it wasn't for this inner armor earlier, you'd be in danger." The rank 9 monster that MCMAU brought back last time did not just forge a set of rank 9 inner armor. Of course, the parts of the monster's shell that could be forged into inner armor were actually limited. A total of 3 sets were forged. Fong Ping took 1 set. The other set was sent to Magic City Catacombs by the people of MCMAU and given to Lu Polu. A rank 7 martial artist's body was not strong enough. Lu Polu had been guarding the Magic City Catacombs all this time, so he was currently in the most danger. As for the last set, it was on Xianxia. When they went to Tiannan Catacombs in April, Fong Ping saw that Xianxia was wearing a rank 7 inner armor. He bragged that he would give her a set of rank 8 inner armor later. In the end, his bragging turned out to be reality. 3 sets of rank 9 inner armors were forged. Since Xianxia had been staying in the catacombs recently, Fong Ping gave her a set of rank 9 inner armor. Seeing that Iron Head did not want it, Fong Ping did not say anything else. He picked up the necklace and looked at Old Wang and Iron Head, saying, "Which one of you is going to wear this?" "Old Yao and I don't need it. You guys still have to be on guard. If the 2 of them encountered a rank 7, it would be very troublesome. Under the deterrence of a rank 7 martial artist's mentality, both of them would also be severely injured." Li Hansong chuckled and said, "Give it to Old Wang. I don't need it. My skull is strong. Actually, it can also defend against mentality. You know that." Fong Ping nodded. That was true. Mentality deterrence was actually a deterrent to one's consciousness. It had a lot to do with the brain. After tossing the necklace to Old Wang, Wang Jinyang did not say anything. After putting on the necklace, he said, "We can ambush and kill them, but if we're discovered, how are we going to escape? Fong Ping, you're very fast. Why don't you act alone, and the few of us will find a chance to ambush them? If they're hunting you, the weak ones will definitely fall behind." Fong Ping frowned slightly. "The key is that if we're too far apart, I won't be able to help you guys hide your auras. If that's the case, you'll be discovered. It's okay. If their strength doesn't surpass ours, it'll be hard for them to discover our existence. We'll ambush the weak ones. By the time we're discovered, they'll already be fighting." "Alright, let's do that. I'll mainly ambush their mentality-vitality fusion. The few of you act according to the situation. If there's still a lot of mentality-vitality fusion left, then continue to hide. Oh right, Old Yao is following you guys. He'll be able to discover the situation. Be careful." Fong Ping also thought that it was better for him to ambush them. The few of them would be more effective in ambushing those upper stage and peak rank 6 martial artists. Having said that, Fong Ping smiled and said, "Let's go. Let's go." Seeing that he was walking forward behind him, Wang Jinyang could not help but say, "They should be behind us." Fong Ping was stunned for a moment. He looked around and said gloomily, "The terrain has changed. I can't tell the direction at all. Luckily, Xianxia gave me a sensor. Otherwise, if we were to split up later, I might not be able to find you guys. Old Wang's sense of direction was not bad. As he led the way, he said, you don't have to pay special attention to the terrain. Look at the sky. The more chaotic the energy flow, the further it is from the entrance. We escaped all the way here from the entrance. They're behind us, so they should be in the direction where the chaotic energy flow is weaker. Fang Ping looked at the dusky sky and nodded. Now, he finally had a direction to guide them. More than half an hour later. Beside a river. Feng Miexing's expression was livid. He let out a cold humph. The terrain has changed. Some of the remaining traces have disappeared. D***it. I actually let them escape. The sudden change in the terrain had also caused some of the traces Fang Ping and the rest left behind to disappear. At this moment, it was too difficult to find them. Beside him, Huai Muqing frowned. He looked around for a moment and said, now that the people from the other royal courts have also entered. Miexing, since they have escaped, then we must kill them. Feng Miexing's expression was ugly. Those fellows had killed so many of their people. He had never suffered such a huge loss in his life. Even when he was facing the prodigies of the other royal courts, he had never been in such a dire situation. Seeing that he was insistent, Huai Muqing did not say anything else. He felt a little helpless. In such a huge place, if the few of them really wanted to hide, unless they were extremely unlucky and ran into them, where else could they find them? At this moment, some of the people who were searching in the periphery returned one after another. Not far away, a powerhouse who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion also rushed over using flight step. Initially, Feng Miexing did not pay much attention to it. However, he seemed to feel that something was amiss. He turned around and took a look. With one look, Feng Miexing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That B***starred was behind that person. He had actually landed behind a quasi-commander-in-chief in front of everyone. Lu, as soon as Feng Miexing let out a shrill roar, he saw that annoying smiling face facing him. It was baring its teeth at him, mocking him wantonly. B***starred. Feng Miexing was furious. The long halberd in his hand shot out violently, and he broke through the air in an instant. At the same time, Huai Muqing's figure also moved, flying in that direction. The martial artist who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion was actually still a little confused. However, he did not remain confused for long. The moment Feng Miexing let out a roar, Fang Ping's mentality exploded instantly, causing the other party to feel dizzy. At this moment, Fang Ping's saber swept across, his head fell. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in Fang Ping's hand. Just as Feng Miexing and the others broke through the air and arrived, Fang Ping had already completed the assassination in front of everyone's eyes. Greetings to His Royal Highness, ha ha ha. Fang Ping was extremely arrogant. After killing a fusion of mentality-vitality in an instant and provoking him, he broke through the air and fled. B***starred, don't even think of escaping. At this moment, Feng Miexing's rage had reached its peak. His speed was also extremely fast. In an instant, he leaped over the corpse of the fusion of mentality-vitality and chased after Fang Ping. Behind him, 7 or 8 fusion of mentality-vitality powerhouses chased after him one after another. These people soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. In their original spots, a few fusion of mentality-vitality martial artists and a large number of upper stage and peak rank 6 martial artists were left behind. Just as these people were feeling slightly frightened, a ruin fell from the sky. In the next second, a few screams were heard. In the crowd, a few fusion of mentality-vitality powerhouses were furious. Without thinking, they gathered celestiality and blasted the ruins instantly. Rumble, after a series of explosions, 3 figures fled at high speed. Seeing the 3 of them escaping, some people wanted to chase after them, but someone shouted, "Don't split up." Previously, Fang Ping had lured Feng Miexing and the others away, causing them to be attacked immediately. If these fusion of mentality-vitality martial artists left now, the others would be in danger. D***it. Someone cursed, but he stopped in his tracks, looking around vigilantly. This trip to the king's battleground this time had made them suffer a lot. In this short period of time, Fang Ping had ambushed and killed one person, while Wang Jinyang and the rest had killed 3 people. Although they were not fusion of mentality vitality, everyone here was a genius. There were no weaklings. In Monster Plant's royal court, another 4 people died. At the same time, dozens of li away from the Monster Plant's royal court, a large group of people had gathered. A few powerhouses stood in the air, looking into the distance. After a while, someone said, Feng Miexing and the rest have split up. At this moment, in the distance, everyone in Monster Plant's royal court was bursting with energy. With so many people, the energy fluctuations were stirred up constantly. Although these rank 6 martial artists could not sense it too clearly, they could still sense that the energy fluctuations were not as strong as expected. This meant that some people did not erupt or were not there. After this person finished speaking, a cold-looking woman next to him, riding a striped tiger, stood in the air and said lightly, I'm more curious. What kind of enemy did they encounter? If they did not encounter an opponent, they would not all erupt. The person who spoke earlier stood with his hands behind his back, smiling. Maybe they encountered a commander-level powerhouse. They don't seem to be very lucky. Although the entrance has been taken care of, traces of battle can still be found. They've been in trouble since the beginning. As soon as this was said, the woman riding the tiger suddenly said, find a chance to kill Feng Miexing and Huai Muqing. Your Highness, kill them. About King Feng and King Huai, the woman sneered. So what? Would the 2 true monarchs start a true monarch battle over a dead person? Right now, Monster Plant Clan is negotiating peace with the royal court, hoping that the royal court can send troops to besiege the land of rebirth. At this time, they won't dare to start a war. Will that affect the cooperation between the royal court and Monster Plant Clan? That has nothing to do with us. The woman looked disapproving. Then, she said lightly, besides, they're the ones begging us, not the other way around. Before King Feng became a king, he killed my granduncle. Then, I'll use Feng Miexing's life to pay for it. As they were talking, the woman suddenly looked straight ahead. In the distance, several celestiality erupted, the light pillars spreading far and wide. Seeing this, the woman frowned slightly. Did they really encounter a monster commander? Feng Miexing and the others did not care about the damage to their undying god, all of them unleashing their divine powers. They would only do this if they encountered an extremely powerful enemy. However, she did not seem to sense any other auras. If a rank 7 powerhouse really attacked, there would more or less be some traces. At this moment, the feeling that Feng Miexing and the others gave her was more like internal strife. Yes, they were fighting among themselves. How was that possible? For a moment, the woman was puzzled and wary. Could those fellows have deliberately set up a trap to lure them in? Naturally, Feng Miexing did not know what the monster life royal court people were thinking. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood and anger. Lure your grandpa, who was luring you, setting up a trap. Right now, he was so angry that he was about to lose his mind. How would he have the time to plot against others? Just as they lost track of Fang Ping and returned to their original spot, they also saw the few dead people. In the end, before they could even get angry, Fang Ping, who had just run away, came back again. This time, he did not do anything at all. After abandoning a small city, that fellow broke through the air and fled. In the end, the small city exploded, killing a few people in an instant. Feng Miexing and the others unleashed their celestiality to defend against the self-detonation of mentality. They had no time to care about outsiders. At this moment, it was not them who did not want to let Fang Ping go. Instead, it was Fang Ping who was entangled with them, chasing after that fellow. They were not as fast as him and could not run as fast as him. Not only could they not catch up to him, but among them, only he and Huai Muqing could entangle the opponent. If the others chased after him alone, they would die. It was not that none of these people were martial artists who were fast. However, the fast ones might not necessarily have strong combat strength. As long as they left the main force, that fellow would immediately counterattack. At this moment, Feng Miexing and the others did not dare to split up anymore. They also did not dare to go after him alone, or else someone would die. Wait. In the end, after calculating their losses, Feng Miexing said these words. Wait for those few quasi-commanders to break through. Feng Miesheng calmed down. If this went on, they might be dragged down by one person. However, as long as those few broke through, the other party's speed and self-detonation of the undying god would no longer be a fatal threat. Inside a small valley, Fang Ping's face was pale, but his eyes were bright. At this moment, a hole had appeared in Fang Ping's chest. It was wriggling to repair the injury. Beside him, Li Hansong and the others were also pale. Wang Jinyang looked at the hole in his chest and said with an ugly expression, "Don't go there anymore." The rank 9 inner armor was pierced. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, a flying dagger condensed by a mentality-vitality powerhouse broke a small hole in the rank 9 inner armor, but in reality, it did not penetrate the inner armor. Unexpectedly, just now, when Fang Ping went to do the self-destruct bomb thing again, he was blocked. A few mentality-vitality powerhouses joined forces to unleash a big move, condensing a king's shadow. With one blow, it pierced through Fang Ping's rank 9 inner armor. If not for the inner armor blocking for a moment, he would have exploded directly. Fang Ping swallowed the life essence and laughed. "It's okay, I won't die." Did you guys notice that when they joined forces to unleash this move, their flesh shriveled instantly and their combat strength disappeared immediately? I think they can't use this kind of trump card infinitely. It's not energy that's being consumed, it's more like bloodline power. I'd like to see how many more times the rest of them can unleash it. Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang said sternly, "Your inner armor has been pierced. If they do it again, if your skull is smashed, you'll die for sure." "I know, I'll try my best to avoid the skull," Fang Ping said, chuckling. "Actually, this is a good opportunity. On their side, there are heavy casualties. Many of them are injured. There are only a few mentality-vitality left. Although his inner armor was blasted by someone just now, Fang Ping was not someone who would suffer losses. Before he left, he once again self-destructed his mentality. The others could still avoid it and block it. Those fellows who joined forces to unleash the ultimate move almost did not have any ability to block it, exploding instantly. Such a big move, even if the remaining people could use it, Fang Ping felt that they would not dare to use it. What happened before? Those who used their life-saving ultimate moves did not save their lives. Instead, they were killed by Fang Ping. Would the people from the monster plant's royal court dare to exhaust their flesh and continue to unleash? Fang Ping, Li Hansong, and the rest did not know what to say. This fellow was really too awesome, so awesome that he, a rank 6, was wearing a rank 9 inner armor. Logically speaking, it would not be a problem for others to wear it up to rank 8. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had only been a few days and his inner armor had been pierced. If MCMAU's grandmasters found out about this, they would probably be stunned. In order to save Fang Ping's life, MCMAU tried their best to give Fang Ping all the good stuff, including this inner armor. It was also the best one. Li Chongqing and the others felt that even if Fang Ping encountered a rank 8 martial artist, he might not be able to penetrate the inner armor. But now, not long after Fang Ping put it on, it was pierced by someone. As Fang Ping said that, he rubbed his forehead and said, "I've self-destructed too many times. I can't do it a few more times. I need to slow down." "Old Jiao, have you seen how many of them are left?" Yao Qingjuan's face was deathly pale. He had overexerted his mental energy. Upon hearing Fang Ping's question, Yao Qingjun said, "It should be 45. Otherwise, it would be 46. There are still 5 at the Blood and Essence Unity realm." "More than that," Fang Ping muttered, "there should be more. I remember that there are still a few that I haven't seen. They should be hiding and preparing to break through. But if I calculate it, there shouldn't be more than 10 at the Blood and Essence Unity realm." Having said that, Fang Ping chuckled. "It hasn't even been a day. Let's waste time and kill them one by one. Rank 7 breakthrough, even if it's at the boundary, can it be done in less than 2 or 3 days? 2 or 3 days is enough for me to kill these guys. When the time comes, even if a rank 7 comes, it won't be a problem." Wang Jinyang reminded that Feng Miesheng and the other guy are very strong. They haven't used any ultimate moves yet. "Fang Ping, don't be careless." Fang Ping nodded. Then, his eyebrows twitched. He said, "Let's go." Look for Fatty. Look for him? Yes. That guy has a killer weapon on him. Last time, he said that he would have no problem handing over a few blood and essence unity to him. Now, there aren't many left. Old Yao, you guys are in charge of getting rid of the others. Let Fatty get rid of those blood and essence unity. I'll fight Feng Miexing and that Prince Locust. We'll get our revenge overnight. These guys actually dared to hunt me down. I took some divine weapons. They should be thanking me for not killing them. Everyone did not care about Fang Ping's overbearing and shameless words. The monster plant's royal court and them were mortal enemies. It was only right for them to be overbearing to their enemies. More than half an hour later. In a tree hole, Xianxia's expression changed. When he heard familiar voices coming from outside the tree hole, only then did he poke his head out carefully. He breathed a sigh of relief. You're all fine. It's good that you're all fine. As Xianxia said that, he glanced at the few of them. Seeing that they seemed to be in a bad state, he could not help but ask, are you injured? But it's good that you're not dead. No one's hunting you down now, right? Fang Ping did not speak. He looked left and right before smiling. Fatty, you've been hiding here for the whole day? This guy did not seem to have moved much. Xianxiao grinned. There are monsters nearby. It's one of their lair. I used the feces of peerless monsters to scare them away. Then, I snuck over. Then, I removed the scent and left a little bit. These monsters came back, but they didn't dare to come here. It's very safe here. Needless to say, this fatty had a way to protect himself. The periphery was full of monsters. If he hid here, most people would not be able to rush in. Even if they knew that there were people hiding here, they would still have to think of a way to kill those crazy monsters on the periphery. These crazy monsters even dared to attack rank 9. However, the peerless aura still scared them away. But to other people, it was not so easy. When Fang Ping heard his explanation, he could not help but laugh. You're quite capable. But when the terrain changed, didn't these monsters leave? They're already used to it. No matter how the terrain changes, they're too lazy to move. Having said that, Xianxiao asked, how are you guys? Did you snatch a divine weapon? Amazing. Xianxiao was sincere in his support. They were amazing. There were so many people, but they could still snatch a divine weapon and retreat in one piece. He had to admit that they were amazing. 1. As Xianxiao said that, he observed for a while. Seeing that Wang Jinyang had changed his saber, he could not help but ask. Fang Ping laughed. 1. Do I need to waste so much time here just for a divine weapon? As he said that, Fang Ping looked at him and smiled. You know that I have a storage ring, right? Xianxiao's expression changed. He laughed dryly. That, don't deny it. Don't think too much about it. The storage ring is a test product of the government. Minister Zhang gave it to me. It's not a secret. Ah? Xianxiao really did not know about this. In reality, not many people knew about it. Zhang Tao had told Li Changxing about this before. But a lie was a lie after all. Fang Ping did not want to make it too public. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not reveal it. The government has created a storage ring? Xianxiao came to his senses at this time and asked hurriedly. Fang Ping nodded. Yes, but it's not very stable. Mine is also a rare premium product. It's the only stable one. Then how many divine weapons did you snatch this time? Fang Ping grinned. Do you want to guess? Seeing Fang Ping's smile and the other's satisfaction, Xianxiao asked carefully, 5? Hee hee. Could it be 10? Hee hee. Fang Ping had just finished mocking him when Li Hansong said scornfully, look at how petty you are. 10? We've already snatched 32. There are still many that we haven't had time to pick up. This time, Xianxiao was really shocked. These guys were not kidding, were they? When I said 10, I was exaggerating. You're telling me that you've snatched more than 30, if the divine weapons were snatched, then what about the people? Before this, Xianxiao thought that they had escaped after being hunted for a day. Now, it looked like it was not the case. Thinking of this, Xianxia asked hurriedly, what about the people from the Monster Plants King Court? This is why I came to you. We've been hunting them for a day, but they kept using big moves. It's very troublesome. Don't you have a big killer weapon? Use this. This time, we'll destroy them. Destroy, destroy, Xiangqiao's mouth opened wide. He asked in a daze, how many people do they have? More than 40. Currently, there are only 5 who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. I'll go install the 2 strongest ones. I'll leave the remaining 3 to you. Fatty, can you handle them? More than 40, Xiangqiao suddenly slapped himself in the face. Mother **Cur, you guys must be fooling me. You must be being hunted and have no choice but to use me as a scapegoat. How was that possible? There were dozens of them who had achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Now, you're telling me that there are only 5 left? Moreover, Fang Ping said they were hunting the other party, not being hunted. Xiangqiao was still in shock. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Why? You can't handle 3 of them? Although there were not many people from the Monster Plants King Court, Old Yao's mentality had been greatly depleted. Fatty was useless. Fang Ping was fighting 1 against 5, and there were 2 stronger ones. He might not win. He could continue to wear them down, but now, the people from the Monster Plants King Court were really on the run. Fang Ping was worried that if this went on, the other party would escape their pursuit. No, Xiangqiao swallowed. That, Fang Ping, did you guys really kill more than half of them? Duh. Fang Ping said unhappily, are you doubting me? Fatty, do you think the divine weapons I snatched were for nothing? As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of divine weapons appeared around Fang Ping. Seeing these divine weapons piled up densely together, Xiangqiao fainted. He believed it too. How many people did they have to kill to snatch so many divine weapons? Killing God, 4 people, chasing after the people from the Monster Plants King Court. Now, they were simply going to destroy them. These fellows were the living definition of bandits. Killing people and seizing their treasures. This was vividly reflected by these fellows. Xiangqiao took a deep breath and said immediately, 3 of them have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. Unless they are together, I have no way of killing them together. Can you guys bring them together? Of course, it's not just mentality-vitality fusion. It doesn't matter if there are more of them, but they can't be more than 10 meters apart. If they're separated, I can only kill one of them. Fang Ping asked, earlier, someone used a king's shadow to pierce through my chest. Even my rank 9 inner armor was broken. Is this an ultimate move? Hearing that, Xiangqiao said immediately, no. This is a move left behind by a rank 9 powerhouse. That shadow is just a remnant of the rank 9 powerhouse's Tao of origin. If I'm not mistaken, it will dissipate not long after it appeared. At most, it can only attack once, right? Fang Ping looked at him for a while again. This fatty was quite knowledgeable. He nodded and said, aha. What about you? Me? Xiangqiao smiled smugly. I'm different from them. Actually, ultimate powerhouses won't give people a life-saving move so easily. They're mainly worried about the leakage of origin. But then again, there might be people in the Monster Plants King Court who have ultimate life-saving moves too. You better be careful. However, as long as you're not in a life-threatening situation, you can't use it under normal circumstances. What do you mean? Xiangqiao said immediately, ultimate life-saving moves are usually passive. In other words, if you don't kill them, they won't be triggered. It's the same for me. So, if I really want to use it, I'll have to hurt myself. I'll have to kill myself. I'm guessing that Feng Mieshing is probably the only one who has it. You better not kill him. If you kill him, once the counterattack is triggered, even a rank 7 might be killed. Xiangqiao continued, but, if it really comes to that, the few of you, cough. If there's someone who doesn't want to live, you can exhaust his plaything first. You can exchange your life for his, then you can kill him. Fang Ping shot him a look. Xiangqiao's expression stiffened. He laughed dryly. I can't. I'm not his match, Fang Ping sneered. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about your brain. If it really comes to a point where we can kill him, there are many ways. Why do we have to do it ourselves? We can just throw him into a monster nest. No matter how many moves we have, they'll be exhausted. Forget it. I'm too lazy to talk to you about this. Since you're fine with it, then we'll create an opportunity for you. You kill those 3 mentality-vitality fusion. I'll protect your life after this. Xianxia said softly, you really want to go? Fang Ping, you guys have already snatched so many divine weapons. Why don't you? Forget it. Fang Ping stared at him. After a while, he said, so, you're not willing? Forget it then. Let's go. No, no. That's not what I mean. Xianxia hurriedly said, a little distressed, I'm worried that we've killed too many of them here. If one of them runs away and escapes and tells the powerhouses guarding outside, then we'll be in trouble. As soon as he said that, Fang Ping frowned slightly. This was really hard to say. Absolute Peak doesn't care? Of course. Xianxia said helplessly. But we'll be killed the moment we get out. Even if Absolute Peak kills them, we'll still be dead, right? That makes sense. Fang Ping nodded. Very quickly, he said, but at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. If it really doesn't work, when it's time to go out, I'll go out first. The other party might want to kill us all in one go. When that time comes, if they don't kill me, I'll go to Mount Royalty to ask for reinforcements. Beside him, Wang Jingyang said slowly, it's better if I go out first. If someone really goes out to spread the news, you'll definitely be on their kill list. I won't attract too much attention, we'll see. It's still early. Fang Ping laughed. Who knows, if we kill all these guys, no one will go out to spread the news. Seeing Fang Ping's determination, Xianxia could only say, all right then. But after I unleash my power, I won't be able to retaliate. You guys must protect me no matter what. Otherwise, I'll be finished. Definitely. Fang Ping agreed readily. He laughed. Let's go and kill them. These guys were laughing so savagely just now. I've been wanting to kill them for a long time. After we kill them all, we'll bring you to fish for other good stuff. At this moment, they were still at the outermost area of the battlefield. There were very few places with real treasures here. The deeper they went, the more there would be. Fang Ping and the others did not have the mood to look for more in the outermost area. They did not say anything else. They smeared some Absolute Peak's feces on their bodies, scaring off the monsters. Then, they chased after Feng Mieshing and the others. In the wilderness, inside a dilapidated building that only had some foundations left. Feng Mieshing did not say a word. There was fatigue in his eyes. His anger, fury, and murderous intent from before had dissipated quite a bit. That lunatic had been chasing after them for a whole day. On this day, that fellow had self-destructed the immortal god more than 10 times. Feng Mieshing was really tired. He was also really helpless. How could this happen? Every time, that fellow would leave behind a small city materialized and self-destruct. Then, he would escape quickly. A few people were killed in one explosion. Until now, even if the others were not dead, many of their mentality had been shattered. Holding a small, luxurious wine pot in his hand, Feng Mieshing took a sip. His slightly tired aura dissipated. He looked around vigilantly. He also used his mentality to probe the ground. Feng Mieshing only heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that there were no more movements. A few times earlier, that fellow had been hiding under the ground in the direction they were heading, then suddenly unleashed his power. He had killed them all by surprise. After a few times, Feng Mieshing's experience increased by leaps and bounds. He could not wait to dig 3 feet into the ground before moving. After confirming that the fellow was not chasing after them, Feng Mieshing said in a gloomy tone, that fellow must die. If someone like him doesn't die, he will be a great threat to the majestic court. Huai Muqing nodded solemnly and said with a grave expression, he's only at the warlord level. Once he breaks through to the commander level and can still do this, he will indeed be a great threat to us, but now, we can't kill him, he has escaped our pursuit time and time again. His injuries have healed in an instant because he has the spring of life with him. The immortal god also recovers extremely quickly. Unless we kill him in one blow, there's nothing we can do about him. Feng Miesheng glanced at him and said after a while, Lord Huaimuqing didn't leave anything for you? Huaimuqing's expression changed. Feng Miesheng said in a low voice, Huaimuqing, there's no need to hide anything from us at this point. That fellow will come again. If we don't kill him, we'll all die sooner or later. Only by killing him will we have a chance to leave this place alive. When Huaimuqing did not speak, Feng Miesheng said, I have to maintain some deterrence. Otherwise, that witch won't let us go. I'm the one she wants to kill, not you. As long as I'm alive, she won't dare to do anything to you. Moreover, Bai Qing and the others will break through very soon. As long as we meet up with them, I'll get someone to protect you even if you don't have any life-saving treasures. When Huaimuqing still did not speak, Feng Miesheng said with an unfriendly expression, otherwise, if this drags on, Bai Qing and the others won't be able to break through and meet up with us. We'll all be killed by him, Huaimuqing. If I die, even if you leave this place alive, Lord Huaimuqing will not protect you. Huaimuqing's eyes flashed with anger when he heard this. He sighed and said, all right, I'll attack him if he shows up again. But if I can't kill him, I don't believe that he won't die. Feng Miesheng gritted his teeth. He had come with great ambitions and had wanted to go all out this time. This time, more than 100 people from the majestic court had come. He had subdued some of them, and he was prepared to use this opportunity to subdue the others. More than 100 commander-level powerhouses were considered a considerable force, even in the restricted area. Moreover, these people all had powerful backgrounds. If he could subdue them, he would truly have the capital to compete for the position of the majestic court lord. Many of the people who had led teams into the majestic court battlefield in the previous few batches had now become candidates for the position of majestic court lord. As long as they could reach the divine general level soon, they would be qualified to become the majestic court lord. Even if the position of majestic court lord was governed by the true King Hall, it was still nothing. The true kings of the true King Hall usually did not care too much about other people's business. The majestic court lord was the pinnacle for them. If he did not become a true king, the mountains and rivers that spanned hundreds of millions of miles would be under his control. Everyone below the true king level would be under his command. Moreover, once he became the majestic court lord, he could take the most common path in the restricted area. He might even be able to quickly enter the true king realm. The current majestic court lord's source had been destroyed by the Netherworld king many years ago, so he would not be able to live for long. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was only wishful thinking. This time, he had defeated a few others and obtained the position of commander-in-chief. However, who would have known that as soon as he entered, Feng Miesheng would encounter the biggest setback in his life? So many people had died. Forget about the heir to the throne. The true kings of the true King Hall would probably want to skin him alive. He did not know if the royal ancestor would be furious this time. If the royal ancestor did not protect him, he would really be in trouble. Glancing at Huaimuqing from the corner of his eye, Feng Miesheng let out a cold humph in his heart. This fellow probably had some ulterior motives when he entered this time. However, at this point, any ulterior motives were useless. If this went on, even if the two of them did not die, everyone else would die. If that happened, both of them would not be able to explain themselves. Huaimuqing did not speak anymore, sinking into silence. He was also thinking about a very important question. Just as Feng Miesheng and the others were thinking about life. Outside the wilderness. Fang Ping glanced at the dilapidated building from afar, rubbing his chin. There were people living here in the past? Xianxia nodded. There were buildings and catacombs, humans living here. I asked my grandfather before. He said that in the inner area, there are palace-like buildings. This might be where the second king's royal court was. My grandfather said that he had been to the inner area before. Zhangping didn't tell us because we wouldn't go. Actually, there are many good things in the inner area. In the rank 9 area, there are even complete palace-like buildings. If you're lucky, it's even possible to pick up a paragon's corpse. Of course, it's very dangerous. If a paragon is dead, after a long time, their Tao of origin will become one with the Tao of origin here. If a corpse comes back to life, you'll be finished. Of course, a paragon's corpse is very rare. I heard my grandfather say that a paragon's corpse rushed out of the palace. That time, almost all the rank 9 martial artists in the rank 9 area were slaughtered. Only a few survived. After that, some people speculated that the complete palace might be the second king's resting place. As for the paragon who came back to life, he might be the second king's guardian. A corpse can still come back to life after death? Then how do we know that the other party is dead? Of course we know. He's definitely dead because if he's alive, he'll be impacted by the chaos Tao of origin. Besides, the other party doesn't look like he's conscious. He probably only retained his physical strength. Otherwise, under the envelopment of mentality, no one can survive. How can anyone come out? Having said that, Xianxia continued, actually, someone in Star Town has experienced this before. It happened not many years ago, maybe 80 or 90 years ago. Back then, a group of people died in Star Town. Otherwise, there would be more rank 9s in Star Town now. All these years, many people in Star Town have died here too. Back then, someone made it back alive. He's the Jiang family's current family head. Now, he's also a strong rank 9. He said this himself. It can't be fake. Fang Ping nodded slightly, smiling. Don't tell me the catacomb second king is really sleeping here? That I don't know. Having said that, Xianxia added, oh right, there are some buildings here that might have been sealed after the human powerhouses died. Only us humans can enter. Encountering a building like this is a great opportunity. The powerhouses who died here were all very strong. Under normal circumstances, even the weakest ones had the strength of a rank 8 golden body. The strong ones might even be at Paragon. Of course, no one has encountered them before. However, even if they encountered a rank 8 golden body, there are still benefits. Weapons, cultivation methods, these are very common. Some people will leave them behind. Even if they don't have these, there will still be some other things left behind. Grandpa said that in the later stages of the great battle here, it was probably the aftermath of powerhouses fighting each other that killed the others. Actually, many people did not die from fighting each other. They were hiding from the aftermath. In the end, they still died here. However, during this period of time, most people knew that they were going to die. It's very common for them to leave behind the most precious things in their lives. Fang Ping nodded, smiling. I know this. Isn't the token that Instructor Zhang mentioned found in those places? But previously, I thought that I wouldn't encounter it in the periphery. I didn't expect there to be buildings in the periphery too. Although the buildings in the distance were very dilapidated, this was the first time Fang Ping had seen traces of human survival since he came here. This place might have been complete decades or centuries ago. Later on, someone took away the opportunity and destroyed it. He did not look at it anymore. After all, it had been explored for countless years. It was a fact that there were fewer and fewer good things. After staring at that place for a while, Fang Ping said in a low voice, these fellows found such an open place. It's not easy to deal with them. The other party was now in the center of the wasteland. It was indeed not easy to get close. Once they were discovered, the other party would be prepared. Then, they would have time to prepare their trump card. Just as Fang Ping was feeling troubled about how to get close, Fang Ping suddenly sighed. Even the heavens want them to die. We can only follow their destiny. Beside him, the others looked dazed too. Fang Ping had just finished lamenting when the environment changed. Feng Extermination and the others who were in the center of the wasteland earlier were now in a forest. Tall trees blocked Fang Ping and the others' vision. However, everyone could still feel the other party's aura. Xianxia glanced at Fang Ping. Mother ***, your mouth is too sharp, isn't it? Fang Ping had no time to waste. Here, he had already activated the aura shield. There were 5 people. He had to shield 4 of them. That would consume 100 million wealth points every minute. If he dragged it on for an hour, that would be 6 billion. He could not afford to waste it. Imperial flight, ambush them. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He quickly led the others into the forest. In the forest, Feng Extermination and the others were also very helpless. They were already preparing to retreat. They could not stay here anymore. That fellow loved ambushing people in this kind of dilapidated place. They had been tricked in this place many times, and many of them had died. In this place, it was easy for Fang Ping to escape. Just as Fang Ping and the others were about to sneak in and kill the people from the monster plant's royal court. Hundreds of miles away, Du Hong led everyone forward and said with a grave expression, "Where are the people from the monster plant royal court?" "Yes, where is he?" They had agreed to hunt them down the moment they entered. In the end, after running for an entire day, he did not even see the shadow of a ghost. Su Zixu whispered, "Are they lost?" As soon as he said those words, the crowd fell silent. Stop joking, after all, they were a group of level 6 experts. With so many of them moving, they would inevitably leave some traces. Of course, due to the changes in the terrain, there wouldn't be many traces left behind, and it would be very difficult to find them. However, there were still remnants of his aura. They were different from Fang Ping and the others. Those fellows spent most of their time in a state of sealing off their auras. If the monster plant's royal court really wanted to kill them, logically speaking, it would be normal to encounter some people, let alone all of them. But now that a day had passed, they really didn't even see the shadow of a ghost, except for some demonic beasts. Off to the side, Xianxia said, "I wonder how Fang Ping and the others are doing. That bastard Xianxia is so stupid to insist on following Fang Ping and the others. If he dies here, how will he tell Grandpa Jiang when he gets back?" Speaking of this, Du Hong and the others were also helpless. Those guys, are they still alive? Right when Du Hong was thinking about all of this, the nearby Butoi said, "General Du, since no one from the demon plant royal court is chasing us, then we have to leave as well." They had been running for a day. The main reason they gathered together before was because they were afraid that they would be killed by the monster plant's royal court. Now that the other party didn't chase after them, it was possible that they had given up on killing them. Since that was the case, they would have to find their own opportunities. They could only stay here for a month at most. If they stayed here for too long, it would be easy for problems to arise. Now that they had been delayed for a day, they had to leave. Du Hong nodded and did not say anything else. With so many people gathered together, there was no such thing as a fortuitous encounter. Not to mention that they didn't encounter them, even if they did, it would be easy for the distribution to be uneven. In next to no time, Butoi and the others left. After they left, Su Zixu suddenly said, "Do you guys think it's Fang Ping who's keeping them busy?" Li Yiming was speechless. "Where's your brain? Do you really think that guy is a god?" Blind, there were only a few of them. How many people did the other party have? Furthermore, he had entangled the other party. It was hard to say whether those fellows were still alive or dead. "I told you not to take risks, but you insisted. I used to think that I was reckless enough, but now I know. I am nothing, those fellows are reckless. Take it easy. It's fine if they die, but if they're not dead, don't provoke them in Stellar Sky City." Savage, the four of them dared to block the door and wanted to kill more than 100 experts. If they died, they would be asking for it. But if they didn't die, Li Yiming felt that he should be more careful the next time he met them. It was fine if his ancestors were still alive, but if they were gone one day, he would definitely take revenge on them. Li Yiming used to think that he was a reckless man, but now he didn't think so at all. There were people who were more reckless than him. Su Zixu nodded hurriedly and said, "Maybe they really did hold us back." Grandpa said, "Fang Ping and the others are a little strange. They let me use money to buy my life when I'm in danger. I just didn't expect that they wouldn't be with us as soon as we entered." Everyone was slightly surprised by his words. Su Haoran actually said that to his granddaughter, using money to buy one's life. It was not easy for a rank 9 to say that. Beside them, Du Hong suddenly said, "Before we left, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li met with me. He said that if there were any difficulties during critical moments, we could look for Fang Ping for help." He also said, "What did he say?" Li Yiming asked curiously. Du Hong was a little strange. He said slowly, he said, coaxing him a little. "General Fang, how should I put it? Don't use military orders or laws to talk. When you look for his help, act more pitiful." Cough, cough, cough. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Acting pitiful, all right, it might not be unreasonable. That fellow was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The harder you were, the harder he was. Acting pitiful might be useful. As Du Hong said that, he shook his head. Forget it. We don't know where they are now. We didn't encounter any danger either. Let's continue. It seemed like Deputy Commander-in-Chief Li's ultimate move of acting pitiful did not need to be used. Deputy Commander-in-Chief probably did not expect these fellows to go crazy the moment they entered. As for Fang Ping and the others, Du Hong felt that even if they did not die, they would be in an extremely pitiful state now. Perhaps they were being hunted by many powerhouses. Perhaps someone had already died. Perhaps they were completely wiped out. Du Hong sighed in his heart. What a pity. If Fang Ping and the others had really followed him, they would be much safer now. Nothing would happen to them. Right now, their lives would probably be extremely pitiful. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. In the forest, Fang Ping's screams were heard again and again. Opposite him, Feng Miexing and Huai's expressions were extremely ugly. Mother of *Ker, I was ambushed by you. Why are you screaming? As they were thinking, Fang Ping looked furious and annoyed. He bellowed furiously, how dare you drink my life essence? I'm going to kill you. Bastard. Feng Miexing was furious, that was his. After being ambushed by Fang Ping earlier, he was slightly injured and drank a little bit of the fountain of life. In the end, this fellow was actually shameless to this extent. Did he do this? Kill. Feng Miexing and Huai Muqing were furious. They had enough of such shamelessness. Previously, this fellow always ran after ambushing. This time, he did not run. If that was the case, then they would kill him. They were furious. Fang Ping was also furious to the extreme. Life essence. Their small flagon was filled with life essence. There was probably a lot of it, but now these people actually drank it in front of him. They deserved to be killed. They must be killed. As soon as the three of them came into contact, Feng Miexing and Huai Muqing were dragged into the materialization by Fang Ping. As soon as they entered the hut, Feng Miexing suddenly looked at Huai Muqing. This fellow was asking for it. Kill him. How stupid was it to use the materialization's core to fight? Huai Muqing did not move. He said quickly, try to kill him directly first. At this moment, Fang Ping did not leave. He had the attitude of fighting to the end. Moreover, he was still in the core of his materialization. He did not need to use his trump card. Feng Miexing thought about it and agreed. He and Huai Muqing were both top-notch rank 6 powerhouses. If the two of them joined forces, they could even fight an early-stage rank 7. They might be able to kill the other party. This time, the two of them did not waste time talking. One of them held a halberd, the other a long sword. Both were fine rank 8 divine weapons. They unleashed a powerful force and charged toward Fang Ping. In the hut, Fang Ping and the 3 shadows joined forces to besiege the two of them. The sounds of banging could be heard incessantly. However, Fang Ping soon had a headache. These two fellows were indeed the direct descendants of a paragon. They were wearing accessories that could seal off mentality. In his hut, including the shadows of Round Face and his parents, they were all mentality materializations. Their main attack was mentality as well. Not only were the two of them wearing these things, but the quality was probably the best too. Their bodies glowed continuously. The 3 shadows' attacks had a limited effect on them. Among the two of them, Feng Miexing was mainly attacking Fang Ping, while Huai Muqing was mainly destroying the hut. Looking at Huai Muqing's ecstatic look, yelling at Feng Miexing to hold Fang Ping back, Fang Ping was speechless. Destroy it all you want. If your F*King destruction speed is faster than my recovery speed, I'll consider you guys awesome. I've killed so many of you, and you still don't understand? So what if I'm the materialization core? Isn't it just consuming a little more mentality? Do you think I lack this bit of mentality? If you're so capable, smash the hut into pieces with one blow. Then I'll consider you the best. It'd be best if there's nothing left. Otherwise, even if there's only a little bit of wall dust left, I can still recover. I won't die. Of course, this was a good thing. These two idiots kept destroying the hut, so Fang Ping did not have to fight 1 against 2. Fang Ping and Feng Miexing fought with all their might. It had to be said that this monster plant's royal court's commander-in-chief still had some skills. In the hut, Fong Ping's mentality suppressed him, but the other became braver the more he fought. Although he did not have any golden bones or anything, he was still evenly matched with Fong Ping. This was somewhat praising Fong Ping. The effect of Fong Ping's mentality suppression was weakened, but when the other fought, he relied almost entirely on his stronger physique, exchanging blows with the other. As they fought, Fong Ping still had the leisure to talk nonsense. He did not care about the damage to his physique, saying as he hacked, "How many of you have broken through?" Feng Miexing said nothing, continuing to attack Fong Ping in a frenzy. "Did anyone go out? Why did you destroy the corpses? It's inhumane. I don't even know how many people died. Otherwise, I could calculate if there's anyone left alive." At this moment, more than half of the hut had been demolished. Beside him, Huai Muqing sneered. He was still so arrogant even on the verge of death. Did this fellow from the land of rebirth really think that he was immortal? "Your Highness, why don't you give me the remaining divine weapons and other things, and I won't kill you." "How about that?" "Right, I heard that there's a true king hall in the royal court. All the true kings in the royal court are registered in the true king hall. How many true kings do you have here?" This time, Feng Miexing replied, sneering, "In the true king hall, there are more than 100 Lord True Kings. Get lost." Fong Ping hacked off a few of his fingers while spitting out a few pieces of his internal organs, laughing. "Seriously, how many do you have? I'll talk about our side first. We have 88 paragons here. How many do you have? I'll tell you when I'm dead." Feng Miexing roared, striking with his halberd, causing Fong Ping's golden bones to crackle continuously. Fong Ping's saber slashed out countless shadows, slashing at the other party's chest until it rumbled. The other party also had an advanced internal armor. Fong Ping could not break it, but he had slashed Feng Miexing until he spat blood. On the other side, the excitement in Huai Muqing's eyes intensified. Only a few walls were left of the small house that he had destroyed. Seeing his excited look, Fong Ping said helplessly, "Brother, is it fun to demolish a house? If it's fun, continue." As soon as he finished speaking, the dilapidated small house was restored to its original state in an instant. Huai Muqing was stunned at first, then he flew into a rage. This time, Huai Muqing did not demolish the house. In a towering rage, he charged toward Fong Ping swiftly. Both of them were rank 6 powerhouses. When they attacked Fong Ping together, Fong Ping could only retreat in defeat. The damage caused by mentality had been weakened, and Fong Ping's combat strength had also been reduced. It was difficult for him to take down both of them in a short time. Similarly, even though both of them were forcing Fong Ping to retreat, they still had to divide their attention to defend against the damage caused by mentality. Although the mentality prohibition accessory could defend against mentality attacks, they still needed to expend energy to maintain it. Otherwise, their defense would be broken very quickly. The three of them were fighting fiercely in the house. Feng Miexing and Xianxia could not see what was happening outside. However, both of them knew that Fong Ping's companions were definitely holding them back. Otherwise, those people would have come to help. They could not see it, but naturally, Fong Ping could. Right now, those people were actually in his small town. While he was fighting with both of them in the house, outside, Fong Ping was also expending his mentality continuously, isolating the small town area and trying to create opportunities for others. However, those buildings were more illusory after all. People were constantly breaking through them and gathering together. Moreover, some people knew that this was Fong Ping's materialized object. Some martial artists were using their ultimate moves to destroy the small town wantonly. Fong Ping's face was turning paler and paler. These people destroying the small town would also hurt his mentality. Seeing that Xianxia and the 3 mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses were almost gathered together, Fong Ping did not care about this anymore. He blocked the long halberd's attack with his saber and said again, "Princes, why don't we coexist peacefully? If we continue killing like this, it won't be worth it if others take advantage of us. I can sense it. The people from the Monster Life Royal Court seem to be following us. Die." Feng Miexing was furious, "You've killed so many of our people, and now you want to coexist peacefully? The people from the monster life royal court were weaker than them previously. If this guy had not killed them so miserably, why would they be afraid of that witch? The enraged Feng Mieshing's strength increased by another 30%, forcing Feng Ping to retreat continuously. Beside him, Huai Muqing's sword was also cunning, his sword not leaving Feng Ping's vital points. Feng Ping had vital points, and there were many of them, although his skull had turned into a golden bone. Even so, his eyes, his mouth, these were all vital parts. If a sword pierced through Feng Ping's eyes and crushed his brain, Feng Ping would also die. There were also parts like his heart. Golden bones were difficult to crush, but if his heart was completely crushed, Feng Ping would not have a chance to recover. Both of them were not newbies fighting for the first time. After a few exchanges, they had already figured out Feng Ping's vital points. Feng Mieshing fought Feng Ping head-on. Huai Muqing kept looking for opportunities, and every time, he went straight for the vital points. Feng Ping was getting a headache from this guy's attacks. He used his forehead to block a few swords, and every time, his forehead would be stabbed with a loud bang. If this went on, Feng Ping felt like he was going to be beaten silly like Iron Head. Even though he was beaten to a bloody pulp, Feng Ping still could not stay. Idol. Prince Huai, that's the name, right? Are you related to that King Huai? As soon as he said that, Huai Muqing continued to attack while sneering. I didn't expect the royal ancestors' fame to have spread in the land of rebirth. Feng Ping sneered. Yes, it has spread. I've also just heard that King Huai was previously disciplined by Warlord like a dog, and he fled in a panic. Oh right, you guys know our language. Do you know what a dog is? Damn it. How dare you insult the royal ancestor? After all, even in the restricted area, these people would not casually insult the humans' paragons because it was really dangerous. If the humans' paragons were enraged and suddenly went berserk, no one would say anything if they killed them. Of course, this possibility was almost non-existent. The humans' paragons were not that free. These people would not recklessly attack the restricted area. However, it was common sense in the catacombs to maintain the necessary respect for true king powerhouses. Feng Mieshing's expression was also ugly. He said coldly, "Resurrected martial artist, leave your name. You have the right to let me remember you. In the future, all resurrected martial artists who are related to you must die." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Ping's nose twitched. A black object smashed onto Feng Mieshing's head. Feng Ping grinned. Booger. I have it. I haven't given birth in a long time. Do you want more? Bastard. Feng Mieshing was going crazy. He roared, Huai Muqing. Kill him. The martial artists of the land of rebirth were too shameless. They did not have the demeanor of a martial arts powerhouse. Although he had not fought with the resurrected martial artists before, there were people from the royal court and his family. Even though his father's generation and his ancestors fought with the resurrected martial artists endlessly, and their hatred was as deep as the sea, they had once told him that the resurrected martial artists were hot-blooded and had strong martial willpower. However, this bastard had completely overturned his impression of the resurrected martial artists. He insulted the true king. While he was still fighting, he threw Booger at him. Feng Mieshing felt like he was going crazy. He was mad. Was this guy really a martial artist from the land of rebirth? As soon as Feng Mieshing finished speaking, Huai Muqing's expression changed slightly. Then, he hesitated no more. This guy was too hard to kill. He was really too hard to kill. Both of them joined forces to attack him. Other than causing some flesh wounds, his internal injuries were not serious. If this went on, they did not know how long it would take to kill him. Feng Mieshing unleashed his power once again. He used all his strength to entangle Feng Ping. He roared, "Before you die, I'll give you a chance. Leave your name." Feng Ping glanced at Huai Muqing, who was spurting blood at the longsword. His gaze was solemn, but he smiled. Xianxia, the descendant of Warlord. If you have the guts, go and kill my ancestor. Descendant of the Battle King, Feng Mieshing's expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're Jianghao's younger brother, his only younger brother. You deserve to die even more." Even Huai Muqing, who was currently coughing up blood, roared furiously, "I'll kill you." All descendants of the Battle King should be killed. Fang Ping was speechless when he saw how furious the two of them were. Damn, this identity doesn't seem too good. These two fellows were about to go berserk. What was Jiang Hao, the pervert that Jiang Chao had mentioned? There was no need for Fang Ping to guess. Huai Muqing's eyes were blood red as he roared furiously, Jiang Hao tortured and killed my father. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Feng Miexing said coldly, Jiang Hao's younger brother, I didn't expect you to have the guts to enter the arena. Even if we don't kill you today, you will die without a doubt. Jiang Hao had tortured and killed too many martial artists in the rank 7 area, that was a freak. In front of so many restricted area powerhouses, he even caught a royal court rank 7, at the entrance, in the area where there was no exit, and tortured and killed a true king's descendant, a woman, in front of dozens of rank 19, that day, it almost caused a riot among the rank 9s. If not for the human powerhouses constantly berating them with the Summit Accord, a war would have broken out long ago. Even so, Jiang Hao was also a rare public enemy in recent years, the public enemy of the 4 royal courts. That fellow did not just torture and kill people from the monster plant's royal court, but also other royal courts. Of course, Fang Ping naturally did not know about these. He felt a little depressed. F*CK, these two fellows had gone berserk. That Jiang Chao fellow. Damn, he had taken the blame for him, this time he was depressed, however, they were already mortal enemies. Fang Ping did not care too much about this. He was just a little curious. How many outrageous things had Jiang Chao's brother done? He was even more hated than himself. At this time, Huai Muqing, who was beside him, had already vomited 3 liters of blood. His longsword was suffused with a glaring blood-red color. Fang Ping's heart palpitated. He roared, kill me. I have the Battle King's secret technique to protect me. Let's die together. As soon as he said that, Huai Muqing's movements froze. Feng Miexing said furiously, kill him. I'll block it for you. Huai Muqing held the blood-red longsword in his hand. His face was deathly pale, his chi weak. He said in a low voice, let's do it together. Fang Ping's heart palpitated. Damn, they had really forced him to use his trump card. Fine, I'd better run away first. You forced my hand. Let's perish together then. Fang Ping roared. His face turned pale instantly. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth, staining the Chengdao red. Then, Fang Ping leaped into the air, ran out of the room, sealed the hut, and shouted, retreat. After throwing these words, Fang Ping broke into a run. Inside the hut, Feng Miexing was stunned at first. Then, he roared furiously, bastard, kill him. He was cursing Huai Muqing. Why don't you do it? He was frightened by the other party again. Huai Muqing's pale face turned red instantly. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Die. In his rage, Huai Muqing no longer cared whether the fellow had a trump card to counterattack or not. The blood-red longsword in his hand slashed downwards, boom, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. In the distance, Fang Ping, who was running away, was bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices. When the sword landed, his hut exploded instantly, turning into nothingness. The small town was also destroyed in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Fang Ping's gaze went blank for a moment, then returned to normal. A piece of floorboard appeared out of thin air in front of him. Luckily, I dismantled a piece before I left. Fang Ping's face was drained of all color. It was too scary. One slash destroyed a rank 7 materialization directly, leaving nothing behind. This meant that killing a rank 7 martial artist was just a matter of one slash. The other party destroyed his hut, probably wanting to destroy his mentality in one go. If a rank 7 came here, he would be crippled even if he did not die. These fellows were strong with a powerful ancestor. A rank 6 martial artist who could kill a rank 7 with one slash was even more ridiculous than him. Fang Ping watched as these two fellows destroyed the small town. Old Wang and the rest still had not retreated. On the other side, Jiang Chao was still circling around with the 3 mentality-vitality fusion. Fang Ping was about to break down. These fellows were too slow. If he ran away, they might not be able to run away. At the thought of this, Fang Ping, who was initially walking in the air, suddenly lost all signs of life. Then, he fell from the sky directly. On the ground, some trees were smashed into pieces. Not far away, Huai Muqing's face was pale, but he was overjoyed when he saw this. Feng Miaxing was also beaming with joy. This D*Ned fellow was finally dead. Mentality was destroyed. Even if he was a rank 9, he still had to die. Huai Muqing was still a little relieved. It was good that this fellow ran away. Otherwise, if he killed his physical body directly, the other party's battle king's ultimate skill might be unleashed. If Feng Miaxing did not block it for him, he would definitely die. Now that he ran away and destroyed his immortal god, the other party could not escape death. The result would be the same. Both of them could not care less about the others, quickly chasing after the place where Fang Ping fell. That fellow was really about to become their nightmare. As for Wang Jinyang and the rest, in their opinion, being entangled and without the help of Jiang Hao's younger brother, they would definitely die. They did not need to worry too much. Both of them quickly flew toward the place where Fang Ping fell. On the other side, Jiang Chao also saw Fang Ping falling, slightly frightened. Fang Ping was dead. The small city was destroyed in an instant earlier, disappearing without a trace. He also knew what happened. Fang Ping was killed just like that. If he unleashed his ultimate skill now, he would be finished. Just as Jiang Chao was considering whether to escape immediately, Li Hansong and the rest did not care about Fang Ping at all, roaring, "Fatty, hurry!" Jiang Chao's heart skipped a beat. These fellows did not seem to be sad. At this moment, Jiang Chao was struggling in his heart. Should he use his ultimate skill or not? The goal this time was to kill the 3 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. Now, the 3 of them were less than 50 meters away from him, and they were all together. This was also caused by Fang Ping's mentality guidance earlier. If he unleashed it now, killing the 3 of them would not be a problem. However, if he unleashed it and Fang Ping died, he would not be able to escape. As for Wang Jinyang and the rest, it would be good enough if they could protect themselves. However, if he did not unleash it and Fang Ping did not die, he would have ruined his entire plan, and he would have offended him badly. A look of struggle flashed across his face. Jiang Chao gritted his teeth. F***ck, he would take the risk. That fellow was as cunning as a ghost. How could he die so easily? If Fang Ping did not die and he ran away, he would be in deep trouble in the future. Fang Ping, I'm betting my life. I'm such a coward. I'm betting my life here today. If you really become a paragon. Countless thoughts surfaced in Jiang Chao's mind. Even at the last moment, he was still struggling. Betting my life. I'm most afraid of betting my life. What was wrong with him this time? He actually came to bet his life with these lunatics. His worldview was overturned. I won't be with them next time. Even if I have to invest, I want to stay safely at the back. Ancestor, please protect me. I can't die. This time, I'm risking my life for this. It's considered a friendship of life and death. If a few of these fellows really become paragons, then even if I'm not strong enough in the future, I'll still have a few paragons to protect me. I'll take the risk. Countless thoughts flashed through Jiang Chao's mind, but he did not waste any time. A piercing scream rang out. Jiang Chao stabbed his own heart, his feet flying toward the 3 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists. The moment the saber pierced his heart, an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Fang Ping. I'm going all out. Jiang Chao roared. He was really going all out. If you die, I'm done for this time. Boom, a ray of light as dazzling as the sun rose. The light swept past. The 3 mentality-vitality fusion martial artists in front of him turned pale. They did not even have time to escape. The light swept past them, and they were turned into pieces. Jiang Chao's face was deathly pale. His entire body's vitality was depleted. He turned his head with difficulty to look in the direction where Fang Ping had fallen. If he really died, he would be done for. The moment he turned his head, Huai Muqing and Feng Mia seemed to be attracted by the commotion here. It was at this moment that a saber gleam filled with endless celestiality rose from the ground. Go to hell. Feng Miaxing leaped into the air, breaking into a run. As for the so-called blocking the saber for someone else earlier, that was a joke. Feng Miaxing's speed was faster than the saber gleam. Huai Muqing, who had just expended a lot of vitality, was a beat slower. The saber gleam flashed and disappeared. His entire person was cut in half instantly. Ancestor Wang, Huai Muqing only left this sentence behind. He still had too many plans that he had yet to carry out. Too many missions that he had yet to complete. Before this, he had even considered ambushing Feng Miaxing, letting him unleash a death blow and perish together with the enemy. However, because he had the upper hand all along, he had given up on this plan. Who would have thought that the enemy whom he had killed in one blow would actually resurrect? Idiot! Fang Ping did not chase after Feng Miaxing. He cursed. You believed me when I pretended to be dead. How stupid are you? How many times have I used this trick of pretending to be dead? Before I had the ability to conceal my aura, he had done it countless times. Why don't these catacombs martial artists learn their lesson? That's true. You don't know anyway, Fang Ping muttered. Fang Ping mumbled. His opponent's previous attack was really powerful. Even now, his mentality had not recovered yet. Even if he kept replenishing it, the system's replenishment seemed to be slow this time. It had somewhat damaged his foundation. The remaining small piece of floorboard was also somewhat messy and broken. Fang Ping's head was still hurting. He did not loot the corpse. Fang Ping might as well be straightforward. He kept the other party's corpse and everything else. At the same time, he could also confirm whether he was dead or not. It would not be too late to loot it later. The moment Fang Ping killed Huai Muqing, Feng Miaxing fled. Not far away, Xianxia was so happy that he was about to explode. I won the bet. In the next moment, Xianxia roared, brothers of one mind, our sharpness can cut through metal. We are brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. From now on, I'll rely on you guys to protect me. Fang Ping ignored him. He quickly rushed to Wang Jinyang and the rest's battle circle. As his mentality was shattered, Fang Ping could not use it for the time being. However, even if he did not use his mentality, coupled with the outburst of celestiality, his strength was not weaker than anyone. Yao Qingjun and the rest were also fighting with all their might. The Monster Plant's royal court martial artists had witnessed a series of unforeseen events with their own eyes. First, the 3 quasi-commanders were killed. Then, Prince Huai was killed. Prince Feng had fled. At this moment, they had long lost the will to fight. Some of them had already fled in all directions before Fang Ping had arrived. Fang Ping could not stop them now. Killing one was one. Those who did not have divine weapons ran away. Those who had divine weapons, Fang Ping kept a close eye on them. Looking at these people running away, Fang Ping roared, leave the divine weapons behind. Otherwise, I'll hunt you down to the end. I won't stop until you die. As soon as he said that, there were indeed 2 martial artists who had already run far away. They threw down the divine weapons in their hands and fled at high speed. Fang Ping pursed his lips. I'm just scaring you guys. I don't have the time to hunt you down all over the world. After fighting with all their might for a while, as some people fled, the remaining people self-destructed in despair. Some were killed on the spot. As for Fang Ping and the rest, their faces were drained of color. They collapsed to the ground. Everyone was covered in blood, their injuries severe. Fang Ping panted heavily, grinning. That Feng Miaxing is really a good guy. If he doesn't run, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. That fellow was also frightened by Fang Ping and fled immediately. Otherwise, Fang Ping, who could not use his mentality temporarily, Jiang Chao, who had lost his combat strength, Yao Qingjun, whose mentality was depleted, with this group of defeated soldiers, Feng Miaxing might be able to single-handedly wipe them out. The few of them looked at each other, then burst into maniacal laughter. Sure enough, when encountering an enemy, one had to compete in terms of ruthlessness. If one looked more ruthless than the other party would naturally be afraid. After laughing for a while, Fang Ping said immediately, clean up the battlefield and loot. Retreat immediately. The people from the Monster Life Royal Court are not far from here. Hurry. The few of them were also veterans. They dared not delay and quickly began to clean up the battlefield. Fang Ping did not care about anything. He kept all the corpses into his storage space. It would not be too late to deal with them later. Beside him, Xianxia's face was blank. On one hand, he was shocked by the speed at which these fellows collected the corpses. On the other hand, he was shocked by the size of Fang Ping's storage ring. Don't be ridiculous. How could a storage ring researched by the government be this big? They had collected dozens of corpses. It was enough to fill up a whole house. As for Fang Ping and the rest, they quickly packed up everything. They grabbed Xianxia, who was still in a daze, concealed their auras and fled quickly. Now that everyone was heavily injured and had no combat strength left, there was no way they could argue if they were taken advantage of. As they fled, Fang Ping laughed maniacally. He only smiled, but he did not make a sound, too happy, too excited. He was rich, the place where the king battled was practically his blessed land. He had made up his mind. This time, he would not leave. He would not leave until he had stayed for a full month. If he left such a treasured place just like that, he would be really stupid. Not only was Fang Ping laughing maniacally, the rest of them were also grinning widely. Old Wang and Old Jiao, the two fellows who had always been calm, were also wild with joy at this moment. Not long after Fang Ping and the rest left, a group of people flew toward them using flight step. The woman riding the tiger surveyed the area where everyone fought. Her gray pupils contracted slightly. Very quickly, she said coldly, "Search. See if there's anyone alive." The crowd dispersed quickly. The woman landed on the ground with a few powerhouses to observe the results. After a while, the woman's expression changed. "Huai Muqing is dead." "What?" Someone exclaimed in shock. "Huai Muqing is dead. What about Feng Miexing? He shouldn't be dead." "There are no signs of his outburst here." The woman looked around and murmured, "There aren't too many opponents. 4 to 5 people. It should be 5. One of them activated the protective secret art left behind by the true king. He should be the true king's descendant from the land of rebirth. One of them uses his fists and has the strength of a peak warrior to a quasi-commander. His defense is extremely strong. One of them uses a saber and has a strong explosive force. He also has the strength of a quasi-commander. There's another one. I think he's a commander level." "No, a pure immortal god." The woman shook her head. She could not tell for a moment. A luxuriously dressed young man beside her asked softly, "What about the other one?" "There's another one." The woman raised her eyebrows, her gaze solemn. "A powerhouse who might have wiped out the entire kingdom's martial artists. Huai Muqing must have activated the true king's secret art, but he's still dead. This person left almost no traces. The only thing left is a saber mark." As she spoke, the woman waved her hand. A boulder fell in front of her. The boulder had been completely cut in half. The woman touched it and said softly, "It's not a commander level. It's more like a quasi-commander's divine power outburst. A same-rank martial artist killed Huai Muqing. I don't know if Feng Miexing is still alive." At this point, the woman's expression turned solemn. She shouted, "Be careful. A powerful enemy has appeared in the land of rebirth. A powerful enemy more dangerous than a rank 7, even a rank 7 martial artist could not easily wipe out a kingdom's team. The probability of being killed was even higher. Dozens of quasi-commanders and dozens of peak warriors. A team like this was enough to kill a few early-stage commander-level powerhouses. Even a middle-stage commander-level powerhouse might not be able to wipe out this team. If he really wanted to do it, he would have to at least command a high-level expert, or even a peak expert, and now, this team of only 5 people had defeated the monster plant's royal court. Even if they didn't see the corpses, from the remaining bloodstains, marks, and traces of escape, the monster plant's royal court's team might have really been destroyed. As soon as the woman's voice fell, everyone immediately became vigilant. A moment later, the scouting team returned. Someone quickly reported, "Your Highness, Feng Miexing is still alive. I saw him. He's gathering the remaining soldiers. The plant monster clan seems to have less than 10 people left." The woman's expression changed slightly. There were only so few people left. When she thought up to this point, the woman suddenly said, "Let's go and kill them. This time, there's a great enemy in the king battleground." "Yes." Everyone responded. The woman looked around and glanced in the direction where Feng Ping and the rest had left, but she did not say anything. She patted the tiger and it soared into the sky, roaring as it chased after Feng Miaxing and the rest. She decided to kill Feng Miaxing and the others first. As for the team of 5, the woman's expression was rather grim. They had only entered for a day and the monster plant clan had already been wiped out. It was better to be more careful. After killing Feng Miaxing and the rest, they could not advance anymore. They had to wait for the few quasi-commanders to break through before they could continue. This time, the king battleground was very dangerous. The land of rebirth, the woman rode the tiger forward, murmuring in her heart. Father Wang and the rest wanted to join forces with the monster plant clan and kill their way into the land of rebirth together. Would it really work? The land of rebirth was not completely defenseless. True king powerhouses like the Netherworld King, Martial King, and Battle King were well known even to her. A top-notch true king like the suppressing Heavenly King was rumored to be comparable to the legendary Two Kings. If the Two Kings did not appear, would it really work? The woman sighed softly. It was a pity that her ability was too weak to influence the palace's decision. At the same time, Feng Miaxing was like a wounded lone wolf, his eyes bloodshot. He looked around, seemingly crying and laughing at the same time. They had suffered a crushing defeat. He did not expect that after entering for only a day, most of the palace powerhouses were already dead. 128 people had entered the king battleground. At this moment, including himself, there were only 8 people beside him. When they came, they were full of lofty sentiments. At this moment, they were like stray dogs. After gathering these defeated soldiers, apart from him, there was no one else who could achieve mentality-vitality fusion. Feng Miaxing watched for a while. He did not know if anyone else had escaped. But now, there were only so many people he could gather. Let's go. Let's meet up with Bai Qing and the rest. Feng Miaxing's eyes were bloodshot. There was still a chance. The 3 peak quasi-commanders were not dead yet. They were still in the process of breaking through. When they had broken through, there was still a chance. Behind him, an armored peak rank 6 martial artist's face was as white as a sheet. He trembled and said, Prince Feng, are we still going to stay here? B** starred. Useless. Feng Miaxing scolded for a while. After a while, he suddenly felt dejected. Then, he regained his cold expression and said, You, go back through the entrance now. Go back and tell Uncle Wang everything that has happened here. Ask Uncle Wang to send people into the unified territory and inform Brother Wang. Ask them to break through the wall and come here. This time I am not satisfied. Are you satisfied? If I don't kill the Battle King's descendants, I won't be at peace. Jiang Hao's younger brother's crime is unforgivable. All the descendants of Warlord deserve to die. No matter the price, they must be killed. Also, Feng Lan, bring a few people and look for the other people from the royal court who are still here. Inform the affiliated dynasties and sects to come here and listen to my orders. Feng Miaxing gave orders one after another. This time, he was not satisfied. Jiang Chao, he must kill him. Although many of the newcomers had died, there were still some people from the royal court from 3 years ago, or even earlier, who were still here in the battlefield. Some people from affiliated dynasties and sects were here too. If the people from the royal court of the unified territory could find the weak point of the border wall and break through it, Jiang Chao would definitely die. Definitely. If it was someone else, the people from the unified territory might not come. However, it was Jiang Hao's younger brother now. In that case, those people would definitely come. As long as he killed Warlord's descendant, even if such a huge incident had happened this time, he could still redeem himself with merit. If he killed Warlord's descendant, perhaps his merit would be even greater. Netherworld King, Warlord. These 2 top-notch descendants of the true kings from the land of rebirth have been killed. I will only be rewarded. As Feng Miaxing thought about it, he thought about the person who had unleashed the true king's protective secret technique earlier. Who was that? To have such a true king's protective secret technique, he must be a descendant that the true king valued. I didn't expect that so many important people would enter the land of rebirth this time. Feng Miaxing thought about this as he led his people forward at high speed. There were many descendants of the true king. Some of them had been passed down for more than 10 generations. Why would they care about those descendants whose bloodlines were extremely distant? However, that fatty had unleashed the true king's protective secret technique. He was definitely one of the people that the true king valued. In addition to Xianxia and the Netherworld king's grandson, if he killed these three people, it would not be considered a failure to enter the land of rebirth this time. Fang Ping did not know what the monster life royal court woman and Feng Miexing were planning. He did not care either. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others had already hidden in a cave. After sealing the cave with a boulder, Fang Ping managed to set up a thin layer of mentality barrier. Then, he collapsed on the ground. The others did the same. A few of them lay on the cold and damp stone ground. In the next moment, they all burst out laughing. Awesome! I'm rich! Fang Ping laughed. Even now, his head was still splitting. Fang Ping could not help but feel excited and agitated. The others were the same. Xianxia had already started consuming the life essence. This fatty had brought quite a lot with him this time. As he drank, he hesitated whether he should give some to the others. However, after taking a look and seeing that the others did not seem to be too badly injured, Xianxia gave up the idea. It was better to save some for himself. After drinking the life essence, Xianxia immediately shifted his gaze to Fang Ping. He praised loudly, "Fang Ping, you're amazing. Too amazing. This time, you've made a name for yourselves in the restricted area. A few of you have annihilated a team of more than 100 people from the Monster Plant's royal court. This is practically comparable to the contribution of exterminating a cave. When you return to Earth, even the top will celebrate for you." The fatty was flattering him non-stop. In the end, he even said smugly, "Of course, I've also contributed a little, but I won't take credit for it. It's mainly because the few of you leaders are good. This time, I've annihilated 3 people who have achieved mentality-vitality fusion. In this generation of Constellation City, there are not many who have contributed more than me. Fang Ping, you guys have to be my witness." Fang Ping ignored him and began to pour things out. Divine weapons, one after another, one after another. Even the rich and overbearing Xianxia could not speak at this time. With a gulp, he swallowed his saliva. Constellation City had divine weapons, and there were quite a few of them. Adding the 13 families together, there were probably close to 100 divine weapons. Of course, most of them were rank 7s. There were not many rank 8s. The old ancestors could kill some rank 7s. As long as it was not too eye-catching, not many people would care. But they could kill rank 8s. Rank 8 golden bodies, that was the realm of gods and Buddhas. The death of such a powerhouse could possibly cause a huge uproar. Rank 7s were commander-level powerhouses. Commander-level powerhouses were also only the commander level of an area. Rank 8s were venerables. The so-called venerables also carried some meaning that everyone had to respect, including in the restricted areas. Rank 9s were known as kings in the Outlands. In order to avoid being a true king, the restricted areas called them the Divine General Realm, with the word God in it. Even if they were only generals of the gods, they were still incomparably honorable. Therefore, among the close to 100 divine weapons in Constellation City, there were only a few rank 8s and 9s. There were only 60 to 70 rank 7s, and this was the accumulation of the 13 families. As for Fang Ping, how many had he taken out now? Xianxia glanced at them. There were probably no less than 50 of them. At this moment, Fang Ping stopped what he was doing. The joy on his face diminished slightly, and he said with some dissatisfaction, "I remember that they had more than 70 over there. Some people ran away. Logically speaking, there should be around 60 of them. Why are there only 56 of them?" 56, Xianxia really swallowed hard. Mother ***, this was a wave of wealth. These people were really terrifying, yet, they were still not satisfied with this. Fang Ping had exposed so much of his wealth. Even the paragons would probably want to rob him. Was he not afraid of being hacked to death? No, this guy wouldn't kill him to silence him, would he? Out of everyone present, he seemed like an outsider. Thinking of this, Xianxia shuddered. Fang Ping glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. He smiled and said, "Fatty, what's wrong? Are you feeling cold because your injuries are too severe?" No, Fang Ping laughed and said, "I, Fang Ping, will not attack unless I am attacked. Of course, I also repay." favors and share blessings. This time, you killed 3 mentality-vitality fusion and used your ultimate move. I won't let you suffer any losses. Last time, I took a pair of combat boots from you. Now, I'll give you another pair. How's that? Xianxia laughed dryly. That? No need. Really, don't. Won't that make me, Fang Ping, seem too stingy? Am I, Fang Ping, that kind of person? No, no, as Xianxia spoke, Fang Ping had already tossed a pair of boots that he had just pulled off. He smiled and said, "This is for you. The quality isn't bad." Xianxia received it gingerly, calculating in his heart. Was this considered hush money? Fang Ping did not say much. He continued, other than the divine weapons, there are also quite a number of accessories that can block mentality. In total, there are 6 pieces. I think Feng Extermination took a few of them. At this point, Fang Ping's expression did not look too good. There were fewer divine weapons and fewer accessories that could block mentality. The reason was that Feng Extermination had taken away some of the people he had killed earlier. Other than the halberd, there seemed to be a few other divine weapons on him. There were probably some accessories that could block mentality too. Fang Ping did not say much. He said quickly, 55 divine weapons. 1 rank 8. It was left behind by that Hui Muqing. 3 peak rank 7, 5 upper stage rank 7, 8 middle stage, and 38 early stage. In terms of money, it's about 640 billion to 650 billion. There are 6 accessories that can block mentality, about 15 caddies. That's 100 billion. Other than these, there are some miscellaneous items. Some energy stones, energy fruits, monster armor. It's still worth 100 billion. Also, some people have some life essence on them, but it's not much. They've used more than half of it, only a few caddies left. In total, the harvest this time is 900 billion. Does anyone have any objections? Li Hanzong's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. How could he have any objections? He said immediately, no. Yao Qingjuan's expression changed again and again. This was his first time entering the catacombs with Fang Ping. However, this was the first time he felt that he had really learned something new. Earning money. Was this how it was earned? Over at the martial arts universities, everyone was saying that MCMAU's Fang Ping was rich and overbearing. His net worth was comparable to a rank 9. No, even a rank 9 was not as rich as him. They did not have much of a concept before. Now, they did. Could a rank 9 be as rich as Fang Ping? This was not an issue of money. Did the government not have money if it was less than 1 trillion? The wealth that the government possessed was countless times more than 1 trillion. The key issue was that although martial artists' cultivation resources could be replaced with money, it did not mean that 1 trillion could buy them. If they used 1 trillion to buy 55 divine weapons, the government would probably fork out the money immediately. When there was a lot of money, it was just numbers and paper. If martial arts resources were really exchanged with money, then the economy would have collapsed long ago. The martial arts universities used credits to exchange, the military department used military merits to exchange, and the other departments also had their own conversion methods. It almost did not involve real money. All in all, Fang Ping said that it was worth 900 billion. If they really wanted to use money, they might not be able to buy it even if they had 10 times the money. At this moment, the few of them were already lost in their fantasies. Fang Ping was still calm. He said, according to the previous distribution, I can get 450 billion worth of things. As he said that, Fang Ping coughed dryly. He looked at Xianxia again and said, many of the things here were obtained by us before, not this time. So, on your side, Xianxia was extremely tactful. He immediately said, understood. Don't worry, I know. If you can get a divine weapon by killing 3 mentality-vitality fusion, you can make those rank 7 and 8 martial artists sell their lives for it once. Xianxia's face was full of agreement. Giving me a divine weapon is enough. You don't have to give any more. If I give more, I'm afraid that you wolves will kill me. These fellows were all people who valued money more than their lives. Giving them a divine weapon was already good enough. Fang Ping grinned and said, Fatty, we're too poor. We won't stand on ceremony with you then. How about this? Life essence, energy stones, and other miscellaneous items will all belong to me. I also want 3 accessories that can block mentality. Let's make it 200 billion. As for divine weapons, I want a rank 8 longsword. I'll pick 20 more rank 7 beginner stage, middle stage, and upper stage ones. The rest will belong to you guys. How about that? Li Hongzong said hurriedly, no problem. Can I get 135 billion? As he said that, Li Hongzong grinned. I want a mentality block accessory and 10 rank 7 divine weapons. That should be enough, right? Beside him, Wang Jinyang also said, me too. Yao Qingjun didn't say anything. The rest belonged to him. He could still take 14 divine weapons and an accessory that could seal one's spirit. Such a harvest. Yao Qingjun was a little dazed for a moment. Was he dreaming? Fang Ping did not care about them. He was stingy to some people, but generous to others. He was not stingy to those who were willing to risk their lives with him and stood up to him during critical moments. For Old Wang and the rest, even if Fang Ping gave them 3 to 5 divine weapons, they probably would not say anything. However, Old Wang and Ironhead had risked their lives with him more than once or twice. As for Yao Qingjun, although it was his first time entering the catacombs with Fang Ping, he was not careless when it was time to attack. Even a fool knew how dangerous it was to ambush the other party at the entrance. Yao Qingjun was not too clear about Fang Ping's tactics, but he still stayed without hesitation. He did not even consider it. As for the others, they all ran away quickly. Even Jiang Chao. Although he stayed, he left in the end because he was not sure that Fang Ping and the rest could do it. Staying meant that they were willing to live and die together. That meant they were brothers. It was enough for Fang Ping to take the majority. He would not deliberately deduct from these people. If this happened too many times, everyone would be disappointed, even if Fang Ping gave them a lot. After Fang Ping was done with the distribution, he started waiting. This time, he was divided into 450 billion, of which 130 billion had been settled previously. Logically speaking, he could still add more than 300 billion wealth. After the distribution was completed, if the system judged that there was no danger, he should be able to increase his wealth. This was also a hidden function. Fang Ping had now discovered that the system judged whether he was out of danger based on the surrounding environment and the threat level. System. Could it be that it can monitor the surrounding environment? A strange thought arose in Fang Ping's mind. Maybe. Previously in the Tiannan catacombs, because they were always at the edge of the Forbidden Sea, they did not increase his wealth. After that, even when he went to the area where the Grandmasters were in Sino Nation, he did not increase his wealth. Because there was still a large group of rank 9s opposite him, this kind of danger was actually unknown. It was not right in front of him. However, the system still judged that he was in danger. A thought arose in Fang Ping's mind, but he did not think too deeply about it. Sometimes, it was useless to think about it. The him now was still too weak. There was no need to think about these useless things. This time, the danger was determined very quickly. There should not be any creatures or environment that could threaten Fang Ping's life in the surrounding. His wealth changed rapidly. Wealth, 950 billion, conversion, vitality, 8,620 calories, 9,633 calories, mentality, 120 Hz, 1,469 Hz, bone honing, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute, plus, aura simulation, 100,000 wealth/minute, plus, previously, in order to conceal the other's auras and recover mentality and vitality, Fang Ping had expended a lot of wealth. After some calculations, the increase in wealth was about 310 billion. It should not have reached 320 billion. Fang Ping did not care too much. It was normal for there to be a little difference. Just a little more and I can reach 1 trillion. Fang Ping felt a little emotional. Previously, he thought that 1 trillion was far away, but now he was only a step away. As for the so-called a little more than 50 billion, Fang Ping felt that it was nothing. In a treasure land like the King battlefield, it was just a drizzle. 50 billion. After killing Feng extermination, it would reach 1 trillion without doing anything. His rank 8 divine weapon long halberd alone could probably make Feng Ping's wealth break through to 1 trillion. Not to mention that the fellow still had a lot of good stuff on him. After killing Feng extermination, Feng Ping felt that it would not be difficult to increase his wealth by more than 100 billion. My mentality has been severely damaged. It's actually so difficult to recover this time, Feng Ping frowned slightly. In the past, he thought that as long as his mentality was not destroyed, even if there was a trace left, he could recover quickly. Looking at it now, there was still some difference. This time, his foundation was probably damaged. Theoretically, a mentality of more than 1000 Hz should be recovered with 1 million wealth. But now, Feng Ping's wealth was being consumed in large amounts to repair his mentality. However, the speed at which his mentality was increasing was not as fast as expected. Previously, it was 1000 wealth to recover 1 Hz. Now, it had increased by at least 100 times. 100,000 was needed to recover about 1 Hz, but fortunately, it's still recovering. It's only a little more than 100 million consumed. It's considered not bad to be able to recover my damaged mentality. If it were another rank 7 or 8 martial artist, they would probably have collapsed at this point. On Nanjiang's side, Zhang Dingnan's mentality had been damaged previously. He had spent a long time to repair and nurture it. Until now, he might not have fully recovered. Actually, Feng Ping's injuries were more serious than his. But looking at the situation, he should be able to recover completely in an hour or so. While Feng Ping was healing, he said with a smile, "In for a penny, in for a pound. We and the people from the monster plant's royal court will not rest until one of us is dead. This time, no matter what, we must kill them. They don't have many people left now, 10 at most. When we recover, we'll continue hunting." Beside him, Xianxia looked helpless. They still had to go after them, damn it, following these guys is really exciting. When he was still thinking about this, a few sets of armor appeared in front of Feng Ping. Feng Ping put on a set. Old Wang and Ironhead also picked up a set and put it on naturally. Then, he saw that Feng Ping had even distributed the wig and headgear. Xianxia was dumbfounded, muttering, "What are you doing?" Li Hansong chuckled. "There aren't many people from the monster plant's royal court now. We'll see if we can impersonate them. If we meet other people on the way, we'll kill them along the way." Feng Ping did not say much. He did not plan to change Fatty's aura either. Changing the aura of all 5 people would consume too much. 1 billion per minute. He could not afford it. However, changing 2 people's auras and shielding 2 people's auras would not consume too much. He would see if there was a chance to use the identity of a monster plant's royal court martial artist to kill some people easily. Feng Ping was tired of always killing. "Everyone, heal. When your injuries are healed, we'll go sweep again." Everyone did not delay. Feng Ping was not stingy either. He took out a lot of life essence and energy stones for everyone to heal. This time, not only did he want to rush to trillions of wealth, he wanted more. If he missed this opportunity, there would not be much hope if he wanted to get so much in the future. The king's battleground. Would he have the chance to come next time? Outside the king's battleground. At the entrance. The golden-armored man laughed loudly. 1 day has passed. How many resurrected martial artists are still alive? From last night until now, a whole day had passed, no matter how dark the sky was. Commander Zhou and the rest were silent, expressionless. The golden-armored man sneered, provoking, "This time, kill them all." The previous batches were unwilling to waste their energy killing that bunch of trash. The descendant of a king dares to provoke us. If you want to blame someone, blame that reckless thing. 3 years ago, Jiang Hao entered the king's battleground. It was fine at rank 6, he did not kill many people. When he reached rank 7, Jiang Hao began to hunt those catacombs martial artists. If it was just hunting, everyone was an enemy. There was nothing to say. However, Jiang Hao killed a king descendant at the entrance right in front of them. This was a provocation to the entire restricted zone. For more than a year, many restricted zone martial artists had entered the rank 7 area to hunt Jiang Hao, but he had escaped time and time again. Jiang Hao and the others were all old foxes. It was difficult to find them, and it was not easy to kill them. However, it was much easier for this batch of newbies. Their whereabouts were right in front of him. There was only half an hour's difference when both parties left. It was their first time entering, and the Monster Plants King's court had more people than the other party. If they still could not kill them, they would be looking down on Feng Extermination and the rest. As soon as the golden-armored man finished speaking, the few rank 9s on the human side did not speak, but someone glanced at Commander Zhou from the corner of his eyes. "He's provoking us." Commander Zhou shielded his surroundings and said. "Although he's provoking us, Jiang Hao has indeed caused trouble for us. We're enemies. There's nothing wrong with killing the enemy, but there's no need to kill the apex descendant at the entrance. We're already weak. Jiang Hao is unwise." Commander Zhou was speechless. Indeed, Jiang Hao was a little too arrogant. He could kill the enemy, but he could do it inside the king's battleground. Why did he have to do it here? Of course, the situation that day was a little special. The king descendant was about to escape from the king's battleground. Jiang Hao chased him all the way here and intercepted him at the entrance passage. That was why he tortured him to death in front of everyone. No matter what, even if he gave up on killing his opponent, there was no need to kill him in front of the catacombs' powerhouses. Unfortunately, Commander Zhou sighed inwardly. The heavenly talents of Star City were arrogant and unruly, so it was hard to say anything about them. In fact, someone had talked to Jiang Hao about it after the incident, but the other party did not take it seriously. After all, they had killed an enemy, and it was also within the rules. After all, the Battle King was one of the pillars of the Apex powerhouses. He couldn't possibly do anything to Jiang Hao just because he had killed an enemy. That would definitely displease suppressing Star City. Jiang Hao also boasted that he would take responsibility for this matter alone. In the rank 7 area, he often appeared to kill opponents. The martial artists in the rank 7 area were also attracted to Jiang Hao. However, there were still repercussions. Now, Jiang Hao was not dead, and new people entered every 3 years. The Fey Plant Royal Court vented their anger on them, and in order to save face, they threatened to exterminate all murderous martial artists before they even entered. Half of the reason for this was because they were enemies, and the other half was related to Jiang Hao. Without another word, Commander Zhou looked at the entrance and sighed in his heart. This session was even more difficult and dangerous than the previous sessions. 12 people from Huan Nation went in, and they didn't know what the situation was like now. Just then, a light flashed at the entrance. Beside him, the monk said solemnly, "Someone is coming out." Someone from the previous sessions? Everyone stared for a while. Someone from the previous sessions must be a catacombs martial artist. There were no old humans in there now. It would be best if it was someone from the previous sessions. If it was someone from this session, it might mean trouble. Soon, with a flash of energy, a figure appeared in the dark passageway. The moment he saw the figure, the golden-armored man suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Muki, you're out so soon. Did extermination let you come back?" It was someone from the Fey Plant Royal Court. Moreover, he came out in just 1 day. It was too fast. It must be good news. If there was nothing major, Feng Extermination would not let anyone out. Feng Extermination was extremely arrogant. If he did not kill all the resurrected martial artists, or kill half of them, or kill 1 or 2, he would never come out to report the good news. When Muki came out, many powerhouses in the catacombs laughed out loud. It had only been 1 day, and the resurrected martial artists were done for. Commander Zhou and the others' eyes were cold. Something had happened. Although they knew that the Fey Plant Royal Court was going to attack them this time, they did not expect that the outcome would be decided in just 1 day. Muki, who had just walked out of the passageway, saw the golden-armored man laughing. His expression was frighteningly stiff. Sir Divine General had misunderstood. He knew that Sir Divine General must have misunderstood. No one would believe that he had come out to report his condolences. For a moment, Muki lowered his head, trembling with fear. He was afraid that he would be killed if he disturbed the Divine General's mood. He had originally thought of coming out and finding a chance to report to the golden-armored man alone. However, Sir Divine General had been staring at the entrance. The moment he came out, the other party came. Just as Miyuki was worrying, the golden-armored man laughed and said, "Miyuki, tell me quickly. How many resurrected martial artists did extermination kill?" "Sir, hurry up," the golden-armored man roared, his face full of dissatisfaction. "Are you trying to spoil my fun? I want to tell the Land of Rebirth powerhouses how many of them I've killed in front of him." That day, the King of War's descendant had provoked them. Everyone was already very dissatisfied. Before they departed, the golden-armored man had even told Phone Extermination to bring someone alive and kill them in the passageway in front of the Land of Rebirth powerhouses, although it was not the right time yet. To be able to tell them how many people he had killed in front of these people would allow them to vent their frustrations. Miyuki was trembling violently. He dared not say it, he dared not lie either. If he lied, he would definitely die. However, even if he did not lie, he might still be killed by the enraged golden-armored man if he reported this information. Miyuki was trembling. Gradually, the golden-armored man who was laughing earlier also noticed that something was wrong. His expression instantly turned cold. At this moment, he did not think of anything else. Instead, he looked at a powerhouse beside him. His eyes were cold, and he looked at Miyuki again. He said coldly, "That which attacked extermination?" This was probably the only thing that made Miyuki afraid to speak. As soon as he said this, a rank 9 powerhouse standing beside him sneered. "Feng Jiuqing, don't forget the current situation." Now, the monster plant clan was asking for their help. Feng Jiuqing opened his mouth to call her a witch. This was an insult to the descendant of a true king, and the most direct descendant at that. The golden-armored man's expression changed again and again. He snorted coldly, his expression ugly. Seeing that they were arguing, Miyuki became even more worried. He immediately said, trembling, "Sir, this has nothing to do with Her Highness Ji Yao, bastard." The golden-armored man was enraged. "Since it has nothing to do with you, why are you stuttering and causing me to be bullied? Do you have a death wish?" At this moment, Feng Jiuqing was a little angry. Since it had nothing to do with the Monster Life clan, then nothing mattered. Even if it was a war with the other royal courts, it was not a big deal. The Guardian Court and the other 2 royal courts were on good terms, so the possibility of war was not high. Both sides had also cooperated many times in the Outer Realm. Not many demons had entered the 10,000 Demon Royal Court. Moreover, the 10,000 Demon Royal Court was in chaos. It was not a big deal to kill demons from the 10,000 Demon Royal Court. Seeing that Miyuki was trembling all over and extremely uneasy, the golden-armored man, who was still angry just now, frowned and waved his hand to set up a mental barrier. He shouted, "Tell me, what's going on?" Miyuki was in no hurry to speak. He was really afraid. He was afraid that he would not die in the king's battlefield but here. Miyuki looked around from the corner of his eyes. When he saw a person behind the golden-armored man, his eyes flashed with joy. He hurriedly took a step forward and walked in front of that person. With this action, the golden-armored man's expression changed completely. The green-armored man behind him also had a slight change in expression. He said in a low voice, "Miyuki, don't be afraid. What's going on?" Martial artists who could enter the king's battlefield were all Monster Plant Royal Court's geniuses. He was an elder of Miyuki's bloodline. Although he only had rank 8 strength, he could still protect him a little. Only then did Miyuki's expression turn sorrowful. He hurriedly said, "Sir, something has happened in the king's battlefield. We were ambushed by martial artists who had revived as soon as we entered." "What?" the golden-armored man exclaimed. How was that possible? A rank 9 martial artist should not be this impatient. Even when Xianxia had tortured and killed the descendant of a true king in the passageway, he had not been this moved. However, at this moment, he was truly shocked. Martial artists who had revived, ambushed them, Miyuki's undying god had been destroyed. Was he delirious now? Although his voice did not spread, the change in his expression attracted the attention of many people. Feng Jiuqing was so shocked. What had happened? Following that, everyone saw not only the change in his expression, but also Feng Jiuqing's extremely suppressed expression. He was so angry that he had lost his composure. The Monster Plant Royal Court's geniuses were all dead or injured. Their opponents were just a few martial artists from the Land of Rebirth. At the last moment, the golden-armored man's entire body erupted with force, shattering the barrier. He said furiously, "Xianxia. Damn it." The golden-armored man was furious. His eyes exploded with a brilliant golden glow as he glared at Commander Zhou and the rest. No one heard the first part of his words. However, everyone heard the last part. Xianxia. Some people looked surprised. They understood the human language and knew what the surname Jiang meant. A descendant of the War King, another descendant of the War King had angered Feng Jiuqing. For a rank 9 martial artist to say damn it was clear that Feng Jiuqing's anger had reached a certain level. At this moment, Feng Jiuqing's murderous aura was soaring. He glared fiercely at Commander Zhou and the rest, then at Muki. Without saying a word, he turned around and flew into the palace. His series of actions were surprising, but they also caused people's imaginations to run wild. What the hell happened? Many people looked at Muki. Now, this prodigy who had just escaped from the jaws of death was drenched in sweat again. This was going to be troublesome. The catacombs martial artists were at a loss. Commander Zhou was even more at a loss. What had Xianxia done? That upper stage rank 6 kid's strength was only average. Moreover, he had heard that he was timid and afraid of trouble. He had only come to the king's battleground because he had no other choice. How had he angered the catacombs? Feng Jiuqing's tone and expression earlier, as if he wanted to eat him alive, were even more hateful and angry than when he mentioned Jiang Hao. What had happened? Commander Zhou was at a loss, but he was also a little worried. Could the two Jiang brothers stop? At this moment, a few rank 7 martial artists suddenly flew out from the palace and quickly entered the passageway. These people had just come out not long ago and had been recuperating and recovering. Now, however, these people had entered the rank 7 area. Commander Zhou frowned. The people from the monster plant's royal court had returned, and Feng Jiuqing was furious. Why were the rank 7 martial artists from the monster plant's royal court entering the rank 7 area one after another? Not only the rank 7, but Commander Zhou soon realized that some rank 6 martial artists were also heading toward the passageway. These people were all seething with murderous intent. Behind him, Feng Jiuqing once again stepped on the air and shouted, "Muki, you go in with them." "Sir." Muki shuddered. He was afraid of death. If he was not afraid of death, he would not have come out. It was because he was afraid of death that he was willing to come out and report the news. Now, he was asked to go in and face those murderous gods. How dare you disobey? Feng Jiuqing's face was livid. Muki looked terrified. Without another word, he hurried into the passageway. As these people entered, Feng Jiuqing stood in the air like a statue. He was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. There was only cold murderous intent in his eyes. More than 100 prodigies had died in battle. As the guardian of the royal court, he was in big trouble. If he could not kill the descendants of War King, it would be even more troublesome. So many people involved countless forces, and there were more than 1 or 2 true kings who were related. This time, there were more than 30 martial artists related to the true kings. Now, almost all of them had died in the battlefield of the royal court. "Xianxia, you deserve to die." Feng Jiuqing, who was like a statue, suddenly shouted coldly, his murderous intent awe-inspiring. Over at the boulder platform, Commander Zhou's head was splitting. What did Xianxia do? Now that he had provoked Feng Jiuqing to the brink of madness, he felt like he was about to lose his mind. This was not a good thing. Moreover, there were people entering the rank 7 area and the rank 6 area. They were probably going to surround and kill Xianxia. I have to inform the minister. The old War King should also do something. Commander Zhou was very helpless. With Feng Jiuqing's current state, he was worried that something big would happen in the end. There were only 6 human rank 9s present. Moreover, the Jiang brothers were troublemakers. If Xianxia and the others really came out, these people might not stand up for them. If Xianxia was killed outside of the king's battlefield, the War King would be enraged and start a battle of the apex. Commander Zhou shuddered. That would pierce through the heavens. The ultimate battle should be avoided as much as possible. When the ultimate battle started, an all-out war would come in an instant. The humans were still stalling for time. They could not afford such an unforeseen event. Thinking of this, Commander Zhou glanced at the others and said in a low voice, "I want to go to Mount Imperial Sea." The others thought of many things and nodded. Someone could not help but ask, "Can you guys let War King take the Jiang brothers away?" They had had enough. They did not know what the second Jiang brother was doing inside. This guy seemed to be more troublemaker than his brother. Could it be that he had killed Feng Miasheng? At this thought, they looked at each other. It could not be, right? It was unbelievable that the kid from the Jiang family could kill Feng Miasheng, or perhaps he had killed other important people, Achu. In the cave, Xianxia looked confused. He rubbed his nose and asked curiously, "My body is weak. How can I sneeze? I was a rank 6 martial artist, how could I sneeze? Could it be that my body was weak because of my severe injuries?" Li Hansong said seriously, "You're being targeted. Powerhouses are talking about you. You can sense it. You're done for." "It can't be. I just killed a few mentality-vitality fusion. They're all dead. They don't even know me." Beside him, Fang Ping had long forgotten that he lied about his name. He said casually, "Why think so much? Everyone's injuries are healed. Old Yao, your mentality recovery speed is still too slow. Look at me. I've recovered from such a severe injury." Yao Qingjun was speechless. I was speechless. Fang Ping's mentality was really close to being destroyed, but he was full of vigor now, as if nothing had happened. Until now, his mentality had not even recovered by half. Compared to him, it was too sad. Fang Ping did not continue to discourage him. He looked at them and said suddenly, "It's not good to pretend to be catacombs martial artists. There aren't that many middle-stage martial artists in the catacombs. Fatty, you, Old Wang, and I will pretend to be catacombs martial artists. Ironhead, you and Old Yao will pretend to be captives." Li Hansong looked gloomy. "I'll pretend to be a captive. Why don't I switch with Old Wang? Stop talking nonsense. When you attack, you'll be too eye-catching. You won't be able to act well." Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He gave a few reminders and then smiled. "Come, let's go out. Remember, when we encounter catacombs martial artists, first, look at the number of divine weapons they have. Second, look at the number of people. Third, look at their strength. If they have more than 3 mentality-vitality fusion and above, then don't rush to attack." After Fang Ping said that, he slapped Fatty. Jiang Chao dodged hurriedly, but Fang Ping's slap still landed on his head. Bang, a muffled sound was heard. Blood and flesh exploded. Jiang Chao was scared half to death. Had he known earlier, he would not have accepted that divine weapon. He had actually accepted a divine weapon. These fellows had killed countless people for divine weapons. While he was still thinking about how to escape in fear, Fang Ping also gave himself a punch. His face was almost flattened. This time, Jiang Chao was dumbfounded. Beside him, although Wang Jinyang's flesh did not rupture, a few bloody marks appeared on his face. Li Hansong was not surprised. He also gave himself a few punches. His whole body was covered in blood, and his aura was weakening. It was Yao Qingjuan's first time doing this, but he was not careless. He copied Fatty's actions. Fang Ping saw that Fatty looked like he was about to escape at any time. He said impatiently, "Cover up a little. Martial artists have a photographic memory. You should pretend to be a captive. But I'm just an upper-stage martial artist, so it'll be a little conspicuous if I capture you guys. Don't talk so much. Just watch. You can't bear to do it to yourself. I'll help you. You don't have any objections, right?" Jiang Chao smiled bitterly. He rubbed his slightly torn cheeks and sucked in a breath of cold air. Motherf *Ker, was there a need to be so cruel to himself? These guys were very familiar with their tricks. It looked like they had done this many times. Fang Ping did not care about him. He changed his own aura, as well as Old Wang and Fatty's. The 3 of them escorted Li Hansong and Fatty out. Seeing that, Jiang Chao asked, "Where are we going now?" "We'll go back. I remember that the Monster Plants King's Court is missing a few mentality-vitality fusion. They should be looking for a place to break through. Feng Extermination will definitely go there too. We'll chase after him. Oh right, when we kill people on the way, we don't have to kill them all. Leave a few weak ones. There might be a good show to watch. It'll be best if it's a mess. I love messy situations. Fang Ping laughed. The more chaotic, the better. The more chaotic it was, the more opportunities there would be. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Xianxia and said fiercely, "Don't speak Mandarin anymore. Use the catacombs language. Speak it more proficiently. If you follow us, you must master this essential skill." Xianxia nodded hurriedly, his face bitter. "Goodbye. I'll follow you guys. Just this once. Next time, even if I die, I won't follow you guys anymore." These few lunatics would go wherever there were more people. They only cared about money and not their lives. He had enough of these guys. On the night of the 4th, there was an additional team of 5 people at the Imperial Battleground. 3 King's Court martial artists and 2 Resurrection martial artists. These 5 people walked ostentatiously along the way. They killed 2 small teams along the way. The 2 teams were not from big forces, but from dynasty and a sect. Fang Ping picked up 4 divine weapons and distributed them to 2 of them, increasing his wealth to 970 billion. However, at this moment, Fang Ping was depleting 10 million wealth points every minute. He was also depleting 600 million every hour. 600 million. In the past, Fang Ping would still be in a hurry. Now, Fang Ping was not in a hurry. When he encountered a team, he would kill a few rich ones and earn some extra money. 600 million was nothing. In a day, he would only spend the wealth brought by a middle-stage rank 7 divine weapon. At the same time, Fang Ping and the others were killing the catacombs martial artists in a swagger at the Imperial Battleground. Commander Zhou hurried. With caution, he finally arrived at Imperial Sea Mountain safely. In reality, both parties were still in the agreement period. Imperial Sea Mountain was 1,000 miles away, guarded by a martial artist. Feng Jiuqing did not think of killing him in the catacombs. Imperial Sea Mountain. At the highest point of the mountain peak, Commander Zhou did not dare to go up. There were space-time rifts there. At a distance from Zhang Tao, Commander Zhou reported hurriedly. Zhang Tao listened for a while. His gaze was slightly strange. "You mean Jiang Chao?" "Yes, it's him." "Jiang Chao." Zhang Tao laughed suddenly. "Jiang Chao. How could it be, but, that little fatty, who did he say he was going to act with?" Fang Ping, having made up his mind, Zhang Tao smiled. "Got it. You go back first. I'll ask someone to inform Star Town and ask them to inform Warlord. I'll ask Senior Warlord to go to the Imperial Battleground." Commander Zhou was surprised. He could not help but ask, "Minister, are they really going to break the agreement?" Although he came to inform them, he was worried that they would not follow the rules. However, asking Jiueping to go there personally was still a bit of a fuss. What he wanted was for Zhang Tao to pay more attention, or to prevent Warlord from starting a war on his own. Now, Zhang Tao took the initiative to ask Warlord to go there. Zhang Tao chuckled. "I'm afraid something big has happened. I just don't know how big it is. It's okay if some die, but please don't let all of them die. Otherwise, it'll be hard to negotiate." "Huh?" Commander Zhou was confused again. Who was the minister, talking about human martial artists? But if all human martial artists died, could the minister still laugh? Zhang Tao waved his hand and said no more. After waiting for Commander Zhou to leave in a daze, Zhang Tao laughed again. This was interesting. The rank 9 who was guarding the Imperial Battleground had even sent people to the rank 7 area. This meant that they were going to break through the barrier and enter the rank 6 area. What the hell did those brats do? Could it be that they really killed a lot? Zhang Tao was looking forward to it. He had made a bet with King Huai before, although he was not the one who agreed to the bet. 128 Monster Plants Court Martial Artists. If Fang Ping and the rest could really kill some of them and some others died in other places, the Monster Plants Court might lose more than half of its members this time. When that time came, humans would have 14 survivors, and they would win. How many did they actually kill? Bastard! How dare you stop the people from the royal court? Fang Ping killed an upper stage rank 6 martial artist with 1 slash. He looked at the remaining 2 upper stage rank 6 martial artists and said arrogantly, "Get lost." Both of them were terrified. The next moment, they turned around and fled. The people from the monster plant's royal court did not kill them. How arrogant was this? However, both of them did not dare to say a word. Their strength was not as good as theirs. They could only resign themselves to fate. Fang Ping, on the other hand, curled his lips. Two poor bastards, they did not even have a divine weapon. Catacombs prodigies? Dynasty geniuses. Which genius did not have money? Just a divine weapon? These empires are too poor. Fang Ping looked unhappy. Xianxia was speechless. Divine weapons. Were they really treated like grass by you? Were they everywhere you plucked? Fang Ping calculated. It had not even been 2 days since he came in. How many divine weapons did he get? In addition to the previous ones, they had now obtained 62 divine weapons. Since when were divine weapons measured in dozens? Xianxia had no rights in this team. He did not speak. Wang Jinyang said calmly, there is only one true king in the dynasties. These dynasties do not dare to hunt demons on their own. It's normal that they have few divine weapons. The people who came in were close to 400. The 2 catacombs human royal courts had close to 250 people. The other dynasties and sects had less than 150 people. The 2 royal courts had close to 150 divine weapons. The others had less than 50 divine weapons. Fang Ping had not killed many people. To be able to obtain 6 swords was already considered a lot. A total of 17 people were killed, Fang Ping said as he walked, including the ones from before. There should be more than 130, right? There should be. Both of them chatted casually. Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun pretended to be captives and did not speak. Xianxia was speechless. 1/3 of the catacombs martial artists who came in this time were killed. Catastrophe, the catastrophe of the catacombs. One had to know that in previous years, even at the end, the casualties were not so heavy. 1/3 of them were killed on the first day. No, on the second day. If they stayed for a month, would there be anyone left alive? As they were talking, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He looked into the distance and said, someone has broken through. In the distance, more than 5 kilometers away, the celestial bridge and Sanjiao gate appeared in the void. Then, an illusory tree appeared in the air. After watching for a while, Fang Ping frowned and said, this is the first time I've seen it. These guys. The process of breaking through is similar to ours. Although the path of martial arts is different and leads to the same goal, the path of cultivation is very similar. The difference between catacombs martial artists and human martial artists was not that great. The most obvious characteristic was that both sides' main cultivation energy was different. One was the energy from the catacombs, the other was vitality. Fang Ping suddenly thought of a question. He asked in a low voice, if I was born in the catacombs, can I cultivate the path of energy? He had never paid much attention to this question. This was because no pregnant woman in the human world would give birth in the catacombs. At least, he was not aware of it. Xianxia shook his head when he heard that and said, that won't do. I know that it won't work. Don't be fooled by our resemblance. In reality, we are not of the same species. Our structures are different, although I feel that we are similar. However, we have records that someone has experimented on it. It didn't work. The result was still vitality force. Fang Ping nodded. After that, he did not ask any more. He looked into the distance, thought for a while, and said, let's go. Let's change our path. Everyone was a little surprised. Fang Ping's purpose was to hunt down and kill Feng Miexing. Now that someone had broken through, it was most likely Feng Miexing and his group. Why did they change their path? Fang Ping said as he walked, don't look at me. Actually, he's not our target. We're targeting him because he's rich. But let's slow down first. Let's kill some more people. When we're stronger, it won't be too late to kill them then. Fang Ping was actually planning to accumulate 1 trillion wealth points first. He already had 980 billion now. After killing some more people, his wealth points would reach trillions. When the time came, the system would be upgraded. Regardless of whether there were new functions or not, once he reached trillions, he could use his wealth points freely. There was no need to save anymore. A storage space of 100 cubic meters was too small. Fang Ping felt that he needed to expand it. A few of them held their breath at the same time. The consumption was too high. They needed to stock up. If there were new functions, perhaps they could have more trump cards. Fang Ping felt that it was the same to level up first and then go kill people. At most, it would just take 2 more days. What would 2 days do to Feng Miexing and his group? Could they achieve middle stage rank 7 in 2 days? After hearing Fang Ping's words, they did not say anything else. They changed the direction where someone had broken through earlier. Today, it was not just this place. Fang Ping and the rest encountered a few places where people had broken through. Some rank 6 martial artists had started to break through after entering for 2 days. Fang Ping only had contempt for these people. They could break through, but they had to suppress it and enter the rank 6 area. How afraid were they of death? If it were him, he would have broken through long ago. He heard that there were more good things in the rank 7 area. If they wanted to rob, they should go to the rank 7 area. As for the rank 6 area, there were not many good things. Fang Ping and the rest walked for a few hundred li. Other than the crazy monsters, they did not encounter anything valuable. The biggest value was the catacombs martial artists themselves. These people were the big fat sheep in Fang Ping's eyes. Fang Ping and the rest walked and killed. The crazy monsters were also killing. Some of the enemy forces in the restricted areas were also killing. Therefore, as they killed, everyone realized that the number of people had decreased. They did not encounter anyone for a long time. The king's battlefield was not small. The rank 6 area was also huge. It was comparable to the size of a few provinces. The terrain was still changing. At this moment, the people inside, including those old geniuses, were probably only 300 to 400. There were so many people, and many of them were in groups. It was even rarer to encounter them. However, everyone's direction was the same. They would eventually walk toward the inner area. The closer they were to the inner area, the more good things there were. Breakthroughs were often in the inner area. That night, Fang Ping and the rest ran for 100 li and encountered 2 more squads. In the end, they killed a lot of them and only got 2 divine weapons. Fang Ping was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Other than the divine weapons, there were some other gains. However, it was just enough to make up for their own consumption. As for Fang Ping, he changed his appearance again. He no longer pretended to be someone from the monster plant's royal court. Instead, he pretended to be someone from Dynasty. This was because Fang Ping realized, when he pretended to be someone from the monster plant's royal court, some people ran away when they saw him. It was very depressing. Until dawn, Fang Ping's wealth had barely reached 990 billion. He was still short of the money for the last early stage rank 7 divine weapon. This time, Fang Ping did not rest. He led the rest to continue searching for the target. At the same time, more than 100 li away from the entrance, Feng Miexing's gaze was gloomy. He glanced at the people in front of him. 3 rank 7 powerhouses, 9 mentality vitality fusion, more than 20 peak rank 6, and more than 20 upper stage martial artists. Are there only so many people? Prince Feng, everyone is here. A mentality vitality fusion powerhouse reported immediately. This was already all the people from the monster plant's royal court in the rank 6 area. Not only the people from the monster plant's royal court, but the martial artists from the 3 dynasties and 2 major sects affiliated to the monster plant's royal court had also arrived. Close to 60 people. As Feng Miexing watched, he suddenly felt a little sad. When they came in a mighty manner. Now that they had gathered everyone, including a portion of the people that Uncle Wan had sent in, there were less than 60 people. Fortunately, there were still 3 commander-level powerhouses. These 3 people were prepared for Xianxia. Feng Miexing's gaze was cold and fierce. Commander Bai Qing, the few of you, remember, there is only one goal. When we encounter those people, we will join forces to kill Xianxia. The rest of you will surround and kill his companions. If we fail again this time, we won't have it easy. Yes. The 3 rank 7s responded immediately. With the three of them joining forces, together with Feng Miexing, they did not believe that they could not kill Xianxia. Moreover, the territory of command was also thinking of ways to break through the stronghold. When the time came, there would be more powerhouses. If the people from the territory of command were to break through the stronghold, they would have to go out from the inner periphery. If they went in from the outer periphery, they would meet those people sooner or later. Feng Miexing exhaled softly. At this moment, Feng Miexing suddenly turned his head. The three rank 7 martial artists also looked to his side quickly. Ji Yao. Do you have to go against me? At this moment, a group of people appeared in the distance. The lady riding the tiger looked over and said coldly, Feng Miexing, kill yourself. What a joke. Feng Miexing said it was funny, but his expression was extremely ugly. This witch did not go to the inner periphery to look for opportunities. Instead, she targeted them. How detestable. Ji Yao said coldly again, you're a disgrace to King Feng if you're still alive. You were defeated by the martial artist who resurrected you. Do you think you're worthy of coveting the king's position? Feng Miexing's face was ashen. Without saying a word, he waved his hand and led everyone toward the inner periphery. As for the martial artists who resurrected, it was difficult to find them now. However, since they were here, they would go to the inner periphery sooner or later. After they left, the people from the Monster Life Royal Court did not leave. They followed behind. Beside Ji Yao, there were two people. One was a luxurious young man, and the other was a lady in full armor. At this moment, the armored lady said, Your Highness, aren't we going to make a move? There's no rush, Ji Yao said lightly, follow them. They'll scout ahead. It's not too late to plan after some of them die. We still have to wait for the others to break through. There were 3 chieftains on Feng Miexing's side. She only had 2 on her side, but they had more people. Moreover, there were a few who were in the process of breaking through. The Monster Life Royal Court did not lose any of their mentality-vitality fusion. There were more people who could break through than Feng Miexing and the rest. As she spoke, Ji Yao added, they've indeed suffered heavy casualties. Not many of the newcomers are still alive. After saying that, Ji Yao looked at the armored woman and said, Go and find the people from the affiliated dynasties and sections. Ask them to gather with me. If you encounter the 10,000 demon royal court and the demon clan that guards the royal court, invite them as well. Your Highness, the Guardian clan, this time, the Guardian clan is led by the descendant of the Phoenix King. Don't worry about them helping Feng Miexing. The Guardian clan was the weakest of the 4 great royal courts. Not only was it weak, but it was also divided into 2 factions. One supported the Monster Life Royal Court, while the other supported the Monster Plants Royal Court. Of course, the names of the 2 great royal courts were just what humans called them. They claimed otherwise. Moreover, the 2 great royal courts had a unified name a long time ago, the Monster Emperor God Dynasty. 1,000 years ago, the 2 great royal courts had some problems because of the name. In the end, they chose to use a different name. The Monster Life Royal Court called itself the Heavenly Fate Royal Court, while the Monster Plants Royal Court called themselves the Heavenly Plants Royal Court. As for the names of the 2 great royal courts, legend had it that they were actually the names of the 2 kings. Of course, legend was legend after all. The 2 kings had disappeared for a very, very long time. There were only some remnant records. As for what the 2 great royal courts were called, no one cared. Later generations had always called the 2 kings Tianming and Tianji. The armored lady said no more. She brought a few people to look for the others. There were still many people on Feng Miexing's side, but this was all they had. As for Ji Yao's side, it was not all. Some old people had not gathered here yet. This was because the old people and newbies from the 2 great royal courts had gathered. They had also summoned the people from the subordinate dynasties and sections. In the end, there were more than 200 people gathered in those 2 places alone. There was also a group of people scattered in the inner area. Therefore, as Fang Ping and the others walked, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little tired in his heart. Motherf ****, didn't they say that this place is full of danger and there are catacombs martial artists everywhere? We were told not to run around. If we run around, we'll be killed easily. But now? I'm flying around everywhere. Where are they? Fang Ping cursed and almost vomited blood. I'm already so arrogant. Other than some crazy demons, where are the others? Have all the people died in this huge king's battleground? Come out. Kill me. I'm just an upper stage warlord. Kill me. Fang Ping roared a few times. Beside him, Xianxia had been in a daze for a long time. Yes, what happened to the catacombs? In the end, Fang Ping wanted to find danger. He wanted to find people. Yet, he was so arrogant and despotic that no one came to kill them. There was no justice in this world. Give me another divine weapon. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. Was it easy to snatch something? If he did not get another divine weapon, he would have to get two if he did not have enough. When Zhang Peng had taught him before, he had said that there were catacombs martial artists everywhere. He had to be careful and avoid them. The key was, where were they? Fang Ping did not know. In the past, everyone had been scattered. How could there be so many people looking for opportunities together? Even if it was monster plants and monster lives, there would only be more than 10 people moving together at most. This year, because of him, Feng Miaxing had gathered everyone. Ji Yao wanted to annihilate Feng Miaxing and the rest, so she had gathered everyone too. After a while, there were not many people scattered in the rank 6 area. Fang Ping looked behind him, then at the increasingly chaotic energy flow in the sky. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the inner circle. Those people will go there sooner or later. Let's move faster. Let's see if we can meet some in front and kill a group of them." The next moment, a few of them were flying in the sky arrogantly. Jiang Chao was still cautious at first, but later, this fatty laughed arrogantly and roared in an extremely savage manner, "I can do whatever I want in the king's battleground. I can fly 3,000 li in a day. Who will take my head?" It was so cool. Who would hide? The last time this pervert went back, he actually mocked him, saying that if he went to the king's battleground, if he did not want to die, he should conceal his identity and find a place to hide for a month before coming out. Pervert, pervert. Have you ever thought that I am now doing whatever I want in the king's battleground, flying in the sky arrogantly, shouting for people to kill me, hiding? What a joke, I have 4 big protectors by my side. 4 big perverts. Do I still need to hide? Ha ha ha, Jiang Chao laughed wildly. Fang Ping and the rest looked at each other. Was this damn fatty too full of himself? While they were arrogant and full of themselves, Fang Ping and the rest flew hundreds of li in the sky. Finally, they attracted a team of 5 people. 2 mentality-vitality fusion. A team like this was not considered weak here. However, when they encountered Fang Ping and the rest, Fang Ping went up and crushed a small town. Old Yao's mentality deterrence and last hit. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong unleashed a big outburst. Not long after, this team followed in the footsteps of their predecessors. This time, Fang Ping was also wild with joy. He got a divine weapon, 2 mentality-vitality fusion, both had a divine weapon, together with some miscellaneous items on him. Fang Ping distributed them on the spot. Then, he began to wait. Not long after, the system data began to change. 1 trillion. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Fang Ping laughed maniacally. 1 trillion, on the second day of entering the land of kings, in less than 48 hours, he had earned close to 500 billion in wealth. When the interface turned pitch black and disappeared, Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. It was time to upgrade. At this time, the arrogant Fang Ping landed on the ground in a low-key manner. He used the paragon's feces to enter a monster's encirclement, dug a hole, and buried them. Jiang Chao was dumbfounded. He had not had enough fun yet. Why did he stop? Fang Ping was too lazy to explain. During the system upgrade, his wealth could not be used. This was also a shortcoming. Of course, outsiders did not know. At this time, because his wealth could not be used, he could not recover quickly. Although his combat strength was not weak, he might not be able to exhaust a low-stage rank 7 to death. The other party should exhaust him to death. Based on this, of course, Fang Ping would not act recklessly. He did not know how long the system upgrade would take this time. However, he would hide for 2 days first. When it was time to lie low, Fang Ping could also lie low. Without Fang Ping and the others, the king's battleground became less lively. Feng Miesheng and the rest were still rushing toward the inner encirclement. Ji Yao and the rest were tailing them. Two huge teams moved together. Even the threat of the demons did not exist. At the same time. Rank 7 area. A young man with an elegant demeanor and a gentle smile, with a long sword at his waist, was indescribably charming and elegant. The young man caressed the face of the woman in front of him gently, as if he was treating a lover. He said gently, "Lan Zhu, tell brother how, which one do you choose?" The woman who was being caressed by him turned pale. She screamed, "I don't choose. Kill me, kill me. Lan Zhu, you're not pretty anymore." The young man's expression was gentle. He continued caressing her face, smiling. "Tell me, which one do you choose? If you don't choose, I'll choose for you." "Jiang Hao." The woman's face was pale. Her eyes were filled with fear. She said hurriedly, "Kill me. Kill me. I'll tell you a secret." "A secret, hee. I hate secrets the most." Jiang Hao licked his lips lightly. With a gentle expression, he said, "Let me choose for you." "Choose 3. The woman's expression changed drastically. She said quickly, "Feng Qing, Mu Daoyu, and the rest have already gone to the border wall. They want to break through the outer boundary barrier and kill your brother, Jiang Chao. Now that they have reached the border wall, they might have already gone to the outer boundary. Jiang Hao, if you don't go, your brother will definitely die." Jiang Hao's expression did not change. He said with a light smile, "They want to kill my brother? The outer boundary is so big. They can just find a place to hide." "Your brother did not hide." The woman screamed. "Not only did he not hide, he even killed hundreds of people from the monster plant monarch court. The divine generals of the 9 cities are furious. They ordered us to break through the barrier and kill Jiang Chao." This time, Jiang Hao was stunned. Even the name was reported. That meant, that fatty had really been discovered. Most importantly, that fatty had killed hundreds of people from the monster plant monarch court. Did this woman have to lie to him like this? Did she think that he would believe her? Alright, killing hundreds of people was probably fake. But it was probably true that the fatty had been discovered. Jiang Hao shook his head lightly. A hint of helplessness appeared on his handsome face. "I told you to find a place to hide for a month. Why are you so stupid, to think that you could be discovered? To think that Grandpa even said that he could safely survive after entering the battlefield of the monster plant monarch court." "Stupid fatty," Jiang Hao sneered. He did not say anything more. He reached out and drew his sword. With a swing, the long sword returned to its scabbard. In front of him, Lan Zhu's eyes revealed a smile of relief. His skull was pierced through, and his life force quickly dissipated. Jiang Hao looked into the distance and chuckled. He won't really be hunted to death, will he? It's not easy to find a weak spot in the boundary wall. Oh well, good luck. If I can save him, I will. If I can't, I can only avenge you." Jiang Hao stepped into the air and left. Before he left, he smiled faintly. "Don't follow me, or else I'll kill you." After he left, a figure appeared in the void. Yang Qing glanced at the corpses on the ground, then looked in the direction that Jiang Hao had left. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion. "Grandpa, should I go?" At this moment, Yang Qing was no longer as high-spirited and arrogant as he used to be. His father had died early, his ancestor had fallen, his grandfather had died in battle, and his second grandfather had been killed. There were also a few uncles who had died in the boundary zone. Now, in the huge Yang family, he was the only high-ranked. "Should I go?" Yang Qing mumbled to himself. Could he go? The elders who were on good terms with the Yang family had told him not to think about revenge. Yang He and Yang Feng were killed because they had committed a taboo, a huge taboo. Attacking Fang Ping in the youth tournament was a slap in the face to the Pluto King and King Wu. MCMAU was under the jurisdiction of King Wu. The top elite school was actually also King Wu's trump card. Yang He had attacked Fang Ping. If he did not die, then so be it. If he died on the spot, then there was nothing to say. Revenge. Yang Qing was a rank 7. How could he take revenge? There were families in suppressing Star City that were on good terms with the Yang family. Some were even relatives. However, this matter involved two powerhouses at the pinnacle, and it might even involve suppressing Heavenly King, who would take such a risk for the Yang family's matter. There was no hope for revenge. The family was declining. These days, Yangqing was at a loss and very lonely. In the past, he did not need to consider anything at all. It was enough as long as he improved his strength. Now, he had too much to consider. There were still many people in the Yang family. He was also the current head of the Yang family. In the past, he could wander around without any worries. Now, he had to be cautious with every step. "Grandpa, what should I do?" This is the only chance to kill him. Now that the rank 6 region is in turmoil, the restricted area martial artists and people like Xianxia are all preparing to go. Where should I go? The king battleground is not controlled by the pinnacle. If I kill him here, no one will know that I did it. Even if someone guessed that it was me, without evidence, they can't do anything to me. But, at this moment, Yangqing was in a dilemma. After an unknown amount of time, Yangqing's eyes were blood red like an injured beast. He said in a low, mournful voice, "But he killed cousin Feng, his teacher, killed second grandpa, he did it on purpose. He wanted to kill them on purpose. The elder ancestor has fallen. You, grandpa, are also dead. He bullied the Yang family and no one can take revenge. He relied on his great talent and the pinnacle to think highly of him. Unscrupulously, he schemed against second grandpa and the others. Grandpa, did you hear that? After this, he will enter rank 7. Qing'er can no longer take revenge. Grandpa." At this moment, Yangqing's eyes showed despair. If he did not kill him this time, there would be no more chances. "Fang Ping." Yangqing growled in a low voice. In the next moment, his figure moved, flying toward the boundary wall. The restricted area rank 7 had entered. Next, the rank 6 region would definitely erupt into a chaotic battle. If he took the opportunity to kill Fang Ping and return to the rank 7 region, who would know that he was the one who did it? Moreover, he did not believe some of the things that the Martial King said. The Martial King had sent someone to tell him that the elder ancestors' remains were not obtained by Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping was a member of the Martial King's bloodline. Could it be that the Martial King did not have it just because he said so? Even if the elder ancestors' remains are not with Fang Ping, I still have to kill him. An eye for an eye. Fang Ping killed his family. The Yang family's only rank 8 golden body died because of him. If he did not take revenge, how could he be at ease? Rank 6 domain. The forest from before had long disappeared. At this moment, Fang Ping and the others had revealed themselves. Li Hansong and the others were extremely vigilant as they patrolled the surroundings. Jiang Chao, on the other hand, kept his eyes on Fang Ping. Once he was done, he would take a few bites of the energy fruit. After some time, Jiang Chao could not help but ask, "Fang Ping, are you hurt?" "This fellow isn't injured." Now, however, Fang Ping had been sitting there for an entire day without moving. His eyes were staring at the sky. What was he looking at? Fang Ping, who had been silent all this while, replied with a straight face, "I'm observing the Tao." "Observe the Tao?" "Observe the Tao of origin." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "In the sky, above the energy flow, is where the chaos origin path of the imperial battleground is located. Through the phenomenon to see the essence, I am currently observing the Tao of origin here. No matter how chaotic the origin path was, it was still the martial Tao's origin path. Heavenly King subduing had taken the second path, and there were tens of thousands of paths to the origin Tao here. Back then, the number of martial artists who walked their own Tao paths that died was equivalent to the number of origin Taos in this place. In the end, all the Taos merged into one, forming the chaotic origin Taos. As he said that, Fang Ping mumbled, "I'm thinking, the Tao of 10,000 Taos becoming one, is it Instructor Li's Tao, or is it the Tao of chaos here?" Teacher Li's path of martial arts had severed all other paths. There was only one path. As for this chaos essence Tao, isn't it another Tao? It isn't a hybrid, but a new Tao. How complicated. Jiang Chao was dumbfounded when he heard that. He said with a headache, "It's too profound. I don't really understand." "Fang Ping, you're only a rank 6, and you've already started researching this?" Middle-ranked martial artists should not worry about how to walk the path of martial arts. Middle-ranked martial artists just had to cultivate step by step. Even if he had reached the 7th or 8th rank, there was no need to be too concerned. Only a rank 9 was truly involved in these matters. Of course, peak rank 8 martial artists had also begun to explore, but they were still far from Fang Ping. Fang Ping had nothing better to do, so he sat here for an entire day just to study this. Also, you can see through the chaotic energy layer. In the King battlefield, the closest layer between the sky and the ground was a chaotic flow of energy. Above the flow of energy was the chaotic and incomparably powerful origin path. Beyond that, no one had ever been there before. Perhaps it was the world barrier of the outside world. The King battlefield was like an upside-down bowl. The boundary wall sealed off the King battlefield. As for whether there was something else between the world wall and the Chaos Origin Road, no one knew. All the cultivators who had recklessly barged into the region where the Chaos Origin Road was located had died. Even at the peak, there was no need to challenge it. As soon as one entered, one would be attacked by the Taos of Essence. Fang Ping glanced at him and said casually, "Is rank 8 very far away from me?" The moment these words came out, Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. He was speechless. Was rank 8 far from Fang Ping? It didn't seem too far away. Most importantly, we're in the King battlefield. You're doing nothing but observing the Tao here. Are you bored? If he really had nothing to do, he could kill a few people and steal some stuff. Fang Ping did not explain. He continued to stare at the sky. Observing the Tao was pure nonsense. But if he were to just sit here, he had to find something to do, a reason to do so. As for whether the others believed him or not, that was not within Fang Ping's consideration. However, this time, the upgrade was really slow. The last time the upgrade took an entire day. This time, Fang Ping guessed that it might take 2 days. It was already the night of the 6th now. He had been sitting here since the night of the 5th. I'm afraid I'll have to sit here until tomorrow. Fang Ping followed the chaotic energy flow and looked toward the direction where it was even more chaotic. That was the inner area. Everyone else should have gone to the inner area now, right? There were not many good things in the outer area. Or perhaps, it had been swept clean a long time ago. Even if the terrain had changed, as far as Fang Ping knew, places with really good things would rarely appear in the outer area. To put it bluntly, places sealed by powerhouses might have interfered with the changes in the terrain. The stronger the powerhouse sealed the area, the more stable the terrain was. Some places would not even change at all. Like the rank 9 area. Some of the palaces had always been there. There was no other reason. The force that changed the terrain here could not affect those areas. If some areas did not change, it meant that the powerhouses had made their graves for themselves. There would definitely be good things there. I wonder what new functions will appear after the system upgrade this time. A big move that can unleash a pinnacle strike? Or an invisibility spell? Or something like the 72 transformations, making me small so I can crawl into other people's stomachs and kill people? Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. Of course, he knew that these were all just his imagination. According to the system's nature, it was almost impossible for it to give him these. The current Fang Ping had some understanding of this. What the system gave him seemed to be related to martial arts cultivation. Hiding one's aura and disguising are all forms of protection for martial artists. The conversion of celestiality is to give me more powerful attack power. Storage space is probably a necessity for powerhouses? What the hell is the system? The improvement of mentality and vitality force is essentially to make me stronger. Or, in other words, all the functions are to make me stronger. No, the system is just a name I gave myself. This thing is actually just a few lines of data. Fang Ping shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, if there were new functions, it was more likely to make him stronger. The current him, what kind of functions could be added to make him stronger? Just like that, Fang Ping sat in this area for 2 days and 2 nights. In these 2 days and 2 nights, he did not see any outsiders. This area seemed to have become a no man's land. Even the group of monsters that surrounded them before had disappeared. Perhaps they had gone in search of prey. On the night of the 7th, Fang Ping's expression changed. It was done. What did I add? Fang Ping could not wait any longer. He started checking hurriedly. Wealth, 100 million points, conversion, vitality, 9,620 calories, 9,633 calories, mentality, 1,400 Hz, 1,469 Hz, destructive force. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 point/minute, plus, what the hell? Fong Ping was dumbfounded. What was going on? A trillion wealth points had become 100 million. What did this mean? 10,000 wealth points had become 1 point. Was this a conversion of new data? Alright, Fong Ping was not too concerned about this. Because the consumption of these functions of the energy shield had also changed accordingly. There were no changes. The only thing Fong Ping knew was that the system was probably going to deduct from him. In the future, if he earned less than 10,000, would it not calculate the accounts? But it did not matter. Was anything less than 10,000 considered money? That's not right either. Fong Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. In the past, to increase mentality and vitality, 1,000 wealth points were enough. Looking at the current situation, at least 1 point would be the starting point. That was the previous 10,000. Could it be that recovery now would increase the consumption of wealth points? The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. The system would not be so fraudulent, would it? Seeing that he was rich, it would raise the price. After trying it out, Fong Ping frowned slightly. He did not know if the upgrade this time was good or bad. The increase in vitality did not change. 1 point of wealth could recover 10 calories. But the increase in mentality, 1 point was actually only 1 Hz. Why is that? Fong Ping's head hurt. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Could it be that the system could not make ends meet because the number of times he self-destructed mentality had increased? Previously, when his mentality was heavily damaged, the consumption increased greatly. It was 100 times more than usual. This meant that the difficulty of recovering mentality had increased. Now, the normal recovery was 10 times higher than before. Could it be that it was affected by the previous incident? Fong Ping thought about this and did not continue thinking about it. He looked at the new row of numbers again. Destructive energy. What's this? Still a question mark. What's going on now? This time, other than the change in the conversion of the data, the only thing that was new was this destructive energy. However, Fong Ping had no idea what this thing was for. His head hurt, he was in a dilemma. Beside him, Xianxia, who was about to doze off, saw Fong Ping's chameleon behavior. He yawned and said, "What's wrong? Did you gain something from the observation?" "No, cough, cough, of course." Fong Ping gave a perfunctory reply, his brows still tightly knitted. Should he try it out? Sometimes, in situations where he did not understand, it was not good to experiment blindly. This was the battlefield of kings. It would not be good if something went wrong with the experiment. Destructive energy, Fong Ping muttered to himself. What was this thing exactly? Alas, just as he finished speaking, Xianxia looked at him in surprise and said, "You don't tell me you've recovered your memory?" "What?" Fong Ping was even more surprised than him. What did he mean? The power of destruction. Xianxia asked, "You were talking about this just now, right?" Fong Ping's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, "That's right." "Why? You know about destructive energy?" "I've heard people mention it a few times," Xianxia said, chuckling, and said, "Actually, it's imperishable matter." Destructive energy is an ancient name. In the past, I think the old ancestor mentioned this once. Imperishable matter is actually a modern name. The reason why it's called that is because the cultivation environment of modern martial artists is worse than in the past. It's harder than before. Everyone uses imperishable matter as a restorative energy. That's why it's called imperishable matter. In fact, the old ancestor said that a long time ago, imperishable matter was used as an offensive energy. You also know that when rank 8 golden body powerhouses attack, imperishable matter is integrated into their attacks. Their attack power is actually stronger. This kind of power is called destructive energy. It's a sublimation of power. After integrating vitality force and mentality force, it becomes celestiality. Destructive energy can be regarded as imperishable matter. It can also be regarded as a sublimation power that is formed after imperishable matter is integrated with other forces. Having said that, Xianxia asked curiously, "Have you regained your memory?" While he was speaking, the others also walked over one after another. Li Hansong said somewhat excitedly, "Fang Ping, you have regained your memory?" Fang Ping's gaze kept changing. Xianxia said with a serious expression, "Otherwise, you probably don't know this ancient name. Even the people in Star Town don't use this ancient name now. Because as the difficulty of modern martial artists' cultivation increases, everyone no longer treats this kind of power as an offensive energy." Fang Ping said suddenly, "Wait, you said that the difficulty of modern martial artists' cultivation increases? That can't be right. According to what I know, modern martial artists' cultivation should be easier. Of course, I've guessed before whether ancient martial artists have mentality cultivation methods, but I can't tell yet. How can you be sure that modern martial artists' cultivation is harder?" Xianxia shrugged. "How would I know? My old ancestor said it. But if you say that, it means that you haven't regained your memory. Then how do you know about destructive energy? Why do you care how I know?" Fang Ping could not be bothered with him and fell into deep thought. Was the power of destruction an indestructible substance? In Fang Ping's original impression, he had always equated imperishable substance and life essence. To him, this was a kind of restorative substance and energy. But now, Xianxia said that this was an offensive energy. Thinking about it carefully, it did not seem wrong. When rank 8 golden body martial artists fought with the enemy and integrated imperishable substance, they could indeed make themselves stronger. Of course, not many people would do that. The cultivation of imperishable substance was very difficult, and recovery was also very difficult. Most rank 8 and even rank 9 martial artists actually used this as a restorative energy. Fighting would consume a lot of energy. If it was really used up, even rank 8 martial artists could die very easily. Rank 8 powerhouses were strong in their golden bodies, strong in this kind of immortal energy. Life essence, for example, could be used to restore vitality, but how many people would do that? Life essence could even be used like an energy stone to detonate, but how many people would do that? Life essence, in everyone's eyes, was used for healing and to save lives. It's even harder for modern martial artists to cultivate. The immortal substance that was used for battle in the past has now become a substance that everyone uses for healing. Turning a powerful offensive power into a healing substance, is this considered a regression in martial arts cultivation? No, this only means that, for ancient martial artists, the cultivation of imperishable substance is not too difficult. It can even be used as vitality cultivation, is that so? If imperishable substance was difficult to produce, then ancient martial artists would not use it as an offensive energy. The only thing that could explain the difference between ancient and modern was that ancient martial artists' imperishable substance recovered very quickly. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Fatty, do you know how to cultivate imperishable substance?" Xianxia nodded. "Of course I know. The cultivation of imperishable substance is actually still related to mentality and vitality. Mentality and vitality are the foundation of all energy, the foundation of a martial artist's strength. This is a martial artist's powerful origin. As for celestiality and imperishable substance, they are all supplementary products. Everything else is built on these two foundations, and it is a new kind of energy that is sublimated. Now, the imperishable substance cultivated by rank 8 powerhouses follows the same principle. When the golden body is successfully forged, if you want to strengthen it, then you must constantly use mentality-vitality fusion to cleanse your golden body. In this process, a wisp of imperishable substance will be born, Fang Ping said in a low voice. Ancient martial artists must have a mentality cultivation method. Why? Before the fatty could finish, Fang Ping said impatiently, "Are you really stupid or just pretending to be? If not, who would use imperishable substance for combat? The reason why ancient martial artists use it as a destructive force without scruples only proves one thing: they can cultivate it quickly. And without mentality cultivation methods, how can they recover quickly? No, Fong Ping said suddenly, maybe it's not a mentality cultivation method, but a mentality vitality cultivation method. At this moment, Fong Ping was incomparably clear-headed. His eyes were bright as he said, ancient martial artists may not cultivate one force at all, but all at the same time. They cultivate mentality vitality together, unlike us who only cultivate vitality. As he said that, Fong Ping stood up and murmured, 10,000 unification, 10,000 unification. Does Instructor Li have imperishable substance? No, he doesn't. He only wanted to cultivate vitality in the past. He wanted to cultivate vitality according to his old habits and cultivation methods because everyone was cultivating vitality. They did not even cultivate mentality. But what about him? Is he only missing a cultivation method, an ancient martial artist's cultivation method? If he had that cultivation method, could he cultivate imperishable substance? Maybe, his 10,000 unification is the way of cultivation for ancient martial artists. 10,000 unification, vitality fades. If he could continuously cultivate imperishable substance, would his vitality still be fading? If he could produce imperishable substance all the time, when he attacked, would he consume imperishable substance or vitality? Maybe, we were wrong from the beginning. The reason why he consumed a large amount of vitality was because he did not have that kind of cultivation method. He could not produce imperishable substance and thus consume vitality. Although Fong Ping's explanation was very complicated, everyone still understood. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, "You're saying that 10,000 unification is actually not a dead end. Maybe there are ancient martial artists who are also cultivating." No, there must be. And there are many of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few words left. Fong Ping said seriously, the ancient martial era has already been cut off from us. Logically speaking, these traces should not be left at all. However, the saying of 10,000 unification can still be seen in the ancient books. What does this mean? It means that perhaps in that era, this was not a dead-end cultivation method at all. If it was, is it normal that the common cultivation method of ancient martial artists was not left behind, but this? Just like now, if martial arts are cut off, do you think the methods of honing will be passed down, or some special combat techniques will be passed down? Those that can be passed down must be those common cultivation methods. As soon as these words were said, everyone fell into deep thought. Jiang Chao pinched his chubby cheeks and could not help but say, according to what you're saying, perhaps 10,000 unification is the most common cultivation method among ancient martial artists? The possibility is very high. Fong Ping said, of course, it might not be so. Because 10,000 unification requires a golden body first, and then mentality materialization. However, without mentality materialization, how can one guide the forging of a golden body? Wang Jinyang pondered and said, it's hard to say. Maybe the ancient martial arts cultivation method is different from now? You said that if mentality-vitality fusion is cultivated together, why won't the golden body and mentality appear at the same time? Of course, this is all speculation. Currently, there is no evidence to prove all of this. As Wang Jinyang said that, he suddenly said, why did you bring this up out of nowhere? Fong Ping thought for a while. Suddenly, a faint golden glow appeared in his hand. This time, Li Hansong was completely stunned. After the daze, he was overjoyed and said excitedly, Fong Ping. You've awakened. As expected, as expected. You said that the stronger the ability, the slower the awakening. Beside him, old Wang said with a dark expression, he also said that what he awakened was not imperishable substance, but a higher level of strength. Mother asterisk Kerr, why didn't you say that? Just talk about the first part. Fong Ping did not utter a word. Li Hansong immediately helped to explain, he's only rank 6. Maybe the awakened strength is not strong enough. When he reaches rank 7 or 8, maybe he can awaken a higher level of strength. Oh, right, I forgot. He could use celestiality before. I realized that as Fong Ping's ability increases, his control over the awakening of strength is also improving. First, his mentality and vitality force recovered quickly. Then, it was celestiality, and now the imperishable substance. When he reaches a higher rank, maybe he can awaken a higher level of strength. Maybe when he reaches rank 7, he can recover his origin strength? Doesn't rank 9 cultivate the origin? I think Fang Ping will be able to awaken the origin strength by then. Li Hansong was extraordinarily clear-headed at this time. His words were clear and logical, covering up the loopholes in Fang Ping's deceptive words earlier. When he said that, old Wang was at a loss. Was that so? It seemed so. As Fang Ping's ability increased, the strength he mastered became more and more advanced. First, it was the basic mentality and vitality force, followed by the celestiality that only rank 7 could master, and now it was the imperishable substance, which was also the destructive power. What next? Would it be the origin strength next? Fang Ping was really awakening continuously. He was more like a resurrected martial artist than them because old Wang realized that their awakening ability had been the same from the beginning. Only Fang Ping was like a powerhouse who was awakening continuously. Is it because he was stronger in his past life? Or is it because he is the only one who has awakened completely, while we are only part of it? At this moment, Wang Jinyang could not help but have this thought. At this moment, Wang Jinyang's gaze was extremely complicated. Have you recovered your memories? People like us might not be able to recover our memories because there are very few awakening abilities. Maybe we died completely, leaving behind only the strongest abilities from our past lives. What about Fang Ping? Fang Ping might not be the kind of person who died completely in his past life. He still has all his things and abilities, and he will be resurrected once again. Old Wang did not say a word, his expression extremely complicated. Li Hansong was extremely excited. Fang Ping might be the first among them to completely resurrect. Could everything in his past life be solved? Yao Qingjuan's expression kept changing. Was Celestial Emperor really him? Beside him, Jiang Chao looked around, feeling a little depressed. These fellows weren't normal. At this moment, Li Hansong seemed to have realized something and suddenly exclaimed, Fang Ping is really more powerful than us. He can actively control the imperishable substance. Old Wang, it's not passive. As soon as he said this, Wang Jinyang suddenly sighed. I realized. One passive, one active. Actually, it had already explained a lot. The biggest point proved that Fang Ping's control of power in his past life should be stronger than theirs. Even if he was resurrected, he could still completely control his own power. Celestial Emperor, at this moment, this thought arose in their minds. As for Fang Ping, he was shocked. He was not shocked by the imperishable substance, but by Ironhead's ability to say it. I haven't even said anything. You've already filled in the blanks that I haven't thought of, that I don't know how to say. Don't stop me. This time, I must give Ironhead an award. He tried to bluff old Wang and the rest, but now it was almost impossible to bluff them. However, once Ironhead said these words, let's see. Would old Wang want to kneel before him and worship the emperor? Fang Ping looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Really, other than some nonsense in the beginning, I didn't say anything else after that. Fang Ping patted Ironhead. This time, he was really speechless. Ironhead, you might kill me in the future. But, remember, you'll probably be killed by old Wang and the rest first, so, if you're killed, they'll probably be appeased. In other words, when you're exposed one day, they'll kill you, and everything will be fine. Li Hansong grinned, smiling happily. He did not think too much about it. He was just excited. Fang Ping was resurrected again. At this moment, Li Hansong did not have any doubts. He did not have any unnecessary thoughts. Everything he knew was either told by Fang Ping or experienced personally. How could it be fake? Fang Ping did not care about the two idiots anymore. Instead, he looked away, deep in thought. The destructive force was a bunch of question marks. This meant that he did not have the foundation to create the imperishable substance. Was that so? Was it because the golden body was incomplete? The creation of the imperishable substance should be related to the golden body. Furthermore, the power of destruction was singled out. Did this mean that the power of destruction was a power that was different from mental strength and vital energy? As for celestiality, celestiality was not listed separately. Did this mean that celestiality was just a transitional power? The more Fang Ping thought about it, the more he felt that it contained too many things. Nowadays, rank 7 and 8 powerhouses were using celestiality, including rank 9 powerhouses. Rank 9 powerhouses could actually use the power of origin. However, not every rank 9 had this kind of power. Moreover, rank 9 martial artists valued their own origin very much. Usually, they would not reveal it. What is the cultivation path of ancient martial artists? The essence of cultivation for ancient and modern martial artists should be the same. However, the final path might be different. Maybe, when ancient martial artists reach rank 8, they don't use celestiality anymore. Because the destructive force is stronger. Also, what about materialized objects? If they reach that level and don't use celestiality anymore, will the materialized objects be another way of fighting? Countless thoughts rose in Fang Ping's mind. This change in name and the different use of power made him think too much. Of course, more importantly, that bit of imperishable substance had actually consumed 1,000 points of his wealth. Was this a joke? This was too expensive. The current 1,000 points were equivalent to 10 million in the past. 10 million in exchange for this little bit of imperishable substance. Fang Ping guessed that since the imperishable substance was an offensive energy, it should also have a unit of measurement. But now, he didn't seem to have heard of it. He didn't know if it was because people didn't use it much, but modern martial artists didn't care much about it. The little bit he had just condensed was equivalent to the imperishable substance produced by a rank 8 martial artist after cultivating for a long time. Fang Ping could not bear to waste it. He integrated the imperishable substance into his flesh. His flesh became slightly stronger. However, to Fang Ping, his current physique was already extremely strong. Now that he could actually feel his strength, it was terrifying. It was no wonder that the imperishable substance could strengthen the golden body. No, its essence is offensive power. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized, the imperishable substance was not used for healing, nor was it used to strengthen the golden body. It was used for attacking, and it was called the power of destruction. Suddenly, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. The next moment, a golden glow condensed in Fang Ping's hand. Boom, Fang Ping threw a punch, and the ground cracked. So powerful. Fang Ping's face was full of shock. The others were also dumbfounded. A huge crater appeared on the ground. This was even more powerful than the explosive force of celestiality. Seeing that, Wang Jingyang asked hurriedly, "Is the burden on the body a lot?" "Yes." Fang Ping answered. Then, he said joyfully, "It doesn't matter if it's a lot or not. I feel that using the imperishable substance to fight seems to be increasing the strength of my flesh as I fight. Interesting, really interesting. If I use celestiality to fight, it will only hurt me and not help me. If I use the imperishable substance to fight, I can reforge myself in the midst of destruction, and be reborn in the midst of destruction." The power of destruction. Fang Ping murmured. So that was it. Fang Ping suddenly put on a straight face and said, "The power of destruction has healing effects. In my opinion, it's not really for martial artists to heal their wounds, but to make martial artists fight continuously. This is actually a kind of power that was born specifically for fighting. As for the origin power cultivated by rank 9 martial artists, I guess, maybe the origin power is not used for fighting. Origin power, maybe the origin is a kind of realization, an analysis of the path. When martial artists fight, they actually use the power of destruction. This won't do. I have to ask when I get back, whether the combat power unleashed by the power of destruction is stronger or the destructive power unleashed by the origin power is stronger. I'm also confused now. I keep feeling that the martial arts path that the people of today and the people of the past might be very different." Everyone seemed to be deep in thought. Xianxia, however, said with a blank look, "Guys, this is the battlefield of kings. Although it's very impressive that you can use the imperishable substance, shouldn't we get back to the main topic?" He was speechless. "Are you guys starting to discuss the difference between modern and ancient martial arts?" If the people in front of him were at the pinnacle, he thought that it would not be a problem. But you guys are only rank 6. Could it be that the future big shots are different from the others, starting to analyze the path after reaching the pinnacle when they are still weak? Xianxia did not know whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that the big shots were big shots, even if they were in the future. The sad thing is that you can't talk anymore. I think I'm going to collapse soon. Fang Ping ignored him, but he still said to the others, "We don't need to stay here anymore. Come, let's go to the inner circle. I need to fight, keep fighting." At this moment, Fang Ping's fighting spirit was at its peak. Martial artists were born to fight. Destructive force was also the kind that would sublimate in battle. Every time he fought, he could increase his body's strength, making him stronger as he fought. When rank 8 martial artists cultivate to rank 9, some people improve very quickly, while others improve very slowly. Maybe it has something to do with the intensity of the battle. The more a martial artist dares to risk his life, the faster he improves. Old Wu dares to fight. Every time he fights, he exhausts his imperishable substance, so he gets stronger the more he fights. Of course, if he does not have life essence to replenish himself, he might encounter a huge problem. However, if he has a mentality cultivation method, he can produce imperishable substance continuously, then this problem will not exist. Rank 8 martial artists have a flaw. The imperishable substance is consumed quickly and recovered slowly. This is the only flaw. Human martial artists all have this flaw, including the catacombs martial artists. Ancient martial artists are not like this. What happened back then that caused such an important cultivation method to be lost? Fang Ping was now very sure that there was definitely a mentality cultivation method back then. This was the difference between the current martial artists and ancient martial artists. With the mental energy cultivation method, everything would be different. There would be more high-ranked martial artists, and high-ranked martial artists' battles would be more unrestrained, more violent, and longer. When that time came, everyone would really dare to fight, and everyone would definitely fight. Where are the lost cultivation methods? Do they exist in the bounded domain? Do they exist in the king's battleground? This time, Fang Ping really had a great interest in these ancient ruins. He was not like before, only concerned about wealth. Maybe, he was really wrong. Wealth was not the foundation. The foundation was still those ancient cultivation methods. Maybe it's not that no one has discovered it. Someone has discovered this important flaw. The paragons and grandmasters have been studying it since a long time ago. Cultivation is also one of them. When they know that human cultivation methods have a huge flaw, they might be willing to do anything in order to obtain the cultivation methods. Cultivation might have really gone to the bounded domain. Could it be that the Yang family's old ancestor went to the bounded domain for this too? If so, could it be that even the paragons don't have such a cultivation method? There shouldn't be. If there is, why didn't they pass it down? Fang Ping felt that he could not think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Sooner or later, I will know everything. Go. Fang Ping did not think about it anymore. With a loud shout, he took the flight step and went straight to the inner area. This time, he wanted to sublimate in battle. Maybe his opportunity to break through rank 7 was in battle. Rank 6 inner area. Feng Miexing's expression was gloomy. He looked at Ji Yao and the rest who were not far away and shouted angrily, "We discovered this place first. Ji Yao, don't go too far." "Childish." Ji Yao said lightly, "Get lost. This place belongs to me now." At this moment, there was a majestic and magnificent ancient building in front of him. In the king's battleground, ancient buildings meant opportunities and opportunities. Breakthroughs were usually completed in such ancient buildings. The more intact the building was, the greater the opportunity and the more benefits. Feng Miexing brought people to look for Fang Ping and the rest. In the end, after searching for 2 days, they did not find Fang Ping and the rest. However, their luck was not bad. They found other resurrected martial artists here. And these resurrected martial artists actually found a relatively well-preserved ancient building. Who knew that just as they arrived, Ji Yao and the rest also arrived? This time, Feng Miexing almost vomited blood. His current mentality had not reached the stage of materialization. The gap was not small. Perhaps this time, he could break through to commander level. However, now that Ji Yao and the rest were here, how could he enter? The key was not just this. This ancient building had a seal. If there was a seal, then it had to be opened. In the king's battleground, there were 3 types of seals. The first type, catacombs martial artists could enter. The second type, human martial artists could enter. The third type, whoever entered would die. Not every powerhouse would want to be skinned alive after their death. This place could only be entered by resurrected martial artists. Coincidentally, there were many resurrected martial artists here. He did not have to wait for them to come out to intercept and kill them. When the resurrected martial artists entered, these seals would be broken. Now, he just had to wait for the resurrected martial artists to open it. Even if these guys were unwilling and some of them were crippled, throwing them in would be the same. However, now that Ji Yao and the rest were here and the other party had many people, how could they fight? Give it to Ji Yao, what a joke. If Ji Yao really broke through to commander level, she would turn around and kill him. Now, even if the other party had many people, they did not attack him. That was because he and Ji Yao were of noble status. The others might not dare to kill them. Ji Yao and he were about the same. If the two of them fought, there might not be a winner. However, if Ji Yao broke through and killed him, then there would be no problem. No matter how displeased Wanzhou was, he could not do anything to Ji Yao. Her grandfather was also a top-notch powerhouse. Not just her grandfather. Ji Yao's identity was not as simple as being the descendant of a true king. She was even more noble. Feng Miexing's expression was ugly. He said coldly, Ji Yao, the matters of the elders are in the past. Besides, it has nothing to do with you and me. Even they are not fighting for this anymore. Why must you make things difficult for me? Ji Yao said casually, Feng Miexing, the strong are respected. I am stronger than you, and Destiny Royal Court is stronger than you. That is enough. Get out of the way, or I will kill you now. Feng Miexing's eyes were cold. He did not move, nor did he reply. Get out of the way. How could he get out of the way? At the same time, the two sides faced off. Actually, there was a third party present. In a corner of the building, Du Hong and the rest had ugly expressions. Their luck was terrible. For the past few days, they either did not encounter any catacombs martial artists, or they encountered a large group of them. It was really a large group. When he saw Feng Miexing's group, he almost broke down. 50 to 60 people. These people did not split up to look for opportunities, but gathered together. But that wasn't all. Before he could recover from his shock, another large group of people arrived, 150 to 60 people. A few days ago, they did not encounter a single one. Now, when they encountered one, it was a dead end. More than 200 powerhouses. Among them, there were 5 to 6 rank 7. How could they fight? On their side, they had some gains in the past few days. Li Yiming was lucky. He had encountered a place of opportunity and completed the mentality-vitality fusion transformation. Even so, it was only 2 mentality-vitality fusion. How many people were there on the other side? More than 40 people. In the crowd, Li Yiming's expression kept changing. He looked at the others and signaled with his eyes. Du Hong's fingers moved slightly, indicating that they should not act rashly. At this moment, the Monster Plants and Monster Life Royal Court were facing each other. They did not care about them for the time being. However, they were the key to opening this place. Once they moved, these two parties would definitely attack them. Du Hong's only prayer now was that these two parties would fight for real. Only in a chaotic battle would they have a chance to escape. Just as Du Hong and the rest were looking for a chance to escape, Ji Yao became impatient. The ferocious tiger beneath her suddenly roared loudly. Ji Yao snorted coldly. Feng Miexing, I'll say it again. Get lost. Feng Miexing continued to remain silent. Ji Yao's face was full of impatience. She looked at Du Hong and the rest and said, You, kill Feng Miexing. Leave one person behind to open the ruins for me. The rest can leave alive. As soon as she said this, Du Hong and the rest's expressions changed again. This woman from Monster Life Royal Court had a good idea. However, there were a few rank 7s on Feng Miexing's side. How could they have the ability to kill them? Just as Du Hong was thinking about this, Ji Yao suddenly said, Commander level, we'll help you block them. From wanting to attack Feng Miexing and the rest, she was now helping them and staying out of it. In just a few short sentences, the situation had become complicated. Ji Yao said no more. Beside her, the armored woman shouted coldly, Listen to orders. His Highness said that he would let you go. Naturally, he will not break his promise. You and Skyplant's royal court are enemies. Your people have killed hundreds of their people. If you don't attack, Feng Miexing will not let you go. As soon as she said this, Du Hong was a little confused. Our people killed hundreds of their people? Are you talking about all these years? But it makes sense. Monster Plant's royal court and humans are enemies. Both sides have been killing each other. When they meet in the king's battleground, they will also kill each other. In total, they have killed more than 100 people. However, at this time, if they were to attack so many people, it would also be a dead end. Sino Nation came with 12 people. Fang Ping and the other 4 disappeared after they came in. Now there were only 7 people. Li Fei was even injured by monsters. Su Zixu could directly ignore 6 people. How could he fight against an enemy that was 10 times his size? The people from Monster Life Royal Court did not have good intentions. It was obvious that they were sending them to their deaths while they sat back and reaped the benefits. What should we do? Li Yiming's expression was ugly. With the current situation, they were in a difficult situation. Du Hong took a deep breath and made another move. Run, scatter and run, now, this was the only way. Let one of them escape. Otherwise, they would all die. As for fighting with Feng Miexing and the rest, Du Hong had not considered it. Forget about whether they could kill the people from Monster Plant's royal court. Even if they killed some, when they were exhausted, they would be at the mercy of others. Just as Du Hong and the rest were about to escape, Feng Miexing, who had not spoken before, suddenly said coldly, "Descendant of Hades, tell me where the descendant of Battle King is, and I can spare your life." Li Yiming harumphed, ignoring him. He was speechless. Motherf asterisk Kerr, what did he mean by that? Was he not as important as that fatty? Didn't he say that he would only kill him when he came in? Why did he want to find trouble with Fatty now? No, Fatty was not dead yet. When he encountered Feng Miexing and the rest, he thought that Fatty and the rest were dead. Now it seemed that they were not dead yet. Seeing that he did not speak, Feng Miexing shouted again, "Just tell me where the descendant of Battle King is. I'll let whoever tells me first go." At this point, Feng Miexing suddenly turned his head to look at Ji Yao, gritting his teeth. "I can let you have this place. But I must know where the descendant of Battle King is." Ji Yao looked at him for a while, a smile appearing on her cold face. Ignoring him, she looked at Du Hong and the rest and said, "Tell me where the descendant of Battle King is." This was even more interesting. Feng Miexing and the rest were probably killed by the descendant of Battle King. Since the other party wanted to find them, it was better to wait for them to fight to the death. The descendants of Battle King were indeed powerful. She had heard of Xianxia from the commander's area. She did not expect that this side was even more ruthless, killing hundreds of Feng Miexing and the rest. This time, both sides joined forces to force the whereabouts of the descendant of Battle King. They even put the ancient buildings aside. The ruins were not urgent, and the breakthrough was not urgent either. One side wanted to kill the descendant of Battle King, the other side wanted to watch the show. It was not a big deal if 1 or 2 of them broke through to rank 7. Du Hong and the rest looked at each other. Su Zixu bit her lip and said in a barely audible voice, "It must be because Big Brother Jiang killed too many of their people. They want to take revenge on Jiang Chao." Both sides were forcing Jiang Chao's whereabouts. In everyone's opinion, they must have been implicated by Jiang Hao. Putting aside the fact that they did not know where Jiang Chao was, even if they did, they could not say it. If they were alone, they might not be able to withstand the pressure. However, since everyone was here, even a bloody battle could not be said. Otherwise, the Paragon Patriarch would personally kill the traitor. "Are you not willing to say it?" Feng Miexing sneered. "Then you're digging your own grave." Ji Yao. "I'll leave the leader to you. He can help you open the ruins. I'll take care of the rest." Ji Yao ignored him and looked at Du Hong and the rest again. She said lightly, "Why do you have to dig your own grave? Tell him that they might not be a match for the descendant of Battle King. As long as you tell him, I'll make sure you don't die." These people were too weak. They were not much of a threat to Feng Miexing. What she wanted to see was a clash between the descendants of Battle King and Feng Miexing. Du Hong and the rest pretended not to hear Ji Yao's words. "Nonsense. If they really knew Fatty's whereabouts and told them, there were a few rank 7s among them, and they might not even be a match for Fatty. Du Hong could not be bothered to say anything else. The people from the Monster Life dynasty were obviously lying. As for making sure that they would be spared, that was even more of a lie. Do you really think we're that stupid? Du Hong's vitality was already raging. He was ready to fight to the death. If he died, then so be it. He would kill a few before he died, just as Du Hong and the rest were ready to fight to the death. Less than 500 meters away from them, behind a boulder, Fang Ping set up a mentality barrier. Xianxia's expression was ugly. Mother **Ker, I'm taking the blame for my pervert again. These guys want to kill me so badly. No wonder the pervert told me to hide for a month before he came. At this moment, Xianxia was extremely depressed. He was also a little relieved. Fortunately, he was with Fang Ping and the rest. Otherwise, would he not be in real danger? These guys were looking for him everywhere. Xianxia was also extremely depressed. Fang Ping had killed so many of their people. Why were they looking for him instead of Fang Ping? Of course, finding Fang Ping also meant finding him. But the nature was different. This meant that the other party had found them. If Fang Ping and the rest split up and ran away with him, he might be hunted down, but Fang Ping and the rest would not be hunted down. Xianxia was depressed. Fang Ping, on the other hand, thought of something. He said calmly, now you know the benefits of following us, right? Your big brother has made too many enemies for you. You have enemies everywhere. Fatty, why don't I take the blame for you while the other party still doesn't know our identities? What? You're too weak, and you've used up your ultimate move. Before we came in, I already said that I would save your life. I, Fang Ping, am not an ungrateful person. They don't know our specific identities. I'm pretending to be you, and you're pretending to be me. Naturally, they'll only target me. Xianxia was stunned. Fang Ping was too righteous. This was really a fatal disaster, and he was willing to take the blame for it? Fang Ping, Xianxia did not know what to say at that moment. His expression was very complicated. I only wanted to use you, to get close to you. I didn't give you any benefits. If you do this, I can't take it. This favor is too great. Fang Ping said seriously, don't think too much. I'm not doing this for you. I'm just following my own heart. If it were someone else, I would do the same. Martial artists, the strong hold up the sky for the weak. You're weak, I'm strong. That's my responsibility. Li Hansong's face was full of admiration. He gritted his teeth and said, Fang Ping, let me do it. You have a more important responsibility, don't? Fang Ping smiled. Are you my opponent? As he said that, Fang Ping smiled. Alright, everyone stop fighting. From this moment on, I'm Xianxia. Xianxia. Fang Ping looked at Xianxia and said seriously, you're Fang Ping now. If I really die here and you get out alive, ask Senior Warlord to take care of my family. Xianxia's eyes were red. We're just acquaintances. You don't have to do this. With a friend like Fang Ping, a brother like him, it was no wonder that he could recruit ruthless people like Li Hansong. For his brother, or even for someone he was not familiar with, he was willing to sacrifice himself. A person like this was worthy of being called a leader. Fang Ping. I'm sorry, Xianxia was ashamed. I'm too weak, and I'm afraid of death. I don't dare to say that I'm Warlord's descendant because I really can't fight back. Fang Ping patted his shoulder and chuckled. Warlord is willing to do anything for humanity. Moreover, we're enemies. Why do you have to act like a little girl? Whether I'm Fang Ping or Xianxia, I'm here to kill them. It's just a title. Why bother? You're my brother for sure. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Then, he said more seriously, I'm sorry, I'm too weak. But I promise, if anything happens to you, your family, Fang Ping's family, will be my family. If I don't die, I'll definitely help you take care of them. Even if I provoke the Paragon, even if I have to kowtow until my head breaks, I'll ask my elder ancestor to step in. Fang Ping smiled and patted him on the shoulder again. Fatty, this is what you said. You also said that we'll change our names. In the future, we'll still have to silence them. Behind the boulder. Fong Ping settled the others down. He took a deep breath and looked at the crowd not far away. This was not going to be easy, there were too many people, also, the people from Monster Life Royal Court were here too. This was going to be even more difficult. Do I have to shout that Xianxia is here and lure them away? The key is, can Du Hong and the others escape? Fong Ping wanted to make a move now because he wanted to save them. If he did not make a move, Du Hong and the others would probably be wiped out. It was fine if he did not have the ability, but if he had the ability, he could still help. I'm going back. Should I charge them? We'll see. Forget about Du Hong, this pauper. I'll look at the others. Fong Ping had many thoughts in his mind. Could he get a few rank 9 divine weapons for saving his life? Forget it, these guys might not be worth that much money. Rank 7s might not be a problem, but I have a lot of rank 7s. Who cares, however, Du Hong and the others might not survive. Currently, there were 5 rank 7 martial artists on both sides. I can't fall into the encirclement, or I'll be finished. I'll kill one of them quickly, then escape and lead them in circles. This is the only way to save them. I'm too kind. Fong Ping was once again touched by his own kindness and benevolence. This time, it was really to save people. Otherwise, he could have worn them down in the dark. Du Hong, Li Yiming, you all owe me your lives. Fong Ping decided that he was only responsible for luring these people away. As for whether Monster Life Royal Court would be lured away, he did not know. Du Hong and the others could only pray for themselves. He stared at Feng Miexing and the others. Fong Ping scanned them one by one. He seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took off his armor and changed into a new one. Among the crowd, there was someone who had changed into the same style as his. However, the other party was from Monster Life Royal Court. Fong Ping saw this and immediately took off the monster plant symbol on his armor. Then, his aura changed, quickly becoming the aura of the Monster Life Royal Court martial artist wearing the same style of armor. If I go out now, everyone will probably be at a loss, right? Fong Ping grinned, then quickly covered his face with a helmet. Although the Monster Life Royal Court martial artist did not have a helmet, it did not matter. In front, Feng Miexing sneered and gradually surrounded Du Hong and the rest. Du Hong and the rest also had tragic looks on their faces. They were just fighting to the death. At this moment, a figure shot out from the back of the Demon Life Royal Court. The rank 7 experts reacted instantly. However, the rank 7 experts from the Demon Life Royal Court were slightly surprised and stopped what they were doing. Why did Hu Ji rush out from behind? At this moment, both rank 7s had some strange thoughts. Hu Ji's speed was so fast. Why did Hu Ji rush out? Ji Yao also turned her head to look, and an afterimage flashed before her eyes. Ji Yao had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Hu Ji didn't seem quite right, no. It's not that there's something wrong with Hu Ji, what was wrong? What was the problem? This thought rose in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Ji Yao's expression changed drastically. Tiger Ji. To Tiger Ji, Hu Ji's aura was still in the crowd behind her. She finally knew what was wrong. Martial artist's reaction speed was not slow. Ji Yao reacted, and so did the 2 rank 7s in the team. An armored martial artist in the team, on the other hand, looked dazed and confused. The martial artist who rushed past him just now was so familiar. So familiar that he thought he was dreaming. The powerhouses reacted, but it was too late. At this moment, Hu Ji's figure was extremely fast. In a flash, he had already arrived at the Monster Plant's royal court. Kagu. Even though everyone in the Monster Plant's royal court was prepared, they were still stunned by the other party's audacity. An advanced warlord martial artist single-handedly killed his way to the royal court. This guy must be out of his mind. The 3 rank 7 powerhouses roared angrily and released their mentality instantly. The 3 of them could kill the other party in an instant. If he did not die, he would not be able to attack. Feng Miexing was so angry that his face turned purple. This was too much. This which was too much. He had already given up the ruins and only wanted to resurrect the martial artist. This which actually let others provoke him. This was too much. When Brother Wang and the rest arrive, they will definitely kill all of you. Bastard, you deserve to die. Feng Miexing was furious. He did not even look at the advanced warlord martial artist who was rushing over. Instead, he stared at Ji Yao and the rest cautiously. Letting an advanced warlord provoke us. Could it be that she wanted us to kill him and give her an excuse to attack us? What was this witch thinking? If you really wanted to attack us, why did you have to find such a lame excuse, woman? At this moment, Feng Miexing could not help but feel a sense of disdain. Too childish, too stupid. There was no other reason for you to do this other than to let us kill people. As for attacking them, they were here anyway. They could not just run away now, right? The halberd in Feng Miexing's hand swallowed and emitted light. He glared at Ji Yao. At most, they would fight. On the other hand, Ji Yao could not remain calm at this moment. Her little mouth was slightly agape, her face was full of confusion. What exactly happened? Who was the real Hu Ji? She did not have time to be confused. Just as they were thinking about it, before they could even speak, Hu Ji shouted Kagu, the Chengdao in his hand emitting a brilliant light. As for the mentality deterrence that the three powerhouses had temporarily released, it had almost no effect on Feng Ping, whose mentality was the same rank or even stronger than theirs. His mentality was stronger than these fellows who had just broken through. It was not an attack from a materialized object. Would a little deterrence be enough to intimidate him? If the three of them wanted to suppress Feng Ping, they had to unleash their materialized objects to have the ability to do so. Pfft, with a swing of the saber, a peak rank 6 martial artist's head fell off in a daze. Before he died, this martial artist only had one thought. 3 great chieftains had attacked, and the opponent was an advanced warlord. How could he behead me with one slash? Not only did this fellow die unjustly, but the 3 great chieftains were also stunned. While they were in a daze, Hu Ji's saber shadow was like light, flashing past at the speed of light, killing 3 people in a row. Kill him. Feng Miexing was furious. Not only was he angry, but he was also puzzled. Who was this? One of the witch's men? No, he was not one of the witch's men. That saber was so familiar. He was Xianxia. Just as he was thinking about this, Feng Ping leaped into the air, laughing maniacally. Warrior King's descendant, Xianxia, is here. This wild roar traveled for miles. In the next moment, Feng Ping roared again, if the monster life royal court dares to interfere, you'll end up like Feng Miexing. In the time it took to finish his sentence, a faint golden glow erupted from Feng Ping's Chengdao. This time, Feng Ping's combat strength soared. In the midst of a roar, he slashed with his saber, and the sky and earth changed color. Bang! This slash slashed in the crowd, killing a few people instantly. Almost none of them had the strength to resist. Not only that, Feng Ping's small town pressed down, not giving anyone time to prepare, exploding with a loud bang. The 3 rank 7 powerhouses' silhouettes trembled slightly, falling from the sky. As for Feng Ping, although his face was deathly pale, his speed was lightning fast. The golden Chengdao slashed several times in a row. Rumble, everything happened unbelievably fast. In the next moment, at the place where 3 celestiality exploded, at the place where a halberd pierced through, Feng Ping's afterimage shattered. He had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Ha ha ha, Feng Miexing, I've killed hundreds of you, and you still dare to come after me. Come and kill me. Feng Ping laughed maniacally. His voice gradually faded away, but he was still clamoring, Monster Life Royal Court, this is the battle between us humans and the Monster Plants Royal Court. If you dare to interfere, just give it a try. Boom! Before he finished speaking, several celestiality blasted where his feet landed. The void trembled. Feng Miexing's eyes were blood red. He no longer cared about anyone, roaring, after them. Kill. The people from the Monster Plants Royal Court, the 3 rank 7s, and Feng Miexing did not hesitate at all. They no longer cared about Du Hong and the rest, chasing after them at lightning speed. What did small fries like Du Hong and the rest count for? What did the ruins count for? Killing the War King was their only mission. This was too much. In this short period of time, the other party had killed more than 10 of their people. This was all their people in the rank 6 region. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the Monster Plants Royal Court disappeared. Fang Ping also disappeared. Only then did Ji Yao murmur, "He is the War King's descendant? That's amazing. Really amazing." He barged into the royal court's camp alone, killing people like he was mowing grass. In front of the three chieftains and Feng Mieshing, he killed more than 10 of their powerhouses with ease. Not only that, he looked down on the Destiny royal court and even threatened her a few times. How domineering, no wonder Feng Mieshing was defeated so badly previously. A person like this, be it courage or ability, was extremely powerful. As for the threat from the War King's descendant, Ji Yao did not care. At this moment, Ji Yao's eyes lit up. She shouted, "After them." She wanted to chase after them and see. She wanted to see if the War King's descendant would escape or if Feng Mieshing could kill the other party. No matter what, today's battle was far more important than a ruin. No matter how many good items there were in a ruin, it could only produce 1 or 2 rank 7 powerhouses at most. However, an interesting battle like this was much more important than 1 or 2 rank 7s. Perhaps, they could even kill both parties. Ji Yao and the rest were extremely fast. With a roar of a ferocious tiger, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. It did not take more than 3 seconds for all of them to leave. Du Hong suspected that he was dreaming. Li Yiming's mouth was so wide that a goose egg could be stuffed inside. What was going on? There were more than 200 catacombs martial artists who wanted to kill them earlier. Where were they now? They were all gone. Not only that, no one even cared about the ruins. Since when did these people give up on opportunities? Not only that, the humans appeared right under the noses of hundreds of catacombs martial artists. They did not even fight, and then they picked up a ruin for nothing? Just now, was that Jiang Chao? No, it was Fang Ping. The moment Fang Ping spoke, everyone recognized him. Du Hong was currently in a daze. He swallowed his saliva and said, He pretended to be Jiang Chao. That's not the point. Li Yiming felt like he was about to explode. He said quickly, he was the one who lured hundreds of martial artists away, including 5 rank 7s. He even said that he killed hundreds of people from the monster plant's royal court. Du Hong sobered up instantly. He shouted, "All of you leave immediately. I'll go save Fang Ping." After saying that, Du Hong quickly chased after the crowd where they disappeared. Li Yiming glanced at the rest, gritting his teeth. "I'll go too. All of you find a place to hide. Don't come here anymore. Once they come back, we'll be in trouble. Yiming, all of you hide well." When he said this, Li Yiming felt a little awkward. F***ck, did he really have to hide? Everyone had run away, hundreds of people. Fang Ping even said that he killed hundreds of people. Were there any other living people in this godforsaken place? Even when Li Yiming left, Su Zhisu and the rest did not say anything about helping. They were too weak. It would be good if they did not drag the team down. However, at this moment, they were really stunned to the extreme. Was everything that happened just now real? Fang Ping was too powerful, too domineering. When they thought that they were dead for sure, Fang Ping stepped forward bravely and lured away 5 rank 7s and hundreds of rank SIXs just to save them. This was too unbelievable. Who? At this moment, the Chen family descendant in the team suddenly shouted. Not far away, Jiang Chao's figure appeared. He said with a complicated expression, "Me. You? Why are you here?" "I came with Fang Ping and the rest." Jiang Chao's expression was extremely complicated. His tone was also complicated. He said, "Follow me. Find a place to hide and wait for them to come back." Su Zhisu asked impatiently, "What happened just now?" "What do you mean what happened?" Jiang Chao said impatiently, "Wasn't it to save you guys? Originally, we agreed to slowly torture them to death, just like before, torturing hundreds of people to death. But seeing that you guys are in danger, he had to step forward. Also, this time he pretended to be me, also to shield me. Damn, I've received too much kindness from others. So annoying." Jiang Chao's tone was really complicated. Fang Ping's righteousness was a little unbearable. Not only for him, but also to save people, he did such a thing. Stepping forward and helping each other. It was easy to say. If it was a rank 7, would they dare to step forward at this time? Xianxia could not help but say, Doesn't he hate us? What happened to Grandpa Yang and the rest before? Because of the Yang family's incident, Fang Ping's relationship with them became much colder. Other than Xianxia, who insisted on sucking up to Fang Ping's leg and chatting and laughing with him, the others who were still on friendly terms before did not talk to Fang Ping anymore. Previously, Fang Ping also said that he would not save them. However, they did not expect that at this critical moment, Fang Ping would still step forward and step forward. This time, he really saved everyone's lives. Xianxia said impatiently, "He's the leader of a martial arts world. What do you guys know? Forget it, I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. Hurry up and go, wait for him to come find us." Fang Ping had the cluster sensors. Once he got rid of the pursuers, he could come find them. The others had nothing to say. Su Zhisu said in a low voice, "He's so strong." Of course. Can someone who can kill a rank 7 be weak? Xianxia, can he escape the pursuit? Of course. But, no buts. Previously, Monster Plant's King Court was so arrogant. He chased after them for a day and a night. Foam Extinguisher was killed until he abandoned his armor. Didn't you guys notice that the people he brought with him now are all unfamiliar faces? That group of people in front, almost all of them have been killed. The few of them were shocked again. Even though they had heard it a few times, when they heard Fatty say that Fang Ping chased after Monster Plant's King Court for a day and a night, they still found it hard to believe. Xianxia sighed softly. No matter what, he saved our lives this time. The Yang family is the Yang family. Let's not bother about these things in the future. Xianxia humphed. Xianxia, don't care about the Yang family. It has nothing to do with me anyway. This time, Fang Ping got into big trouble to save my life. Xianxia, am also a person who distinguishes kindness and grudges clearly. Whoever dares to make a move on Fang Ping in Stellar Sky City is going against me. Everyone was speechless. Xianxia was nothing, but his old ancestor was strong. If he really flipped out, the others would really have to think twice, even if they were at the peak. Martial King, Battle King, Netherworld King, these people here had received Fang Ping's kindness. Their status was not as high as Xianxia's. Perhaps they could not represent their families, but if their families' old ancestors knew about this, even if they did not care, they would not meddle in the Yang family's affairs. At this time, the other old ancestors who had some relationship with the Yang family would probably have nothing to say. Just as Xianxia and the others were talking, Fang Ping turned around and slashed, boom, 3 rank 7 powerhouses were forced back a few steps by the slash. How is this possible? Some of the powerhouses were fighting Fang Ping personally now. Only then did they feel the pressure. The other party's slash was terrifyingly powerful. It was not weaker than them using celestiality. No, it might be even stronger. In a 1 versus 3 situation, Xianxia could actually force the 3 of them back with 1 slash. Prince, be careful. The 3 rank 7s looked vigilant. They flew in front of Feng Mieshing one after another, protecting him. Right now, Feng Mieshing was definitely not Xianxia's match. Xianxia. Feng Mieshing was also furious. In his fury, there was a tinge of fear and unwillingness. Why was this guy getting stronger and stronger? Before this guy seemed to be on par with him. It was just that he had more tricks up his sleeves. But now, he had forced 3 chieftains back with 1 slash. Even if the 3 of them were beginners, when the 3 of them joined forces, their strength was definitely not weak. In front, Fang Ping was also furious. Motherf ****, the consumption was too high, every slash was money. Right now, every slash seemed to consume 3,000 points. 30 million yuan per slash. According to the current calculation, a rank 7 divine weapon was only 1 million points, which was just over 300 slashes. Over 300 slashes, and a divine weapon was gone. All of you deserve to die. The combat boots on Fang Ping's feet emitted a dazzling light. He disappeared on the spot instantly. The next moment, he appeared behind them. He realized that 3 early-stage rank 7s were not much. It seemed like they could not kill him even if they joined forces. Of course, at this moment, he tried to avoid them as much as possible. It was not that easy for him to kill 3 rank 7s. There were still so many people behind him. Fang Ping counterattacked. At this moment, Fang Ping realized that he had really become stronger. 1/1, even if he was up against martial artists with mentality-vitality fusion, he could still kill them with 1/. Kill. After Fang Ping killed his way into the crowd, in despair, some people unleashed their ultimate moves one after another. As for Fang Ping, if he could block it, he would block it. If he could not, he would take it head-on. On top of his half-golden body, rays of dazzling golden light were also erupting. He's not a warlord. He's a venerable. Some martial artists were horrified. This was not the strength that a warlord should have. Of course, it was not the strength of a rank 8 either. But this guy was really powerful to a terrifying extent. That golden light seemed to be an indestructible object of a venerable. Boom. Some rank 6 martial artists, in despair, self-destructed directly. Fang Ping endured a few explosions. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he laughed out loud. His body was constantly recovering, and his physique was getting stronger as the battle went on. When the 3 rank 7s rushed back, protecting Feng Miexing, Fang Ping killed a few more people again and left quickly. As soon as he left, Feng Miexing and the rest seemed to be hesitating on whether to give chase. In the end, in this hesitation, Fang Ping actually came back again. His Chongdao unleashed a powerful glare, slashing at them. Bastard! Feng Miexing was furious. He shouted, "Continue the chase." The 3 rank 7s were not really no match for Fang Ping. As long as they surrounded the other party, they could wear him down. The key was that the guy was too cunning. He did not fight the 3 rank 7s head-on. "The rest of you, stay." After Feng Miexing said this, he quickly led the 3 rank 7 martial artists in pursuit. In the end, as soon as they disappeared, Yao Qingjun and the rest attacked quickly. Not far away, Ji Yao and the rest had just arrived. Seeing this scene, just as Yao Qingjun and the rest were about to retreat, Fang Ping shouted from afar, "People from Monster Life Royal Court, if you dare to interfere, I won't stop until you die. Bastard, if you say any more nonsense, I'll kill you later." The moment he said this, Fang Ping's figure flashed and disappeared. He rushed over quickly and shouted, "You guys retreat first. I'll keep them busy." After saying that, a few divine weapons appeared in Fang Ping's hands. He looked at Ji Yao and the rest, sneered, and left quickly. Yao Qingjun and the rest also left quickly. No one cared about Ji Yao and the rest. "Your Highness." On Monster Life Royal Court's side, many people's faces were livid. The descendant of Combat King was too arrogant. Ji Yao waved her hand lightly, smiling faintly. "Don't interfere first. Let's see how it ends." "Interesting," she said, "interesting," but the 2 rank 7 martial artists looked wary. They said solemnly, "Your Highness, that person is very dangerous. His explosive power is extremely strong, I know." Ji Yao responded. Her gaze flickered slightly. "Between him and Feng Miexing and the rest, who do you think will win?" Everyone was silent. It was not easy to guess. If it were any other day, when a general went against Feng Miexing and the rest, everyone would not hesitate. But now, the descendant of Combat King called Xianxia was really ridiculously strong. Xianxia. Both of them are really scary. No, Xianxia is even scarier than Xianxia. He's also more savage. At least Xianxia won't be able to single-handedly annihilate hundreds of people of the same rank. Ji Yao said softly. The martial artists of the Land of Rebirth were stronger than she had expected. Although not everyone was like this, there were still quite a few. Xianxia was needless to say. The few people who had just appeared might not be too strong, but they were far stronger than people of the same rank. Also, how did he change his aura earlier? Doubts arose in Ji Yao's heart. He was a very scary opponent. Kill. In the gigantic canyon, the 3 rank 7s and Maple Extinguisher had finally blocked Fang Ping's way. 4 people surrounded him from all directions. "Do you really think I'm running away?" Fang Ping grinned hideously, looking every inch the villain. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Ping broke through the air, his saber slicing through the void. Rumble, the walls around the canyon crumbled instantly. Feng Miexing roared and his halberd shook the heavens. Rumble, a deafening roar followed. The other 3 rank 7s joined hands and performed mentality-vitality fusion, unleashing celestiality and shattering the surrounding mountains. God-slaying! Fang Ping shouted again. His body was like a phantom, his speed so fast that it was impossible to see him clearly. On the Chongdao, a brilliant golden glow erupted, 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. In the void, the vision of gods and Buddhas appeared, and all the gods were destroyed, countless gods and Buddhas fell, and the world changed color. When Zhang Dingnan's saber art reached perfection, such a phenomenon would appear. Even though Fang Ping did not delve much into saber techniques, the 7 days and 7 nights of saber practice on the sea that day still benefited him greatly. At this moment, he was using the power of destruction, which was even stronger than the power of heaven and earth. Rumble, the celestiality unleashed by the 3 rank 7 powerhouses was shattered by Fang Ping immediately. Feng Miexing, who was the main attacker, suddenly grew to a height of 3 to 4 meters. His long halberd swept across the void, blocking Fang Ping's saber glare. He could block 1 strike, but he could barely block 2 strikes. Fang Ping's saber speed was extremely fast. When he received the 5th slash, Feng Miexing spat blood wildly from his mouth and his flesh exploded. Maple Prince. The level 7 powerhouses were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Feng Miexing's combat strength was extremely strong. It should be noted that when Fang Ping fought Feng Miexing, it was only a draw in a one-on-one fight. At that time, Fang Ping would be even stronger than when he defeated Tua Man. Even so, he was only on par with Feng Miexing. As for Huaimuqing, it didn't make much of a difference whether he was there or not. Feng Miexing's ability was not necessarily weaker than the 3 rank 7s present. However, at this moment, his flesh and blood had already exploded from Fang Ping's slashes, his bones broken inch by inch. Cracks also appeared on the armor on his body. Xianxia. Feng Miexing's eyes shone with a golden light. Even though he was not Feng Ping, he was extremely calm at the moment. He shouted coldly, "Then let's die together." "Go to hell. You're still too inexperienced to play with my leftovers." Feng Ping sneered. Feng Miexing had an ultimate move, a peak-level protective ultimate move. He knew that, however, would Feng Miexing dare to bet his life with him? Would Feng Ping kill him first, or would his ultimate move kill Feng Ping first? Would Feng Miexing dare to bet? Die. Feng Ping roared, his voice shaking the void. Feng Miexing raged, "Then let's die together." "Do you really think I don't dare to fight?" When Feng Ping's saber gleam landed, Feng Miexing ignored it and charged toward Feng Ping in a burst of energy. "Prince!" The 3 level 7 experts were even more nervous than Feng Miexing. One of them roared and disappeared in a flash. An invisible hand appeared from the side and grabbed Feng Miexing. "Go! Third prince, the second prince is coming. Don't throw your life away." The 3 level 7 powerhouses roared. Fighting with Xianxia now was suicide. A large number of powerhouses from the territory of dominance were ready to cross over. Where there's life, there's hope. Feng Miexing was driven mad by Feng Ping earlier. Now that he was grabbed, he flew backward and dodged Feng Ping's saber gleam. Seeing that Feng Ping was getting more and more courageous, Feng Miexing roared with indignation and anger, "Go!" He was ready to leave. Although Feng Ping could not kill the 4 of them if they joined forces, they could not kill Feng Ping either. If this dragged on, the 3 rank 7's mentality would be depleted, and they would be in trouble. They knew that the descendants of Combat King could recover their mentality. It was not just mentality. Right now, the descendants of Combat King were even using the imperishable substance to fight. Not only could the imperishable substance be used in battle, but it could also strengthen the flesh, golden bones, and even mentality. This was also the difference between the imperishable substance and the life essence. The imperishable substance strengthened a whole. It was not just the flesh and golden bones alone. It was produced by the combination of mentality, vitality force, and golden body strength. Similarly, it could be reflected back. As for the life essence, it could recover vitality and heal injuries. It could even nourish damaged mentality, but it did not have the function of strengthening and recovering mentality. These people had the life essence. Feng Miexing actually had treasures that could recover mentality, but they were not many. Now, if the 3 rank 7s wanted to recover, it would not be enough even if they used it up. Early stage rank 7 martial artists' strength would plummet when their mentality was depleted. Rank 7 martial artists could only reach peak and hone their skulls. At that time, their golden body would be half-formed, and their vitality would be powerful. Even if they only relied on vitality force, their combat strength would still be extremely strong. Right now, however, a few early-stage rank 7s might be exhausted to death if they dragged on. Trying to leave? It's not that easy. Explode. Yang City descended and exploded with a loud bang. Ah! The rank 7 powerhouses spat blood. Feng Miexing's body flashed countless times, but he still bled from his 7 orifices. Fang Ping's face was pale, but he laughed arrogantly. Now that he had the destructive force, he officially possessed the attack power of an early-stage rank 7. He was even slightly stronger. This referred to the situation where early-stage rank 7 utilized celestiality. And he did not only have the destructive force, he still had the materialization. At this moment, Fang Ping could not help but connect the dots. Perhaps, it was the same for ancient martial artists. The destructive force was the main attack. The materialization of mentality was actually just a support. Support. Perhaps not all ancient martial artists were close combat powerhouses. Perhaps during the ancient martial arts era, some powerhouses would specialize in one. Of course, when powerhouses reached a certain level, distance was no longer a problem. Whether it was long range or close combat was no longer important. However, when a martial artist with a strong physique fought the enemy head-on, his physique was enough to shatter the opponent's mentality. God Destroyer. Self-detonating his mentality, Fang Ping suppressed the 4 of them. The Chongdao in his hand exploded with an even more dazzling golden glow, slashing down. Prince! Someone roared, his eyes filled with despair. He shouted, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, his damaged mentality condensed abruptly, turning around and attacking Fang Ping. By Qing! Feng Miexing's eyes turned blood-red. The other 2 rank 7s turned deathly pale. Without another word, they dragged Feng Miexing and fled quickly. The descendants of Warrior King were undefeatable. Run, go to the boundary wall and meet up with the second prince. Just as they fled 1,000 meters away, Bai Qing's mentality exploded with a loud bang. Fang Ping's saber glow was destroyed. Xianxia, you must die. Bai Qing, who was left behind, had a dim look in his eyes. With a desperate roar, his body expanded countless times in an instant. Without another word, Fang Ping turned around and fled. Rumble, a rank 7 martial artist self-detonated under Fang Ping's coercion. Far away, Fang Ping was sent flying backward. The golden blood on his body smashed onto the ground, creating holes. Damn it! Fang Ping was furious. Where was the divine weapon? This bastard actually kept the divine weapon into the Sanjiao gate before he died. Because his mentality had exploded, he could no longer detonate the divine weapon. He was unwilling to leave the divine weapon behind even before he died. Damn it! In the distance, Feng Miexing and the rest had already disappeared. Fang Ping tilted his head and looked at Ji Yao and the rest who had been following him. Seeing that they were ready to make a move, his vitality and mentality recovered to their peak instantly. His vitality soared to the sky. He roared, "Come if you have the guts. If you follow me, I'll slaughter all of you. Clowns! Bastard! How dare you!" Beside Ji Yao, the luxurious young man roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, a rank 7 martial artist beside him said fearfully, "How dare you!" Boom! At this moment, Fang Ping's saber sliced through the air, slashing the rank 7 martial artist until he kept retreating, spitting out blood. The face of the luxurious young man, who was blocked by him, instantly turned pale. Fang Ping said coldly, "Trash. Don't think that I don't dare to kill you. If you say another word, even if I don't kill Feng Miexing today, I'll slaughter all of you. If you don't believe me, try it." "You, shut up." Ji Yao interrupted the man, looking at Jiang Chao, chuckling. "Jiang Chao, the royal court has no intention of making things difficult for the resurrected martial artist. I've come after you to kill Feng Miexing, get lost." Fang Ping's expression was unfriendly. He sneered. "I stopped playing with this many years ago. I'm playing with the leftovers, yet you still play this game with me. When I was sitting back and reaping the benefits, you were still drinking milk at home. Paragon's descendant? You're nothing more than this. I'm warning you one last time. If you dare to follow me again, I'll kill you. Ji Yao's expression turned cold instantly. She said mildly, Xianxia, you're strong indeed, but no matter how strong you are, you're still just a warlord. Stop talking nonsense. I'm done killing all of you. Come and kill me if you can. If you don't have the ability, what's the use of talking? Fang Ping sneered. He ignored him and left using flight step. As soon as he left, the luxurious man flew into a rage. His eyes glinted fiercely as he gritted his teeth. Combat King's descendants are indeed of the same bloodline. They were all so arrogant and domineering. Just now, after a disagreement, the other party attacked as he pleased. He did not care how many of them there were, whether they would join forces with Feng Miexing and the rest to kill him. Beside him, the rank 7 martial artist who took the blow said solemnly, his explosive power is on par with mine. At most, he's slightly stronger. If we were to fight face to face, he might not be able to do anything to me, but, everyone exchanged glances. Their expressions were solemn. A martial artist with an early stage rank 7's attack power was actually nothing much in the land of kings. The key was that an early stage rank 7 martial artist could recover in the blink of an eye and maintain his peak combat strength. He also had other tricks up his sleeves. A martial artist like this would be dangerous. A martial artist like this could not simply be treated as an early stage rank 7 anymore. Ji Yao said coldly, if you want to kill him, you'll need at least 5 to 6 commander-level martial artists. Xianxia is very cunning. It'll be easy for him to escape if he's below the self-destruct level. So, if you want to kill him, you'll need 6 commander-level martial artists. A team of 3 will be enough to withstand his self-destruct. The other 3 will form a second team. While he's self-destructing the self-destruct, we'll join forces to kill him. To kill a warlord, they needed 6 early-stage rank 7 martial artists. As soon as she said this, everyone was shocked and fearful. On the side, the armored woman said, perhaps one of the 2 upper-stage commander-level powerhouses can withstand his self-destruct, and the other can kill him quickly. That's right. Ji Yao nodded. As she spoke, her eyes flickered. She said, let's go to the boundary wall. Bao Chong, you go out now. Let Divine General Leopard Yun send people to the territory and let everyone in the territory cross over. Your Highness, go quickly. Understood. Among the crowd, a mentality-vitality fusion powerhouse shot up into the sky and hurried back. This time, the rank 6 region was going to be in chaos. After this person left, Ji Yao looked at everyone in the team and said again, all quasi-commanders, follow me. The rest of you, look for opportunities to break through and meet at the boundary wall. Understood. Among the crowd, many people left. Very soon, only a few mentality-vitality fusion powerhouses, as well as some monsters and monster plants were left. Among the demon plants, a phoenix with golden light all over its body fluctuated its psychic power. A smile appeared on Ji Yao's cold face. She said, thank you for your help, Commander Phoenix. Since Commander Phoenix still has a mission, I won't trouble you anymore. When you go out, please send my regards to the Phoenix King. The phoenix shrieked and spread its wings. Very soon, the other monsters and monster plants all left. As soon as the monsters left, the armored woman said in a low voice, Your Highness, why didn't you make them stay? Ji Yao said softly, I heard that some monsters found a relic left by a monster divine general from the Monster Emperor calendar. The 10,000 monster royal court has already gone there. The phoenix sparrow has reached its limit for being able to stay until now. The armored woman nodded and did not say anything else. Next to her, the luxurious young man looked in the direction where the phoenix sparrow left and said, The phoenix sparrow has forged the immortal bones. If it fights, Xianxia might not be its match, it'll be difficult. Ji Yao waved her hand and smiled faintly. The phoenix sparrow will not fight to the death for us now. It is hard to tell who will win when it fights with Xianxia. If it dies here, the guardian court will not let it go. Everyone nodded. The luxurious young man said again, then should we go to the regional wall and wait? Feng Miexing should have gone there too. I'm afraid he has already asked for help from the realm of unity. Let's go take a look. Ji Yao did not say much. The regional wall stretched for thousands of miles. It was hard to say if they could find a weak point. However, if they really wanted to find it, with the help of many chieftains, they might be able to open a path. The next moment, the ferocious tiger under Ji Yao roared and shot out. Ji Yao glanced at the ferocious tiger, then looked in the direction where the phoenix sparrow left. The next time the monarch court worked with the guardian court, she wondered if the phoenix sparrow would become her guardian monster. The phoenix sparrow that had already entered rank 7 and forged the immortal bones might reach venerable level soon. Ahu was still too weak. He might not be able to keep up with her. Moreover, in this generation, all the monarchs had prodigies. Even the land of rebirth had many powerhouses. The Jiang brothers had stirred up a storm even though the monarch court had yet to declare war with the land of rebirth. Now, Father Wang and Ancestor Wang had the intention to join forces with the Sky Plant's monarch court. In the future, she might also fight with the land of rebirth powerhouses. 20 miles away from where Fang Ping had just left, Fang Ping slashed horizontally with his saber, and a head fell off. In the distance, Wang Jinyang shot a blood-colored arrow from his bow. An upper stage rank 6 martial artist who was trying to escape had his head explode instantly. Yao Qingjun suppressed the ruins. A few martial artists' eyes dimmed as they died on the spot. Li Hansong threw a punch. A peak rank 6 martial artist held in despair, exploding with a loud bang. Li Yiming's long sword was held horizontally in midair. After a while, he cursed, "Motherf *Ker, leave one for me." Du Hong was bathed in blood. He did not say a word, looking at Fang Ping with a strange gaze. The martial arts university students were getting braver and stronger the more they fought. Their ranks did not improve much, but their abilities had increased a lot. Especially Fang Ping, he was too strong. He destroyed the monster plant's monarch court alone, killed Feng Mieshing and his group. Now, he had given up on the other martial artists and fled with a few rank 7 martial artists. 9 divine weapons are mine. Fang Ping glanced at Du Hong. The divine weapons were suspended in the air. He said, "Take it that you guys have returned the favor." Du Hong smiled bitterly. "General Fang, you don't have to do this. You saved our lives just now. Now, we're just doing what we can." Li Yiming said sheepishly, "We're not needed at all." Both of them had fused their mentality vitality and caught up. They had only killed a few small fries. They did not put in much effort at all. Without them, Fang Ping would have been able to kill this group of people when he rushed back. Fang Ping did not say much. He kept the divine weapons and kept them in the storage space directly. Li Yiming and Du Hong did not react strangely. He did not know if they had hidden it in their hearts or if they had already heard what Zhang Tao said. "As for the rest of the things, you guys can take whatever is useful. We're leaving first." "General Fang, you're going to kill people?" Fang Ping grinned. "Feng Mieshing is not dead yet. I'd like to see how many more people he can gather. This time, I'm going to destroy everyone in the monster plant's monarch court. I'm going to kill their new generation martial artists so that they won't dare to be enemies with us humans anymore." Li Yiming's expression was slightly solemn. "Fang Ping, it doesn't matter if you kill the others. But Feng Mieshing is the grandson of the Maple King, a direct descendant." Fang Ping's expression was ugly. "I know. On Earth, the descendants of the Paragon cannot be killed. When we reach the catacombs, we can't even kill the enemies of humanity. Who else can we kill? Moreover, he dares to kill me. Why can't I kill him? Was the human race really that weak? He said he wanted to kill you before. Are you not a direct descendant of the Paragon?" "No," Li Yiming explained, "the key is that we've killed too many people. If the others did not die, killing Feng Mieshing would not be a big deal. But now, almost all of them are dead. There are only a few left. If we kill Feng Mieshing, the monster plant's monarch court will not even have their last fig leaf. If they massacred all the people in the monster plant's monarch court, they might really fly into a rage. We'll talk about this later." Fang Ping did not care about all this. He said quickly, "We'll leave first. You guys meet up with the others. They are 50 li to the east. Help me take care of Fatty Jiang." This guy cannot die. Fatty Jiang was dead. Forget about the favor that he could not sell, there might be some trouble this time. Looking at the current situation, Fang Ping felt that if there were no human paragon outside the entrance to receive him, he might not be able to return. This time, they had killed too many people. How many catacombs martial artists had they killed in the beginning and the end, other than Feng Miexing and a few others? Almost all of them were killed by them. There were at least more than 150 people, maybe even more. There were so many that Fang Ping could not really remember. Even the divine weapons, the previous harvest was 56. Now, including Jiang Chao's pair of boots, it had reached 75, other than Feng Miexing and the 2 rank 7's divine weapons. The rest of the monster plant's monarch quartz divine weapons were almost all in his hands. Fang Ping was just about to leave when he suddenly looked at Wang Jinyang and the rest. He thought for a while and said, "You guys, why don't you go with them?" At this time, if old Wang and the rest followed them, they might be in danger. Fang Ping opened his mouth and said, Feng Miexing brought the remaining 2 rank 7's and ran toward the boundary wall. Maybe they're preparing to cross over, or maybe the people over there are preparing to come here. Next, they'll be facing rank 7 opponents. Wang Jinyang was straightforward, saying quickly, "We'll go look for ruins and other opportunities. Now that there are fewer people in the king's battleground, it's also our chance. When we break through, we'll look for you. Remember to turn on the mother-child sensor." Yao Qingjun said in a low voice, "I'll also think of a way to seal my mentality gate. Once it's sealed, I might be able to achieve rank 7. His mentality had already materialized and the life gate had sealed itself. Now, the only mentality gate that was not sealed was the mentality gate. Once it was sealed, he might skip the peak rank 6 and mentality vitality fusion stages and directly achieve rank 7. When that time came, he would have the strength to fight a rank 7 martial artist. Among everyone, other than Fang Ping, Yao Qingjun might be the first to achieve rank 7. Fang Ping smiled, nodding his head. "All right. Remember to leave some good stuff for me. My opportunities are people. As for treasure hunting, I'm too lazy to look for them. You guys look for more." He did not care about treasure hunting or anything. Killing Feng Miexing and the others was the biggest gain for him. Moreover, he needed to fight now. He needed to fight continuously. Fang Ping's strength had improved again when he fought these people previously. Now, his vitality was close to the limit of 10,000 cal, wealth, 98. 2 million points, conversion, vitality, 9,305 calories, 9,975 calories, mentality, 1,419 Hz, 1,489 Hz, destructive force. Bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 29 bones, 90%, storage space, 100 cubic meters, plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute, plus, aura simulation, 10 points/minute, plus, with every battle, Fang Ping was improving. The imperishable substance was feedback to the body. It was helpful for even a rank 8 golden body. Fang Ping's fake golden body was even more helpful. Fang Ping wanted to see if there would be a qualitative transformation when his vitality reached 10,000 cal. The minimum requirement for a rank 7 martial artist was 10,000 cal vitality and 1,000 Hz mentality. Although Fang Ping had the combat strength of a rank 7 now, his destructive force was not cultivated by himself. Fang Ping wanted to know if he could achieve the combat strength of an early stage rank 7 without relying on destructive force and mentality self-detonation. Old man Li could kill a rank 8 back then when he had 10,000 cal vitality. Could it be that he, Fang Ping, could not even kill a rank 7 powerhouse? As for the consumption of wealth points, the divine weapons he snatched earlier were not counted in his wealth points. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He had enough left. When Fang Ping asked the others to go treasure hunting, they did not say anything. Du Hong felt slightly helpless. Listen. His opportunity was people. Who were they? People from the monster plant's royal court, speaking of which, the rank 6 territory's opportunity, no matter how strong, could only let people enter rank 7. For Fang Ping, was it difficult to enter rank 7? He had killed so many people. Just from what Du Hong saw, he had obtained more than 10 divine weapons. 10 divine weapons, were really more valuable than a rank 7 martial artist. One had to know that even the weakest divine weapon was equivalent to killing 2 to 3 rank 7 demons. 10 god weapons meant that he would have to kill dozens of high-rank demons. It was indeed much more difficult than achieving rank 7. Du Hong did not say much. He said quickly, "Then we'll find a chance to break through. When we break through, we'll look for you." He was also a veteran at the Mentality Vitality Unity realm. Under normal circumstances, it was the easiest for a Mentality Vitality Unity realm to achieve rank 7 the first time they entered the battlefield. For people like Su Zissou, even if they could achieve rank 7, it was not just one time. They had to come in at least a few times. Okay. End of chapter 582. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.